Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 89. In a world where black and white are intertwined, the space is shattered between violent distortions and tremors. In the sky, two figures, one small and one large, flew out at the same time. Both of them suffered terrifying injuries at the same time, and blood was dripping. It's not a power that I can control. Shiraishi's mouth was dripping with blood, and the blood on his trembling right arm was already covered with blood, including his and acknowledges. When the dragons invaded, Shiraishi also encountered giant dragons one after another. As he moved towards Dragunov, he continued to gain experience. When Shiraishi resisted the battlefield, the panel for unlocking Sword God Sodros was approaching 100%. 20. In the past, Shiraishi couldn't believe it at all, but thanks to the help of the giant dragon, Shiraishi would have such a speed, but even so, releasing the ultimate swordsmanship would be a heavy burden for Shiraishi. Although under the juggernaut, all the unique skills of the sword soul are controlled by Shiraishi, but if they are unlocked to reach the corresponding stage, forcibly using them will cause great harm to the body. But in the situation just now, Shiraishi was able to risk his life. Fortunately, he was released successfully, and he also successfully knocked down Acknowledge. At this time, not far from Shiraishi, Acknowledge had completely fallen into a coma. However, just when Shiraishi was about to take another shot at 493. Click! On the heads of Shiraishi and Acknowledge, around the black and white power intertwined, countless space nodes exploded, forming one tiny black hole after another, and then spread rapidly. A more terrifying void black hole appeared. Black hole. It is spreading rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. Ho-ho! The powerful attraction will sweep the buildings, trees, boulders in the ruins, the gravity of the black hole sweeps the earth, and the black hole is spreading rapidly. Black hole, Acknowledge, and Shiraishi are constantly being pulled by this suction. Shiraishi sees this and keeps releasing the sword energy, wrapping himself up and retreating continuously. This is the gap in time and space. Shiraishi looked at the dark world inside the black hole, and his face sank. The interdependence between space and time expresses the evolutionary order of things. Time and space are absolute concepts, and matter itself is the basic. A black hole, a kind of celestial body that exists in the unknown universe, once it enters this interface, even light cannot escape, and there is no time and space to speak of in a black hole. Time is endless, and the extension is the sequence of each moment or the length of each finite period. Space is unbounded and eternal, and extension is the relative position or size of each finite part of space. And matter itself is the only point. In fairy tale time, because of the existence of the eclipse gate, there is a crack that should not exist, and this crack is called the space-time gap. Shiraishi didn't expect that, after fighting Acknowledge, he accidentally opened the gap. However, when Shiraishi retreated to avoid the suction of the black hole, Acknowledge was not so lucky on the other side. He fell into a coma, and he still hadn't put away his dragon form. The gravitational pulls pulled his body and dipped into the black hole. Shiraishi, who originally wanted to walk away, was shocked. No, he must be killed. The black dragon with no attributes, almost all the power in the world, in the original book, even time and space can devour him. Although he fell into a coma, it does not mean that he will not wake up again. If Acknowledge really devoured time and space, when he came out again, the terror of that power was beyond Shiraishi's resistance. Shiraishi stretched out his arm that was about to break, grabbed Zhanlong, and swung a knife at the black dragon again. However, it was Shiraishi who had exhausted almost all of his strength, but the slash at this time only added another scar to Acknowledge. Seeing this, Shiraishi jumped up again and prepared to release the slash. At this moment, the terrifying suction force was approaching him again and again. In desperation, Shiraishi quickly swung a blow, retracted the blade, and stepped back. The black hole spread rapidly, engulfing Acknowledge's body, Shiraishi kept retreating backwards. The black hole followed closely. When Shiraishi went out nearly 10,000 meters, the black hole stopped spreading, but it still hasn't disappeared. Time flows slowly, and countless magic powers pour into the black hole. The magic of this world is slowly repairing the space. Shiraishi watched from the distant peaks. The disaster raged all night, and at dawn, the black hole had shrunk to a range of only a few hundred meters. After the black hole completely disappears, the surrounding space is still very fragile, and even small energy fluctuations may cause the space node to fragment again. On the cracked battlefield, a deep pit with a width of nearly 10,000 meters appeared. When it was determined that there was no existence in the deep pit, Shiraishi smiled helplessly. Is this life? The crisis disappeared, the sense of urgency subsided like a tide, and the crumbling body also slumped on the ground, motionless. It is estimated that I will not be able to hold the sword for most of the time. Shiraishi smiled bitterly. At this time, he had these large and small scars all over his body. The same serious thing was Shiraishi's entire right arm. And by Mang's protection, I am afraid that the right arm will be completely broken. Shiraishi. Shiraishi. 99. When Shiraishi fell, a soft arm gently lifted his body and placed it on the fragrant body. Shiraishi looked up weakly and looked at Irene, who was weeping with joy. Ended. Bang! Shiraishi also closed his eyes. At this moment he just wanted to rest. A year after the end of the dragon race, Acknowledge has not returned, and even Shiraishi's figure has not appeared in the eyes of the world. However, the peak battle between Shiraishi and Acknowledge is still circulating, and rumors about Shiraishi are still being discussed. Some people say that he is alive, and some people say that he died together with Acknowledge. But people are cheering more. Anyway, the era of dragon rule has ended. For them, as long as they can continue to live and get rid of the nightmare, it is enough. It doesn't matter whether a person is dead or alive. The kingdom of Dragonov, inside the palace. The blonde little maid walked to the door of the bedroom and said softly, "Your Majesty, it's time to prepare to go to the council hall, the ministers have all returned." 35. By the window, Irene's face turned cold when she heard the maid's voice. They still have the face to come back. At the end of the war, Irene returned to the palace to direct the people of Dragonov to rebuild after the disaster. However, at this moment, the ministers of the kingdom who had fled before the war, learned that the human race had survived. He walked out of the mountains and forests in various places, returned to the kingdom, and prayed for Irene's forgiveness. In this regard, Irene has nothing but disgust. Kick them out. Chapter 90. Yes. Her Majesty. The blonde little maid nodded in response. She was also not used to such sloppy grass, and quickly walked out of the bedroom to convey Irene's order. In the empty bedroom, Irene was left alone again. Hey! Irene sighed silently, then turned her eyes to the window, looking at the blue sky washed by the heavy rain. A look of exhaustion appeared on her face. It has been a year since the demise of the Dragon clan. Although there is no crisis of genocide, the rebuilding of the homeland alone makes Irene feel a little bit overwhelmed. The people who have suffered from the disaster have not woken up from their nightmares, and there are corners in the disaster-stricken areas that Dragonov cannot reach, and these dark corners will breed darkness. Riot happened. And not only that, fierce conflicts are taking place in various regions. The reason for everything is due to the sudden disappearance of the Dragon clan. In the past, under the threat of the Dragon clan, it was a great luxury for people to be able to live, and in order to survive, they would rely on the strong. However, after the human race is not restrained, they can survive without the need for mages, and they are eager to pursue higher material enjoyment. Under all the chaos, a series of contradictions have arisen, which is also a headache for Irene. When will it end? Thinking of this, Irene couldn't help but smile. At this moment, a Kongwu strong arm wrapped around Irene's weak waist and hugged her in his arms. Irene was startled for a moment, but then she smelled a familiar smell, so she felt relieved and leaned against the man's chest. "What's wrong? What are you worrying about?" the man who hugged Irene said softly. "So what? You don't care about me, you will only take my daughter to find that big cow, and you never care about my feelings," Irene said angrily. A few months ago, Irene's child was born and gave birth to a lovely little daughter. Irene was a little disappointed about this, maybe for some reason, always hoped that a boy would inherit Shiraishi's swordsmanship and her throne. But this thought only stayed in Irene's mind for a few days and then disappeared, replaced by endless love for this girl. After all, it is his own child, how can he not love him? But what really made Irene angry was a certain big pig's hoof, who was obedient to her from the first 10 months of pregnancy to the time she gave birth, but when she finished confinement, she ran out every day, every day. The next time she came back, she had the smell of other women, and she was so angry that she wanted to bite down at the man's flesh. Someone behind heard Irene grinding his teeth and immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Don't, you know mine, I only have you in my heart, I promise." After hearing this, Irene couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just when she was about to refute, suddenly, the sound of a baby crying came from the big bed behind the two of them. "Wait and I'll settle the account with you." After Irene gave someone a warning look, she walked straight to the big bed and hugged the child in a maternal light. Tsitsizi. After the child got what she wanted, she stopped crying and buried herself in Irene's arms. After an unknown amount of time, after watching the child fall asleep, Irene got up gently, put her on the crib, and stood up slowly. Irene leaned against Shiraishi's strong shoulders, unable to say a word. Seeing this, Shiraishi stretched out his hand to brush away the hair in front of Irene's eyes, and said distressedly, "If you're too tired, just come with me." However, the answer to Shiraishi was true. Seeing Irene's appearance with those eyes full of apology, Shiraishi, no matter how hard his heart was, couldn't help but soften his heart. "Well, no matter what choice you make, I will accompany you." Sleepless night. When the next day dawned, the sun shone on Shiraishi's face, and when he opened his hazy sleepy eyes and reached out to touch the side, there was only air. At this moment, the door of the bedroom was slowly pushed open, and the little blonde maid walked into the bedroom with food. "Sir Shiraishi, you are up." "Well, what about Irene?" "It's not because those palace ministers made trouble, now Her Majesty is going to solve it." After receiving the tea from the little blonde maid, Shiraishi began to think about whether to find Irene today, but before he could think about it, the little princess beside him started to make trouble again. "0, ask for flowers." Shiraishi lost his freedom in an instant. Palace Hall. At this moment, there was an endless stream of quarrels in the peaceful hall in the past. "Yet, did Irene forget that we are your family?" "Yes, yes, you can drive us away for a trivial matter." "Irene, we are the same family. You must take us in." Irene looked at the ugly people in front of her. In order to stay, they had given up all their dignity. If Irene looked at some feelings in the past, I might forgive them and leave them behind. However, in the case of the Dragon Clan's invasion, in order to save his own life, he fled with everything, but now he still has the face to cry and beg to come back. This kind of behavior, in Irene's view, is like betrayal. "Your Majesty, don't you really think about it?" When an old man in gorgeous clothes saw that Irene didn't respond, he stepped out of the crowd and stood in front of Irene, pleadingly. From his clothes and the eyes gathered around him, it can be seen that the old man's identity is not low, and when Irene saw the old man walking out, he also knew who the old man was, and said coldly, "Seeing that you are my elder, you should leave by yourself. Otherwise, I will invite you out. As for the things left behind, I can only say, no way." Irene's resolute tone, the old man's face suddenly sank, and when he turned around with a wry smile and was about to leave, someone suddenly shouted in surprise behind the old man. "Look! Queen's face!" The old man looked back and saw scales constantly appearing on Irene's forehead, but when he saw the scales clearly, his face was full of shock. "Dragon! It's a dragon!" For a time, all the people who appealed backed away instantly, and their exclamations also attracted the attention of the guards, but when the guards approached the target, they only saw their queen, and for a while they stopped and looked at each other, not knowing what to do is good. "No! No!" Irene also noticed her change, panicked and wanted to raise her hand to cover the dragon scale on her forehead, but the scale knife on her arm was exposed. Chapter 91. Dragon Scales. That's right! Under the exclamation of the old man, the surrounding guards quickly drew out their swords and aimed at Irene. Almost at this moment, everyone looked at Irene with terrified eyes. Although the dragon had disappeared, the shadow left by the dragon family still exists. What's more, the premise of acknowledges dragon transformation in front of everyone. Irene at this time is also terrifying. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the old man that no one noticed. "Quick! Kill her before she becomes a dragon. Or she'll kill us like Acknowledge in the end." Hearing the old man's words, the guards beside him were shocked, and the image of Acknowledge trampling on the capital could not help in his mind, suppressing the fear in his heart, slowly walking towards Irene, rushing up the steps, and said with a hideous face. "Sorry. 493. No. I'm not a dragon, have you forgotten? I'm your queen. The queen who defends the entire human race." Irene held the sword pointed at herself, and bright red blood flowed from the wound. "We don't have a dragon scale queen." 35. Looking at the familiar faces, Irene couldn't help but feel a bit of pain in her heart. In the past, they were all her subordinates, but because of her appearance, swords faced each other. "Kill her, you must not leave troubles behind." Everyone heard that the old man at this time was going to pull Irene into the water in order to regain his original position. However, the guards didn't care anymore, they just wanted to live. Irene put her hand down slowly, and she could see clearly what the other party was thinking. They were so heartless that they didn't care about the favors they once gave them. Drop! 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 The blood from the wound in Irene's hand was dripping slowly, and the brows were full of bitterness. Seeing this scene, although the old man could not see anything on the surface, he was already ecstatic in his heart. The blade in the guard's hand was already raised high, and at the moment when he was about to fall, Irene still looked at them blankly. Suddenly, outside the palace, a white awn was drawn, and the guards held the sword blade arm for a split second, sliding down silently, and blood gushing out in an instant. "Ah! 99! The guards let out a scream, and the bodies that lost their arms were shaking violently. When they were about to scream, a cold light appeared again and crossed their necks. 1, 2, 3. When the heads of the guards who were close to Irene fell, the old man who had been clamoring to kill Irene screamed and ran out of the palace. Killed. Running all the way, the voice of the old man spread all over the world, and Shiraishi in the distance witnessed everything and muttered to himself. "Irene, I'm sorry, although you don't want to do anything, but you are still too simple, your people just covet your protection, I can only do this for you." After doing everything, Shiraishi's figure also disappeared. Inside the palace, Irene bowed her head and said nothing, a feeling of grief arose spontaneously. "Irene, is everything you paid for?" Suddenly, the words Shiraishi once said to her echoed in her mind. Her face became paler and paler, she raised her head and looked at the people who kept escaping from the palace, the dragon scales on her body kept emerging, she couldn't accept this fact. "No, this is just an illusion, this is just a misunderstanding caused by dragon slaying magic, they are just for themselves, my people will accept me." As long as I maintain my human state, they will believe that I will not become a dragon for a long time. It will. It will. It will. On the most prosperous street in the royal capital of Dragonov, although it experienced the baptism of war, it was rebuilt at an alarming speed after the war. On the way people come and go. A well-dressed old man was in a state of embarrassment, running with a pale face. Dragon! The dragon has appeared. Queen Irene has become a dragon. The crowd in the street sneered, and everyone just regarded the old man as a crazy old man. However, at that moment, when a figure appeared in front of them, they realized that everything was true, and the originally bustling and lively instant riot. Dragon! Queen Irene is actually a dragon. Run! She'll kill us! Here she is going to kill us like a dragon! Cries, screams, and screams continued in the crowd, and they just wanted to flee quickly. In front of the palace, Irene looked at the people who were screaming in shock. Despair gradually crept into her heart and enveloped her whole body. No! I'm not a dragon, I'm a human being, your queen. Irene came out with a huge roar, and crimson scales slowly emerged from her arm and her calf. For a time, all the people of Dragonov became more and more panic, and some people whose legs were weak because of fear, saw Irene who was being transformed into a dragon approaching step by step, and their faces suddenly turned ashen. Don't come here! Go away! You ugly dragon girl! Long, who can kill her? Is there anyone who can save us? God! Kill this beast! The hurtful words were like a sharp blade stabbing into Irene's chest. Irene couldn't believe the people who were insulting and attacking him. Didn't they protect themselves during the war? Why, treat yourself like this? Irene, is everything you paid for? The words Shiraishi said to her rang in her ears again. Am I wrong? Click. People scolding, like the last straw, broke Irene's sanity, and dragon scales continued to emerge. Why? 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 Why do this to me? 35. In front of everyone, Irene fell to her knees and let out a piercing cry. Boom! A red streamer appeared in front of Irene, and behind him, a pair of crimson dragon wings that only giant dragons could support instantly appeared. 2.2. And when Deo Longi appeared, the insults of the people of Dragonov became more and more sharp. Who? 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 On Irene's body, blushing magic power emerged one after another, and the body was constantly surging. Suddenly, the whole body's magic power exploded, and an extreme light shone on the entire royal capital. A few seconds later, when the light disappeared, Irene had disappeared, replaced by a giant dragon with crimson wings and white dragon scales. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. Dragon! Dragon! 35. All the people of Dragonov were gone, and there was panic on their faces. However, among the crowd, Irene, who was watching the dragon transformation, was only one person, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It's over, I'm sorry, Irene, if you don't do this, you won't be able to see them for what they really are, and you'll only be able to live in a superficial world. G. Chapter 92. Boom! Irene was shocked, flying high in the sky with a terrifying dragon body, and swept into the distance. Seeing this, Shiraishi frowned, then let go, and sighed softly. I have to say that even if she transforms into a giant dragon, Irene's heart is still kind, and she still can't deal with her former people, which Shiraishi is helpless. Just when everyone cheered and thought that he was rescued, Shiraishi also stepped out of the crowd and walked towards the palace. Among this hypocritical crowd, he didn't want to stay for a moment. However, when Shiraishi was about to leave, someone recognized her. Master Juggernaut! Master Juggernaut is not dead. 35. Hearing someone shouting the name of Juggernaut in the crowd, he immediately turned his attention to where Shiraishi was. It's really the sword saint Shiraishi. He's not dead. 99. It's him. People living in the royal capital of Dragonov, maybe some people haven't seen Shiraishi and acknowledges battle, but they have seen Shiraishi's face in the Battle of Thunder Dragon Asgar. People recognized Shiraishi in an instant, and their faces changed from initial panic to joy. Great, Lord Sword Saint, you finally appeared. Yes, 04, yes. Master Sword Saint must have seen that dragon just now, please act quickly and kill her. Yes, kill her, otherwise the dragon will hurt the innocent. Yes. Lord Juggernaut, please take action as soon as possible. Kill that dragon. In the crowd, even those who knew that Irene was a giant dragon at this moment still had angry faces on their faces, and their voices begging Shiraishi to kill Irene were like waves, wave after wave. However, they didn't realize that when they shouted to kill the giant dragon, Shiraishi's face became darker and gloomier each time. In the sound, Shiraishi's body turned, and his icy eyes looked around at the people around him. Have you said enough? 5. Ding! In the crowd at this moment, the originally noisy sound stopped abruptly, and on the quiet street, the sound of a thin needle falling could be heard clearly. The people who looked at Shiraishi had shocked expressions on their faces. After a moment of silence, someone resisted the pressure and asked. Master Sword Saint, what do you mean by that? 35. However, Shiraishi did not choose to answer, silently closed his eyes, a surge of pressure from his surge, bloomed. Boom! The terrifying pressure suddenly came to this world. Hundreds of thousands of Dolagunov's people knelt down at this moment, and some even vomited blood and died. Until they died, they didn't understand why Shiraishi killed himself. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, there was also a part of the great sorcerer with a hideous and puzzled expression on their faces, resisting the pressure, and asked Shiraishi in pain. Master Sword Saint, why, we are just asking for your help, that's it. Help. Shiraishi slowly opened his eyes, and his plain eyes revealed infinite killing intent, but only he could see it. Help you kill my own woman. Hearing Shiraishi's answer, everyone was instantly cold, and just as they were about to speak, a heavier pressure fell on their heads again. Boom! The powerful domineering surging like a tide, in the terrifying tide, nearly 10,000 people fell to the ground in an instant, and the entire royal capital of Dragonov turned into a hell on earth in this instant. The blood that had just been left with a trace of temperature, under the sunlight, exudes a strong bloody smell. At this point, the terrified faces that once appeared only in the face of dragons appeared on everyone's faces one by one, and their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Shiraishi. The people cowered in fear, fearing to make every bone tremble, blood boiled all over their bodies, hearts pounding in their chests as if they were about to fly. You are the devil. Run! He's a demon. Sword Saint Shiraishi is a demon. No. 99. Run away. The ground of the whole city was shaking, and under Shiraishi's feet, cracks spread infinitely around, and countless people of Dolagunov kept running towards the back with a look of panic. They want to leave. Run away from this nightmare. Watching the countless gallops, Shiraishi slowly raised the blade that should not have been raised, the grey cloth fell and was placed on the left side of his body, and the white sword glow floated beside him. Blindly demanding, after all, has to pay the price. That sword energy, which contained killing intent, was like a real sword, floating up and down beside Shiraishi. When the sword energy was completely condensed, Shiraishi moved without a moment's hesitation. Die. 35. Boom. The Shiraishi sword glow is like a wave set off by a falling drop of water, constantly surging around, carrying the lives of countless Dragunov people. With the slashing of the dragon, the white sword light devoured everything around, and countless buildings and houses collapsed at this moment, and the palace that never fell even in the face of the giant dragon was also submerged and shattered. With the submersion of the capital, the terrifying sword energy engulfed hundreds of thousands of Dragunov people, and the entire space was shaken. I don't know how long, when a drop of ripples calmed down, the whole world instantly quieted down. Shiraishi stepped out, scarlet blood spattered on his body, walked past corpses, and left the world that was extremely prosperous 1 second, but quiet the next second. The city of 497, which was once known as the Holy Land of the human race, was reduced to ruins at this time. Shiraishi walked out of the collapsed city gate, and the capital of Dragunov kept retreating behind him. The last moment he was still in the ruins of the royal capital of Dragunov, the next second he appeared on a certain mountain and walked towards a blonde little girl. "Sir Shiraishi! You are here!" When Shiraishi appeared, the blonde little maid immediately greeted him with a smile, and handed Shiraishi the baby in her arms. When seeing the sleeping face of the baby, Shiraishi's originally dull face also showed a smile at this moment. At this moment, the little blonde maid looked at Shiraishi and asked softly, "By the way, Lord Shiraishi, you haven't told me why you brought me and the little princess here, is there something wrong with the capital?" "Well, there is a black magician in the capital, I am late, and the whole capital is ruined." After hearing Shiraishi's words, the blonde little maid asked anxiously, "Dark mage? What's going on? Her Majesty the Queen? Is she all right?" 99. She was sent to the palace as a child without any relatives. In her eyes, only Irene is her everything. For the destruction of the king, she cares more about Irene's safety. She's fine too, but she's feeling a little down right now. Shiraishi chuckled and said, looking east. Some things, he alone knows enough. Chapter 93. Temporarily parting with the blonde maid, Shiraishi goes to Irene's location. After releasing his perception, he finally found a crimson figure in the corner of a valley somewhere. Seeing this, Shiraishi breathed a sigh of relief, stopped his running pace, and walked towards Irene step by step. Why? When Shiraishi approached, the desperate cry came out, looked at the huge dragon body, and said softly, "Irene. No. I'm not Irene." Just when the huge dragon body vibrated, its wings shook, as if seeing some terrifying existence, wanting to escape from here, but how could Shiraishi let her escape easily? Enough! With a roar, Irene's wings stopped struggling, and huge tears kept falling. "Shiraishi, let's go, I don't want you to see me like this." Shiraishi smiled helplessly. It seemed that it was a little difficult to change Irene's character, but it was enough. "I hope this time she will be a little more sober, at least she will know how to cherish herself." With a slight sigh, Shiraishi began a long brainwashing process for Irene. After a while, behind Shiraishi, Irene followed the dragon transformation, but the slow speed made Shiraishi collapse a little. "Let's go, Anna, she's still waiting for us. Don't you really want to change back into a human form?" Whoosh! As soon as Shiraishi's words fell, the dragon-like Irene immediately pressed against Shiraishi's side, with a hint of impatience on her face. "Now it's right." Shiraishi took the lead and landed on Irene, who was a dragon. However, at the moment when Shiraishi just fell, the question that I did not know how many times sounded again. "Shiraishi, can I really change back to the way I was there?" Irene said worriedly, but she couldn't blame her for that. The series of ups and downs did make her a little uneasy, even though Shiraishi had assured her many times just now. Irene is still worried. Seeing Irene's concern, Shiraishi didn't feel impatient and continued to speak patiently. "Don't worry, your problem will be solved." In fact, Shiraishi has no way to remove Irene's dragon transformation, but although Shiraishi can't do it, it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Perhaps only Zeref and Igneel and the rest of the surviving dragons can help with the dragonization. Needless to say, Zeref, who has mastered all the lost magic, can easily help Irene touch the dragon transformation on his body. Even so, Shiraishi didn't intend to ask Ziref's help. What he really wanted was Igneel, the Dragon King. Because in his eyes, Ziref's magic is incomplete, and he can only change Irene's appearance at most and cannot truly transform back into a human form. Because, in this world, only the dragon itself can solve the problem of dragon transformation. No matter how powerful Ziref's magic is, it can only change the appearance, not the inside. Of course, Irene may also be able to release the dragon transformation by herself, but this has a very important premise, that is, she must raise her own strength to the same level as Aknologia, but this is almost impossible. Able to rely on their own power to transform the dragon form into a human form, there are only 4 people in the entire fairy tale world, and Aknologia is one of them. The other 3 are within the centenary mission. Therefore, Shiraishi can only seek help from Igneel at this time, because they know how to suppress the dragon transformation. For nearly a week, Shiraishi and Irene crossed more than half of the continent, and finally reached the position indicated by Ziref at the beginning. Here. 35. On a towering mountain, the Crimson Dragon slowly descended. Shiraishi jumped off Irene and patted Irene's wings. It seems that Longhua is not bad. In this week, if it wasn't for Irene's flying ability, I'm afraid Shiraishi would still be halfway there. However, at the moment when Shiraishi said these words, the terrifying dragon breath fell on his head instantly, because it was so sudden that Shiraishi didn't even have any defense, and was blown away into the distance. When Shiraishi came over and Irene's attack was about to come again, Shiraishi immediately raised his hand and surrendered. However, when Shiraishi was playing with Irene, another resentful voice sounded behind him, and I saw Anna descending from the top of the mountain angrily, not panicking because of Irene's dragon transformation, because Shiraishi had informed her in advance. Okay. How long have I been waiting here for you? You are still in the mood to play. 9. Shiraishi is also helpless about this. In fact, from the very beginning, he knew that those high-level officials of the kingdom who were used to being at the top would never be willing to give up their previous status, but Shiraishi didn't expect that he had to wait so long. Fortunately, it's all over, now it's just a matter of putting everything back in place. Where's Ziref? Where is he? He won't let me dove. After stopping the commotion, Shiraishi asked Anna. After all, it was still more important to remove Irene's dragon transformation. The one who put the pigeons should be you. Ziref walked slowly out of the deep forest behind Shiraishi. For some reason, Shiraishi always felt that there was something wrong with the psychopath looking at him. What do you mean? Did you arrive early? Ziref said blankly. I've been waiting here for a whole year. Hearing this sentence, Shiraishi almost rolled his eyes. You shouldn't have been waiting here since you separated. Ziref nodded silently. E.g. Well, maybe I really don't have that much patience, and only a persistent person like Ziref can do it. However, Shiraishi didn't have time to waste time with Ziref on this irrelevant topic in order to quickly remove Irene's dragonization. What do I want? As soon as the words fell, I saw a black chain flying out of Manyo Zhao, Urfa's hand, ups and downs in his hand. I have obtained the method of suppressing the dragon transformation from Igneel and recorded them in the memory magic, although I do not know whether this magic is used. 39. Taking the chain, Shiraishi handed it to Irene's dragon claw. Irene couldn't wait to crush it, and the invisible memory flooded into her mind instantly. Suddenly, Irene's body floated a little light, and after the original dragon-shaped body was slightly shrunk by an inch at this moment, there was no change. Zerf, what the hell is going on here? Seeing that Irene's emotions were about to get out of control, Shiraishi immediately asked Ziref. It seems that it will take some time for her to completely transform back into a human being, but before that, I can help her recover her body, but it's just an appearance. 99. As soon as Ziref finished speaking, a black magic power spread out from his body, wrapping Irene inside. Chapter 94. Darkness enveloped Irene, and the huge dragon body was slowly fading, until the ordinary humanoid adult. Human, is what a human looks like, Shiraishi. I'm back to human. Irene, who had just recovered, rushed towards Shiraishi, tears streaming down her face with excitement, her face blooming like flowers. Seeing Irene's tears of excitement, Shiraishi also gently stroked her face, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This plan that took him a year was finally over. Just as Shiraishi and Irene were snuggling, a discordant voice came faintly. Since I have finished your business, is it your turn? Ziref looked directly at Shiraishi and said, and at the same time his right hand was slowly raised, and the terrifying magic power continued to condense in his hand. Boom! With the surging of Ziref's magic power, the ground beneath his feet roared violently, and the ground cracked, as if something was about to come out. However, in the next second, a bronze-colored, tens of meters high golden portal broke out. Under the control of Ziref's magic power, it slowly descended. Shiraishi watched intently. Eclipse Gate doesn't have much of a gap. By absorbing magic power, and then using the power of the zodiac, hit 497 to open the door to the past and the future. This is the door of the eclipse. 35. Ziref looked at Shiraishi and explained slowly. To Ziref's words, Shiraishi nodded, or Shiraishi still knew that Ziref needed him for nothing more than simple things, in order to kill himself, send his younger brother Natsu to the magical age in the future, and prevent Aknologia from happening again show up. Within a year after the first battle with Akunarokia, Shiraishi also communicated with Ziref about the gap in time and space, but even if this genius could not tell the existence of that existence, he was not sure when Akunarokia would meet again in this world. Now I still need to use the power of Anna's zodiac sign to send them to the future. The words just fell, and then the eclipse gate came, and behind the gate, 5 rays of light fell in front of Shiraishi again. Shen Sheng said. There were 5 children floating in front of Shiraishi, but Shiraishi only looked at one of the 5 children with sakura-colored hair, and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. As the child of the world, Shiraishi never thought that he would meet him like this. If, EC, there are no problems, let's start now. After making sure everything was correct, Ziref said aloud. Shiraishi also turned his attention to Anna, who was worried. To open the door of the eclipse, 2 basic things are needed. The first is a large amount of magic power. It will take several years to store the magic power required by the eclipse gate for ordinary kingdoms. However, Shiraishi is worried about this, because Ziref is there, even if the eclipse is at this time. The gate does not have any magic power. I believe that a Ziref ability can make up for it. What really worries Shiraishi is the second condition, the key to the zodiac. Back then, I had seen Anna using the compensation summoning technique to summon the Celestial Spirit King to fight. It stands to reason that Anna should be missing a key at this time, only 11 keys. If you want to fill the vacancy of the key, it must be filled with the magic power of the summoner, but this is another big risk. That is compressed life. In the future, Layla was missing the Aquarius key and used her own magic to make up for it, and finally died early because of the lack of magic. There is only another way to put it in front of Anna at this time, and that is to replace it with other keys. And the only one qualified to replace the golden key is the Ophiuchus key that surpasses all the zodiac signs, but this is only possible, and what the real result will be, Shiraishi does not have much bottom line. It's all right, Anna. Shiraishi looked at the 12 keys in Anna's hand, the most prominent one, and asked worriedly. The surface of the key was black, as if snakes were wrapped around the surface. This was the key of the Ophiuchus. Don't worry, it's fine. Anna smiled slightly. Then please. Shiraishi's eyes were fixed on Anna, and whenever there was any danger or accident, he would immediately interrupt Anna's actions. In front of everyone, Anna walked out slowly, 12 golden keys floated around her, 12 golden lights glowed at the same time, and 12 magic circles instantly appeared in the sky. They correspond to their respective constellations in the universe. Open it. Zodiac signs. Ding dong. Terrifying magic power kept surging on Anna's body, and she wanted to open 12 doors at the same time. Even the saintess of the celestial spirit wizard family were struggling at this time. Sufficient magic power makes the gears of the eclipse gate slowly turn, and the road to the future is opened. Boom! As the door was opened, Shiraishi also breathed a sigh of relief after the door of the solar eclipse. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. As the door opened, a golden light shone inside the door, and Anna closed her eyes and was blown by the oncoming magic factor atmosphere. Is this the world in 400 years? Shiraishi stared at the door, sent the 5 children through the door, and withdrew, closing the door to the future. Seeing this, Ziref frowned and said, "Aren't you going in?" According to Ziref's idea, if Shiraishi taught these children, the chances of defeating Akunarokia in the future should be much greater, but Shiraishi's actions surprised him somewhat. "No, it's not the time yet. In this era, there are still some things that I'm worthy of nostalgia for. After finishing these things, it's time for me to leave." Shiraishi looked into the distance, and it has been 4 years since he came to this world. From all the way to the present, he has experienced too many hardships and tortures. Some things are not to let go. Of course, it is not that Shiraishi wants to stay in this era, at least until some things are dealt with. Shiraishi has not considered leaving for the time being. After all, there is no existence in this era that can make Shiraishi feel the pressure, and his own cultivation can no longer be improved, so it is better to stay in this era. Instead, go to the future and try to find new breakthroughs. As you wish, the eclipse gate is now yours, and the key is in your hands. As for when you want to do it, you can choose for yourself. 99. After making sure that Shiraishi wasn't laughing, Ziref turned and walked away, already thinking about what to do next for the long time to come. Suddenly, at this moment Shiraishi shouted a word. "Ziref, see you in 400 years." Shiraishi's words made Ziref stop, but it was only for a moment, and he took another step. Chapter 95. Time flies, white horses pass by. Another year has passed. On an unknown mountain peak, the big trees and rattans in the virgin forest are intertwined with each other, like a large net covered with layers of layers, and it is also very similar to the dark green seabed. The bright sunlight shone through the rattan net and turned into specks of light falling on the dry leaves. Step, step, step. There were light footsteps in this quiet forest, and a man in black walked gently towards a certain goal with a slight smile on his face. "My little Urza, where are you?" Click. Suddenly, at this moment, the sound of branches breaking from behind a tree, the smile on the man's face became stronger and stronger, and he pretended to shout loudly. "Did I hear the sound of stepping on a branch just now?" However, in the quiet forest, no sound responded to him. Seeing this, the man in black raised his voice again and said to himself, "It seems that little Urza is missing. Hey, I can only tell my mother that little Urza is missing and let her have another one." As soon as the words fell, a running sound suddenly sounded behind the black-clothed man, and then a ridiculous little girl rushed into the black-clothed man's arms, took her small hand, and grabbed the black-clothed man's clothes on her own, rubbing his face. "No, no. Dad, you're the worst. I'm going to tell my mother, second aunt and third aunt that you should throw me away. Let them fight, ha 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 ha. Lo. Ah 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 ah." However, at this moment, a pair of strong hands hugged the small body, placed it on his chest, and pinched her reddish little nose. "Ha ha ha ha. I lied to you, how could I be willing to give up my heart?" Hearing this, the little girl said angrily. "Sure enough," the third aunt said, "yes, men are big pigs' hoofs. Did my father deceive my mother and second aunt like this at the beginning? No. How could someone as handsome as Daddy do this? When the little girl heard this, she gave the man in black a white look, but she was already used to her father's thick skin. Humph! I don't believe it. Two figures, one big and one small, were sitting on the lawn in the forest, and their hilarious voices kept echoing in the woods. Maybe she was too excited, and it didn't take long for the little girl to lie down in the warm and safe arms of the man in black, and fall asleep with a smile on her face. The man also swallowed back what he was about to say, touched the little girl's face gently, got up, and walked out of the forest with his arms around the small body. Outside the woods, the man in black hugged the little girl and gently walked into a wooden house where there was a little smoke. As soon as he entered the door, a small, smart and cute, slightly shy blonde girl walked towards him and asked aloud. Shiraishi, what about little Urza? Shiraishi gestured to his arms with his own eyes. At this moment, the girl understood, and without speaking, she stretched out her hand to take Urza from Shiraishi's hand, carried her into the room, and placed her on the soft wound. As soon as he put it down, a male breath came in his nostrils, and a pair of hands stopped the slender waist. The girl struggled gently, she was afraid to laugh at the little girl in Chuangshang, but how could Shiraishi let her go easily? Gently resting his head on the girl's forehead, he said, "Just right, she's not here today, don't you want to be alone with me?" In an instant, Shiraishi felt the struggle in his arms disappear, his soft body slumped on his body, and his face was covered with Cao Hong. But just when Shiraishi was about to do it, suddenly, there was a creaking sound of a wooden door at the door, and the blonde girl in Shiraishi's arms, a force surged from there, quickly broke free from Shiraishi's arms and ran out of Urza's room to prepare dinner. Seeing this, Shiraishi couldn't help sighing, and followed him out. There were two more people in the wooden house. Irene, Anna, you are back. Shiraishi's face was full of smiles, and he couldn't see the lost expression just now, but, despite this, he still couldn't see the usual reactions the two of them should have. Shiraishi felt something was wrong, so he stepped forward and asked. What's wrong? Did something happen? Irene and Anna nodded heavily, and after looking at each other, Anna said. Where you fought Acknowledge before, there are signs of space crumbling. Shiraishi was taken aback. You mean, Acknowledge may be about to break free from the space-time gap? It is possible, but the time cannot be determined yet. There are 10 years, 100 years, or now, after all, the fluctuations of the collapse come and go, I can't determine the exact time. 0. Ask for flowers. Hearing this, Shiraishi also closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. In recent years, because he has no strong rivals, Shiraishi has spent most of his time practicing on his own, but the progress of such cultivation is very slow. The second template needs more hunting. However, in the world, except for the undead Ziref, almost no one can let him hunt, and even for a long time, Shiraishi's unlocking progress has been slightly disturbed. Yet the Acknowledge on the other side may still be alive and devouring the space-time, ever-growing power in the space-time gap. If he encounters Acknowledge again at this time, Shiraishi cannot guarantee that he will be able to defeat him as he did last time. After all, in the face of Acknowledge, who masters space and time, no one can easily face it, even Ziref, who is immortal, is afraid to meet Acknowledge. From this, Shiraishi said softly. It seems that my vacation is over. However, this thought only stayed in Shiraishi's mind for a moment. When he opened his eyes, there was indeed infinite fighting intent in his eyes. After all, only pressure could stimulate his passion for cultivation. Irene and Anna smiled, knowing that their men would not be out of trouble, just as they were when they faced death. He was finally able to stand up at the most critical moment. Mom, you are back. Perhaps, the noise of the discussion among the three was too loud. Behind them, little Urza, who was rubbing her sleepy eyes with her pink hands, was walking towards them step by step. When she was walking, she almost stepped on her right foot with her left foot. Fall. Seeing Urza like this, Irene immediately walked towards Urza and held her in her arms. Seeing the closeness between Irene and her daughter, Anna's face darkened, she touched her stomach, and looked at Shiraishi resentfully, but at this moment, Shiraishi suddenly stuck to her ear and didn't know what to say. The originally resentful face instantly turned red and glared at Shiraishi fiercely. Before she could speak, however, Shiraishi pulled her closer to the room, and seeing this, Irene blushed, snorted, and walked towards the kitchen knife with Urza. Chapter 96. On the mountain. Shiraishi hugged the little Urza with one hand and swung a slight sword energy towards the ground, and the ground cracked instantly. Shiraishi reached down and forcibly pulled out the eclipse gate hidden in the ground. Boom! When Shiraishi unloaded, the heavy gate fell to the ground. Is this our door through the future? In the roar, the little blonde maid stared blankly at the golden gate that was dozens of meters high, and Urza, who likes to make noise, also looked at the eclipse gate with curiosity. Although Shiraishi told her very early, when she saw it, she was still deeply shocked by this portal. Seeing the appearance of the little maid, Shiraishi's mouth curled slightly, and then he turned his eyes to Anna. Have you explained it all? 55 Anna nodded and replied, Don't worry, I have already instructed my 497 people to pass on the book I explained to generations, until the right time, they will open this door. Well, let's start then. After everything was ready, Irene quickly turned into a dragon, and a terrifying breath appeared. Under this pressure, the little maid's face showed a painful look. Seeing this, Shiraishi couldn't help nodding. Although he had not made much progress in these years, Irene, on the other hand, stabilized the power of the Dragon King and completely restored everything that a human being should have. The terrifying magic power surged in Irene, and then fell into the door of the eclipse. With the injection of magic power, the portal of the eclipse gate became more and more shining. When the magic power was accumulated, Irene also took back her dragon form, and a pale expression appeared on her face. Although the eclipse gate has continuously absorbed magic power in the past few years, in this era of lack of magic power, it still takes a lot of time. For this reason, Irene's Dragon King power can only be used to make up for this gap. Immediately after Irene regained her human form, Shiraishi, who was standing in front of the gate of the solar eclipse, said, Anna, release the zodiac sign and connect the celestial spirit with the power of time. So far, Irene has still completed the first condition to open the door of the solar eclipse, and then it is the second condition. Hearing Shiraishi's words, Anna instantly took out 12 keys behind her, and opened 12 doors at the same time as before. Click! The huge gear slowly turned, and under the action of magic, the heavy door slowly opened again. The air full of magic made the pale Irene slightly better, and at the same time, she began to look forward to the world behind the door. In the midst of all the light, Irene took a last look at this world with a trace of nostalgia, and they walked in first, seeing that Irene and Anna had walked in, and the little maid, who was still a little panicked, followed closely behind. Little Urza, who was in Shiraishi's arms, saw his mothers walk through the door one by one, and also shouted that they wanted to go in. Shiraishi smiled lightly, and then looked towards him. The rest is up to you. 99. Without any hesitation, Shiraishi walked into the door with little Urza, immersed in the golden light, leaving the era full of memories. The world in 400 years, is really exciting. 39. Kaka. When the last person approached, the magic power of the eclipse gate dissipated, the heavy gate slowly merged, and the zodiac sign engraved on the eclipse gate turned into a streamer and scattered on the ground, shining brightly under the refraction of the moonlight of light. With the gates of the portal closed, a shattering sound suddenly sounded in the sky where Shiraishi once fought against Acknowledge. The people who lived in this land stared blankly at the blue sky, and at this moment, a crack opened, and the terrifying dark breath spread through the crack and spread toward the surrounding. The sky was broken, and people fled in panic in an instant. Click! With the penetration of the dark aura, the cracks in the sky spread rapidly towards the surroundings, and pieces of space debris continuously fell from the height of tens of thousands of meters, landed on the earth, and after eroding the ground, they turned into magic power and drifted away. As the fragments fell, the darkness also spread. When a crack of thousands appeared, in the darkness, a huge figure with a terrifying aura changed from small to large. Roar! With a loud roar, a dragon claw covered with black scales grabbed the broken edge, and the huge figure flew out of the darkness in an instant, and an unusually evil magic power descended from the air. The terrifying ominous awe stunned the ground to tremble, the wings slapped, and a terrifying gust of wind blew up, causing the atmosphere to tremble. For a time, the gust of wind whistled, and the ground cracked. "I'm back! Shiraishi! I won't lose again this time!" Roar! An extremely terrifying and extremely resentful dragon roar spread throughout the entire continent. In front of the Eclipse Gate, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Eclipse Gate. Ziref slowly picked up the scattered keys, and then looked at the sky in the distance. "Thinking like that, I broke free so quickly, but it has nothing to do with me." A heavy magic force emerged in Ziref's hands, the soil layer under his feet kept surging, the Eclipse Gate kept submerging into the soil layer, and Ziref's figure also slowly disappeared until the Eclipse Gate was buried in the soil. At that moment, Ziref completely disappeared into the air. In the sky, time seems to be quiet, and the wheel of history is turning slowly. In order to find the trace of Shiraishi, Acknowledge, who has lost its goal, begins to travel the world endlessly, while hunting down those dragon slayers and giant dragons who survived in the corners of the world. The former overlord that ruled the world, the dragon. Finally, with the slaughter of Acknowledge, until the last dragon died, it completely withdrew from the stage of history. And at the moment when the dragon clan withdrew, the human clan took over the scepter in the hands of the dragon clan and became the real overlord of this world. With the passage of time, perhaps because of the death of the dragon race, after the death of the giant dragon, the huge magic power in their bodies continued to feed back to this world, and the magic power in the world that was originally lacking in magic power also increased to 2.2. 100 years after the withdrawal of the dragon clan, with sufficient magic power, the human clan has also ushered in the most prosperous period. Emergence, the nature of the identity of the sorcerer is slowly changing. Due to the emergence of sorcerers, the status of sorcerers is no longer as noble as before, and, with the passage of time, the corresponding sorcerers guild was born. However, all this has nothing to do with Shiraishi, who entered the Eclipse Gate. In the door of the solar eclipse, Shiraishi, who was holding little Urza, stretched out his hand towards the light inside the door, feeling the time passing by like a stream of water in his hand. Feeling. Is this the time? Chapter 97. Ishgar X777, the night of a full moon. Kingdom of Fiori. Crocus, the capital of the Kingdom of Fiori, is called the capital of 100 flowers because the city is full of different flowers, and right in the middle of this beautiful city is the residence of King Doma e Fiori. Royal Palace. Late at night, while the inhabitants of Crocus were all dreaming, the lights in the highest palace of the royal palace were still bright. "Your Majesty, what are you waiting for?" The head of the Sakura Knights, Arcadios, looked at the crown-wearing Doma on the throne and said puzzled. "Yes, King Father, what are you waiting for?" Beside Doma, Princess Jade was also puzzled. However, Doma didn't pay too much attention to them, just looked outside the palace with his eyes, and he didn't have much confidence in his heart. "Wait a minute, 35. Rumble." Just as Doma spoke, a shock source traveled from the ground to the ground through the stratum. Even Doma and Emerald, who were deep in the kingdom of Fiori in the palace, could clearly feel the violent vibration. "What's wrong with 04? Why is the whole palace shaking?" is there an earthquake? 99. Arcadios, the head of the Sakura Knights under Doma, immediately reacted and shouted at Doma. Your Majesty, the source of this earthquake seems to come from the underground of the palace. Doma was shocked. Could it be the door of the eclipse? The eclipse gate, the biggest secret of the entire Fiori royal family, was preserved by successive Fiori kings and buried in the depths of the kingdom. Just when the three of them panicked, a bright figure walked into the hall outside the palace. Who are you? The appearance of the stranger immediately aroused Arcadius' vigilance, but after Doma saw the figure clearly, he suddenly thought of something, and immediately stopped Arcadius. Stop it, Arcadius! Your Majesty! Arcadios turned his head to look at King Doma in confusion. Doma didn't say anything but kept his eyes fixed on the figure, and his pupils shrank instantly. Is it all true? As they kept getting closer, the figure of a gorgeously dressed blonde woman also appeared in front of everyone. When she dignifiedly walked in front of Doma, she bowed slightly and saluted him. Your Majesty, the time has come. According to the agreement of the ancestors, I am ready. There were no more Doma who got the promise. She stepped off the throne and walked towards the blonde woman. Arcadios wanted to stop it, but Doma did not respond at all. Instead, Arcadios left with Emerald. Afterwards, Doma and the blonde woman left the palace, led by Doma, and the two moved towards the depths of the palace and came to the door of the eclipse. After seeing this portal, 12 rays of light appeared on the blonde woman's body at the same time, which was injected into this ancient portal, under the infusion of star power. The heavy and ancient portal is slowly opening, and the light inside the portal also emerges. Doma looked at the opened eclipse door in surprise, looked at Anna in an unbelievable tone and said, "It's really been opened, this ancient door guarded by our royal family from generation to generation." 35. With the loss of magic power, the blonde woman is already a big man, gasping for breath. I didn't believe it originally, but it was indeed a success, but it also proved that the ancestral teachings left by the ancestors were not wrong, and the Hartfilia family's nearly 400 years of waiting was not wrong. 99. Just as the two were communicating with each other, a figure slowly walked out of the door, and 4 shadows appeared behind that figure again. The figure who just walked out was a handsome man wearing a long black coat, with long black hair left, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Looks like it should be a success, Irene. Behind him was a curvaceous, red-haired woman with a perfect face. Well, it's just not clear what era it is. 35. As soon as the words fell, 3 figures, 2 big and 1 small, walked out behind the two of them. Among them, a woman who looked similar to the blonde woman also walked in front of the blonde woman and asked, "You should be a descendant of the Hartfilia family. May I ask what your name is, and what era is it now?" Although she had already determined the time when she left, Anna still wanted to confirm due to the instability of the time. The blonde girl froze for a moment and replied, "My name is Layla, and now is X777. 99. It seems to have succeeded." Shiraishi muttered to himself and crossed the gate of time. Shiraishi finally chose the same time node in the original book, but fortunately, there were no major mistakes. Yet, 9. Suddenly, just as the gate was about to close, 5 meteors flashed from behind the gate, burst through the top of the palace, and appeared over Crocus. Shiraishi looked at the 5 large holes in the roof and said thoughtfully, "Should I have those children? Forget it, it's too tiring to take care of children. 1 Urza is enough for me." So, Shiraishi gave up the plan to shoot. After everyone calmed down, Layla and Doma also confirmed that Shiraishi and his party were indeed the 400 years of travelers recorded in the ancestral teachings. Shiraishi also learned from the mouths of Layla and Doma the changes that have taken place in the past 400 years. At the same time, I also learned that Acknowledge broke free from the space-time gap. Shiraishi was not surprised. After all, the opponent does have such strength. In the hall of the palace, Layla took out an ancient book and said. The door was opened according to the time recorded in this book, but I didn't expect that this door could really travel through time and space. Anna smiled softly. This is a book I wrote and handed it over to my clansmen, passed down from generation to generation, and finally appeared in your hands. Please continue to keep it a secret. After all, the Eclipse Gate is a taboo. If it is known to outsiders, it is inevitable that the villain will spy on it. I see, so what are your plans for the next step? Layla and Doma nodded in agreement at the same time, and then asked. At this moment, the group of 400 years ago turned their attention to Shiraishi, only to see him hug the little Urza and show an incredible smile. Go home first. Angia. Everyone said in confusion. After saying goodbye to Layla and Doma, Shiraishi and his party crossed a long distance to a town called Victoria, which is an extremely prosperous city. Even the capital of the original Dragunov kingdom could not compare with it. Walking on the busy street, Shiraishi and his party attracted a lot of attention. Of course, most of them fell on Irene, Anna, and the little maid behind Shiraishi. Chapter 98. Wow, so many people! Perhaps seeing so many novel things for a long time, little Urza, who was holding Shiraishi's hands, was not at all restless, looking around. Whenever he sees a new object, he pulls Shiraishi over there, making Shiraishi dizzy for a while. While Shiraishi was busy dealing with little Urza, Irene and the others on the side were strolling the streets in a novel way. The three beauties were walking on the street, instantly attracting the attention of a large number of young people, and many people pointed at them and talked about it. Look! That girl is so pretty. No, in my opinion, the youngest at the end is the prettiest. The other blonde isn't very pretty either. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a man in his 20s with a gloomy face who said these words flew out instantly, slammed into the back wall on the side of the street, and smashed a 3-meter wall. Cave, life and death unknown. Moreover, Shiraishi hugged the little Urza and appeared in the position where the gloomy man was standing just now, looking at the gloomy man behind the wall and said indifferently. You don't have much strength, you dare to speak like this, I really don't know how brave you are. 35. The man's companion was taken aback for a moment, although it was unclear, from Shiraishi's words, he should be able to hear clearly that it was definitely him. Look at Shiraishi, it's the first time I've seen a guy eat wrong. Sure enough, he still likes you. Anna looked at Irene with a little jealousy, but the little maid by the side looked at Shiraishi shyly. Shiraishi put down the little Urza and walked towards the hole in the wall step by step, looking at the gloomy man who was still struggling. Sometimes you have to pay a price for doing something wrong, let's take your life in exchange. The white man stretched out his finger and the white light appeared, and then turned into a white sharp blade and fell towards the gloomy man. Stop! The gloomy man's companion rushed out immediately, but it was still a step too late. The white light fell, and the gloomy man's head flew out, and he died on the spot. Blood spurted out from the broken neck, and the little maid saw this and covered Urza's eyes to prevent her young mind from being polluted by seeing such a bloody scene. BD! What the hell did you do? Do you know who we are? Catch them and those girls together and don't let them go. For a time, a large group of people surrounded Shiraishi and Irene. Judging from the clothes and coat of arms on their bodies, they should be mages of a certain mages guild. People on the street saw these mages wearing their bodies tattooed, and kept stepping back, looking at Shiraishi with sympathy. It seems that it is a sin for a wife to be too beautiful. Irene and Anna on the side glanced at this cheap and well-behaved man. Is this the sorcerer of this era? It's too weak. Irene said with a frown after sensing the magic in their bodies. Well, it's over to you. Shiraishi also observed him with the look and feel, and lost interest in an instant. After all, such a small character could not even unlock the progress of 1/10,000 in killing terror. After hearing Shiraishi's words and his gestured look, he took out a silver-white dragon tooth scepter from behind him. Extremely powerful magic. The scepter landed, and the magic power fluctuations spread out all around. In time, the wizards who were attacking Shiraishi and the others found that they couldn't get close to each other in their houses. When they looked down, they found that the blue stone slabs on the ground were continuously stretched back. That's what happened. However, at this time, the surrounding sky suddenly became hotter and hotter, as if it were about to burn, and the street seemed to fall into the world of flames. Everything at this time was beyond their comprehension. Irene said coldly. Additional burn. 35. Boom. A terrifying heat wave enveloped them, and with a scream, the scorching temperature continued to melt on their bodies, panic expressions appeared on their faces, and they knelt down toward Shiraishi and others, but it was too late by this time. The fire wolf instantly drowned it, leaving only the bones on the ground. Wouldn't it be too cruel? After all, we didn't get hurt. The kind-hearted Anna felt a little uncomfortable, but seeing Shiraishi's gestured eyes, she suddenly remembered the betrayal Irene had encountered before, and then calmed down. The little maid stayed behind Shiraishi in silence. She didn't say anything about Irene's actions. After all, in her eyes, Irene and Shiraishi were everything to her. No matter what they did, she would think that what they did was correct. Compared with the reaction of the two of them, little Urza seemed extremely excited. The little hand was constantly waving, and it was especially noisy. The mature and steady Urza was completely invisible to her. Sometimes, Shiraishi touched his forehead with a headache, and couldn't help but wonder if there was a problem with his education. He clearly wanted to raise a cute daughter, but now it seems to be developing in another direction. Seeing this scene, the people who were still taking refuge couldn't help but stop and look at Irene in shock. They never thought that a woman with such a noble and beautiful appearance would kill more people than the man just now. Just when everyone thought it was over, and when Irene recovered her magic power and prepared to leave with Shiraishi, the same guild mages received news of the death of their companions and another group came. When the group of people saw the white bones on the ground, their expressions suddenly changed, and they spoke viciously to Shiraishi and Irene. Don't you know that there is a price to pay for killing our ghost master wizard? Shiraishi smiled when he heard the words. In fact, he had seen it from the beginning, but he just pretended that, didn't see it. Since the beginning of this era, Shiraishi has settled down in this world and intends to create a guild of his own. However, it takes a lot of money and time to build a guild, but Shiraishi doesn't have that much spare money and time, so instead of building it himself, it's easier to grab a guild and change its name directly. As a result, Shiraishi inquired about the city where the Phantom Lord was located, the town of Victoria. At this time, there are two most famous wizard guilds in the kingdom of Fiori, one of which is Fairy Tale, the origin of the story, and the other is Phantom Lord in front of Shiraishi. It's just that Shiraishi didn't expect that he hadn't come to the door yet, but the wizard of the Phantom Lord took the initiative to provoke him. Hey! I want to ask you something. Are you deaf and can't hear? Chapter 99. Bang! 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 Seeing that Irene slaughtered the audience again, when there was only one left, Shiraishi immediately blocked Irene's magic, leaving one person behind. Hey, say something if you don't die. Shiraishi lifted the completely stunned person with his feet, but at this moment, a tall figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd, floating behind Shiraishi. It was a man who covered his eyes with a white cloth, and it was the ghost who ruled the second strongest, Arya. Airspace extinction. Woo woo woo, I'm so sad, all died because of you, all my companions died. As Arya cried, invisible magic power instantly enveloped Shiraishi, and at the same time gathered magic power in his hands and cast it towards Shiraishi. However, the moment he pushed the magic power out, a crimson light fell on his arms at an incredible speed, and blood spurted out. Pft! Bah! Ah 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 ah! Bang bang! The slightly fat arm also fell with the sound, and the loss of Arya suddenly let out a terrifying scream. Seeing Arya, who was screaming in agony, Shiraishi slowly retracted the hand he was about to wave 500, and stepped on Arya's broken arm with an even louder scream. However, Shiraishi's misfortune was directly ignored by Shiraishi, who looked at Arya with a slight smile and said, "Let's lead the way, think about it, you shouldn't be like those people just now, burnt to nothing." 39. At this time, Shiraishi's self-confident smile was like a devil in Arya's eyes. "I take it. I take it." As soon as Shiraishi finished speaking, Arya nodded instantly, without any hesitation, walked ahead to lead Shiraishi and others on the way, and at the same time, her thoughts began to turn. "Wait, President Jose will solve it, and then you will understand what the hell is going on." The onlookers looked at Shiraishi and Irene with fearful eyes, and immediately dispersed to make way. "It's so strong, he actually hit Arya of the Phantom Lord in an instant. It seems that they are all unfamiliar faces. Is it someone who has just come to Victoria Town?" Listening to their tone, it seems that they are looking for ghosts to rule the guild and make trouble. "Impossible, the ghosts are under the command of President Jose, one of the 10 wizard saints, they must not dare to go, they just want to find an excuse to escape. Maybe, I hope it won't harm us ordinary people." The location of the Phantom Lord was not far from the street where Shiraishi was located. In less than half a day, Shiraishi was standing in front of the gate of the Phantom Lord's guild. Looking at this tall guild like a castle, Shiraishi nodded slightly and satisfied. In addition to the gloomy appearance, the overall design is quite in line with Shiraishi's requirements, and the name of this Phantom Lord is very annoying. In front of Arya, whose face was pale due to excessive blood loss, Shiraishi jumped up and slashed towards the Phantom Lord's guild gate plaque. The sound of the falling and shattered gateboard immediately alerted the people in the guild. The next second, the guild gate was blocked. When it was opened, a group of weak chicken wizards poured out and surrounded them instantly. "Who hit me the door plaque of Phantom Lord? No matter who it is, take them all with you. Wait, look behind that kid, the girl is on time." "You kid, still thinking about Arya? What's wrong with you?" Phantom Lord soon found the Arya who lost both arms behind Shiraishi, and said in surprise, even the people who heard the words also found Arya's figure. And those who were still frolicking, their faces instantly became serious. Even Arya, the second strongest person in the guild, fell into the opponent's hands, which means that these people are definitely not good things. "Go, hurry up and inform the president." One person was thrown out of the crowd of wizards from the Phantom Lord, and Shiraishi did not stop him. After all, he is not an unreasonable person. If the other party will give up the castle obediently, Shiraishi will still be able to reluctantly let him go. After a while, a tall and thin wizard wearing a purple-black magic robe with 2 lips that seemed to be poisoned, slowly landed in front of Shiraishi in the air, and he was the same as the fairy tale president. Makarov is also President Jose of the 10 Wizard Saints. Looking at Arya who lost both arms, Jose's face instantly turned down, and he turned to look at Shiraishi and his group and said gloomily, "You actually dare to hurt my people and smash my guild door plaque, then take your life to accompany you." Hearing Jose's murderous words, Irene's face darkened, and in her eyes, those who want to harm Shiraishi are unforgivable. As the mood fluctuated, the dragon tooth scepter in Irene's hand also glowed with terrifying magic. When Irene started, in a flash, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Jose's back, and he stepped back a few steps and looked at him with fearful eyes. "By Irene." Looking at Irene asked in a heavy tone. "Who are you?" At that moment, Jose felt the terrifying magic power on the scepter. The magic power radiated was not inferior to himself at all, and even surpassed himself in a vague way. A strength like her would definitely be ranked in the top 10, but in Jose's impression, it never happened. Remember that there is such a powerful female wizard in the Holy Ten. Just when Jose condensed his magic power to fight with Irene, he was stopped by Shiraishi. Stop, this guy just let me come. As soon as the voice fell, the magic power on the dragon tooth scepter in Irene's hand disappeared instantly, and she retreated behind Shiraishi. Seeing this, Jose's heart sank, because in his opinion, the strength of someone who can make such a female magician obey so much must be above her. However, just when Jose realized that Shiraishi had no magic power, the whole person was stunned. At this moment, Shiraishi had already swept towards Jose. Seeing Shiraishi's body at this time, Jose also reacted, looking at Shiraishi with a cold smile. You don't even have any magic power, you dare to challenge me? Well, since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Boom! When Jose was speaking, Shiraishi's speed was getting faster and faster, and he was about to appear in front of him in a blink of an eye. Jose was startled, and immediately stepped back, his hands together, his magic power surged. A dark purple magic circle emerged out of thin air. Countless magic beams shot out from the magic circle towards Shiraishi, and in an instant, Shiraishi plunged into Jose's magic and was wrapped in it. How dare you challenge someone without magic power? Before Jose finished speaking, a cold light appeared in the purple magic power, and then broke through the Jose magic power constraint. Cut off the magic circle in John's hand. Under John's shocked gaze, Shiraishi smiled slightly. Dare to challenge you, you want to say this right? Chapter 100. How can that be? Jose said incredulously, knowing that he was 10 wizard saints, the magic power that rushed into him could still appear in front of him intact, such a character Jose had never seen before. At this time, he also understood why the powerful female magician just now subordinated to such a man without magic power, and this fight alone is enough to see the strength of the other party. But even so, Jose didn't intend to just admit defeat so easily. What kind of power did you use just now? Why can you make such an attack without magic power? Dream. Jose frowned and asked. There was no magic fluctuation when he launched the attack, which was something he had never seen before. Shiraishi didn't intend to take Jose's topic at all, in his eyes it was just a waste of his time. One step out, the white on the tip of the hand turned into an invisible blade, and the crescent slash shot towards Jose. Jose's pupils shrunk, and in his field of vision, the sword slashed in his pupils rapidly enlarged. Facing this slash, Jose found his inner fear, and as the Holy Ten, he actually had fear. Fear of one's own powerful being. Even so, the desire to be alive compelled him to suppress his fear and face the approaching attack. Jose's eyes have turned black, his body overflows with black magic, and the dark skeleton surges in Jose's magic, making a creepy sound like hell. The light of hell. Boom. Condensed into a dark light outside Jose's body and tried to use it to resist Shiraishi's attack, but... Click! In an instant, the crescent slash smashed the darkness, and at the same time Jose was also submerged, and along with the incomparably sharp sword light, he shot towards the distant street. Boom! 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 The crescent slash turned into a sword energy nearly 10 meters high, like a white tsunami, 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 1,000 meters. Roaring away. The entire street extending to the outside of the town was torn apart, and the terrifying impact airflow crushed the surrounding buildings into powder. Until a big mountain blocked the way of Jianqi advance. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and a huge area of dust was rolled up. The smoke dispersed, and the entire Victorian town was almost reduced to ruins. Ding! Hunting the Calamity Dragon King, get 0.05% experience. 59. Ding! Sword God Sodero's template, 23.45 has been unlocked. Current level, Sword Soul. Shiraishi looked at the panic-stricken Valley Magician, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Patting the dust on his shoulders, he turned to look at the Phantom Lord behind him, or rather, his guild. "It's ours now." When Shiraishi and Irene entered the guild, what happened in the city of Victoria caused an uproar in Fiori and even the entire magic world. Fiori royal family. With a headache, Doma watched as he received information from Arcadios, the head of the Sakura Knights, about the destruction of the kingdom's towns and the destruction of the Phantom Lord. And there is a portrait of the culprit on it, and the people in the portrait are Shiraishi and Irene who walked out of the gate of the solar eclipse. Doma couldn't imagine how fast this group of travelers in history could go in less than a few days. It caused such a big mess. And it directly overturned one of the two most powerful guilds in the kingdom of Fiori, Phantom Lord. Even fairy tale can't compare to this speed of trouble. Arcadios knelt down on one knee, looking at Doma with a headache. "Your Majesty, even the president of the Phantom Lord, Holy Ten Jose, has no one to stop these two people, which means that the two murderers are not simple. I suggest." Before Arcadios could finish speaking, Doma had already moved to stop him. "Don't worry about them, don't move those people, you just don't see them." After speaking, Doma rubbed his forehead and left the palace, leaving behind Arcadios who was confused. Who are these people, that makes His Majesty so jealous? After 3 days, Shiraishi, who walked into the Phantom Lord Guild, suddenly realized something very important. There are too few people in the guild, and he is not short of money. He also recruits and manages. Maintaining such a guild may delay his cultivation time. For a time, White began to hesitate to open this guild. What's wrong? Just as Shiraishi was thinking hard, Anna, who was beside him, had walked to his side and asked curiously. "I'm wondering if it's necessary to open this guild." "0, ask for flowers." Anna gave Shiraishi an odd look. "It turns out that you robbed someone else's guild because you wanted to open a guild, so why don't you want to open it now?" "Because, trouble." Anna, 66.99. "Well, it can be very willful, if Jose knows something underground, he will definitely be PD off." However, just as Shiraishi was thinking, an unknown knight group with hundreds of knights surrounded the guild where Shiraishi and others were, and then a man in white armor walked into the guild gate. He took out a piece of parchment and said to Shiraishi and the others, "I am the captain of the 3rd Forcible Supervision Unit of the Magic Council. According to the instructions issued by the Magic Council, 2 of you are suspected of murdering 10 wizard saints Jose Porla." The knight captain put down the parchment, glanced at a few people coldly and continued, "Now I order you to not resist, and wait with me to go to the Magic Council for a trial, otherwise I can only do it." 00. Shiraishi was stunned for a moment when he heard the captain of the night. It had only been a few days. He didn't expect the Magic Council to pay attention to this place so quickly. It's no wonder that it's not enough. After all, a guild that owns the Holy Ten will say no, and its existence should have caused a great impact on the authority of the Magic Council. If it wasn't for profit, Shiraishi believed that the Magic Council would not come to the door so quickly. Shiraishi couldn't help chuckling and then looked at Rahul and said, "Are you sure you want to arrest me?" The knight captain frowned and said, "This is the order of the Magic Council, and it must be carried out." Just the second after the knight captain finished speaking, a terrifying invisible coercion followed, and on the knights and others behind the knight captain, hundreds of knights fell off their horses at the same time, foaming at the mouth and fainting. "What's the matter?" The knight captain froze in place for a moment as if he had been electrocuted, at a loss. Seeing him like this, Shiraishi not only shook his head, although this era is far more magical than 400 years ago, the human race, which has lost its racial danger, has no motivation to move forward. However, just when Shiraishi was about to remove the garbage, a huge palm suddenly stretched out towards the knight captain in front of Shiraishi, trying to take him away. However, just as Shiraishi was about to start, he saw an unusually familiar old man's sword. Chapter 101. President Makarov. Seeing the old man, the knight captain immediately hid behind him as if he saw a savior. Standing in front of Shiraishi was a short, bearded little old man in a beige trench coat and a red shirt. I didn't expect to meet so soon. Dream. Shiraishi smiled slightly. Makarov, the current president of Fairy Tale, is also one of the 10 wizard saints. Makarov frowned and looked at the knights who had fallen to the ground behind him. He was also aware of the third force of the Magic Council's forcible supervision, but he didn't expect that someone would dare to attack the Magic Council's people. After letting go of the knight captain, Makarov's hand retracted to its original size and looked at the black-clothed youth in front. When he learned that the Phantom Lord had been destroyed and the death of Saint Tenjose, he instantly attracted great attention. After all, the ability of 503 will defeat the ghosts, which means that they also have the strength to defeat their own guild, and their strength has at least reached the level of the Holy 10. What really worries Makarov is that the town of Victoria is not far from Magnolia. If the other party turns to Fairy Tale, it will not take a day to reach Magnolia. Worrying that his own guild would also suffer like a ghost, after 3 days of waiting, Makarov took the initiative to investigate, but he didn't expect to see this scene not long after he arrived. Quick! President Makarov! You can definitely catch him with your strength. The knight captain who had just been rescued obviously didn't have the eyesight of Makarov. This idiot! Rao is Makarov's temper, and at this moment, he can't help but be angry with the IQ of the knight captain. The other party obviously even killed the character of Saint Tenjose. Let me play it, obviously let me go to death. Those idiots like the Magic Council who are used to being high above, can't even understand the current situation. The other party dares to do something, and it is obvious that they are not afraid of the Magic Council at all. Shiraishi frowned. Looks like you haven't learned enough lessons. Well, then you're going to die. Slowly raising his fingers, white ons appeared. Just then, when Makarov heard Shiraishi's words, he was taken aback and immediately said, "Young man, stop first, he is a member of the Magic Council and can't move." However, it was too late. Bai Mang shot through the head of the knight captain with an incredible speed. After the white Mang disappeared, the knight captain followed the trend to the end, with bloodshot eyes open and his mouth wide open. Makarov's face changed greatly. If the ghost died before, it only attracted the attention or anger of the Magic Council. So now the tragic death of the knights and others will completely stand on the opposite side of the Magic Council, and will suffer the crusade of the Council's army. H7. Makarov was completely taken aback. This was the first time anyone dared to speak out against the Magic Council since he was born. Shiraishi said with a shrug. "Didn't they come to arrest me? I was just passively resisting, and besides, he was too weak, I just touched him lightly and he was dead, so what can I do? It's not that I am too weak." Makarov was speechless for a while. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with what he said, and he couldn't find any reason to refute it. Team leader. After a brief coma, the original knights also slowly woke up. When they saw the tragic death of their leader, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground. They looked at Shiraishi with frightened eyes, and immediately turned their heads and ran away. Shiraishi frowned, and just as he was about to clean up these trash fish, a white on appeared on his fingertips. Seeing that Shiraishi was about to take another shot, Makarov shouted, "Stop doing it! If this continues, the Magic Council will definitely come to crusade you. Let them come as they please, and I will accompany them at any time." From the white light, Makarov's eyes shrank, and the magic power of the light attribute was combined into a light sphere and transformed into a wall of light before falling on the white light. Click! Bai Mang penetrated the light without a trace of accident, fell on those who escaped, and most of them died in an instant. You! Seeing this scene, Makarov was naturally unable to accept it, and when he wanted to turn around and reason with Shiraishi, he found that he had already entered the door. After sending those who survived away, Makarov stepped into the Phantom Lord Guild, looked at Shiraishi who took the drink from Irene on the bar counter and said, "0. Who are you? In just 3 days, he will destroy the ghosts, kill the Holy Ten, and destroy most of the Victorian towns. Now he is still attacking the Knights of the Third Forced Supervision Force of the Magic Council. There is such a courageous person." Makarov does not believe the other party. Just an ordinary nameless person. And not only him, but also in this room to remove the girl who is a bit like a servant. Both Irene and Anna put a lot of pressure on him. What kind of people they are, what is the purpose of preempting the Phantom Lord Guild, etc. These Makarov are not known. Therefore, Makarov does not know how to judge whether these people are good or bad. Seeing the alertness on Makarov's face, Shiraishi smiled. "Don't worry so much. I usually don't take the initiative until no one provokes me. I searched Jose's room for a long time to find such a good bottle of wine. How about a drink?" Makarov took a glass from Shiraishi's hands in confusion, not knowing what to say. Magic Council Headquarters. In the center of the vast and fertile city at the end of the continent of Ishgar, there is a towering mountain, and the headquarters of the Magic Council is located here. An organization responsible for maintaining the order of the magic world in the entire fairy tale world, consisting of 1 speaker and 9 members. The main work includes being responsible for monitoring the 2.2 actions of all mage guilds, as well as punishing guilds that violate the regulations and hunting down the dark guilds in reality. The council will be held regularly at the council headquarters. Discuss important recent developments in the wizarding world and decide on the course of action in the near future. In the solemn ceremony hall, all members gathered here to discuss the ghost extermination. At this time, except for Jalal and Altair, who have not yet penetrated into the senators, the current lineup of senators is basically the same as in the original book. Sitting in the first seat is the current Crawford Sim, and the second seat of the Council of Representatives, Gulandoma, sitting below him, and down below are those Ogre, Michelle, and Reggie in the original book. Familiar faces that have appeared. Below the deputies at this time were the Knights of the Supervisory Force who had escaped from the town of Victoria, and Makarov who had been summoned. Chapter 102. This ghost incident directly shocked the Magic Council. As an organization in the magic world, it is naturally impossible to do nothing, and immediately dispatched the Third Forcible Supervision of the Magic Council to arrest and bring people to justice. However, none of the councillors thought that after they dispatched the Third Force of the Magic Council to supervise the force, that person would dare to arrest or even kill the Magic Council members. Such behavior is simply a blatant rebellion against the Magic Council. Boom! A large stack of documents was slammed to the ground by Beluno, the only female member of the assembly, and she was furious. "That's outrageous! How dare you openly resist the Magic Council? Has it been so long since we've done anything that the entire magic world has forgotten our existence? How dare someone take action against the Magic Council?" 35. Lei Ji, who was sitting on the side, said in a deep voice. "That's right. That man named Shiraishi has to pay. Otherwise the entire wizarding world will see our council's jokes." The old man with 2 cat ear ornaments on his head, Michelo, responded in a deep voice. After that, the Magic Council also learned about Shiraishi and others from the mouth of Makaro 04. Although it is not clear that this group of people has always appeared, but Shiraishi's behavior is a more extreme shock among the members. Ji and Michelo, it is absolutely impossible to let go. And many more. Makarov took action to stop the heated discussion among the congressmen. According to my communication with the young man named Shiraishi, it was not him who took the initiative, but the ghost himself looking for his trouble. And the opponent's strength is very strong. Even Saint Tenjose is defeated by him. If he makes a rash move, I am afraid the result will be the same as now. It is better to discuss it and see if there is a better way. As for Shiraishi, in the subsequent chat between the two, Makarov found that Shiraishi was not as bad as he imagined, but just regarded him as a strong, young man who went astray, because the Phantom Lord took the initiative to provoke, all the just made a big mistake. So Makarov didn't want to make such a genius stand on the opposite side of the magic world because of this incident and take the initiative to stand up for Shiraishi's relief. However, Makarov's kindness was not appreciated. Makarov, is it because that Shiraishi took out Fairy Tale's only opponent, that's why you speak to the law like this? 35. Baruno squinted. I'm just talking about things. Makarov said in a deep voice. It's better, I heard that Gildars in Fairy Tale and some little ghosts have caused a lot of trouble recently, you better manage your own guild, don't fall for ghosts, no one can check and balance you, Magic Council it's not a decoration, I think you understand. Michelo squinted at Makarov. He has always been disgusted with the style of the Fairy Tale Guild. Most of the missions can cause damage to towns, buildings, and even more things. He is very disgusted with this kind of guild that likes to cause trouble. In the usual daily council, it has been proposed to dissolve Fairy Tale. My guild doesn't bother you, I can take care of my own guild. Makarov said coldly. Hope so. Enough. It's time to talk about dealing with the man named Shiraishi, not to listen to you arguing here. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more biased, Crawford, the president of the parliament, naturally couldn't keep quiet, and immediately took action to stop the quarrel between the two. Humph! Makarov snorted coldly and turned his face away. In the council, there are not a few people who are not optimistic about their own guild, and Makarov can't do anything about it, because it is the truth, but as the president, Makarov can only suppress these. Seeing Makarov being targeted, Ajima, who had been a companion for many years and came out of the same guild, also stood up to speak for Makarov at this time. It's not unreasonable for the pony. If it was really because the ghost took the initiative to provoke it, then it's not wrong for Shiraishi to resist, as long as a little warning and punishment are given. After all, no one here has ever been young. According to your words, the face of the Magic Council is worthless? Even if they are powerful and have a Saint 10 level powerhouse, it is not a reason for the Magic Council to surrender. Michaelo said in a deep voice. After careful consideration, I suggest. Send the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Go to arrest the sinner Shiraishi, and if the opponent resists, you can kill him on the spot. Now I vote. Now the voting begins. As soon as the words fell, Michaelo, Lizzie, and Belluno took the lead in raising their hands to vote in approval, and then after the 3 people raised their hands one after another. At the end of the road, the result was very obvious. Except for Yajima, all the remaining 8 members raised their hands. Seeing this, Yajima sighed helplessly. In fact, the reason why he stood up and spoke was not all because Makarov was his old friend for many years, and he was also thinking about the future of the Magic Council. In his eyes, now the Magic Council is placing itself more and more in the position of the upper-level people, and examines the lower-level people from a high-level perspective. To make a rash decision before fully seeing the truth of the matter is undoubtedly stupid. Seeing that the congressman had made up his mind to attack Shiraishi, Makarov also turned around and left. He had already done what he should have done, and said what he should not have said. As for the outcome, he was no longer able to control 503. A war is probably inevitable. After the meeting, Makarov walked into a bar at the invitation of Yagma. From the glass in his hand, Yajima turned to look at Makarov. Pony, have you met that young man named Shiraishi? Is that young man really as strong as you say? Makarov nodded without any hesitation, which surprised Ajima. After all, Makarov is also a 10 wizard saints, and he is also a Saint 10 who controls super magic. Even he thought that Shiraishi was very strong, so it was definitely not a simple role, but while Yajima was still thinking, Makarov said something that shocked him. There are 2 others like him. How is this possible? Ajuma's eyes were a little solemn at this time. If there was only one holy 10 powerhouse on the opposite side, facing the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, the battle with their strength should end soon without causing too much damage. Mass casualties. If the opponent has 3 holy 10s, then the next battle will probably be extremely fierce. If it doesn't work, something big will happen. But even knowing there could be serious consequences, Yajima has no choice, because the parliament has voted that this cannot be changed, and now he can only pray that things will not go bad. Chapter 103. A few days later, the Magic Council headquarters. The time is up. I think that Serena guy won't come. We won't wait, let's start now. Crawford glanced at everyone in front of him and said slowly. I think you have heard the news of Jose's death and the ghost's annihilation. The purpose of this operation is to capture the young man named Shiraishi back. In this round table conference room, which only members and the Holy 10 are qualified to enter, opposite the members are 3 magicians with powerful auras all over their bodies. They are Hyborian, Wolfheim, and Warodsikan in order. These 3 are the strongest wizards in the Ishgar continent, and the top 4 in the 10 wizard saints. Scholar. I didn't expect that kid Jose to be killed by a kid, and it's not a good thing for him to come. 99. The first person to speak was a short, hunchbacked old man sitting on the far right, wearing a large black and white hat, eyes, and a white coat. He is one of the 4 kings of Ishgar, the 3rd of the 10th, named Wolfheim, and his magic is similar to that of Mirajan, and he is also the recipient of magic. Well, the purpose of this council meeting to convene you is to solve this trouble. Crawford said. Is it really necessary to use such a coercive method? I heard that Jose took the initiative, and the other party was just forced to help. And standing beside him was a tree-like being, wearing a white gold Saint 10 robe, and he, Warod, was now ranked 4th in the Holy 10. If you don't dare, then it's because of me. Wolfheim glanced sideways at Warod. I'm just being cautious, and I'm not going to fight without your brain like you, a jerk. 35. You. Wolfheim stared, the magic condensed in his hands. Okay, don't overdo it, it's more than 200 years old, so there's no need to argue over a little thing. Seeing that he has not yet left the station, he is about to quarrel. A middle-aged man stands in the middle to stop the quarrel between the two. He is one of the 4 kings of Ishgar, the 12th of the Holy 10, Hyborian. Long and slender, wearing a black cape, with pointed ears and pale skin, and holding a wine glass full of blood, Hyborian is somewhat like an ancient European vampire, and the magic used is blood magic. Hyborian shook the red wine in the glass and said with a chuckle. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Since the Magic Council has handed this matter over to us, let's use it as a way to pass the time. It would be interesting to think that he is older than Jose 5. Phantom Lord Guild. Shiraishi yawned, put his head on the little maid's lap, and smelled the fragrance of the girl. Last night, the little guy Urza had to sleep with Irene, directly disturbing Shiraishi's good things, and he could only persuade Urza to suppress the anger in his heart, but it was still the same, and it has been like this for a while. After arriving in this era, Urza has some difficulty integrating into the surrounding environment, but in the final analysis, it still appears in Shiraishi. After defeating Jose and destroying most of the city of Victoria, Shiraishi has become the villain in the eyes of the whole city, and Urza has also received a strange look. The children of the same age in the surrounding area are completely afraid to play with Urza, just because she has a terrible father and makes the whole of Victoria a mess. Now if the child is near Urza, the child's parents will pull the child away from Urza. The gaze of disgust, even hatred, deeply pierced Urza's young heart. Most of the parents are warning and admonishing their children not to approach Urza, and the voice is very loud, without any scruples about Urza. In the beginning, Urza had to endure it, pressing the sadness in his heart to the bottom of his heart. Until one day Urza came back and rushed towards Irene. In the past, When Urza returned home, he usually found Shiraishi first, and then went to stick to other people. Although it's a bit strange, Shiraishi didn't care about it deliberately. After all, it's not wrong for his children to like their mothers. However, it was not until one day when Urza walked home with tears in her eyes that Shiraishi's heart seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and then immediately hugged her and asked her if she was being bullied. Urza didn't tell the truth. They said my father was a badass, a big bad guy who destroyed the whole town. She said she didn't want to play with the big bad guy's daughter, and told me to leave. You told me to leave, Dad? You're not right. When Shiraishi heard Urza's whimpering, a sense of guilt came to her mind. Although Shiraishi gave Urza enough fatherly love, he couldn't give him such things as friendship. After all, in Urza's world, he also needed the company of his peers. It seems that I have to find a way to let Urza get in touch with other children of the same age, otherwise I will be sad for the next day. Just when Shiraishi fell into contemplation, a voice from afar interrupted Shiraishi's contemplation, and he rolled over and rose from the arms of the little maid. Seeing that Shiraishi got up not long after lying down, the little maid hurriedly said, "What's the matter, Shiraishi-sama? Did I stop moving and disturb you to rest?" Shiraishi smiled and stroked her head. "It's not because of you, it's just that someone is coming now. I'll go to greet now." "Anyone?" The little maid tilted her head, not understanding what Shiraishi said. Just as Shiraishi got up, Irene and Anna also came to his side. "Who's here?" Irene asked. "I don't know, Lee's good, but it doesn't matter." Shiraishi shrugged. Anna looked at the casual look of the two of them and walked away. After all, with the two of them around, Anna was still very relieved. Irene closed her eyes slightly. In the next second, a huge eyeball with cross pupils suddenly appeared in the sky above the entire Victoria town, like a meteorite. In an instant, the residents of the entire Victorian town, as well as those Hyborian, Wolfheim and Warod who had just entered the city from afar, were shocked, and the magic council troops behind them also stopped. "What kind of magic is this, probe?" Wolfheim said solemnly, being able to find them soon after they entered the town. He also realized that the opponent was not so simple. And at this moment, Irene in the Ghost Guild slowly opened her eyes like black pearls. Chapter 104. There are 1,000 combat troops directly under the Council of Magic. Among them are 3 10 wizard saints, Hyborian, Wolfheim and Warod, and there are still people behind them who dare to come. After hearing this, the corners of Shiraishi's mouth twitched slightly. Even if Irene didn't say anything, Shiraishi had already discovered that they had entered the range of the heart network. It seems that the pain at the beginning was not enough. Shiraishi shook his head helplessly and walked out. After all, he was enough to handle these trash fish alone. The moment Shiraishi walked out of the gate, the surrounding knights had already surrounded the entire Ghost Guild, and the 3 members of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar were standing at the forefront. "It's so lively." Shiraishi looked at the 3 people and said, and at the same time looked at each other. Aside from Shiraishi and the devil, the 3 people in front of them can be said to be the strongest human beings in the entire Ishgar continent, but they are only limited to Ishgar. However, when Shiraishi looked at each other, Hyborian, Wolfheim and Warod were also watching Shiraishi, but when they found that Shiraishi had no magic power, the whole person was stunned. "What's going on? This is obviously an ordinary person, the people in the Magic 503 Council can't be wrong." Wolfheim frowned. "It should be right, the man in front of us is the same as the portrait that was shown to us at the beginning, as for there is no magic power at all, maybe it is covered by magic." 99. Hyborian frowned. Warod on the side didn't speak. As a plant type, he didn't like to fight and kill. If it weren't for the fact that he owed a lot of favors to the Magic Council, he would not appear here at all. The reason why he came was just to pretend, plus Makarov's warning to him. Warod didn't really intend to fight, after all, he was an auxiliary wizard himself. Shiraishi, right? You should be the one who killed Saint Tenjose, destroyed most of Victoria's towns, and killed the Knights of the Magic Council. After confirming that he did not admit the wrong person, Wolfheim stepped forward and asked in an aggressive tone. His words already revealed incomparable confidence, and it was obvious that he did not take Shiraishi in his eyes. I didn't just pass by, they took the initiative to force me to shoot. He was accidentally swallowed by his own magic, usse, died of his own magic, and the town of Victoria was also destroyed. As for the incident of the knights, it should be my self-defense. Shiraishi said with an innocent face. Do you really think everyone is a fool? At this time, there were a few more figures in the distance. Among them, Makarov was excluded. According to Shiraishi's impression of the original fairy tale, it should be Senator Reiji of the Magic Council, and behind him Shiraishi seemed to see another familiar figure. Shadow. Arya. Say. What the hell was going on in the first place? 35. Lei Ji, who had just fallen, said flatly. At this time, Arya, whose arms had been chopped off at the time, walked out slowly behind the senator. Perhaps because of the Magic Council's support, Shiraishi's eyes were no longer as fearful as before, even with a hint of fear. Cruel look. Arya began to talk about what happened at the beginning, and it also added a lot of fuel to it. She described how cruel Shiraishi was, and added a lot of twists and turns, but she also got the truth of everything. However, the moment Arya finished speaking, a cold light pierced through his body, his eyes went straight, blood overflowed into the air, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Why is it so troublesome? What a powerful person says is right. Don't you dare to appear in front of me because of the support of those few people. Shiraishi didn't want to quibble about people who obviously wanted to do it, but still had to find a lot of valid reasons, and said directly. It's a waste of time after all. You. Lizzie roared in rage. When we committed murder in front of the Magic Council, do you really think that we can't deal with you? At this time, even Makarov and Warad, who were on the sidelines, were stunned by Shiraishi's reckless behavior. Or what? Shiraishi shrugged. Very good, then I'll see what skills you have. Wolfheim, who ranked third in the top 10 magic guides, is a hot temper, and Shiraishi can't bear it directly. In an instant, the dwarf-like body, which was originally less than 1 meter, gradually grew scales and a long tail under the cover of magic, turning into a terrifying monster nearly 10 meters high. Terrifying magic power surged outside Wolfheim's body, the 100-meter ground beneath his feet was constantly cracking, and a terrifying aura erupted. A sorcerer who receives magic. This was the first time Makarov made a move from the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, and at the same time he recognized the magic used by Wolfheim, and he could feel the strength of the opponent just by his aura. Although he also mastered the magic of changing his appearance and making it gigantic. But it was far less powerful than Fa, and for a time, he couldn't help but worry about Shiraishi, a young man. Boring, do you think you become stronger? It's ridiculous. Shiraishi's words angered Wolfheim again, and the huge body jumped in mid-air, and the dark magic power surged upwards rapidly. A heavy magic was attached to his fists. Along with Wolfheim's ascent, the cracking speed of the ground beneath his feet accelerated, and waves of air continuously impacted around the eyes, and countless houses collapsed into dust. Is this the strength of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar? 39. Makarov said in a low voice, feeling the pressure brought about by Wolfheim's magic power. Even if he faced Wolfheim, he was not fully confident that he would be able to take Wolfheim's punch head-on. More than that, Wolfheim didn't do his best. Warad, who was beside Makarov, said suddenly. How can that be? Makarov looked shocked. Yet. Warad nodded. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, he naturally understood the true strength of Wolfheim, who was also the 4 heavenly kings. At the moment, Wolfheim said that he used all his strength and used 50% of his magic power, but showing such strength to the young man happened to prove that Wolfheim was really provoked by the opponent. Die! Wolfheim shouted angrily, dropping his scaled fist directly at Shiraishi. Seeing Wolfheim's attack, Makarov closed his eyes silently. He couldn't bear to see Shiraishi's tragic death, but Shiraishi moved when everyone thought that Shiraishi was going to die. Armed color, attached. The jet black pattern instantly climbed Shiraishi's entire arm. Chapter 105, Repression, the Uncrossable Mountain, 2/4. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Shiraishi's tiny fist collided with Wolfheim. Boom! A terrifying airflow roared, and Shiraishi, who was below him, instantly shattered into pieces on the ground under his feet, and countless explosions sounded around them. However, under Wolfheim's huge fist, Shiraishi still stood upright, looking at Wolfheim and laughing. Do you have so much strength? The 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar are a bit disappointing. Boom! Wolfheim's huge body slammed into Shiraishi's fist, and Wolfheim flew upside down, knocking down several houses, and then drowning in ruins. This. Makarov looked at Shiraishi, who was able to talk and laugh freely under Wolfheim's giant fist with a shocked expression. Not only Makarov, but also Lizzie and others who were watching the battle were shocked by the scene in front of them. Who is he? I have never seen a wizard who can face Wolfheim's attack so easily, and his true strength is terrifying. Hyborian said to Lizzie in a deep voice. There is news about Shiraishi, except that they know that the other party can defeat Jose, and their strength is not much different from it, but the scene in front of them is only not much different. There is a terrifying gap between the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar and the other Holy Tens. Even the auxiliary Warod can easily subdue the Holy Tens below the ranking. Although Wolfheim used half of his power, even half of his power was enough to crush all the mages again except Hyborian himself. But this Shiraishi's strength didn't seem to have lost all his strength, and he knocked Wolfheim into the air with a single shot. This strength is obviously far less weak than what the Magic Council said. This. Lizzie was speechless, and the current situation was beyond his imagination. There was only so much news about Shiraishi, and no one could have predicted that this Shiraishi had terrifying power. In the rubble, Wolfheim pushed aside the boulder that was holding him down, supported the rebel with both hands, and followed him out of the rubble with slight force, staring at Shiraishi with a fierce look in his eyes. Shiraishi grinned and looked at Hyborian from the corner of his eye. Is the 4 kings of Ishgar this kind of thing? You can do everything, maybe you too can make me have a little more fun. Fighting with the 2 kings of Ishgar at one time, does this person really think that they can oppress them casually? Hearing Shiraishi's words, even Hyborian, who had a calm personality, couldn't help but feel a little angry. Since becoming the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, Hyborian can't remember how long it has not felt such a feeling of being underestimated. Damn its little devil! Don't underestimate people too much. Do you really think this old man has done his best? Wolfheim, who was frustrated one after another, squirmed again, terrifying sharp blades floating on the surface of his body, and several sharp blades grew out of the long tail behind him. Totally accepted. Terrifying rays of light circulated on Wolfheim, and under the accelerated flow of blood, Wolfheim's body became more and more red. Just taking a step, the power of terror is also spreading. Boom! 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 Not good! Hurry up! Makarov felt the vibration of the magic in the air, his face changed greatly, and he released the magic to resist the magic pressure of Wolfheim. Liege! Why don't you command the troops to evacuate the residents of the Victorian town? Makarov shouted frantically. The battle between the two was obviously not something they could participate in, and even Makarov might get involved in the battle if they were not careful, and even he was so panicked, let alone the ordinary residents in this town. The crowd kept fleeing towards the outside world. Part of Victoria, who had survived a catastrophe, was completely reduced to ruins in this battle. Let me see what you have the courage to speak to me like this. Although Wolfheim said so, but his face was dignified, Shiraishi put a lot of pressure on him. Just the collision just now, an invisible force suddenly erupted in him. This force gave him a very terrifying, and even the feeling of life-threatening. Boom! Wolfheim's whole body was shaken by magic, and the sound of tearing the air constantly sounded from his huge fist, and he slammed down at Shiraishi again. This time, Wolfheim didn't have the slightest remaining strength, and he went up with all his strength. 0. Ask for flowers. That's interesting. Seeing Wolfheim's frantic appearance, Shiraishi chuckled and threw his fist again. Boom! Under the impact between the two, the ground continued to sag, and hurricanes were set off around it because of the collision of air currents. The billowing dark clouds had appeared over the whole of Victoria at some point in time. Boom! The white punch fell, Wolfheim's pupils shrank sharply, and his body's instinctive reaction caused him to quickly dodge to the side. Rumble! A punch fell, and an abyss split open in the middle of the ground for thousands of meters. Nearly half of the combat troops brought by the Magic Council fell into the abyss and screamed. Damn it! Can't go on like this. 0. Seeing that the people on his side were dying under Shiraishi's offensive, Hibarian took a step forward, and the cloak behind him was like the wings of a bat. Shaking his hand, a blood-stabbing sword greeted him, and along with Hibarian's swing, the countless blood curtains fell towards him. A cold light swept across, and the blood net was completely shattered in an instant. The current situation. Hibarian and Wolfheim face Shiraishi together, while Makarov and Warod use magic to cover the retreat of the surrounding crowd while keeping an eye on the battlefield. However, Leiji, who was beside them, was completely dizzy when he saw the scene in front of him. He collapsed to the ground when he looked at the dying people around him. Originally, he thought that only Wolfheim and Hibarian should be able to easily subdue each other, but he did not expect it to turn into such a tragic situation. Wolfheim, who received it completely, waved his long tail of the sharp blade again and fell towards Shiraishi, and Shiraishi immediately covered the landing spot of the sharp blade with his armed collar. Will! Sparks shot everywhere, as if two pieces of fine iron collided, but after a few meters, Shiraishi chuckled, the strength in his hand suddenly increased, the fist in his hand shattered the sharp blade, and the fist fell straight towards Wolfheim's chest. Pft! Bah! In the sky, Wolfheim only felt that the ribs in his chest snapped suddenly, blood spurted out in the air, and the whole person flew upside down again, but just as Wolfheim wanted to adjust the angle in midair and fall, Shiraishi had already appeared in front of him with the knife. Chapter 106. That casual fist was still approaching him unhurriedly. The fist seemed weak and powerless, but Wolfheim felt an extremely terrifying power, a power that could kill him with one blow. Boom! The iron fist landed on Wolfheim, his entire face was twisted, and the huge body kept making a click sound, and all the bones in the whole body were broken in an instant. Wolfheim tried his best to resist, and the enemy in front of him was completely a prehistoric beast. It was only a small body, but the power that erupted was extremely terrifying. Punching to the flesh, Wolfheim felt as if his bones were about to break every time he banged, but even so Shiraishi's fist was still falling. Aren't you crazy just now? Shiraishi sneered, but even the angry Urufhi 503 had no chance of retaliating. Just now, Wolfheim's mandible had been directly shattered by Shiraishi, and his loose mouth could no longer speak. If it weren't for his strong recovery ability, the terrifying Shiraishi would have directly knocked him down with one punch. Boom! Blood erupted in Wolfheim's air, and the recovery speed was gradually unable to keep up with Shiraishi's attack. With each punch, Wolfheim's breath became weak. Boom! Let go of him! 33 Seeing Wolfheim's breathing getting weaker and weaker, Hibarian's face changed suddenly. Blood surged out of his body and turned into a huge palm that covered the sky and the earth, and the earth trembled as if it appeared the depression seems to be unable to withstand this pressure. Shiraishi looked back, and just as he was about to start, he felt that his blood was reversed under the control of an unknown magic power, hindering his actions. Blood control. However, at this moment, a fierce blood palm struck instantly, like the roar of a violent giant beast. The air was crushed into layers of ripples, and the giant palm suddenly slapped over. Boom! Shiraishi's figure was instantly submerged in Hyborian's bloody palms, sending up smoke hundreds of meters away. The whole earth was shaking violently, and the strong wind whipped up endless dust and gravel. Finished? Outside the battlefield, Makarov frowned as he looked at the disappearing figure inside. Although he was shocked by Shiraishi's strength, he did not think that Shiraishi could confront Hyborian head-on. It can control the blood flow of the human body, let the blood flow back and control the actions of the opponent, and even absorb the blood of the enemy to replenish its own magic power. This is the reason why his Hyborian, Ishgar, is the second strongest. However, having said that, Makarov always felt a little weird. He felt that things were not so simple, but when Hyborian thought it was over. No, not yet, the other party hasn't fallen, Warod said heavily. The words just fell, at this moment. A black figure appeared in the smoke. The figure walked out of the smoke step by step, and finally reappeared. Does the two of them have so much strength together? It's too disappointing. Shiraishi looked at Hyborian with a flat face and said. Beside him, Wolfheim has also recovered his ability and stood up again. However, at this time, he didn't have the domineering look at the beginning at all, and when he looked at Shiraishi again, there was a trace of fear. I'm not in the mood to be played by you anymore, let's end it. Shiraishi slowly held the hilt of the sword with his right hand, and the grey cloth was slowly drawn down, and the power that had been silent for several years gradually awakened with the moment he held the sword. An ancient aura was still alive in Shiraishi. That is. For some reason, when Makarov saw the blade in Shiraishi's hands, he always felt a little familiar, but he couldn't say anything, as if he had seen this blade in the back of his memory. What's wrong, Makarov? Warod, who was beside Makarov, quickly noticed that Makarov's eyes were not right, and asked aloud. I seem to have seen the sword in Shiraishi's hand, but I can't tell where I saw it. It seems, in the library under the previous guild. I saw it. Warod was taken aback. Fairy Tale Underground Library? Isn't that the place to store magic and history books? Why did Makarov associate it with one? Just as the two old men were thinking, there were new changes on the other side of the battlefield. Can't help it, the aura around Shiraishi is constantly spreading, a sharp sword sound, cutting through the space, from small to large, from nothing to existence. The ultimate sound constantly resounds in the dragon in Shiraishi's hands. An invisible force instantly enveloped the world of nearly 10,000 meters. Under this pressure, those trash fishes on the battlefield instantly fell to the ground one by one, clutching their hearts tightly. Boom! What's going on, this breath? 35. Hyborian and Wolfheim clutched their chests and kept backing away, unable to breathe as Shiraishi walked in. It's like someone who already likes to live at the bottom of the mountain, suddenly comes to the top of the mountain, and is about to go down. Under this pressure, Makarov finally recalled the memories buried deep within him, looking at Shiraishi already full of shock, and a cold sweat broke out instantly. Just when Makarov wanted to stop the fight, the grey cloth fell. Boom! Everything floating in the air was already shattered by this momentum, and countless sword lights converged on a point on the Shiraishi blade, pulsing out as the blade danced. Draw the knife and cut. Countless buildings and houses were shattered, causing earthquake-like shaking, and a dense fog of dust filled the air, and Hyborian and Olahui, together with the Magic Council's personnel, were also submerged. The terrifying air current continued to impact the four directions. Outside the battlefield, Makarov and Warad released the strongest defenses in front of Lazi 2.2 at the same time to resist the aftermath of the battle. However, under the impact of the air current, the defense was broken within a few seconds, and the three followed. With this gust of air rushing out. After a while, the world became quiet. Shiraishi picked up the grey cloth that fell on the ground, wrapped the sword of the dragon slayer again, covering its edge, and then looked up at the smoky ruins in front of him and the survivors in the corner. Go back and tell those people that if they want to come, I'm always welcome. After speaking, Shiraishi walked into the door without looking back. After the smoke cleared, Makarov and Warad pushed aside the boulder in front of them and looked at the ruins in front of them, at the corpses lying on the ruins, at the Hyborian and Wolfheim who had lost their vitality. I remembered who he was. Chapter 107. In the ruins, Makarov said blankly. Why, this person who should not have appeared in this era, why did he appear here? When everything was calm, the city of Victoria was completely in ruins. Magic Council lost. Due to the impact of the airflow, Senator Reiji was sent back to the Magic Council with the help of Warad, and Makarov also returned to his guild not to participate in the Shiraishi matter, and plunged into the guild's underground library. When those high-ranking members saw Leiji, who had fallen into a coma, the hothead also calmed down, and the huge parliamentary hall seemed to fall into a dead silence. After a moment of silence, Claude Ford said, "Let's put the Shiraishi thing aside for now." When the voice fell, even Michelot and Barano, who usually regarded the dignity of the Magic Council above everything else, were quiet at this moment. There are 1,000 combat troops under the direct control of the Magic Council, including 310 wizard saints, Hyborian, Wolfheim and Warad, just to arrest one person, just when everyone thought it was safe. The accident still happened. 1,000 people in the combat troops directly under the Magic Council died. Among them, there were 3 Holy 10-10-04 mages. Hyborian and Wolfheim were left with no bones. In the end, only Warad survived, and it was the other party. Show mercy or else. Everyone present did not expect that things would develop like this, but the facts were in front of them and they had to believe. Michelot said reluctantly. Is this really the only way? For those who violate the rules of the magic world, they must be punished. 39. Enough. Before Michelot could finish speaking, Ajima on the other side shouted. How far are you going to let this magic council fall? Can't you wake up after the deaths of Hyborian and Wolfheim? The opponent's strength is obviously beyond our control. If you provoke the opponent again, can you keep him from taking revenge? Michel retorted loudly. But if we give up like this, what will the entire magic world think of our magic council? And such an existence will bring instability to the entire magic world. Oh? Since you want to court death, then you can do it yourself, don't drag the entire council to death. You. Hearing Ajima's words, an angry Michelot slapped the table. Enough. Seeing the two members arguing, Crawford shouted to stop the two from arguing further. I have a way. Just when Crawford stopped the two, suddenly a voice came from the door. No, there is indeed a way. Crawford wrinkled his head and turned his head to look, only to see Ridge's support column and crutches stepping into the parliamentary hall step by step. Liege, what can you do? Crawford asked in a deep voice. Magic spirit power. 35. Reiji's answer instantly silenced everyone, even Michelot and Ajima, who were still arguing, turned their attention to Reiji's body. Can you predict the damage result? This is beyond time and space destruction magic. Belluno does not agree with the use of magic spirit power, although he is too harmful to magic spirit power. Using this weapon just to destroy a person seems to be overkill. If possible, most of the members of the Magic Council are reluctant to use this terrifying existence. After all, this is this ultra-wide-range attack weapon. If it is not properly controlled, the magic power will cause enough damage to easily destroy a country. In this way, the council meeting of the Magic Council suddenly came to a deadlock. After no one was willing to use the power of the magic wizard, even Michaelo, who stood on the united front with Lizzie, did not speak at this time. Reggie was about to say something, but Crawford had given him no chance. About Shiraishi, it's all about the long term. In the end, the Magic Council meeting ended with Crawford's last words. However, what all the congressmen and the speaker didn't notice was that Lei Ji, who was leaning on crutches, left, his face became more and more hideous, and his eyes revealed infinite madness. What a joke, what a long-term plan, can it really only be surrendered? What about the lives of those dead guys? No. No. It's not going to end like this. Lei Ji's face gradually returned to his normal appearance, but there was a more extreme madness in the depths of his eyes. Hatred was like a spark that ignited the so-called justice in his heart. If you can't do it, then let me do it. For a while, with Crawford's decision, the entire Magic Council fell silent, but the monitoring of Shiraishi never stopped. At the same time, because of the silence and inaction of the Magic Council, the dark forces lurking around the world are also a little bit eager to move, but they were soon unable to be resolved by the Magic Council and Shiraishi. Is there nothing they can do about you guys? Under the control of the Magic Council, those dark forces that had just emerged were soon uprooted by the Magic Council. After all, even if the Magic Council failed in this arrest operation, it did not mean that the Magic Council was completely out of combat power, so those dark forces that were just around the corner were dormant once again. However, these dark forces of 507 are only some weak forces, and the real darkness is still watching the fire from the other side, secretly observing every move of the Magic Council. Over a certain area, a square building was floating in the depths of the dark clouds in the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a sound of glass bursting sounded in the quiet environment. I didn't expect that guy to still be alive. At this moment, a man with a book holding the word end in his hand sat on the throne piled up with skeletons, and his frost-like face sneered. Wearing a black robe, the image of a young man with long black hair flashed a cruel look on his face from time to time. Gear, the supreme master of Tartaros. Beneath the skeleton throne, Jackal, one of the 9 Demon Gates members of Tartaros who had previously lurked in the Council of Magic, was kneeling in front of him to report the news that had been eavesdropped on by the Council of Magic. Master Hades, do you know that person named Shiraishi? Jackal asked in confusion. I know, the first person who sent me back to the core of hell, how could I not know? Hades said gloomily. How can that be? At the same time, several other demons in Tartaros who were summoned by Pluto were also present, and they all showed shocked expressions after hearing Pluto's words. Chapter 108. What kind of person can kill Pluto? Kyoka was a little surprised. As Pluto who controls the entire Tartaros, he is powerful. Killed. That was 400 years ago. After 400 years of baptism, I'm no longer who I was. The fist in Hades' hand clenched slightly. He still remembers the battle with Shiraishi in his heart, and even now he lives in the shadow that Shiraishi brought him. Then Lord Pluto, if we need to take the initiative to kill it now, we should solve it first to prevent him from interfering with our current plan. At this time, a woman who looked unusually evil and charming came out from a pile of ugly monsters, with huge horns and a black brocade dress wrapping her proud body. Goddess of the chill moon Sela, for Shiraishi, she is also assiduous. No, the plan doesn't change. As for Shiraishi, I'll find a way. But in the face of such a sudden situation, Pluto did not intend to stop his plan. Yes. 99. The devil looked at it. Hades has already made a decision, and no one dared to say anything more, just follow the original plan. Shiraishi, wait. After the demons of the 9 demon gates had retreated, Gear stood alone on the high throne, chanting softly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Time passed slowly, and just after Shiraishi solved the Magic Council's troubles, the entire magical world knew that there was an existence in the town of Victoria that could rival the Magic Council. For a moment, everyone was frantically searching for the situation called Shiraishi, but they found that no matter how much they investigated, they found information about Shiraishi just when everyone thought it was over. Finally, a piece of news came out from the Fairy Tale Guild that this man named Shiraishi was actually a figure from 400 years ago. Although there is no more news, this news alone is enough to quickly shorten the search range. The era 400 years ago was an era of dragon rule, and it was also an era of extremely powerful danger. At that time, in order to deal with the dragons, human beings really did their best to improve the destructive power and aggressiveness of magic, and all kinds of strange magic were endless, and even the very evil and perverted black magician ancestor Zeref appeared in that era. After all, people in that era learned to fight for survival, not just because of fighting in this era. You mean, that guy is from an era 400 years ago? On the second floor of the Fairy Tale Guild, Warad and Makarov were talking. During the battle, Warad saw that Makarov had made a discovery. After finishing the task of the Magic Council, he returned to this guild full of memories to seek answers from Makarov. Well, that's right. Makarov said in a deep voice. This was the news he found after searching the underground library for a long time. In the ancient Dark Age, that is, after the Dragon King sacrifice 400 years ago, most of the historical documents of human beings were destroyed in that era, and only some of the historical records were completely preserved. Only a few people are qualified to view these precious historical documents, which is why Makarov has seen it but cannot remember it, simply because the historical time of Shiraishi's existence is covered up. After a pause, Makarov continued. More than that, although the magicians in the era of dragon rule 400 years ago were generally very powerful, in the face of giant dragons, no matter how strong their magic was, they would still be unable to resist the dragons until one day. 35. Makarov took a serious look at the book in his hand. Warad couldn't help but feel a little curious. He rarely saw Makarov so gaff. He became more and more curious and asked, until what? Until one day, a strong man appeared in the human race and killed the dragon and defeated the black dragon Aknologia in the Book of Apocalypse, the man who was called the Sword Saint at that time, and that person was the one we saw before. That Shiraishi. And it is rumored that this person had a little friendship with the first ancestor of the black magician, the existence of the world's magic taboo 400 years ago. However, he is not just like that. In the history of the human race, not many people think that he is a hero of the human race. On the contrary, many people think that he is a devil, a butcher, and a murderer. Although what is recorded in history is not very clear, it is certain that Shiraishi killed a lot of giant dragons that threatened the existence of the human race, and was contaminated with the blood of countless dragon races, but the blood of his own race was what he really contaminated the most. Although he rescued the entire human race from the dragon, he also slaughtered nearly 1 million human lives, and no one wants to remember him, which is why there is so little news about the Sword Saint Shiraishi until now. How could this be? Warad was completely stunned. He couldn't imagine that the person he faced before was actually such an existence. In fact, Makarov didn't believe it at first. It was not until he returned to the guild that Makarov found a book about it in the underground library and saw the same pattern as Shiraishi's sword. Makarov was convinced that he was a historical figure. No. The Magic Council must be notified immediately not to provoke this person. After learning the promise from Makarov, Warad also understood the seriousness of the matter. He also knew that although the Magic Council was defeated, the observation campaign against Shiraishi still existed. Warad couldn't guarantee that Shiraishi's strength would not detect this. Before the other party was angry, he quickly informed the Magic Council and asked them to withdraw some actions about Shiraishi. However, Li Zhao, just when Warad got up, a hand suddenly pressed his body again, and a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Why are you in such a hurry, I heard that your natural magic can create a drink that is beneficial to the human body, and it happens that my daughter is also thirsty. Although it was a little strange, Warad could probably guess the owner of the voice, plus Makarov's surprised expression opposite him. Warad was sure who the person behind him was. Warad didn't dare to resist at all. He sat down slowly, and at the same time took out a seed from his hand and dropped it in the tea they forgot to reconcile just now. A freshness floated along with it. Well, it smells good. Hearing the aroma, Urza's eyes lit up. Shiraishi smiled lightly, picked up the glass of water, and handed it to the little Urza. Cuckoo. Good drink. Do you still have the cuckold grandpa? Urza still wants to drink. G. Chapter 109. Grandpa Green Hat. Warad's face was covered with black lines, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. It was because of magic assimilation that a few plants grew, which looked like a green hat. Finally, looking at Urza's cute appearance, Warad reluctantly took out another seed and put it in the tea. Urza stretched out her little hand and took the tea again and put it to her mouth. Cuckoo. Ah. Slower. Seeing Urza drinking anxiously, Shiraishi patted her back lightly, her eyes full of doting, like a father doting on his daughter. Seeing this, Makarov on one side couldn't help but be a little curious. This man didn't seem to be as terrifying as the history said, but when he thought about it, the other party had killed nearly 1 million lives, and Makarov instantly waved the thoughts in his mind. I don't know what the sword saint is here. Ever since I knew that Shiraishi was a sword saint remembered in history, I didn't dare to call him that before. Shiraishi also noticed the change in the address of the other party, and knew that the other party was estimating his identity, but it didn't matter to him what he called him. He didn't care how others called him because he was used to it. Ever since he escaped from the kingdom of Azer, Shiraishi has been charged with many crimes, executioners, butchers, demons, and even rebels. When Shiraishi heard about it, he also had there was anger, but after that, I suppressed it and worked hard to cultivate. Until the moment of slaying the dragon, Shiraishi turned from a rebel to a hero. Until that moment, Shiraishi knew that it was human nature's covetousness, and also understood the essence of human nature. Since then, Shiraishi's heart has become more and more calm, his heart is not moved by the outside world, and his will to kendo has become more and more firm. Seeing Shiraishi's contemplation, Makarov and Warad didn't dare to disturb him at all, until a cry from Urza brought Shiraishi back to reality. Sorry. Shiraishi smiled apologetically, turned his eyes to Urza casually, and said slowly. Actually, I have nothing to do here, I just want to ask if your guild still receives people. I want my daughter to join your guild. What? Hearing this, Makarov was shocked. Not only him, but also Warad, who was almost 200 years old, was shocked. The two of them had no idea that Shiraishi, a man from 400 years ago, would actually let his daughter join him. Fairy tale. Juggernaut. Sir, you really want your daughter to join our guild? Makarov said with a look of disbelief, stuttering when he spoke, completely unable to see what a 10 wizard saints should look like. Makarov was not very understanding and was a little worried. After all, Urza is Shiraishi's daughter after all, and her identity and status are set here. Even Makarov does have some. That's right. 35. Shiraishi nodded slightly. In fact, if he wasn't worried about Urza's feelings, Shiraishi didn't want Urza to join the Sorcerer's Guild. In this era, Urza was a little happy except Shiraishi teaching swordsmanship, and she was rarely seen with a happy face under normal circumstances. This worried Shiraishi a little. Urza is also at this age and needs friends. Fairy Tale is definitely the guild with the best atmosphere. Shiraishi is very relieved. Since Shiraishi has already said so, Makarov will naturally not say more. Shiraishi wants Urza to join his guild and join it. With the addition of Urza, the guild will be in trouble in the future, and there will be more protection. Shiraishi, a dragon slayer from 400 years ago, will never see his daughter in danger. As long as the occasional care of fairy tale is enough to shock most people. The next thing naturally became easier. Shiraishi watched Urza go down the second floor under the leadership of Makarov. Let me introduce, this is a newcomer to the guild, Urza, and will be a new member of fairy tale in the future. Everyone should get along well. The diminutive Makarov stood on the wine cabinet and introduced Urza, instantly attracting the attention of most people in the guild. Shiraishi walked to the second floor and looked down. With a group of peers, Urza quickly played with the members of fairy tale. It didn't even take long for Urza to mingle with them. Seeing this, Shiraishi finally let out a sigh of relief. Although a little reluctant, he finally had time to do other things. At the end of a happy day, Urza reluctantly bid farewell to his new acquaintance and returned to his residence accompanied by Shiraishi. Although Magnolia is still some distance away from Victoria, it is only a matter of minutes for Shiraishi's strength. As soon as the door was opened, Urza jumped out of Shiraishi's arms and ran towards Irene. Irene also exerted her innate maternal aura, holding Urza's tiny body in her arms, listening to her face. Excited Irene recounts today's experience. Looks like it's time to leave too. Shiraishi looked at the two with seriousness in his eyes. After coming to this era, Shiraishi felt that his cultivation was slowly loosening. Perhaps because of the magic power, everything around is different from the world Shiraishi was familiar with at the time, and the world is constantly changing. Perhaps this is an opportunity that allows Shiraishi to go further. What are you thinking? Before she knew it, Anna was already beside Shiraishi, looking at the man she had entrusted to her. I feel like I'm almost on my way, having been stumped for too long by trivial things after coming to this world. An acknowledger is likely to appear, and if I can't get stronger, maybe the last person to lose will be me. 100 years is enough to change a lot. Shiraishi does not believe that in these 400 years, Acknowledge's strength will not develop at all like him. So after Shiraishi had dealt with everything, he also knew the direction he was going to move forward. If not necessary, Shiraishi does not want to go beyond 400 years. After all, his own strength is still standing still, while others have cultivated for 400 years. The main reason is that the magic world 400 years ago was too simplistic. No one studied auxiliary magic, and all of them were attack and kill. This is very bad for Shiraishi who want to have a long life. It's hard to create the magic you want just by relying on Shiraishi himself. How long it takes? For Shiraishi's decision, Anna didn't say much, just asked about the time it took in the middle. Perhaps the outside world only remembers Shiraishi's evil deeds, but she knows how heavy the burden on her man's shoulders is. Perhaps Shiraishi's hands were stained with the blood of his own race, but Shiraishi also opened up a future for the human race, and Shiraishi personally ended the era when the dragon race dominated the world. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, maybe longer, everything is unknown. After all, what we're after is a taboo. Shiraishi said softly. Eternal life. Anna looked at Shiraishi with a puzzled expression on her face. Well, this continent is too vast. Fiori is just a small border country on the west coast of the Ishgar continent. 35. There are still many unknown existences in the eastern part of the mainland. Maybe where can I find some new inspiration for me, Anna? Human lifespan is limited. Although you can enjoy the long lifespan of the dragon race after you cultivate dragon slaying magic and finally reach the level of transforming a dragon, the price you pay is also very serious. 99. It's time for us to look for some, in the true sense of the word, ways to achieve immortality. 35. Chapter 110. In the mountains, on the eve of Shiraishi's departure, Shiraishi never went out for half a step, and took Urza to play around not far away. Shiraishi stood under a green ginkgo tree, the leaves were falling, and smiled at Urza, who was playing in the river, with a strong look of happiness in his eyes. Accompanying Urza for more than 10 years has been the most relaxed and happy day for him in so many years. It would be great if time could stop at this moment. Shiraishi thought to herself. If he has a choice, he doesn't want to be a peerless powerhouse at all, let alone fight, he just wants to be an ordinary father who can give more company to his relatives and friends. However, everything is not up to Shiraishi to decide, perhaps only by reaching a higher level, Shiraishi can control his own destiny. 3 days later, saying goodbye to his family, Shiraishi left to explore the unknown world under Urza's reluctant eyes. Looking at the back of her leaving, Urza couldn't hold back the tears that she was holding back, like the tears of gems continuously running down her cheeks, and the little palm held Irene's hand and asked crying. When will Dad come back? Urza can't bear Dad to leave. This was the first time that Shiraishi had left Urza's side since she was a child. Although Shiraishi didn't say how long she had been away, she might have noticed it for some reason. Urza kept sobbing, the big tears kept falling to the ground, and the slender body was twitching gently. Seeing Urza's tears, Irene sighed softly, squatted down and hugged Urza, reached out and stroked her head, comforting her softly. Urza is so cute, who would be willing to leave it behind? Your dad is just doing one thing, and he will come back when he is done. Really? Urza raised her head to look at Irene, her eyes flushed red even though the tears had stopped. Really? Irene said softly, holding Urza in her arms. In X780, Urza, who was 15 years old, was no longer a little girl who cried because of a trace of discomfort. At this time, she was a slender, tall and slender figure, and her eyes were always full of lingering eyes. After running around for several days. It's here. Urza looked at the town that had fallen into darkness. According to the S-level wizard assessment arranged by Makarov, at this time, she needs to complete the assessment of the annihilation of the Dark Guild alone, and the town in front of her is the Dark Guild, where the Eye of the Demon is stationed. Generally speaking, guilds recognized by the Magic Council are called regular guilds, and all other guilds are dark guilds. The Dark Guild, the general name of the guild representing the dark side of magic. It is not recognized by Magic Council because of many illegal commissions. There are many reasons for becoming a dark guild, but in conclusion, there are only 2 points. One is to disobey the Magic Council's control, and the other is to accept commissions such as assassination, sabotage, attack, etc. And in the assessment task Urza received, the Eye of the Demon was one of them, and it was even rumored that the Eye of the Demon was a subordinate guild of Tartaros, the most powerful dark guild in the Ramel Alliance. It was learned from Makarov that Rabbi, the president of the Eye of Magic Guild, controlled the entire town to obtain a lot of wealth. Through his own channel, he contacted the members of the Magic Council and bribed each other with money. So with the operation of Black and White, even if someone reported it, the Eye of the Devil still did not worry about others coming to the door. Let's do it. Having determined the target, Urza stepped in before the guild gate. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the door being broken, the wizards inside who were addicted to the smell of wine and flesh woke up in an instant, followed the sound and subconsciously looked towards the door. I saw the person who broke the door with long crimson hair, wearing silver white armor, and a long black sword with a finger and walked towards them step by step. Although it is not clear that she is just an underage girl, it does not prevent her from judging her beautiful face in the future. Rabbi, the president of the Demon Eye, walked out of the crowd with his arms around a graceful and beautiful young woman. When he saw Urza, his eyes lit up, he pushed his daughter away with one hand, and looked at him with aggressive eyes. Following her. After playing for so many years, this is the first time I have seen a cute little girl. Although she is a little small, it is good to change her taste occasionally. As soon as the rabbi's words came out, the magician of Demon Eye instantly understood what he meant by the president, and in less than a second, he walked towards Urza with an unknown smile. Little girl, you dare to kick the gate of our guild, now obey our orders, otherwise. 0. Ask for flowers. Boom. Before he finished speaking, the man who just spoke flew out in an instant, hitting the wall of the guild behind him. Carrying this huge force, the whole wall collapsed with a bang, and the masonry fell on the man's body, and his life and death were unknown. The other mages were instantly startled, and they also knew that the girl in front of them was not a good stubble. On the other side, seeing his subordinates being beaten, the rabbi was instantly dissatisfied and shouted, "A little girl dares to be so maddening, give it to me. I have to show her some color today." 99. Watching the opponent's subordinates attack, Urza also slowly drew out the blade from his waist, and the crimson magic power covered the blade. 0. At this moment, outside the Eye of Demons Guild, a figure appeared on a tree in the distance. "Looks like there shouldn't be a big problem." Under the dim moonlight, Makarov sat on the book, observing the crimson figure that kept flashing in the eye of the demon. After all, the other party was still a dark guild, and Makarov was still a little worried, so he followed, but in the end he found that his worries were completely unnecessary. As she grew older, Urza's strength continued to improve. At only 15 years old, she almost possessed the same magic power as Makarov. You must know that Makarov is the existence of the Holy Ten. Even the youngest Jose in the Holy Ten was in his 30s, and he only entered the gate of the Holy Ten when he was nearly 40. However, Urza had the strength of the Holy Ten at the age of 15. Raise a storm. Even Makarov noticed that there seems to be a hidden power in Urza's body, and this power has not yet been discovered by Urza. If Urza really digs out this power, the horror of Urza's power at that time is beyond Makarov's imagination. Is it because of bloodline? Although the origin of this power is unclear, Makarov attributes it to the strength of Urza's own bloodline. After all, if parents are strong, the children they give birth to will generally have strong genes from both parents. Although I don't know who Urza's mother is, Urza's father alone is enough for Makarov to be a noble sword of Urza's own blood. Chapter 111. Almost. Seeing that Urza had almost finished the guild leader of the Demon Eye, Makarov also prepared to get up and leave. After all, the remaining trash could no longer pose any threat to Urza, so there was no need for him to stay any longer. 3 days later, with the return of Urza and others, the entire assessment was completely over. On the platform in the center of the guild, Urza stood beside Makarov. With his nod, Urza stepped out, and Makarov also loudly announced the results of the assessment. Urza. Be the first to pass the assessment to become Fairy Tale this year's S-Class Wizard. There was a round of applause immediately below, and there were countless amazement at the same time. It's terrible, how old are you? Even Laxus lost, so did me 510 Raj. I heard that within the 3 days of the assessment, Urza dealt with the opponent that night while the others were still gathering information. He didn't even give the opponent a chance, and he directly abused him. No, is there another 10 wizard saints in our guild? From the day Urza became the first S-rank female sorceress in the guild, she was given the title of Fairy Queen in Fairy Tale. After that, Urza can easily complete SS level tasks, even 10 years of tasks. S-rank mages, 10-year mission achievements, plus that beautiful appearance, 3 halos superimposed on the body, Urza's reputation resounded throughout the kingdom of Fiori. After that, Laxus and Myra Jane followed closely and became S-class mages one after another. New members joined after that, and in the following year, Lucy, Juvia, and Gajeel joined Fairy Tale. Among them, Juvia chose to join because of Grey, and Gajeel on the other side encountered Natsu in a mission one day and lost to Natsu. In order to revenge, he accepted the invitation of the Fairy Tale Guild and became a member of Fairy Tale. Until one day, Makarov walked into the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild with a heavy face after finishing a regular meeting of the president, and at this moment, a young man with cherry-colored hair and a hearty smile came to Makarov and said loudly, "What's the matter, President? Are those damn it counselors talking about us again, or I?" Natsu. Don't disturb the president. Before Natsu could continue to speak, Urza stepped forward and grabbed Natsu and threw him aside. Maybe the nerve-wracked Natsu didn't know Makarov's mood at this time, but Urza knew. As the guild leader, Makarov rarely showed such a face in the guild, but if Makarov had such an expression, it meant that something big happened. All right. 99. Originally, when Natsu wanted to resist, he saw Urza's face wilt instantly. If it were someone else, he might have dared to fight back, but in front of Urza, he really had no temper at all. Obviously, they all joined the guild at the same time. At that time, the strength of all members was almost the same. However, just half a year later, Urza's growth rate suddenly overwhelmed everyone, and his strength quickly climbed to S rank, coupled with that unique personality. Charismatic, Urza has become vaguely the leader of her peers within the guild. Natsu has tried to challenge Urza many times, but without exception, he was instantly defeated every time, so that now Natsu is so panic about Urza. After solving the troublesome Natsu, Urza asked Makarov, who looked sad. Has something happened to the president? 35. After a brief noise, Makarov silently took out a letter with a peculiar cover from behind in everyone's eyes. Magic Council's power of attorney. Myra Jane, who was the assistant to the guild president, immediately recognized the letter in Makarov's hand, and the peculiar cover was the unique symbol of the Magic Council. Magic Council's power of attorney. Later, Urza also saw the source of this power of attorney. Well, this is a commission from the Magic Council to our guild alone, and this commission was issued by the Holy Ten Sorcerer Chigalian in the Magic Council, and appointed my fairy tale guild to send a magician to destroy a tower of heaven. Place to tread. Makarov pondered and said that he still has some understanding of the Tower of Heaven in the mission. The tower was created by the professional study of the dark magic left by Zverev, the ancestor of the Black Mage, and the danger in it is self-evident. In fact, Makarov didn't want to accept this commission at first, but he was kept in the dark until Makarov learned about it, and Makarov didn't know about it until today's regular meeting of the chairman. The day before the regular meeting of the chairman, the Magic Council issued a notice without authorization, and Makarov had no choice but to accept this commission. But afterwards Makarov was extremely confused, even suspicious, about the commission sent by Saint Ten Chigalian. The other party's previous task was issued through the Magic Council, but the announcement was issued, and Fairy Tale was further informed until the end. After the regular meeting, Makarov also wanted to refuse, but because it was within the Magic Council, 3 members of the council jointly passed the decision, and wanted to refuse the commission unless 3 or more members supported the decision. However, Fairy Tale in the Magic Council is not liked by many people at all, and even most of the members hate this troubled Fairy Tale. Except for the support of Makarov's old friend Ajima, no one will help Makarov. So after the whole commission was issued, there was no room for Makarov to veto it at all. In desperation, Makarov could only accept this commission. With a heavy face, Makarov walked towards the podium in front of the guild hall, looked at the members of the guild, and began to announce the list of entrusted members participating in 2.2. This time, since the mission has already reached the S rank, it must be led by an S rank wizard. I announce that the people participating in this mission are Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Juvia, Gajil, and Urza. Because of his identity, Makarov didn't want to choose Urza to risk her, but in the guild at this time, Gildarts was out on a mission, Laxus was angry because his father was expelled by him, and Myra Jane lost his control over magic because of his sister's death. In the end, when there was only Urza left in the S-rank mage, Makarov could only choose her. This mission is a commission from 10 Wizard Saints Senator Chigarian, and this time you must work together to complete this mission. Makarov said seriously. Chapter 112. Offshore of Kairum. Dam of Flow. On the way to Tower of Heaven on the sea, considering that Dragon Slayer could not take a boat, Juvia used water magic to cover everyone in and float towards the target. It's night time. On the other hand, Urza was also slowly telling the news that he had learned about Tower of Heaven from Makarov. The Tower of Heaven was built by the long-disappeared Avatar many years ago to collect displaced orphans and cultivate slaves. Tower of Heaven was formerly known as the R system. It sacrificed a large number of living people in exchange for the resurrection of the dead. In the past few years, the magic world has discovered 7 towers one after another, and eradicated most of the avatars. Urza put one hand against his snow-white chin and meditated. Before leaving, Makarov had a chat with her alone, and warned that the task given by the Magic Council this time was too strange, and he could just give up if necessary. In fact, not only Makarov was suspicious, but even Urza was also suspicious, and gave a commission for no reason, referring to Fairy Tale to complete this task. There are too many problems revealed, but in the end we know how to find out first, and then make a decision. Sacrificing the living is too much. Lucy said indignantly, but became uneasy in the next second, lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Then we are not very dangerous this time. If one is not caught and the other is caught, it may be regarded as offerings." 35. And at this moment, Natsu said while holding his right arm in his left hand, "Don't worry. I'll be fine with me. It is because of you that I am worried." Lucy sighed helplessly. She had nothing to do with this nerve-wracking Natsu, and perhaps the only thing that can make people feel at ease now is Urza. "Look, we seem to have arrived." Suddenly, Juvia, who was manipulating the water flow in front, pointed to the front and said. The people who were still making noise looked in the direction that Juvia pointed out. In the sea in the distance, an island full of death aura stands in the sea ahead, as if it is on the verge of death, and if you touch it a little, you will be deprived of life, and this breath is emanating from the strange tower on the island. Coming out, the breath of death became stronger as it got closer. "Everyone, be careful, the mission this time is probably not easy." Urza turned around and said, taking a step forward to land on the island first. And just as Urza and the others started to act, their every move was being observed at the same time. Magic Council. In the solemn congressman's independent room, a young man with a tattoo on his right eye, golden pupils and short sky blue hair, wearing a purple sleeveless turtleneck, sat on a high chair and looked at Urza and others in the magic crystal image. Said softly, "It's really hard to imagine that a congressman who usually hates evil will actually use his private power indiscriminately. Chi Gray's real name is Jalal because, to be precise, he got a pseudonym for infiltrating the Magic Council." Just as Jalal finished speaking, a heavy voice came from in front of him, and a figure walked out. "Make no mistake, I am all about righting evil." Jalal smiled contemptuously. "Oh? That's it, Senator Ridge." 35. Lei Ji's face was ashen, and he walked out of Jalal's room without much reason for the irony in Jalal's voice. However, just as he left, another figure appeared. "I didn't expect that for revenge. This old guy is so easy to deceive. It seems that Urza's father really made it miserable enough, and he still hates it to this day." The girl with long black hair, neat bangs, wearing a white top and a yellow belt around her waist held the crystal ball in her hand and looked at Ziref and said, "Yeah, it's just pushing the boat with the current. It doesn't matter who becomes the sacrifice. It's just a little bit closer, and it's just a little bit closer to resurrect Ziref, Altair. It's all about resurrecting Ziref and bringing the whole world into the age of great magic." The girl looked at Jalal with an expression of infatuation, but the other party didn't notice the cold light flashing in her eyes, still looking at the magic crystal image in front of her, indulging in her fantasy of the future. "Hey? That is?" Suddenly, in the magic crystal image, a figure in the cloud layer above 1,000 meters flashed quickly, which instantly caught Jalal's attention. What was that then? After all, at this point, Jalal's nerves also became a little sensitive. "Looks like a figure?" Altair also found out, and said with a frown. Jalal's face suddenly sank. After a while, he finally managed to do it. He closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, there was no longer a bright room in front of him, but a dark world instead. At this time, he was already at the highest level of the Tower of Heaven. The magic power in his hand surged, and a larger magic crystal appeared in front of him. But still unable to detect the figure that disappeared just now, Jalal frowned. Did I read it wrong just now? No, it can't be any accident to revive Zeref's R system. However, just after Jalal finished saying that he was going to investigate again, a strange voice suddenly came from behind. Resurrection Zeref, is there any benefit for you to come to 510? Boom! In an instant, Jalal quickly turned and stepped back, looking in the direction from which the voice came. There was only a man with long black hair in a loose black coat, looking straight at himself with a mocking expression. What an ignorant man! Jalal's face was startled. The other party could silently appear behind him. If the other party attacked directly, I'm afraid he should have fallen directly. Thinking of the end of being attacked, in an instant, a cold sweat poured out from Jalal's back, and magic power suddenly surged on his hands. Don't you want to bring back the power of the other half that was left in the Magic Council and fight me again? Shiraishi said with a small smile. Jalal was stunned for a moment, his pupils narrowed, and his eyes were full of panic when he looked at Shiraishi. The strength of the other half of himself is used to maintain the missing body Chi Grey in the Magic Council from a distance. At this time, his strength is barely able to reach the strength of an S-rank mage, but this matter is only between himself and Altair. Clearly, how did the other party know this secret? Facing Jalal's exclamation, Shiraishi remained calm and sat on the spot. Don't worry, I'm not doing it, that is, I'm just looking at it, and I don't want to clean up your thoughts. Chapter 113. However, even after Shiraishi said this, Jalal's expression was still full of caution. Don't do it. Who believes it? Appearing quietly behind him, sitting in front of him, telling himself that he would not do anything, it would be impossible to ignore the existence that suddenly startled him if he changed his mind to a normal person. However, at the moment before the resurrection of the legendary Black Mage Zeref, Jalal will absolutely not allow any accidents to occur at this time. In an instant, Jalal's emotional wave was connected to the Magic Council's trial tower. Feeling the exchange of the main body, Miss Chi Grey slowly opened his eyes and said to Altair next to him, now there is an accident in the R system, I need to return to the main body, and the plan is as usual. After speaking, Chi Grey instantly turned into a magic factor and disappeared in front of Altair's eyes, leaving her confused. What accident happened? Altair fell into contemplation. Although he was apparently a member of the Magic Council and Chi Grey's assistant, his real identity was the Wizard of the Dark Guild Grimoire Heart, one of the Ramel Alliances, and the head of the Seven Kin of Purgatory. He once pretended to be Zeref's undead in Tower of Heaven, brainwashed Jalal and infiltrated the Magic Council with Jalal. Nearly a decade of action has made Altair well aware of Jalal's strength. Regarding Jalal's rush to return, Altair guessed that there should be an accident in those sacrifices. After all, there was a top-level S-rank mage in the sacrifices. It is indeed difficult for Jalal, who can only exert his general strength, to deal with it. After the fusion of Jalal's strength, it should be easy to solve. After all, Jalal itself has the strength close to the top 4 of the Holy 10, and even Altair is not 100% sure of winning against him. At this time, the door of the room was quietly pushed open, and the diminutive Yajima walked in. At the request of his old friend Makarov, Yajima was very concerned about this action to destroy the Tower of Heaven. The initiators are Chi Grey, Altair, and Lei Ji. Yajima was the first to rule out Lei. After all, he has always been optimistic about fairy tale. Yajima is still clear, and Altair has no reason to listen to Chi Grey because it is well known, so the most doubtful falls on Chi Grey on the body. Looking around the room but not seeing the person he wanted to see, Yajima asked Altair directly. Where's Chi Greyan, what about others? He went to investigate Tower of Heaven. As soon as his thoughts changed, Altair said the excuse he had thought of, and at the same time perfectly blocked the side-by-side attack on Yajima, and Yajima had to leave, who had no answer. Tower of Heaven. With the fall of a magic factor, a phantom humanoid magic power appeared beside Jalal and merged with it. With the return of the other half, Jalal's magic power was rapidly recovering, and it climbed to the top within a few seconds. With the restoration of the magic power, Jalal's self-confidence is also returning, and the golden magic power is surging outside his body. However, under this golden magic power, there is still a magic power that is constantly surging. Vibrate constantly. Celestial magic meteor. Boom. In an instant, Zeref with magic power was like a shooting star going higher into the sky, and at the same time, the index and middle fingers of both hands came together, and the arms crossed on both sides. 1. Buzz. Hum. Celestial magic, 7-star sword. The meteors crossed, and 7 magic circles appeared one after another in the sky. With the movement of Jalal, they were connected to each other, and dazzling starlight erupted into 7 stars. 7 stars shone, and countless golden blades of light emerged. Each blade of light, carrying terrifying power, cut through the sky and fell straight towards Shiraishi. Underneath, Shiraishi remained unmoved, looking up at his figure flying in the sky, like Anna. Is it connected to the magic of the starry sky? Boom! Countless light blades fell, the smoke of the explosion drowned Shiraishi in an instant, and golden magic power surged in the smoke. Jalal, who released the meteor, floated in the air, looking at the figure submerged in the blade of light, until a few seconds later, there was no magical stillness. Jalal frowned. From the beginning of his appearance, the ability displayed by the other party should be more than that. Am I feeling wrong? Just as Jalal turned around and was about to leave, a terrifying airflow suddenly erupted in the smoke behind him, blowing everything away, and in the middle of this airflow, except for the dazzling black hair, Shiraishi's figure still appeared intact in the original place. Looking at himself. How is this possible? 35. Jalal was shocked, his pupils shrunk, and he didn't understand why the other party was obviously caught in his celestial magic and nothing happened. Who are you? Squeezing his beating heart, he looked directly into Shiraishi's eyes. Does it matter? Shiraishi took off the grey cloth from the sword of the dragon, tied up the black hair that he had not looked at in years, and walked towards Jalal step by step with the blade in hand. A sense of crisis quietly appeared in Jalal's heart, and with Shiraishi's approach, the crisis became more and more intense. Jalal gritted his teeth secretly and made up his mind. Boom! In the next second, the whole body's magic power exploded. One hand stretched out 2 fingers, the magic power gathered at the fingertips, and countless darkness spread under his feet, shrouding Shiraishi inside. The 4 magic circles of fire, earth, water, and wind floated up and down around Zeref, and an incomparably huge vibration erupted. Shaking the space, it fell straight towards Shiraishi. Celestial magic purgatory shatter. In a short while, Shiraishi slightly raised the blade to his chest with his wrist, and in an instant, his long hair and hairband flew in the wind, and his aura climbed to the extreme, exuding an ancient aura. At this moment, Urza, who was under the tower with his companions to fight with his teammates, seemed to sense a familiar aura, and the long sword that fell to kill the enemy suddenly stopped. Leaduz raised his eyes to the top. Seeing an opportunity, the enemy was about to counterattack, but was defeated by Natsu's fire beside him. Natsu looked back at Urza with a little surprise in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, Urza's strength should not make such a fatal mistake. Just when Natsu wanted to ask Urza the reason, suddenly the ground under his feet continued to vibrate, both the ground and the top began to collapse, the space seemed to be rippling slightly, and the foundation of the entire Tower of Heaven began to shatter. What's the matter? 35. Lucy exclaimed. Looks like someone's fighting up there. Gajeel said in a deep voice, although he seemed to go up to find out, the surrounding black demons would not allow them to advance at all. Bang! Urza slashed the obstacle in front of him with one sword, and stepped out of it. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed behind Urza, accompanied by cherry blossoms flying all over the sky. Chapter 114. Among the cherry blossoms, a sword energy fell, and a sharp wave of air came straight towards Urza. The crisis was imminent. Urza instantly grabbed the hilt of the sword and ran it in front of him, staring straight ahead. Hoo! Brush! 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 Urza dodged aside, and her original position was already covered by the sword energy. The long sword was raised to the top of her head, sensing the source of the sword energy in front of her, and her eyes narrowed. Sword cut. 99. Boom! The 100-meter ground shattered instantly as the blade fell, and the terrifying sword chi shot straight out, the sword chi surging, smoke and gravel flying in the air, but Urza felt that the blade was missing. However, the moment Urza turned around, he couldn't see Natsu and others. Urza didn't know where he was in the unfamiliar environment. What happened? Urza's face became more and more solemn, and at this moment, there was a small sharp edge, and the blade turned to block the sneak attack from behind. Boom! A tachi shot out and collided with the long sword in Urza's hand. The two blades collided and countless sparks shot up, and the owner of the blade also appeared. Urza flew away with a sword, looking at the retreating figure and said, "Who are you in 510? Little girl, captain of the 3 crows in the sea of skeletons, turtle dove." Sakura costume wraps her enchanting figure, and the girl with 2 tear moles under her beautiful eyes looked at Urza and said, "Captain? Are you the ruler of the Tower of Heaven?" Urza can clearly feel the strength of the opponent. "Isn't it? You'll know when you fall, don't worry, I'll save your life." Turtle Dove slowly raised the dagger, aimed it at Urza, and charged straight. Boom! Terrifying killing intent erupted on the Turtle Dove. Under the killing intent, Urza's eyes narrowed, and she raised the blade, and a long silent power surged out of her body. "Since you are not, then don't stand in my way." Boom! The crimson magic power is constantly surging in Urza's body, and along with the appearance of this magic power, a powerful breath also emerges. Strange lines appear on Urza's palm, and then spread to the right arm, turning into a dragon shape. Texture. At that moment, the powerful coercion made Turtle Dove look shocked. Urza felt a power that was far more terrifying, usse, than Jalal. Ended. Urza held the blade, the crimson power released the ultimate light on the long sword, and in an instant, the crimson blade smashed the katana in Turtle Dove's hand. Turtle Dove was completely stunned, looking at the slashing slashes falling rapidly from her eyes. Her hands subconsciously wanted to condense the magic power to resist, but at this moment, a red light pierced through her body where the magic power fell. How is this possible? Collapsing on the ground, Turtle Dove looked at Urza and said blankly, and immediately lost consciousness. Looking at the fallen Turtle Dove, however, everything around him did not disappear. Urza still couldn't tell where he was at the moment. His eyes sank. Urza looked up to the top, feeling the battle passed from the top. A sword the strike hit the wall, the figure rushed out at the same time, landed on the stone steps outside the tower, and moved towards the top floor. At the top, Jalal collapsed to the ground with a look of despair, and the ancient aura of Shiraishi in front of him disappeared. Jalal's pupils were completely dilated, and he stared blankly at Shiraishi. Monsters, real monsters. Lost completely. Even if he used the most powerful magic he mastered, he was still defeated at the feet of the opponent, and his heart was unwilling. Filled the whole heart, and at this moment, a crazy thought flashed through Jalal's mind. Just as Shiraishi was about to deal with him, suddenly, Jalal raised his hideous face to look at the huge magic crystal that rolled aside in the aftermath of the battle. Altair! Hands on! Quick! The blade that Shiraishi was about to swing stopped completely. With a smile on his face, he retracted the blade. Shiraishi didn't show mercy, but he found a more fun game. Inside the Magic Council, Altair stared at this, and through the connection of the magic crystal ball, everything in the Tower of Heaven was also presented in front of Altair's eyes. For this sudden man, Altair thought that Jalal would solve the other party easily, but in the end, she never thought about the end result. Altair, who thought he was in control of everything for a while, was also a little flustered at this time, and it was not until Jalal swearing that she let her awakened. Altair pretended to be anxious and walked out of the room, patrolling towards the conference hall, using his authority to immediately summon the other members of the Magic Council. Among them, due to the absence of Crawford Sim, the post of speaker was temporarily replaced by a second seat Gulen. In the hall, due to the rush of time, most of the members present were projecting images, except for Jalal, who was far apart, and 8 people were present. Gulen, who was wearing a mage's robe, stood in the center, glanced at Altair who had initiated an emergency meeting, and asked, "What happened, Altair, calling us in such a hurry? And what about Chi Grayan?" "It's Lord Chi Grayan." All eyes were on Altair for a moment. She said anxiously, "In order to investigate the Tower of Heaven, Chi Gray went to investigate after being entrusted by the Lord, but he was still discovered by the other party during the operation. Too powerful, and now Chi Gray is about to be killed." Everyone was shocked when they heard this, but they quickly calmed down. After all, they are the Magic Council that controls the entire magic world. I have seen this before. Among the congressmen, Michelo, who is nearly 100 years old and has a pair of cat ears, stood up and questioned Altair. "Impossible, you must know that although Chi Gray is young due to his youth, his strength is already one of the Holy 10. The celestial magic, even if the Balam alliance is shot, it is difficult to keep him. How can he lose?" Hearing Mikaro's words, many members nodded in agreement and expressed their disbelief in Altair's words. However, at this moment, Altair threw the magic crystal in his hand. Under the injection of magic power, an image appeared in front of everyone. In the picture, in the dark night, on a pitch-black tower, Chi Gray was kneeling in front of a black figure, and the man turned his gaze to the one of them, and there appeared a person who had disappeared for a long time and never wanted to see in his life. Face. In an instant, all the members of the assembly recalled everything that happened a few years ago. "What's the matter with him? Hasn't he disappeared? Sword Saint Shiraishi, he actually came back, he appeared there, is he the builder of the Tower of Heaven?" 99. What to do, save or not? Chapter 115. At this time, the congressmen who were used to controlling everything on weekdays were completely panicked. At first they thought that the builders of the Tower of Heaven were just a mob like the Dark Order of the past, and Altair's words were just rambling. Until they saw this scene on the screen, they already believed everything the other party said before. Even the 2 kings of the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar had fallen, so Chi Gray, who had just been promoted to 10 wizard saints for less than a year or 2, had fallen. It's not surprising that he lost against that man. Seeing the panicked members, Altair sneered and then spoke again in the lines he had prepared for a long time. "Right now, since the Tower of Heaven is beyond our control, considering the danger of the R system, tell me to use the satellite magic circle to launch the magic spirit power before Mr. Chi Gray falls down." "What?" As soon as Altair said this, the expressions of all the 7 members present changed greatly. "You mean to launch chrono-destruction magic? Are you serious? You Rusha! Magic spirit power is our last weapon, it is more dangerous magic than the R system, and it must not be used lightly. The use of magic spirit power is not a trivial matter, and the number of times magic spirit power is used in the history of the Magic Council is very few. Before each use, more than half of the members must agree to use it. After all, the background forces behind each counselor are different, and even after entering the Magic Council, there is also a considerable conflict of interests. Only in this case can the correct use of the magic wizard power be ensured. While shocked, Makarov's friend, Yajima, one of the MPs, stood up with a gloomy face, looked at Altair and said in a deep voice, "I have no problem with the Tower of Heaven disappearing by firing the magic power, but as far as I know, the children of fairy tale who are entrusted are also on it. Do you know what will happen to those children when the magic power falls? Do you understand?" However, facing Ajima's question, Altair slowly closed his eyes and said calmly, "I know, but you know that Chi Gray learned that the other party caused the R system to want to revive the person that the R system wanted to revive when he fell." 99. Seeing Altair's heavy face, all the counselors turned their attention to her instantly. I saw Altair opened his eyes slowly and said word by word, "Dark Mage Zeref." The expressions of all the counselors at this time were even more shocked than the appearance of the magic spirit energy that Altair said would happen before. Under the layers of dark clouds, the counselors who had not planned to use the magic energy also began to waver at this moment. "I agree." Lei Ji, who had been silent for a long time, raised his hand first. "When the mission to arrest Shiraishi failed, the Magic Council's reputation has plummeted, and many people have even begun to question us. The Magic Council has no way to take a single person. Is such a Magic Council still qualified to manage all the guilds in the magic world? In order to achieve the goal, there are always some sacrifices. Wouldn't it be better to eradicate both the R system and the Sword Saint Shiraishi at the same time? The existence of whichever is the R system or Shiraishi will seriously affect the reputation of our Magic Council." After Reggie finished speaking, the council fell silent. After a while, Michelo stood up, followed by Belluno. After 3 minutes, except for Yajima, who thought that the other members raised their hands silently, in the minds of other members, if Altair's plan can succeed, it doesn't matter whether the R system exists or not. As long as the damned people are killed and the reputation of the Magic Council is restored, how about activating the magic spirit power once? Lei Ji has successfully seduced the evil of the dark side of human nature. Everyone has weaknesses in their hearts, and everyone has a dark, evil, and even unhuman side in their hearts. When they feel unfair or deceived or betrayed, and suffered after a great thrill, there are bound to be a lot of evil thoughts in the mind. Reiji breeds these evil thoughts of the senators, pushing their hatred for revenge against the swordsman Shiraishi. But Lizzie has no sense of guilt. In his heart, the swordsman Shiraishi is the darkness. This sinner who has killed and abused nearly 1 million humans in history should disappear into the long river of history, rather than hinder the development of the magic world. However, at the moment when Lizzie thought he had made a contribution to the magic world, he didn't see a smile on Altair's face, and muttered to himself, "0, ask for flowers." The darkness of humanity. The meeting about whether to fire the magic spirit power ended in a heated discussion. Except for the dissenting votes of Assemblyman Yajima, all the remaining members agreed. After the results of the parliament were determined, Gulen, who was the interim speaker, stood up and announced the results. The results of the meeting are 7 people in favor and 1 against. Now, immediately prepare to launch the mage spirit power. As the results of the meeting were issued, the frogman behind the congressman also started to act silently. Beside the super-large magic array like a rocket launcher, the Tower of Heaven targeting the offshore waters of Kalam also began to control. The preparations for the launch of the magic spirit power are completed, and the satellite magic circle has begun. Point 0. The shift magic crystal is completed, the coordinates are locked, the attributes are merged, there is no repulsion, and the countdown begins. Tower of Heaven. Shiraishi seemed to realize something and looked up at the top of the tower. The powerful sword energy blasted out from Shiraishi's hand, breaking through the roof to reveal the world outside the tower. In the dark night, an incomparably huge magic circle appeared in the sky, spanning several kilometers, and as time passed, the magic circle continued to expand. With the appearance of the magic circle, Jalal's face became more and more distorted, and he turned to look at Shiraishi. He desperately wanted to see the terrified expression on that calm face, and wanted to see his fearful eyes. But he was still disappointed. Why? Can't even the magic power make him feel the slightest fear? And just when Jalal fell into his own madness, a footstep sounded suddenly. Ta ta ta! Along with the sound of footsteps, those who approached the tower also appeared. The fairy queen wearing silver-white armor finally climbed to the top of the tower. The moment she climbed, she saw Jalal kneeling on the ground, and at the same time saw a black figure with her back turned to her, just as she stopped in her eyes. After that black shadow, he could no longer move away. Under the moonlight, in Urza's gem-like eyes, the black figure kept overlapping with the one he remembered, and in an instant, it was covered with water mist, and the memory in the depths of his heart was constantly emerging with knives. Chapter 116. Father. 35. Without saying a word, Urza, who was tearful with pear blossoms, put down the blade in her hand, and she threw herself into Antaz's arms like a child, crying with tears streaming down her cheeks. Didn't you say you'd just leave Urza for a while? Why did you leave Urza for so many years? Looking at Urza, Shiraishi felt a little helpless in the face of Urza's tears. Even though he was hard-hearted and killed countless people, he put down everything and kept comforting Urza. Urza, don't cry, I'll be with you in the future, I won't leave this time. Really? Urza showed his big eyes that were bloodshot with tears, and looked at Shiraishi with hopeful eyes, afraid that Shiraishi was joking, and disappeared in front of him again in the end. Shiraishi flashed a tender smile, rubbing Urza's crimson hair and saying May 13th. Real. After a long time, Urza's emotions gradually calmed down and he left Shiraishi's embrace, but his eyes still stayed on Shiraishi's body and never left. And at this moment, above the sky, there was a sudden sound of the world collapsing and the end of the world coming. What happened? What happened? Below the Tower of Heaven, Natsu, Lucy, Gajil, and others didn't know where the shock came from. The entire Tower of Heaven was shaking, and everyone avoided the falling boulder. At the top of the tower, Urza looked at Shiraishi, just about to step out. Suddenly, the surging magic power in the sky surged in the clouds at night, and then the clouds continued to stir and spread, and within a few seconds the clouds and mist spread out to reveal a huge void, and the magic formation layer after layer filled the entire Tower of Heaven. The sky is completely obscured. In the next second, thousands of magic circles overlapped and emitted an incomparably dazzling light. A beam of light like divine punishment descended from the sky with the ultimate aura of destruction. Has something happened to my father? Urza also probably guessed what was going to happen next, but as long as he was by his father's side, Urza never felt fear. Magic power, it seems that the Magic Council has abandoned him. It was only then that Urza realized that there was a man lying in the corner, and his face was revealed by the blowing of the air. Chi Grayan. Urza was shocked. As one of the 9 members of the Magic Council, a member of the 10 Wizard Saints, and at the same time, he was also the trustee of the Fairy Tale Guild to take over the task of extermination. Why was he here? However, Jalal, who was hit by Shiraishi's sword at this time, was unable to move due to the loss of blood. His eyes and pupils continued to disappear, and his breath became weaker, as if he would die in the next second. Seeing that Jalal was still struggling, Shiraishi frowned and pierced his chest again with his sword. No. I am the one chosen by Zeref. How could it be possible to die? Before dying, Jalal cried out miserably. Foolishness. Shiraishi glanced at Zeref in disgust, but as the blade was drawn, a stream of blood was drawn from Jalal's heart. Pfft! With the puncture of his heart, Jalal's vitality was completely cut off, and he fell to the ground under his hideous face. From controlling the Black Demon sect, infiltrating the Magic Council, reaching the top of the Holy 10, and planning the entire Tower of Heaven plan, he never thought about it. I would die in such a sad, ridiculous way. After a self-deprecation, death instantly enveloped the so-called loser. Father. Urza's eyes widened. Although she believed in her father, she still didn't understand why her father killed him for no reason. If it was normal, Shiraishi would not explain what he did to others, but seeing the doubts on Urza's face, Shiraishi still planned to have a good talk with Urza. After all, I don't want to leave a bad impression in front of my daughter. However, just as Shiraishi was about to explain, suddenly, the space around him broke, making a sound like glass shattering. Upon seeing this, Shiraishi glanced at his daughter apologetically. I'm sorry, Urza has something to talk about later. 35. At the moment when the magic wizard power was about to come, the fairy tale 6 people and 1 cat, who were still under the tower, solved their opponents and climbed to the top of the tower, and saw the scene in front of them. However, a person who was lacking in the roots saw the terrified look on Urza's face, and when he saw the corpse lying on the ground, a blazing flame suddenly rose from his hands indiscriminately, and went straight to Shiraishi's face. Natsu! Stop! Seeing Natsu rushing towards Shiraishi, Irene had no time to stop it. The next second, Natsu flew upside down and hit a stone pillar not far away. With the collapse of the stone pillar, he was immediately submerged in the boulder. Natsu! At the place where the stone pillar collapsed, a hand stretched out from the crack in the smoke and dust, pushed away the boulder, struggled to climb out of the pile of rocks, and groaned in pain. Bone is broken. Seeing that his companion was injured, the rest of the group instantly activated the magic power of their bodies. Seeing that they were about to start, Shiraishi frowned, but in the next second, endless domineering descended from the sky and fell on them. Boom! The heavy pressure made him lose his ability to resist. What happened? Under the pressure, Gajeel struggled and looked at the man in front of him with fear. Under this power, everyone was struggling constantly, but in vain. Father! They are my companions. With Urza's restraint, Shiraishi took back his domineering intimidation, and as the coercion disappeared, the rest of the body instantly felt free again, but at this time they looked at Shiraishi again and their eyes were full of fear. Shiraishi turned his gaze upward, and the magic spirit power in the sky seemed to have gathered. With the advent of the magic spirit power, the surrounding space was shaking violently, and even several irregular cracks appeared. What kind of magic is this body? 2.2. It's too scary. Invisible power poured into his legs, a gust of wind appeared beside Shiraishi, and the ground beneath his feet cracked like a spider web. Leaping! Boom! Under the terrified eyes of everyone, Shiraishi turned into a sharp sword and leaped into the sky to face the beam of light. Looking at the coming beam of destruction, Shiraishi held the dragon, and at the moment of holding the sword, a violent force raged out, sweeping the entire sky, thousands of meters of space like a calm water surface, setting off waves of waves. In all the astonished eyes, a white glow appeared over the sword body, showing an incomparably dazzling cold glow. Breaking the army and rising dragon slash. Boom! A beam of Shiraishi's light pierced through the darkness, from outside the sky, all the way to the sea, penetrating the sky. Chapter 117. A terrifying scene appeared, the white sword energy flashed with the rotation of the blade, and the magic spirit power in front of Shiraishi was instantly torn apart. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the magic spirit power exuding destruction was cut in half by Shiraishi's sword, and the broken light drowned Shiraishi's body. The violent airflow erupted in the air and rushed towards the surroundings. In the endless sea area, huge waves of thousands of meters were set off, and one wave after another slapped the coastal shores. Boom! In the sea, in the Tower of Heaven where Urza and the others were, due to the impact of the air current, a crack appeared, and instantly spread around like a spider web. Natsu slammed into the wall next to the strong wind, and the magic power in front of Urza and the others resisted the impact of the air current. We're not going to die. Lucy grabbed the boulder beside him, trembling and crying. Although the rest of the people were not as exaggerated as Lucy, the expressions on their faces had already betrayed them, and fear gradually crept into their hearts. Look at 04. That amazing magic is fading. In the gale, Gajeel endured the pain and looked at the sky and shouted. With Gajeel's shout, everyone's eyes turned to the sky. At this moment, no matter Urza and the others in the Tower of Heaven, the counselors watching through the magic crystal images in the Magic Council, or the dark forces hiding in the dark to observe, all quieted down. Magic spirit power. The reason why the Magic Council has such a high status in this world is all because of the existence of powerful weapons left over by the magicians of all ages. The magic wizard power is also known as the transcendent time and space destruction magic, with the ability to destroy a country in an instant. It is precisely because of the existence of these powerful weapons that the Magic Council's decisive dominance in the magic world has been determined. However, at this moment, the power that has deterred the entire magic world is slowly eroding in front of a dark shadow. Dissipate until it disappears. After a brief silence, the members of the Magic Council were completely panicked, and the huge magic wizard power disappeared in front of the small figure in an instant. Such a thing had never happened before. No, the magic spirit power is gone. How is this possible? The magic spirit power is our strongest weapon of destruction. So far, the Magic Council has lost, and this game has been completely lost. After a while, the dark clouds dissipated, and the dazzling starry sky that was originally covered by the clouds was now presented in front of everyone's eyes. Under the moonlight, Shiraishi slowly landed on the top of the Tower of Heaven and walked slowly towards several people. No, he. Over here. Look over here. Before Shiraishi could get close, Lucy, who saw Shiraishi's dark eyes, suddenly his legs trembled, and he sat on the ground, whimpering and crying. I'm still young, I don't want to die. Help! 99. Shiraishi. Shiraishi was instantly full of black lines. What's the matter? Do I look like a villain? Not really. Tread. At this moment, when Shiraishi doubted his life, Natsu suppressed his inner fear and took a step forward, wiping the sweat from his forehead with one hand, and posed in a fighting position, looking at Shiraishi. As Natsu walked out, Gray, Gajeel and others behind him stood in front of Shiraishi, suppressing their inner fears, but the moment they walked out, they suddenly seemed to be missing one person, Urza, who always liked to lead the way. Went. Turning his head, he saw that behind them, Urza was looking at them with a forcible smile. What's the matter? Urza. Everyone asked immediately. Shiraishi shook his head helplessly at Urza's smile, but since the trouble was resolved, he would no longer be able to threaten Urza, and he would not need him for the fragmented matters that followed. A long time ago, Shiraishi, who returned to the kingdom of Fiori from Dongfeng, went to Fairy Tale in the town of Magnolia in order to see his lovely daughter earlier. When Urza, who learned from Makarov, went to the Tower of Heaven to perform a mission, although Shiraishi had enough confidence in his daughter, he was still a little worried. So Shiraishi, who couldn't put it down, rushed to the coastal waters of Kalam again. Putting the blade on his waist, he glanced at Urza and said, I'm going back first, together. In the amazed eyes, Urza slowly shook his head, looked at Joe's companion who was hit by the air current and was covered in bruises. After I finish the task, I'm going home, then, father, you can take good care of me. Tell me about your adventures over the years. Father. Natsu and the others were startled and looked at Urza and Shiraishi in disbelief. No, such a terrible person is Urza's father. Gray trembled as he said that the man in front of him who had destroyed his hometown was Urza's father. It was then that they remembered that Urza had said that his father was on a long trip. Well, then I'll go back first. He hasn't returned for a long time, and he is really homesick after wandering outside for so many years. I don't know how Irene and Anna are now, as well as the little maid. I haven't seen each other for a few years, and I think I must have grown up a lot. Boom! 513. A gust of wind surged under Shiraishi's feet. After confirming that Urza was leaving with him, Shiraishi would still insist, leaving Urza come back early and then one step out of the tower. After Shiraishi left, Natsu and the others felt that the heaviness that had been in their hearts had subsided, and everyone's eyes flashed golden light and rushed towards Urza, but they were quickly forced back by Urza's eyes. After solving the most troublesome Jalal, everyone was in a hurry, and the remaining trash fish was cleared away under the leadership of Urza, and then returned by the surviving boat in the Tower of Heaven dock. When everything was calm, the sun of dawn shone across the sea. On the collapsed tower, Altair with long black hair walked to the top of the tower and looked at Jalal's corpse with a gloomy expression on his face. Boom! Altair stepped on the corpse, and with a wave of his white fingers, a shadow emerged from Jalal's corpse and submerged into Altair's palm. If Jalal was still alive at this time, he would find that the shadow was 8 years ago. The thing that appeared in front of him claimed to be the soul of Zeref. What a waste! Altair's face turned cold, and the magic in his hand swirled, causing Jalal's body to dissipate in the vortex. Chapter 118. After dealing with Jalal's body, Altair did not leave. The white magic power surged again in his hand, and a magic crystal appeared in his hand. In front of Altair, a white sword energy appeared out of thin air, and when his magic power touched this Shiraishi sword energy, it instantly dissipated into the air. Altair's face suddenly sank. Altair was also short of breath when he thought of the picture he had seen through the magic crystal image, the figure that penetrated the magic spirit power, and the earth-shattering slash. Is it the person that Lei Ji hated before? But that person has disappeared for many years. Why did he appear after this critical time? From the day when the whole plan was prepared, Altair got to know the character of each counselor through special channels. Among them was Counselor Li. In subsequent investigations, Altair learned of a weakness of Reggie, that was, a few years ago, because of a failed arrest of a criminal, he had a serious dissatisfaction with the Magic Council, and Altair took advantage of this and drove the other party to cooperate with her. In order to achieve the goal, Lazi's only request is to eradicate Urza, the descendant left by the sinner. Altair chose to agree, and also saw the image of the man who disappeared for several years. But she didn't expect to be blocked by the other party when she was about to complete the R system at the end. What exactly is going on? Boom! Suddenly, a shocking coercion descended. The entire Tower of Heaven was shaking violently, and a terrifying force came from behind Altair. Sweat poured out and slashed down from Altair's tender back. Altair turned his head slowly with trembling, and followed the pressure coming from him. Look in the direction. In the falling boulder, a terrifying aura kept coming from afar. Step! 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 The dull breath, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, hit Altair's heart. At this time, her clothes were already wet with sweat, and the soaked clothes were clinging to her beautiful body, coupled with her pale face. Extraordinarily tempting. Altair lowered her head silently. Her body was shaking constantly. Even if she didn't look up at this time, she knew who the other party was. Be at GBW. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Altair trembled and said, You haven't left. Why, are you still here? 55. Why? In the magic crystal image, she had clearly seen the shadow leave, and she even waited for hours until she appeared at dawn. But, why? Above the shattered spire, the black figure was standing at the top. The waist-length black hair was constantly fluttering along with the sea breeze in the morning, and the dark eyes looked through the shattered top of the tower, looking at Altair below. The black figure jumped gently and landed in front of Altair, looking at this trembling body, and after hearing the next sentence, Altair's head was completely empty. Where's Hades? Take me to meet him. Altair's pupils shrank sharply, his consciousness gradually fell into fear, and the arc of time in his hand slipped and shattered all over the ground. Taking a deep, cold breath, Altair said shiveringly. "Excuse me, Lord Sword Saint, what are you talking about?" 35. Tear. A lingering breath swept across Altair's body, and countless pieces of clothing fluttered in the sky, revealing the tender whiteness. At the same time, a strong arm pinched Altair's pink-white neck. The plain eyes looked directly at Altair's trembling eyes, and the cold words came out. "Remember, this is your last chance." Boom. Endless coercion was conveyed to Altair's heart with the gaze of his eyes, leaving an indelible mark. In less than a second, under the pressure of Shiraishi, Altair subconsciously agreed. Seeing this, Shiraishi smiled slightly, but when he was about to leave, he felt a surge of power from Jalal's corpse. With a new thought, he turned his head and left and waited in secret. At dawn, just when he thought Shiraishi was about to give up, he finally waited for the prey to take the bait, which was the scene in front of him. Altair has no centrality to Hades. In order to survive, Altair will abandon the former master without hesitation. The reason why she obeys Hades' orders is to find Zeref, get dark magic, resurrect her mother, and then take revenge. Following Shiraishi's release, feeling the coolness of the air, Altair's hand immediately used time magic to restore the torn clothes. Dressed neatly, she walked to Shiraishi's side in fright. Her beautiful head. "I'll show you the way." Magic Council, inside the council hall. Yajima looked at the vacant seat in front of him with a low face, but the person who should have appeared in that vacant seat failed to appear for a long time. At this time, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that there was a problem at this time. Turning his gaze, thinking that he might face revenge next, a heavy atmosphere continued to hover over the heads of everyone. Those members of parliament who once supported the release of the magic wizard power were silent at this moment. Yajima shook his head with a wry smile, tore off the member's logo, threw it under the corner, and turned to leave. On the highway of Ishgar, somewhere above the ocean, the unique-shaped, black-based magic guiding spaceship, powered by magic crystals, wandered in the clouds in the sky. There is a pattern on the side of the spaceship, which is the demon heart of one of the three major dark guilds of the Balam Alliance. And the Altair, who was supposed to appear in the Magic Council, was slowly landing on the Grimoire Heart spaceship. What was different from the past was that he changed his white kimono and put on purple as the main clothes. Surrounded by magic soldiers wearing purple magic robes and helmets with the guild emblem on their heads, they immediately stepped forward and bowed. "Welcome back, Lord Altair, Li Dihao." Altair, who has the title of the head of the Seven Kin of Purgatory, her status in Grimoire Heart is equivalent to Urza's existence in Fairy Tale, and in the entire Grimoire Heart, she is second only to the President and Vice President. "Well, what about President Hades?" Altair asked casually. "Master President, in the top cabin of the ship," the magician said in a low voice. However, just when Altair asked, the door of the cabin in front was opened, and a girl with short pink hair came out. When she saw Altair, her eyes suddenly lit up, with a happy expression on her face, and she rushed towards Altair. "Ulu, you are back." Altair frowned. She didn't want others to call her this name, but when she thought of that figure, Altair suppressed the thought of scolding the girl. Okay." 35. Altair simply answered the girl and walked away. Chapter 119. Passing by the girl's side, the mage soldier led the way, leaving behind a disappointed and depressed girl. "Step into the cabin." Pushing open the door, on the topmost center seat of the entire spaceship, there was an old man covered in darkness, wearing a blindfold and wearing a black robe. "Altair, it looks like your mission has failed." President of Grimoire Heart, Hades. Altair was not surprised that Hades learned about the results. After all, within the Magic Council, she was not the only eyeliner, and there would always be someone who could send the news to him. There was an accident, Jalal died in the hands of a mysterious person, and the entire R system has completely collapsed. Altair didn't intend to deny his fault, and simply agreed. Hearing this, Hades frowned. He still understands the strength of Altair and the Pawn Jalal. Anyone who can kill Jalal shows that the strength has reached the level of threatening his plan. I didn't expect you to miss it, Altair. However, when Altair was about to speak again, suddenly, the cabin door behind him opened again. A middle-aged man with exploding hair walked in from 513, and on his right there was the girl with short pink hair just now, still a full-A man with messy blonde hair and red eyes, and he was the one who spoke. Shut up, Zhang Crow, Altair is just a Miss 35. The pink short-haired girl gave Zhang Crow a dissatisfied look, but even if the arrogant Zhang Crow heard it, just as he was about to argue with Mirti, he was stopped by the middle-aged man behind him. Mirti, Zhang Crow, be quiet, the president didn't speak. Azuma, let go, I have to teach this damn it kid a good lesson today. However, just as Zhang Crow took a step, a few figures appeared behind him again. A man with black-rimmed glasses and all his hair combed back looked at Zhang Crow and said, "Lessons? You can't teach Mirti a lesson, Zhang Crow, except to perish together." 35. Don't talk too much. Rusty Rose. Zhang Crow roared. Lara, Rusty Rose is right, you really can't teach Mirti. At this moment, a fat white man with thick eyebrows walked beside Rusty Rose and said with a slight stutter, "Okay, the farce should end." In Altair's eyes, a man with a goat's head and a suit appeared, wearing a pair of sunglasses, and the entire seven kin of purgatory was here. Under everyone's gaze, Hades slowly stood up and turned to Altair to ask again. Suddenly, the entire magic spaceship swayed violently, and then the spaceship that was still flying in parallel at a high altitude started to fall straight down. It must be known that the location of the magic spaceship is nearly 10,000 meters high in the sky. Even if the space below the spaceship is in the sea, the impact of falling is completely unbearable for the fragile human body. However, at the moment when everyone felt panic, a figure appeared in front of them. Looks like it's going to end early, or my daughter will still be waiting for me. 35. Invisible vibrations radiated from Shiraishi's body, and the board under his feet was constantly bursting, but everything that solved him instantly turned into distortion, and within a few seconds, the top layer of the entire spaceship instantly became blank. You are the mysterious person who defeated the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Hades, who has countless information, recognized Shiraishi's face at the first sight of the intruder, and immediately released his magic power to open the spaceship's spare magic crystal to prevent the spaceship from falling. Scope. However, even though the mage ship stabilized, the dangerous ice did not disappear, and the intruder in front of him had not yet been resolved. About him Hades had known about years ago. Being able to kill both Wolfheim and Hyborion at the same time, even he is not very sure, but Hades wondered, why this person who disappeared for several years suddenly appeared here. However, this thought only stayed for a few seconds, and continued until what had just happened, and an answer instantly emerged in Hades' mind. Altair. Could it be you? Hades glanced coldly at the sight of Altair, who was at peace, and said solemnly. For a split second, Hades' words shifted everyone's attention from the intruder to the one guiding Altair. Altair betrayed us. The black flames burned on Zhang Crow's body, roaring at Altair. However, even in the face of numerous accusations, all of this has nothing to do with her. Having faced Shiraishi, she is well aware of how terrifying the man who is holding her is. Thinking of this, her face is still calm, and she looks at her former companion lightly and says, "I don't know what, he may have boarded the ship avoiding my observation." Altair had expected it from the moment he promised Shiraishi before, but she didn't expect Shiraishi to board their base camp soon after falling, without even saying a reason, and then started directly. At the same time, Shiraishi was already slowly holding the hilt in his hands, and the domineering aura that had been silent in his body surged out to them like a tide. Boom! The strength of all the personnel on the magic spaceship has already fallen to the ground in the blink of an eye. Under this pressure, if a turbulent wave faces the front of a lonely boat, there is a possibility that the ship will be destroyed at any time. Damn it! Zhang Krou, who was covered in black flames, roared to suppress the fear in his heart, and shot towards Shiraishi, spreading out to absorb the magic. The Wrath of Vulcan. A large number of black flames erupted, turned into a vortex of terrifying flames, and hit Shiraishi. Boom! The flames drowned Shiraishi in an instant. A frantic look immediately climbed up Zhang Krou's face. I bluff, I thought how powerful it is, and in the end, you are not dead in the flame of my god, you just disappear in the flames. Ha 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 ha. Watch out! Zhang Krou. Just when Zhang Krou was laughing wildly, Rusty Rose behind him saw the figure drowned in the flames and slowly lifted the sharp blade in his hand. Although there was no fluctuation, the sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. Seeing Zhang Krou, he immediately reminded him. Arrive! It was too late, however, when Zhang Krou turned to look. Shiraishi's blade has fallen. Swordsmanship bounce. The mighty sword energy, extremely sharp, cut off the mountains and shattered the sky, cutting off everything that stood in front of him. Boom! 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 The nearly 100-meter spaceship fell with the blade in an instant, turning into two halves in the middle of the hull, and the aura of destruction swept across the sky. Chapter 120. Boom! The shattered spaceship penetrated the clouds and fell rapidly. The cabin of the magic spaceship that had been turned into two cracks, and a large number of low-strength magic soldiers and damaged splints flew out. Among them, Zhang Krou, who had lost half of his body, faced Shiraishi's attack. Despite the reminder from Rusty Rose, Zhang Krou was still a step behind, and his body on the other side was submerged in the endless sword light, cutting off all his vitality. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Krou never thought that he would die so humble. Seeing that he was about to hit the sea, Hades didn't have time to watch Zhang Krou fly out. After all, 7 kin of purgatory in his eyes was just a pawn for him to find the magic abyss, a dispensable pawn. Feeling the pull of gravity, Hades exclaimed, Rastalos, 9. Hearing that, Rusty Rose's magic power was running, and the grey magic power fell and poured into the sea. The mighty sea suddenly continued to vibrate. On the shaking sea, a sloping 100-meter sand slope suddenly rose. Arc of representation. The lost magic left over from ancient times can turn everything imagined into reality. The magic spaceship fell, and the speed of its vertical fall along the sand slope continued to slow down. With the oblique direction of the sand slope, it cut through the water, and the shattered spaceship rushed towards the island on one side. Boom! Countless white sands flew up on the shore, and after a violent collision, the shattered spaceship finally stopped at the fringing reef after several collisions. On the magic spaceship, Hades looked at everything in front of him coldly. Except for the 7 kin of purgatory, almost half of the remaining magic soldiers were killed or injured, but he didn't really care about that. Feeling that the heart buried deep in the cabin was still intact, Hades let out a soft sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Azuma shouted angrily, "Be careful! President!" A cold light hit Hades, and Hades was in a cold sweat instantly, and the dark chain shot out at extreme speed, grabbing the reef beside him, pulling his body to dodge at extreme speed. On the sea surface, Shiraishi raised the blade again flatly, the white on floated on the pitch-black blade, and the 100-meter sea surface splashed with ripples. However, before Shiraishi's sword came out, Hades made his move. Amaterasu hundreds of styles. In an instant, Prejudice showed his incomparable strength at this time. Strange magic circles appeared around Shiraishi. The dark magic in the magic circle continued to spread, and the magic power of the magic circle was connected at the same time, and Shiraishi's figure was completely shrouded in it. With fists clenched, Hades shouted angrily. Burst! Boom! The dark magic circle all exploded. The entire beach and the sea were shaking, the terrifying explosion spread rapidly, and countless flying sand and stones flew out and turned into ashes. The surviving 7 kin of purgatory pushed aside the broken splint and looked at the scene before them. Did it die? Cain said shiveringly, the scene just now was too shocking, and Zhang Crow's death made him desperately hope the intruder died. In the air, Altair and Mirti stepped on the floating crystal, and Altair sneered at the disappearing figure in the explosion. Death? Hades' move was really strong just now, even Altair wouldn't dare to face Hades' blow head-on, but no matter how strong it is, can it be stronger than the magic power? The smoke from the explosion continued to dissipate, and with the aftermath of the explosion, the sea water also fell. In the falling sea water, Shiraishi's figure reappeared, and the blade he held high in his hand had already fallen. Boom! The endless sword slash that followed the past collapsed, and the seabed of several kilometers collapsed, exposing the dry seabed, creating a shocking picture of the sea fault, and the fractured cracks spread from the seabed to the coast. Get out of the way! Hades clenched and shouted in anger, and at the same time pushed the heart of the cabin away with magic power. However, even without Hades' reminder, the 7 family members were already prepared, and at the critical moment, they avoided the terrifying sword chi. But the staggered sword slashes pierced half of the islands in an instant, and I don't know how many peaks it pierced. On the island, several mountains and rivers collapsed in the white on. The sword chi disappeared, the sea water eroded the damaged islands, the broken tree trunks floated up and down with the impact of the sea water, and the broken mountain boulders kept falling to the sea surface, setting off a wave of waves. How is this possible? It's just a slash. 7 kin of purgatory was completely stunned. Not only did they, even Hades, turn pale, he also understood why the Magic Council had lost to each other in the first place. It is completely unimaginable to smash mountains and rivers like this and smash the earth. In the air, even Altair, who had seen Shiraishi's battle against the magical powers of the wizard, was once again shocked by the scene in front of him, and his gaze towards the black figure on the sea was already full of fear. What kind of person is he? On the sea, Shiraishi frowned as he watched the few people dodging staggered. Unfortunately, I still let you escape, but it's okay, you won't have such good luck next time. Obviously, Demon Heart has seen that the other party has completely treated them as opponents. You must know that they are Demon Heart, one of the 3 major dark guilds. When did they suffer such humiliation? You will pay the price. 35. Rusty Rose, who possesses the Ark of Lost Magic and Manifestation, took off his eyes and swirled his magic power, clasped his hands together, and shouted angrily. Ark of Realization, Tower of Empire. Boom! A burst of magic surged out from under Shiraishi's feet, and the dark purple tower continued to pour out, exuding black magic. In an instant, the tower was like a prison, trapping Shiraishi in the tower. Seeing that Rusty Rose was trapping each other, the remaining 3 7 kin of purgatory met each other, and they stepped out and released their magic power to bombard the Tower of the Empire. In the sky, Mirti just wanted to shoot, but he was quickly stopped by Altair who was beside him. Mirti looked at Altair with puzzled eyes and said, Ulu, aren't you going to take action? 399. Hearing this, Hades sneered after taking a moment to breathe. Altair, it looks like you still betrayed me. The corners of Altair's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a sneer, I can't admit it, we just get what we need because we have this common secret. Don't you think you can't even see that when you're over 100 years old? This is that even the pure-hearted Mirti saw that Altair betrayed Grimoire Heart, and Yuzhong took back the steps he took. Seeing this, Hades looked at Altair with a gloomy expression for a moment. He knew very well why Mirti had such a reaction, because she regarded Altair as her mother, and no matter what decision the other party made, she would follow closely. However, at this moment, Shiraishi on the other side has also escaped from the trap. Chapter 121. The domineering spread one after another, shattering the so-called Tower of the Empire. Interesting magic, but still too weak. The next moment, Shiraishi's blade had already fallen, and the rapid sword slash burst out, heading straight for Rusty Rose, but the damaged magic spaceship was behind him. Hades' complexion suddenly changed greatly. In the magic spaceship, he has his own dark magic source demon heart. Once cut off by Shiraishi, he will lose a lot of combat power and his strength will plummet. Seeing the blade slashing down, Rusty Rose quickly dodged to his side, and the magic spaceship was instantly exposed to the sword slash, but just as the blade fell straight down. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared on the magic spaceship, and an invisible gravity suddenly appeared, pressing the magic spaceship into the ground to avoid Shiraishi's slashing, and the flying sand filled the air. Within a few seconds, the sand fog dissipated, and a man with black hair and a long braid walked out on May 13. He had some stubble, his nose was pointed, his hair had grown to his cheeks, and he was wearing a white coat. Coat, gilt crest on left arm. Blue note. Upon seeing this, Hades breathed a sigh of relief. Blue Note Stinger, the deputy commander of Grimoire Heart, is known as the great wizard who never grows wherever he goes. Avoiding Shiraishi's slash, Blue Note aimed at Shiraishi and stretched out two fingers. Gravity suppression. Under the control of Blue Note, a strong attraction came from the ground, and the ground within 100 meters around Shiraishi couldn't bear the pressure and sank directly, and the surrounding trees collapsed directly under the impact. However, under this heavy pressure, Shiraishi's face was still calm, and he walked step by step within the gravity circle controlled by Blue Note. This. What's going on? Blue Note's magic doesn't work at all. Are we dazzled? 39. Everyone was shocked. This is the strongest magician in the heart of the demons, second only to the President Hades. Blue Note also thought that the magic was invalid for a moment, but judging from the ground beneath Shiraishi's feet, he was indeed bearing gravity, and he did not get rid of his magic. However, at the moment when Blue Note lost his mind, Shiraishi burst out, leaping hundreds of meters in one step, and a terrifying sword slash struck instantly. With this sword energy, countless wounds appeared on Blue Note's body, and then turned into a streamline and hit the mountain thousands of meters away. Broke in. Blood gushed out of Blue Note's internal organs, spewed out through his throat, and poured onto the boulder. What a terrifying power! Blue Note's face gradually distorted. If he hadn't mastered gravity magic just now, when he hit the mountain, he reversed most of the space transfer attacks, and he would have been completely dead at this time. But even so, that small amount of power is not something he can bear. Intense pain continued to pour out of his body, causing his body to constantly tremble and fear. At this time, he felt that several ribs had been broken in his body, and only a slight movement would cause more intense pain to emerge. Since he became the vice president of Demon Heart, this was the first time he felt such pain. It can't be kept, otherwise it must be me who will die now. Under the hideous face, Blue Note endured the pain on his body, controlled gravity to escape from the mountain, folded his hands together, bent his fingers, and the whole body's magic power was instantly concentrated on a point on his hand. Super Gravity Ball. Blue Note's strongest magic, the magic force concentrates the gravity infinitely. Under the extreme pressure, the gathering a little magic force causes the space to collapse to form a black hole, swallowing all objects in front of the black hole. No matter or radiation can escape the gravitational field, not even light can escape. Tower demolition. 99. At this moment, Azuma also rushed out, and a crimson light circulated around Shiraishi, forming a complex magic circle. The magic power of the earth was condensed into fruit, and surrounded by Shiraishi, a huge sky was created. When it exploded, the shape of the flames shot straight out like a giant tower. The undead of Bridia. At the same time, the embarrassed Rusty Rose stood up again and released the Arc of Manifestation, unleashing a large number of undead attacks and devouring Shiraishi's soul. And Kane on the side also released the upper flash attack. It seems that you still do not recognize the facts, but you will soon know. 35. However, Shiraishi still held the blade in his hand indifferently. He believed that his blade would make them understand the so-called despair. Facing Shiraishi's ridicule, even Hades, who had been cultivated for nearly 200 years, was engulfed by endless anger at this time. Hades flashed a cruel smile and tore off the blindfold over his right eye. Combining hands, condensing the strength of the whole body. Devil's Eye. Hades opened his right eye full of dark power, completely liberating the hidden magic. White hair stood on end, his right eye was full of darkness, magic power floated on Prejudice's robe, and his hands were as ugly as demons. I will see the real magic abyss. The palms merged, the palms were united, and the heavy dark magic power was condensed into a sphere. The law of the devil. Abyss? A cold glow flashed in front of Shiraishi's eyes, and the white glow covered the sword body, and dense cracks appeared on the ground. Whether it is a monster or a savage beast, the souls of all creatures on the island are trembling, desperately trying to escape from the island. This. Even though they were far apart, Altair still felt the trembling from her own soul, and her instinctive desire to survive had always forced her to flee as soon as possible. Who the hell is he? Just how strong is he to create such a terrifying scene? For a time, Altair really wanted to know about Shiraishi's own 2.2 experience, as well as his past. Boom! The terrifying airflow rushed all around, and the dark clouds in the sky continued to rotate into vortexes under the action of the airflow, and roaring lightning flashed in the clouds. Everyone looked at the vision created by the man in front of them in panic. Under the shock of this force, the magic power in their hands was twisted, vibrated, and finally disappeared. Under this force, everything disappeared. What's the matter? Hades was completely stunned, the magic power continued to dissipate, and the deep despair continued to shroud them down. In the storm, Shiraishi's long black hair fluttered along with the gust of wind. When the cold light gathered a little, the power of destroying the world fell like a terrifying tsunami, accompanied by thunder. Boom! The sound that shook the sky swept the sky and the earth. Chapter 122. I do not know how long it has been. Raging waves as time passed, the sea returned to calm again. The gathered dark clouds were also dissipating continuously, the humming thunder and lightning paused, and the blue sky also appeared. The originally peaceful island was completely destroyed by the aftermath of several battles, and only a 10-meter-high fringing reef remained on the mountain that was hundreds of meters high. Blue Note, Rusty Rose, Azuma, Kane, Grimoireheart and the others lined up one by one on the bare fringing reef, waiting for the slap of the waves. Except for the sound of the waves, the world seems to have fallen into tranquility at this moment. The breeze is blowing, and the waves are flying. Cough, cough, cough. However, at this moment, a cough broke the quiet world. In the distance, half of the mage ship was left, a disheveled Hades covered his forehead with his blood-stained right hand. Messy white hair slapped his face along with the waves. At this time, Hades looked like a beggar with asthma, coughing continuously, as if he would cough out his lungs in the next second. Feeling a breeze, Hades raised his dazed old eyes, the icy eyes above the waves. Who are you? When Hades said these words, the blood in the body was constantly pouring into the mind, and the eyes that were about to collapse were gradually condensing and shining at this moment. A flushed face appeared on his old wrinkled face. Shiraishi knew that it was the response of a human being to come back to life before dying. When people light a sesame oil lamp or a kerosene lamp, when the oil in the lamp is about to burn out, it will suddenly light up and then go out. That is because the last drop of oil loses the adhesion or pulling force of the oil and rises very fast, so will suddenly light up. And Hades is like this. When his life's journey is about to end, he will use the potential in the body to fight for the final struggle of the dying period. But all this is just useless work, and the fuel in his oil lamp is about to burn out. But even so, in the last moments of his life, Hades wanted to understand why the other party attacked them. He wants to understand everything. However, Shiraishi ignored him, and slowly wrapped the dragon-slaying sword in grey cloth, making it unnecessary for a dying person to use the blade in his hand. And at this moment, when the two were so close, Hades saw the shape of the blade in Shiraishi's hand. Hades' pupils shrank sharply, his eyes filled with shock. The dark sword body is inlaid with 4 sword balls, and the hilt is engraved with a dragon-shaped pattern. It is a seemingly ordinary but unforgettable blade. There is a picture on the last page of the book. There is also such a blade in the picture, but the owner of the sword has disappeared for 400 years. Suddenly, in his mind, the name that had been avoided by the Magus Council a few years ago appeared in his mind, and this name kept overlapping with the name recorded in the Book of Apocalypse. You were 400 years ago. But just as Hades was about to say the name, the gas ran out and the lights went out. The old white head fell into the sea with the tilt of his body, and his thin body floated into the distance with the beat of the waves, ending his sinful life. And on the silent sea, Altair and Mirti float in the air, having the privilege of watching Hades die. The moment Shiraishi's sword fell, Altair and Mirti quickly retreated, but he was still injured by the impact of the air current. But judging from the current situation, compared to Hades and others who died completely, she was already very lucky to survive. It turned out to be him. How did he spend 400 years? Altair muttered to herself. From the keyword of 400 years in Hades' mouth, she understood Shiraishi's identity, but there was still a mysterious veil on him, which made her a little curious. Having mastered the arc of time, she can clearly perceive the opponent's body, that vigorous physical strength is still completely in the youth time, so what is it that can make the opponent look youthful after a long time? Ulu, what are you talking about? Seeing Altair bowing his head in thought, Mirti asked curiously. However, Shiraishi, who lost his target at this time, glanced at the position of the sun in the sky, and after roughly estimating some time, Shiraishi frowned. It actually took so long, it seems that it will be better to solve it with a sword next time. At this time, the other two who heard this were also shocked. What is it that took a lot of time? What do you think of Grimoire Heart, one of the 3 major dark guilds? Thinking of this, Altair's chest went up and down. Even Shiraishi, who already had Irene and Anna, couldn't help but look sideways, but thinking of Irene's little vinegar jar, he shook his head helplessly. Are all people in this era so overnourished? Shiraishi pouted and said. After confirming that all members of the Demon Heart were dead, there was no need to stay any longer. Shiraishi pinned the Zhanlong wrapped in grey cloth to his waist. As for the 2 people in the air, it didn't matter to him anymore. It's no longer a threat to him. However, at the moment when Shiraishi turned and left, Altair suddenly landed in front of Shiraishi, leaned over and asked, "Why, Lord Shiraishi, take the liberty to ask, why did he attack the Devil's Heart? Just happy, do you need other reasons?" Shiraishi then said, and walked away directly with the water, leaving Altair with a face full of astonishment. Just kidding. Could Shiraishi say in front of Altair that he was hurt because he was afraid that his daughter would encounter them, and all this was resolved in advance? In the air, seeing Altair standing straight on the sea, Mirti was a little worried, released his magic power and jumped from the magic crystal. His young body gently landed on the reef on the waves, and watched Altair ask her softly. "Ulu, what's wrong with you?" After a while, Altair's mind slowly digested the shock of Shiraishi's words. "Fine." Seeing Altair recovering, Mirti also looked sideways at the corpse floating on the sea, looking at Altair's eyes, and asked anxiously. "Ulu, where are we going next?" Seeing this girl who had completely turned herself into her original mother, Altair sighed silently and hugged her. He looked up at Shiraishi's departure direction. A sharp look flashed through her eyes, leading Mirti away from the broken island. Chapter 123. When Altair left in the direction of Shiraishi's departure, the shattered island fell into peace again. Half an hour later, a lonely figure came here, but it was more a demon than a human being. I didn't expect that even the grimoire heart couldn't stop that human being. It seems that Lord Pluto's worries are not without reason. 35. Kyoka shook his head, looked at the corpses stuck on the fringing reef, and said to himself, although they are dead, these corpses are of a little use. With Ki's spell, they should be able to control them. The power of darkness surged in Kyoka's body, turning into dark vortexes, instantly swallowing up the scattered corpses and disappearing into the darkness. Victorian Town. After the initial devastating destruction, the entire town was torn down and rebuilt under the operation of the Fiori royal family. With the accumulation of human and material resources, a more majestic city miraculously appeared in front of everyone in just 1 year, and those who were affected and displaced by the battle are gradually reappearing in the past. Prosperity. In this rebuilt city, there is one place that has never changed. That is the original Phantom Lords Guild located in the corner of the town. When it was rebuilt, the royal family specially avoided wear, and specially gave up nearly a mile to build a garden for this purpose. However, even if it is very easy to walk through this garden, no one dares to step into it. The reason is very simple. The shadow left in the memory is not so easy to fade away. For this reason, the residents of the entire Victorian town even regarded it as a forbidden place. Seeing that he hasn't returned home for several years, Shiraishi, who should have been happy, was not happy at all, and turned to look at the two figures who were following closely behind him. Shiraishi frowned. Considering the little vinegar jar of the queen at home, he did not go directly to the house, but turned around and walked into a brightly lit tavern in the alley. When Shiraishi walked in, all eyes immediately gathered, but these eyes were not looking at Shiraishi, but at the two beautiful figures behind him. Wow! That girl is simply superb. That little one is not bad. I look like I'm only 12 or 3 years old, and I'm pink and tender. It's better to be older, you boy has bad taste. 5. In the small taverns that followed one after another, there were usually only some social scum in a remote tavern like this, and the scum would come. Looking at the aggressive eyes around her, Mirti, despite her own strength, was still a little uneasy when she was young, and hugged Altair's arm tightly. In this regard, Altair, who had seen the real darkness, didn't feel anything. He took Mirti and sat directly next to Shiraishi, asked for a glass of wine, and then looked at Shiraishi softly and said, Sir Shiraishi, drinking alone is very depressing, right? Do you want me to accompany you? The body that is talking, leans over my body. As soon as the words fell, those who were watching Altair felt a rush of blood in their heads, and looked straight at Shiraishi with amazement, envy, and jealousy. Is it? Feeling the tenderness on his side, Shiraishi sneered. With his right hand, he directly embraced Altair's weak waist, held his own glass and touched the glass in Altair's hand lightly, then drank it. The moment Shiraishi hugged him, a masculine scent wafted along, and Altair's body froze instantly. She thought that the other party should be as steady as those old antiques, but she didn't expect the other party to be so direct. This is the first time she has had such close contact with a man, and even Jalal, who has worked with him for many years, has not been able to touch her. But she was directly hugged by the man she met for the first time today, and for a while, Altair's brain immediately lost the ability to think. Let go of Ulu. Seeing his mother being humiliated, Mirti didn't even think about trying to save Altair. However, Shiraishi released his stiff waist one step earlier and leaned back on the chair, with his legs crossed over Altair's. On the legs? Yes, then help me beat my legs first. After the shock, Altair suppressed the discomfort in his heart, raised his seemingly weak hands, and lightly beat Shiraishi's feet on his pusher. Ulu. Mirti watched in shock as Altair obediently obeyed the other party's orders, massaged the other party, and was about to start again, but a terrifying domineering suppressed her young heart. Mirti glanced at Shiraishi with those trembling eyes, and then slowly retracted the palm he wanted to stretch out. Seeing this, Shiraishi withdrew the shocking domineering arrogance and scolded Altair, who bowed his head and beat his legs, "Work harder." The constantly pounding pink fist stopped flowing in the air, and fell again after a few seconds. Maybe he was addicted to Altair and Mirti's faces, or maybe he couldn't get used to Shiraishi's attitude towards beauties. There were a lot of second-rate people who couldn't suppress the jealousy in their hearts. They drank the red wine in the glass and walked straight towards Shiraishi. Just wanted to perform a hero to save beauty, but before he said anything, a heavy force rushed away, slammed it against the wall, and fainted. For the fainted person, he woke up a few minutes later, glanced at Shiraishi, and fled the tavern in a hurry. And a scene, in an instant, suppressed those who were eager to try, and once again talked about a topic that has recently become popular in the entire magic world. Have you heard? The Magic Council seems to be disbanded. Impossible, how did such a powerful council disband, and what happened, after that, wouldn't those dark guilds be left alone? According to Li Dezao, gossip, it seems that the Magic Council is disbanded for fear of someone's retaliation, but then a new council has emerged. Fear? How is it possible? The council is powerful, and because of the existence of Holy Tenchi Grey, how could such a thing happen? It's true, I heard that MP Chi Grey has disappeared, and another MP, Altair, has also disappeared. When he heard this sentence, Altair's head slowly lowered, and the strange angle immediately caused misunderstanding, but under Shiraishi's indifferent eyes, he immediately retracted his neck. But even so, the gazes that stayed on Altair did not dissipate, and one of them stared at Altair from a distance. Hey? Do you think that woman is a bit like Altair Feather? Are you being stupid? How could Altair be here? It seems to be true. Chapter 124. Finally, Shiraishi walked out of the tavern with Altair and Mirti, leaving the crowd looking at each other. The three of them walked on the busy street, where they walked among the noisy crowd. Why are you following me? Shiraishi looked ahead and asked nonchalantly. The footsteps behind him paused slightly, and then he followed slowly, and a resolute voice came out. To get stronger. Shiraishi turned back to look at each other with teasing eyes, and under Mirti's angry eyes, he grabbed Altair's chin with one hand and said evilly. Believe it or not, I chose to kill you, just like your former companion. However, Altair's eyes had already become fearless, and he said flatly. I was dead a long time ago, killed by a woman. Shiraishi frowned and didn't say more, because he already knew the other party's purpose very clearly, but it was totally unnecessary for him to ignore it. And at this moment, Altair said again. If you can help me, it doesn't matter if I give you everything, even my body. Shiraishi was stunned for a moment, looking at the 517 woman who had gone completely crazy for revenge in her eyes. She didn't know if she did it on purpose. Every move had the feeling of a mature woman. Then I'll get some interest first. Under Mirti's horrified eyes, Shiraishi wrapped his arms around Altair's weak waist, not allowing Altair to react at all, and pressed it directly towards the bright red lips. After some requests, Shiraishi let go of his hand with a bit of reluctance, snorted, and set foot on the return journey again. It tastes good. 35. Put on white clothes, I prefer your previous dress, and also the red ribbon around your neck. 35. Looking at Shiraishi's back, Altair's brain was completely short-circuited, and he didn't know how long it took to slowly come back, and a blush appeared on her face. At this moment, Altair had a shy look on his face, which was indescribably beautiful. Even Mirti, who was his daughter, was fascinated by Altair's face. However, Mirti didn't know that under Altair's glamorous expression, his mind was constantly fluctuating, and his heart was already roaring frantically. Damn it! Damn it! After swearing in her heart, Altair suppressed the ups and downs in her heart, forcing herself to forget what had just happened, but the more she thought about it, the clearer the image of Shiraishi in her mind became. This was a feeling she had never had before. Since the moment she saw her mother abandon her, she put down all her feelings and devoted herself to time magic. Even Jalal, who has worked together for several years, has never been able to make a little ripple in her heart. In her eyes, everything that can help her achieve her goals is a tool in her hand, a tool that can be used and sacrificed. However, in the face of Shiraishi, the previous means completely lost any effect on him, especially turning his head away after taking advantage of it, which made Altair somewhat unacceptable. Ulu, you! In a fit of anger, Altair pulled Mirti, who was completely dazed beside him, and went straight to the back in front of him. After leaping step by step, although the road at this time is somewhat different from that in several years, Shiraishi quickly appeared in front of the house under the net of his heart, and at the moment he arrived, the two figures behind him also appeared at the same time. Followed. Actually, I still followed. Shiraishi thought that when he violated Altair just now, he would let the other party retreat, but he didn't expect the other party to follow. No matter what he did, he couldn't be himself. Shiraishi had never seen a man suffer. Shiraishi ignored it, walked to the door, and pushed open the heavy door with a creaking sound. However, the moment Shiraishi opened the door, Chi Shushua looked at the house, and Shiraishi was stunned by the sharpness in his eyes, and then he slowly reached out and touched the back of his head, pretending to be relaxed. Looked like smiling. Even if you miss me, there's no need to look at me like that. At this moment, in front of Shiraishi, except for Urza, who covered his mouth and watched Shiraishi's joke, the other girls looked at Shiraishi with indescribable expressions. Especially when Altair and Mirti appeared behind Shiraishi, Shiraishi felt the eyes staring at him getting colder and colder, as if he was looking at a dead person. Among them, the queen of Shiraishi gave him a cold look and then walked away and said, Anna also left, and even the little maid who listened to her words the most after watching Irene leave, gave Shiraishi followed Irene's back with an apologetic look and walked away. At this time, Shiraishi was also stunned. What about surprise? How about cheering? How about throwing a hug? Shouldn't I welcome you after not coming back for so many years? Seeing his father's depressed look, Urza said with a hint of resentment. Father, do you think it took you so long to come back and bring two outsiders with you? Will your mother give you a good look? At this time, Shiraishi realized that after solving the magic spirit power, he promised Urza to come back, but because of the appearance of Altair, his return journey was interrupted, and the time to solve the demon heart was added. It was almost evening of the second day. Thinking of this, Shiraishi couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. At this moment, Urza looked at the two people behind her, and when her eyes turned to Altair, her whole body instantly froze. Altair! Urza's eyes narrowed, looking at Altair in surprise and shouted. You must know that Altair is now defined as a sinner by the entire Magic Council, and is hunted down in the entire magic world, but such a person will actually appear by his father's side. For a moment, Urza was a little stunned. Time passes little by little. The night falls, and the bright moon rises. Altair and Mirti stayed in the last room under Urza's arrangement, watching everyone return to their respective rooms. Shiraishi stood alone in the hall. What's the matter, what about me? Walking up to the second floor, Shiraishi watched as the doors in front of him were knocking one by one, but none of the doors could be pushed open from beginning to end. Is it destined to sleep in the living room tonight? Shiraishi sighed softly and was about to go down the stairs, but at this moment, there seemed to be a crisp sound from the door of Irene's room behind him. Chapter 125. Door lock dropped. Shiraishi turned his head immediately, just when he thought Irene forgave him, but found that he made a mistake in judgment. The room where the sound came out was not Irene's room, but the little maid on the other side of her room. I saw a shy little maid in pajamas, standing at the door with her head bowed, her lips moving lightly. "Sir Shiraishi, you can stay overnight at the hotel outside." At this time, if it wasn't for Shiraishi's keen hearing, she couldn't hear her murmur at all, but Shiraishi didn't accept her suggestion at all. Obviously he had already arrived home at this time, why should he be squeezed out? After so many years of ups and downs, and many years of wandering, Bai at this time did not want to experience the days of sleeping in the open. And at this moment, "I don't know if the autumn wind is getting colder or the weather is getting colder," the little maid sneezed. At this time, Shiraishi discovered that the appearance of the little maid who had been away for the past few years did not seem to have changed much. The height of less than 1.4 meters did not change much from the time when he left, and it seemed to stay in the original appearance of a girl. After speaking, the little maid planned to close the door. However, in less than a second, a palm got stuck in the crack of the door. Facing Shiraishi, how could the little maid's weak strength resist? Shiraishi exerted a little force, and the door was opened again. In an instant, feeling the resistance in his arms gradually stopped, Shiraishi smiled lightly, walked into the room, and closed the door. At this time, I saw the little maid sitting on the bed, and when Shiraishi came in, she blushed immediately, and quickly lowered her head in a panic. Her heart was pounding non-stop, and she wanted to find a seam to crawl in. Sleepless nights. When everything returned to silence, holding the little maid in his arms, Shiraishi's heart was full of tenderness, gently stroking her hair, kissing her forehead, and telling the bitterness of the past few years. The sky outside was exceptionally clear, the sun was shining through the paper window. The little maid moved her body uncomfortably under the sunlight. How could she feel that she couldn't move? She blocked the dazzling light in front of her with her hand, and opened her eyes to see what was going on. Seeing that, the little maid almost jumped up from the bed in fright, and walked down the pavilion gently. After all, there are still many things to do. Time passed, and it didn't take long for Shiraishi to wake up from a sweet dream and slowly open his eyes. Seeing that the little maid was combing her hair and grooming in front of the dressing table, she looked very shy. Shiraishi got up, put on a dress, and walked slowly behind the little maid, hugging her gently. Feeling the man's unique aura, the little maid's face was flushed, and she followed Shiraishi obediently, enjoying the warmth of his embrace, only feeling that she was the happiest person in the world. Seeing that everything in the room was neat and orderly, Shiraishi knew that the person in his arms should have woken up early, and couldn't help but feel a little distressed, and said softly, "Why don't you sleep for a while since you got up so early?" I saw that the little maid said shyly, "I have to get up early to prepare for the queen to wash up." From childhood to adulthood, the little maid has become accustomed to this kind of life. Shiraishi also persuaded him about this, but in the end it was the same as before. Shiraishi was very helpless. After speaking, the little maid turned to look at Shiraishi, saw that he had just woken up, and his clothes were disheveled, and said softly, "Sir Shiraishi, let me change your clothes for you." "No, no need." Shiraishi immediately shook his head and refused, but still couldn't escape the Maka theorem. In this way, under the meticulous service of the little maid, Shiraishi dressed neatly in a short period of time, and at the same time trimmed the black hair that had not been arranged for many years. Shiraishi comfortably enjoyed the treatment of an emperor. However, soon, Shiraishi stepped out of the room with a comfortable face, and immediately suffered a slap in the face. When Irene and Anna angrily walked down the stairs, Shiraishi just wanted to catch up and explain, in a room next to the little maid. The door opened. From behind the door, Altair and Mirti walked over with two big dark circles under their eyes, looking sullen. Seeing this, Shiraishi froze for a moment and then asked, "What's wrong with you? Didn't sleep well? You shouldn't have been sneaking around last night, right?" However, Shiraishi's words were like stepping on Altair's little tail, and she glared at him fiercely, as did Mirti. Shiraishi frowned. "He kindly asked you to stay, and this is your attitude?" One of them gave a slap, and at the same time, he rubbed the hairstyles they had just finished. Then Shiraishi walked down the stairs with a sense of relief as their eyes were about to burst into flames. 0. Ask for flowers. Damn it! That guy! Altair roared indignantly. If it were a few days ago, she would never let anyone who dared to do this to her. However, without sufficient strength, Altair still used reason to restrain his inner anger. Ulu, how long are we going to stay here? 35. Mirti said, slightly uneasy. The unfamiliar environment and the unfamiliar people made her feel uneasy in her heart. If it wasn't for Altair here, Mirti would definitely turn her head and leave. Wait, in a while. Altair said gloomily. She is waiting. In order to get the ultimate time magic, she must get the help of Shiraishi. From 400 years ago to now, her body is still alive. She thinks what happened to Shiraishi may be related to time, and she can be inspired by it. 0. For this, she had to endure. After a few days. After a while, Shiraishi took the barbecue handed over by the little maid and was relieved when Irene and Anna slowly stretched out. Or just simply sleep and touch everything. In desperation, apart from flirting with Altair and Mirti, only the little maid can bring him some comfort. Looking at the quiet table, Urza sat in the corner, walking on thin ice. After a while, Urza finally found a topic and said nervously, Father, one of the two people you brought back is Altair, isn't she your subordinate? As the eldest sister of Fairy Tale, Urza has also been called to the Magic Council several times to lecture. Maybe the rough Natsu and Grey do not know Altair, but she has met several times. After all, as the only flower among the old men, Urza does not know Altair. Probably forget Altair's face. Moreover, Urza also knows that the other party is now the wanted target of the Magic Council, and the entire magic world is searching for people. However, Urza had no idea that such a person would appear by his father's side. Shouldn't his own father hate trouble? Knife. Chapter 126. That's right, she is. As soon as Shiraishi finished speaking, he ate the food in his mouth. That. However, just when Urza was about to ask again, someone suddenly broke into the stationary door. Shiraishi frowned and turned to look, only to see Lucy and Natsu rushing in, behind them at the same time. There was also a slightly nervous man wearing a Magic Council robe. Lucy? Natsu? Captain Rahal? Urza also turned his head at the same time, instantly recognizing his companion in Lahar, the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Unit of the Men's Freshman Council beside him. After seeing the person they were looking for, Lucy and Natsu shouted excitedly, but at this moment, their eyes also saw Shiraishi behind Urza. Footsteps, looking at each other in panic. Among them, Natsu, in particular, was full of fear, and after being needed by Shiraishi, he also realized the strength of the other party. Seeing this, Urza, who got up and walked towards them, smiled helplessly, "Don't be so nervous, by the way, what are you guys doing here?" 55. And when Urza said this, both Natsu and Lucy turned their eyes to Lahul behind him at the same time, and saw that he took a deep breath and suppressed the fluctuations in his heart. Existence, even if he looks at the beautiful scenery on the surface, he is inevitably a little panic at this time. Stabilizing his trembling hands, Lahore walked over to Shiraishi to present a document. "Sir Shiraishi, this is an invitation to the new Magic Council, please take a look." After taking the document in Lahul's hand, Shiraishi glanced at the contents of the document, and Shiraishi disdainfully threw it to the side of the desktop. "Boring." Urza blinked, and curiously leaned up to take a look. After all, what she showed her father to see, as a daughter, it shouldn't matter if she took a look. Urza only saw the word employment written on the top document on the scattered documents, and then continued to look down in the hand, and without looking at Urza, he knew why his father threw this volume of documents aside. Today's Magic Council is in trouble with Altair, and the entire Magic Council is in a state of collapse and cannot function normally. Most importantly, as the Magic Council's most destructive and deterrent weapon on the bright side, the magic wizard power. After a draft like Altair, it can't be repaired in a short time. As a result, many dark powers emerged, and the Magic Council, which usually had 10 wizard saints and magic wizard power, was not afraid of any dark existence at all. But without these deterrents, the darkness became more and more rampant, and in an emergency, Gurren Dorma, who replaced Crawford as the current speaker, drastically changed the Magic Council as soon as he came to power. This can remove some of the old forces in the past, and Gulen has come to the stage, but even so, he still can't suppress the darkness. In the long run, it is a question whether the council can remain pure, in order to ensure his position under the A. Now the Magic Council is in desperate need of someone who can suppress the situation. So, after some discussion, someone suggested to invite Shiraishi to join the Magic Council. After all, his strength is enough, and he can also eliminate the previous estrangement. Therefore, within a few seconds after the proposal was proposed, all the members approved the plan and dispatched the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Force, Rahal, to deliver the documents. But considering Shiraishi's identity, Rahal thought of using Fairy Tail's help, to which Makarov readily agreed. After all, he also hoped that Shiraishi, who came from 400 years ago, would be able to integrate better. In the magic world, fighting is reduced, so there is this scene in front of you. However, no one knew that, in the face of Magic Council's invitation, it might seem glamorous in other people's eyes, but in Shiraishi's eyes it was just a bunch of trouble. "Father, are you sure you don't want to go?" After reading the contents of the document, Urza's eyes shifted from the document to Shiraishi. "Don't go, there are a lot of troubles, I don't have any extra guild to deal with them, I will solve my own troubles. I have asked them to settle the account of the Magic Guide's energy, and the Magic Council even took the initiative to recruit me, and the wishful thinking is still playing really loud." Shiraishi gestured to the little maid. After the little maid met, she took down a bottle of expensive red wine from the rows of wine racks, took out the wine glass, put 2 ice balls from the ice bucket, and poured scarlet wine. "Hand it to Shiraishi." Shaking the ice ball in the drink lightly, Shiraishi savored it. In fact, even if Shiraishi doesn't go, the Magic Council should be a backup candidate. After all, there are so many saints that they can recruit a few more from them. For example, Warad, although it is only an auxiliary magician, but as one of the 4 kings, his strength can be how weak is it? Of course, even without these backup candidates, Shiraishi wouldn't care about the Magic Council's mess. It was heard that Urza handed back the document in his hand to Lahar, but just when Urza thought it was over, Lahul took out another document from behind and handed it to Urza. "What is this?" Urza frowned, looking at Rahal and asked aloud. However, Rahal did not speak, just pointed to the document for Urza to watch first. With a hint of suspicion, Urza opened the file and rolled her eyes. Recently, Kingdom of Fiore's Sea of Vases found signs of the activities of Oration Cease, one of the 3 major dark guilds of the Balam Alliance. For this reason, the Magic Council hopes to convene various wizards' guilds to send elite wizards with S rank formed a coalition army under the leadership of the Mages 5. Seeing this, Urza showed a surprised 2.2 look on his face, and said to Rahal, "Shouldn't such a document be handed over to our president? Why hand it to me?" And just then, Lucy stepped forward. "Actually, the president has already learned about it, just because you are not at all, and let us hand her over to you. After all, you also know about the situation of the guild, Miss Urza, and you are the only wizard who can be dispatched now." 35. At this time, Shiraishi, who was watching, his face darkened. He let his daughter go out on an adventure all day long. Slightly dissatisfied, he just wanted to ask Urza to refuse, but he immediately pulled Irene back. "Okay, don't worry about it, don't you know the strength of your daughter, what's the difficulty in solving a few wizards, and it's not the dragon family. You should consider yourself first, those two women, what are you going to do with it? Immediately, Shiraishi's head froze. Chapter 127. After spending the night with her queen, I glanced at Irene, who had a happy look on her face. Shiraishi put on his clothes, walked to the balcony, stretched his bones, and quietly walked down the second floor. Looking at Anna and the others downstairs, Shiraishi didn't see Urza, and wanted to have returned to Magnolia at this time, ready to go to the task of conquering Oration Seas. Although, at the beginning, he was not satisfied with the Magic Council's use of his daughter, but for the sake of the guild's honor, Urza was the next step, and Shiraishi didn't say much about it, so Urza was not seen early this morning. Regarding Oration Seas, Shiraishi is still slightly impressed. Together with Grimoire Heart, Tartaros called it the three major dark guilds of the Balam Alliance, but although they are not both dark guilds, Oration Seas's strength is not as good as the other two guilds, and Urza's strength should be able to easily solve it. After all, in Urza's blood, there are Shiraishi and Irene's blood, inheriting the superb swordsmanship, and at the same time mastering Irene's dragon power. 04 Shiraishi, who has nothing to do, intends to go out for a stroll. Since he came to this world, he has never seen this world full of magic. Stepping out the gate, Shiraishi walked the streets alone, watching what was in front of him. In this world, magic has become a part of people's life. Not only magic shops can buy and sell magic, but some people even use magic for a living. And these are the envy of Shiraishi, who cannot master magic, but Shiraishi does not force it, because the position he has been in is no longer the peak that ordinary people can lift. In the 7 years since he disappeared, Shiraishi left Fiori and went to the east of the continent. Although the existence of giant dragons was no longer visible, Shiraishi encountered monsters with strong combat power. He hunted and killed monsters in the vast continent. Breaking through the 50 extreme realm of his own swordsmanship, unlocking 50% of the sword god Sodros, while acquiring new swordsmanship, he also gained the 1,000-year life given by the system. However, Shiraishi's harvest was not limited to this, where Shiraishi saw the existence of the New World, and the roots of the New World. The northern continent, Kurdana, is different from the western continent, Arakitasha and Ishgar where Shiraishi is located, a brand new and unknown continent, perhaps after Aknalaja is settled, where is Shiraishi's next stop. However, Shiraishi's contemplation was soon interrupted, just because the footsteps of one of the two people who followed behind him were so loud that Shiraishi smiled helplessly and continued to walk forward. There are cars and cars on the street, and there are people pulling horses to and fro. The hawkers and the girls who came out to hang out, the children laughed and laughed, Yeming sniffed his nose. On the road, the air was filled with the smell of wine, pancakes, and fried fruits and other delicacies. Listening to the speeches of the people around, it seems that they are preparing for a magic parade festival. There was a lot of noise everywhere. There are shouts, and cheers. There is also the laughter of children. Seeing these things that have never been seen before, the girl behind Shiraishi is a little bit about to move. Altair looked at Mirti's expectant smile, sighed softly, nodded, and watched as she plunged into the crowd ahead, walking up to Shiraishi's side to be parallel to him. Oh, the biscuits at the old aunt's house are getting more and more fragrant. And at this moment, a little girl in front of her said with a milky voice. The little girl looked like she was only 6 or 7 years old, with a cute face, a small forehead, and a small pink cotton skirt. She looked very cute. She couldn't hold it in her small hands, but she still pointed to the food and asked her mother to buy it for her. Okay, my little angel wants to eat anything, and my mother will buy it for you. A woman with gentle eyes, holding the little girl's hand, her eyes are full of love. I am afraid that even if her daughter asks her to pick the moon, she will do everything possible to satisfy her wish. Seeing this, Altair's face sank involuntarily, but Shiraishi was full of envy when he could see deep in her eyes. Altair's life is too tragic, because of the tragic experience in childhood, so that he still hates his mother Ulu. Seeing this, Shiraishi is wondering whether to tell her the truth. However, the thought only stayed in Shiraishi's mind for less than a second and dissipated. Watching Altair look at the little girl with an envious look on his face, Shiraishi quietly leaned against her ear. "Should we both have one?" Although Altair blushed, he still calmly replied to Yeming. "Can you?" He also lost a charming look. Hearing this, Shiraishi was stunned for a moment. It seems that the good guy has learned to counterattack in the past few days, but with Altair's own appearance, it does have a certain lethality. After all, after throwing that wink from Altair, there are many men around him. A lot. Shiraishi smiled lightly and continued to walk forward, but something went wrong soon. Within the range of his heart network, the number of people increased, and even at this time, there should not be many people celebrating the festival. However, according to the heart network, it is observed that this number is still increasing. Suddenly, Shiraishi felt a 520 strong energy fluctuation, so that even he could not ignore its existence, and the power was still rising rapidly. Shiraishi jumped out of the crowd and rushed into the sky, and seeing Shiraishi disappear, Altair didn't even care about Mirti, and hurriedly followed. Launching the leap, Shiraishi jumped to the mountain not far away, looked towards the source of the energy emanating, and frowned. The rift in space, that's the direction of Magnolia. Boom! Dense dark clouds had already condensed over the distant town at some point, and the dark clouds continued to expand, covering the surrounding mountains and rivers together. Feel the spatial fluctuations that spread out in that dark cloud. Space channel, could it be? Suddenly, Shiraishi remembered something. His face was a little gloomy, and at this moment, Altair behind him also arrived, but the moment she fell beside Shiraishi, Shiraishi moved forward again. Altair was stunned for a moment, but in order to dig out the secrets of Shiraishi, Altair suppressed his inner anger and followed up again. During the leap, as it got closer, the airflow in the air became heavier and faster, the surrounding space nodes were constantly fragmenting, and dark black holes were constantly emerging. And the more this happened, the more anxious Shiraishi became. Chapter 128 Magnolia. When Shiraishi arrived, the whole town was completely shrouded in white smoke and turned into a grey world, and the sky was still pouring rain. The original town has completely disappeared, and a small amount of magic factor floats up and down in the air along with the differential and then disappears. The world seems to be immersed at this moment, and there is no sound at all. Are you a step too late? Shiraishi strolled through the smoke, and behind him, Altair, who was stepping on the arc of time, also arrived, watching the grey-white world in front of him, and a look of surprise flashed on his face wet with rain. At the same time, she also noticed the fading of her magic power, but it was only a small amount, which did not cause her panic. What's going on here? Why do I feel like the magic is gone? 35. Shiraishi didn't answer Altair's question, but stared straight ahead with flat eyes, and Altair followed the trend. I saw a vague figure emerging from the vast rainstorm and smoke, and as the figure got closer, it gradually became clearer. Wearing a dark blue windbreaker, covering his entire body completely, even his face was tightly surrounded by a face towel, and the man with 7 strangely shaped magic wands was slowly moving towards Shiraishi's position. Come! Different from ordinary people, his footsteps seemed to be extremely heavy, each step seemed to be very difficult, and his swaying appearance seemed to be about to fall in the next moment. Call! In the rainstorm, the wind and waves slapped his body, blowing the dark blue windbreaker on his body, and at the same time blowing the face towel off his face, revealing his astonishing face. Jalal. The picture of Chi Grey, or Jalal, who died in Tower of Heaven, is exactly the same, even the red tattoos on his face are exactly the same, which shocked her. Altair said with a shocked expression, she didn't understand why someone who had died so early was still standing in front of her alive at this time. At this moment, Mistogen's body leaned and fell backward uncontrollably. Shiraishi reached out and grabbed his neckline and made him sit down smoothly. Cough cough cough. Unexpectedly, there are still people who survived. Mistogen was not shocked by this. After all, he also knew that there were people who looked exactly like him in this world, and he was no longer used to misunderstanding it as another. Shiraishi frowned, didn't care about anything, stepped forward and asked directly. Mistogen, what about the Urza? Was she absorbed into the F***ck2? Mistogen's body was shocked, and he raised his head and looked at Shiraishi in shock. How do you know my name, and how do you know about F***ck? For a moment, Mistogen was a little confused. Except for some people, few people had seen him. At least he had never seen Shiraishi's face, and the two were only meeting for the first time. Don't ask so much, I'm her father, where is Urza? Shiraishi saw that Mistogen didn't answer the question and asked again. Are you Shiraishi? After coming to this world for many years, Mistogen, who was walking in the dark, has information large and small, and she also has a certain understanding of Urza's father Shiraishi. For this reason, Mistogen slowly calmed down. I don't know, I didn't return to the guild before the F***ck broke out, so what happened in the guild is not clear. What the hell are you talking about, Mistogen? Shouldn't his name be Jalal? Altair was completely stunned, not to mention the words that Mistogen and Shiraishi communicated, just his face that was exactly the same as Jalal, she didn't understand until now. At this moment, suddenly, the storm in the sky turned again, and the dark clouds revolved along the storm at an extremely high speed. Muffled thunder. Seeing this, Mistogen's expression changed and he shouted frantically. Get out of here, Magnolia! The white aperture exudes a majestic magic power, but just as Mistogen's voice fell, it fell like a meteorite. From the center of the vortex, the carrier's powerful magic power fell. Altair's face changed, and he exclaimed, What's the matter, what is that? Boom! In an instant, Altair's voice was drowned out, and at this moment, Shiraishi put his hand on the hilt. Then, a sword was unsheathed and turned into a Shiraishi-colored cold light trace from the bottom to the top, incorporating the power of the swordsman, and the blade of the dragon-slaying sword suddenly burst into an even more astonishing edge. The sky was broken, and a sword mark of white light met the magic power, as if splitting the sky and the earth, splitting its magic power into two. Mistogen's pupils shrank sharply. The sharpness contained in this sword shocked him, as if it could cut and tear everything. To cut off the attack of the super warp power of F***ck, although he had already heard about the strength of Urza's father, he never thought that the other party was so terrifying. Not only him, but even Altair, who had watched Shiraishi shoot several times, was full of astonishment. Damn it! How strong is this guy? In the sky, Shiraishi floated down and asked with his back to Mistogen. Mistogen, there are things you'd better explain to me in detail. 35. At this time, although Mistogen couldn't see Shiraishi's face, he was still full of awe for the strong, nodded in response, and began to explain in detail the cause and effect of the whole incident. After listening to Mistogen's explanation, Altair came to a complete understanding at this time, and also understood the reason why Mistogen looked the same as Jalal. It turns out that there are the same people in another world, and Mr. Lee's gang is the Jalal of one world. However, he also learned of a world that exists, and the existence that communicates the two worlds is the vortex in the center of the dark clouds in the sky. Hyperwarp magic AF***ck. That is the magic used by the other world Edalas to plunder the magic power of the parallel world Aslant. In Edalas, there is also magic, but the way of existence is different from that of Aslant. Aslant's magic does not exist in the weather, but appears as a solid magic crystal, and it is also purchased with extremely limited resources. Therefore, Edela's human body does not have a source of magic power that holds magic power, so if you want to release magic, you need to use some unique props to store magic power. Therefore, with the passage of time, Edela's magic crystals are continuously consumed, and the magic resources are becoming more and more exhausted, so a country has emerged to develop AF***CK. Chapter 129. Every few years, Edela's would turn on AF***CK, converting all Aslant's resources, including the human body, living things, nature, etc., into magic factors and transferring them to Edela's. And the people who have been transformed into magic factors have been magicians, and this has become a resource that Edela's uses every day, and disappears into the air after use. So, isn't it true that people are? Altair seemed to realize why Shiraishi was so anxious. Yes, as long as it is transformed into a magic crystal and becomes a consumable item for Edela's magic tool, when the magic power that belongs to her is exhausted, then the individual will disappear from this world. Mistoggan took Altair's words and said, and because of this, he couldn't stand Edela's way of plundering the life of another world through AFCK, so he rushed from Edela's to Aslant, and sealed up many AFCK's channel, in an attempt to stop AF***CK. However, after years of running around, he couldn't solve it. Until today, he could no longer stop him after exhausting his magic power. AF***CK broke out completely. Shiraishi also looked up and observed that the central gate of the dark cloud in the sky was about to close, and that was the gate that communicated between the two worlds. As Mistoggan said earlier, "Forget it, let's go." Just as Shiraishi took a step out, he glanced at Altair beside him, his heart moved, he grabbed her in 520's hands, released Yuexiang, and rushed into the gate of AF***CK together. "Ya! Where are you catching?" Altair screamed in shame. Turned into a ray of light and flew into the hyperspace crack. When the magical support was lost, the crack gradually disappeared, and finally the original sunny day was released. Edela's. Boom! A white light fell to the ground like a meteorite, hitting a huge 100-meter deep pit on the ground, filled with smoke. Around here, the fish with wings and all kinds of unknown creatures that have never been seen before, after shaking for a while, all were scared and fled around at this moment. In the smoke, Shiraishi let go of Altair, whose face was full of anger, and suddenly let go, causing Altair, who was unable to guard, to lie directly on the ground, and what Shiraishi said next made him even more embarrassed. It shouldn't be bad. Anxious Altair immediately struggled from the ground, just about to argue with Shiraishi, but at this time, she also noticed that the two of them are now in a new world. Here is. In the sky, there are large and small islands floating, and a silk-like river is connected between some islands, intertwined with the mountains and rivers above the islands. And it all stems from the magic hidden in nature, but in Altair's observation, the magic here is far less than that of Aslant. Even the area where Aslant's magic power is thin is far more than this. Altair stepped forward, but just a few steps away, his face turned bitter, his face flushed bright red, covering the undulating plumpness under his white clothes. Seeing this, Shiraishi said, "It's nothing, it's different from Aslant, because the magic power contained in the air is scarce, so you're not used to the environment here, but it's okay. Just endure it and you'll get used to it." 99. Following Shiraishi's words, Altair lowered his breathing rate and took a few deep breaths in a row, and the feeling of suffocation in his body also weakened a lot. "Strange, why are you all right?" Altair, who had calmed down, asked Shiraishi with a hint of red on his pretty face. "I don't need magic." Shiraishi takes one step at a time, and although there is no magic, Shiraishi has more terrifying power than magic. "Where do I go next now?" Altair asked Shiraishi. "The kingdom of Edela's. Since Urza has entered Edela's together with the town of Marnolia, then AF***CK must be in the king's capital of Edela's, as long as he finds a way out." After hours of travel, Shiraishi and Altair were still bouncing between the floating islands. But later, in a forest surrounded by usse, huge plants. Looks like I'm still lost. The whole Edelas is too big. Shiraishi's heart network is still close to the limit when it expands to 10,000 meters, and apart from some creatures, Shiraishi can't feel the rest. But after successive searches, Shiraishi still found a trace of human beings. At this time, in front of them was a house built from a hollowed-out giant tree trunk, with many vines circling around it. That's fairy tale. Altair stood beside Shiraishi, looking at the pattern of the branches pulling on the treehouse, which was the coat of arms of the Fairy Tale Guild. Is this Edela's fairy tale? According to what Mist Ogden said before, there are also wizards' guilds in this world, but these guilds have not been recognized by the kingdom and have been suppressed. For this reason, wizards' guilds generally exist in relatively remote corners. For example, Fairy Tale in front of them hides here, but the noise coming from inside doesn't think they care too much about their own situation. Sir Shiraishi, why are you looking for Fairy Tale? Altair asked softly, but at this moment, Shiraishi was already walking towards the gate of Fairy Tale. Bang! A few seconds later, with a loud bang, the closed door of Fairy Tale was kicked to pieces under Shiraishi's feet, and the bursting wooden door shot inside. Who? As the door burst open, the noisy world inside instantly turned into dead silence, and countless eyes looked in Shiraishi's direction. Suddenly, before he could speak, a whip leg came over, and although it was very fast, it was quickly caught by Shiraishi with one hand. Shiraishi smiled and looked at Lucy like a gangster on the street. It shouldn't be Edela's Lucy, and just as he was about to speak again, Lucy's other foot also played again. In an instant, Lucy was controlled by Shiraishi's hands to move continuously. Let go of me! You lackey of the royal army! Lucy was annoyed, and kept twisting her body, trying to break free from Shiraishi's restraint, but what she could do with her few tricks was quickly subdued by Shiraishi. He sent his hand away and grabbed the other foot of Lucy with one hand. Lucy, who lost his balance, fell straight down, and his whole body stood upside down. Seeing that Lucy was about to join hands again, Shiraishi said with a slight smile. You're gone. He kicked down Shiraishi's feet and stopped immediately. At this time, Lucy noticed that he was standing upside down. Although the leather skirt he was wearing did not slip off, he spread it when he crossed his legs, and this scene happened to be caught by the top. Shiraishi saw. Chapter 130. A hole. Lucy immediately retracted his spread legs and glared at Shiraishi. And the battle at the door instantly caused Edela's Fairy Tale to exclaim. I'm not mistaken, that person will actually be defeated. And looking at his face seems to be very relaxed. So strong, that person's strength is at least above everyone else. Could it be someone from the kingdom army? I don't know, let's take a look. I hope not. Our magic crystal energy is running out, and we can only support 2 big transfers at most. Oh, hope. Lucy was still struggling, just when Shiraishi was about to let go of Lucy. Suddenly, a force was felt in the outside world, and this force was a bit like a 400-year-old giant dragon, and it was even very similar to the aura of Acknowledge at the beginning. That is. At the door, Altair exclaimed and looked at the dense forest behind him, and in the direction she looked in, there was a roar similar to that of a beast, but Shiraishi had already walked out of the door, looking into the distance with a heavy face. Could it be that there is also a black dragon Acknowledge in this world? Who? As time passed, the roar got closer, and Shiraishi and Altair, even Edela's Fairy Tale, heard the rage. That. It's the royal army. 99. Run away. I need to get out of here quickly. Unlike Shiraishi's reaction, Edela's Fairy Tale immediately plunged the entire guild into turmoil, with anxiety and panic floating above their heads. Many of them were timid and some girls even fell to their knees and shivered in the corner of the wall. Even the bold Lucy couldn't help but feel flustered when he heard the 3 words of Wang Qiajun, then turned to look at the levy sitting on the magic tool with other special shapes in the corner and shouted loudly, "The teleportation device is not yet. Okay. It's not noisy. Don't you see that the progress is only 20% now?" In the face of Lucy's roar, Levy also responded to her not to be outdone, but the hand controlling the magic tool did not stop. The corners of Shiraishi's mouth twitched slightly as the voice got closer and he was about to step out of the door, but was quickly pulled by a hand. "The teleportation device is almost ready, come in, take your little girlfriend and prepare to go away." Lucy grabbed Shiraishi and said, from the moment he let go of himself, Lucy knew that the opposite was not the royal army that was going to attack them. Although he was a little annoyed by Shiraishi's actions just now, Lucy did not intend to leave Shiraishi in the face of danger. "An Altair? Little girlfriend?" Altair's eyes flicked, however both hindered this time. In the sky, a beam of light suddenly fell, falling from the sky above the tree house, and then a magic power slowly dissipated from it, and at the same time, there was a voice full of despair. "Pass, the teleportation device was destroyed." Levy had a black face, apparently affected by the explosion caused by the beam hitting the transmission device just now, and several scars appeared on his body. For a moment, Edila's fairy tale twisted their stiff necks and looked at Levy with disbelieving eyes. For a while, the air seemed to freeze. At the door, Shiraishi pushed away the hand of Lucy and walked out, looking at the figure flying in the distance. Illusion. When I sensed it again, the figure that came over, although there was a hint of acknowledge, was still not the real him. A world of opposites. 99. Boom. A few seconds later, the black shadow in the air flew to the top of Shiraishi's head. The huge figure covered the ground hundreds of meters away. Except for the bloated abdomen, it was very similar to the Dragon Clan 400 years ago in other aspects. Wings, huge horns on both sides of the head. There seems to be someone on that monster's back. Altair narrowed his eyes and looked up. Above the shadow, the man standing on the nose of the plane. He was wearing silver-white armor and a pink robe, but the most disgusting thing was that his lower body was only wearing a pair of tight underwear. "Hug boy. What's the matter?" "It's him. Captain of the 4th Demonic Squadron of the Edila's Kingdom Army." 35. Lucy behind her quickly recognized the person, but soon she couldn't see the disgusting face. Boom. Shiraishi's legs were slightly bent, and along with the ground shaking and the shocked eyes of Lucy and others, the jet-black domineering color of armament immediately spread to Shiraishi's right arm, emitting a dazzling silver light when the light was refracted. 0 fur flowers. "Give me down." Boom. In an instant, a small fist mixed with a rapid hurricane fell on the dragon-like behemoth. As for Zyugboi, who was standing on it, he only saw a black shadow, and he crashed into the ground with the impact of the airflow. Bang! Countless cracks began to spread, flying sand and rocks rose up, and the island where it was located suddenly collapsed, and the river in the sky was also scattered by the impact. In the air, Shiraishi retracted his fist and shook his head slightly. Although the dragon-like behemoth in front of him is very similar to the dragon in terms of size, shape, and even aura, it is still far from the dragon in terms of strength. 0. Shiraishi fell and stepped on the head of the giant beast. Seeing this, Shiraishi, who was on his body, was startled and pressed the blood that was about to spit out of his mouth, and kept retreating. Woo 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 woo. The giant beast tried to break free from Shiraishi's suppression, however, the more he did this, the more difficult it was to breathe, but his own survival instinct prompted it to continue. Shiraishi's eyes narrowed, and the white on-sword energy emerged to cut off the giant beast's head. Ding! Hunt mutant beasts and gain 0.03% experience. Ding! Sword God Sodro's template, 55.37% unlocked. Current level, Sword Saint. 55. This. Shiraishi was taken aback. Experience. After killing the devil's heart, the progress bar for unlocking kendo stopped again. He didn't expect that these giant beasts with a hint of dragon breath could bring him experience again. Just when Shiraishi felt the pleasure brought by his experience, the scene of slaying the mutant beast with one sword instantly shocked everyone. You must know how many guilds rebelled at the same time after the Sorcerers' Guild was denied by the kingdom. However, when the kingdom sent troops and monsters, the Sorcerers' Guild fell one after another. Not only how many people died in the hands of these monsters, but such a monster was easily beheaded by Shiraishi, and a wave of waves arose in his heart. Seeing this, Hujiboy, the captain of the 4th Demon War Force of the Edila's Kingdom Army, had split eyes and was extremely distressed, but he was more worried about his own life than this. Turn around and prepare to run away immediately. Chapter 131. Bang! Just as Hugboy took a step, a silver chain of Shiraishi fell towards him. The sharp blade was only an inch away from his face, and a cold sweat instantly poured out of every pores on his body. Step! 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 With the sound of footsteps, Hugboy turned his head slowly and looked at Shiraishi, who was approaching him. The panic in his heart had made him lose the idea of running away. Please! Don't kill me! Hujiboy slumped on the ground and kept stepping back. Seeing this, Shiraishi stretched out a hand, but it was blocked by a huge beam of light, filled with smoke, and when he looked sideways, he saw a giant beast reappeared in the sky in the distance, and there was also a figure on its back. With long crimson hair, silver-white armor, and at the same time, he was holding a huge magic spear that exceeded his own body. The blue-white magic power of 520 was constantly surging on the spearhead. He looked at Shiraishi with sharp eyes and shouted sharply. Let him go! It was obvious that the attack just now was hit by her, blocking Shiraishi's shot. Urza! Shiraishi received the sword slash that he was about to strike, and said softly, perhaps it should be called Urza of Edilas. Boom! The shining magic spear fell again, and the explosive flame shrouded Shiraishi in an instant. Immediately, a stream of air erupted from Shiraishi, dissipating the surrounding flames. Urza? I didn't expect Lord Shiraishi to be beaten by his own daughter. Seeing this, Altair chuckled and said, after getting along during this period of time, he knew very well that the Sword Saint Lord, who was feared by everyone 400 years ago, was a complete daughter slave in private. But in this world everything is the opposite, and Shiraishi has nothing to do with Urza, who looks the same. In the sky, Urza waved the magic spear in his hand again. After a flash of magic power, the magic spear transformed into a straight spear, and the sword light of the bearer fell towards Shiraishi. Bang! Carrying terrifying magic power, it cuts through the sky and falls straight down. Shiraishi frowned, and his armed arrogance surged out, covering his right hand, and instantly grabbed the spear that was in a state of rapidity. Urza, holding the spear, looked at Shiraishi, who easily blocked her attack. No matter how hard she tried, the spear in her hand had not moved at all, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. However, Urza did not have the idea of shrinking back. Holding the spear and turning, Shiraishi felt the sharp blade in his hand dissipate, the spear freed from the bondage flashed, the spearhead reappeared, and then the whole person fell firmly on the giant beast on the back. Magic device transformation? Interesting. Shiraishi jumped up, his pitch-black palms cut through the air, and a fiery red light followed, sending out the whistling of a gust of wind. Urza was suddenly startled and motioned for the giant beast to rise, but it was still a step slower. Shiraishi came in a flash, and was already beside Urza for a moment, but the giant beast under his feet also launched a counterattack at the same time, and the huge long tail rushed towards Shiraishi's face with the whistling sound of the wind. Since you want to die, it's up to you to die first. His eyes condensed, and the white ons floated down. Boom! Under the sword, the crescent moon flew, and the body of the giant beast turned into two sections in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a scream of the giant beast's breath. Urza caught the corpse of the giant beast under his feet and took off again. Take it up. Boom. Swords and guns are colliding. Sparks are everywhere. Sonic gun. However, in an instant, under the flash of magic power, the magic spear changed its attack form again. In a moment, Urza soared rapidly, and Shiraishi quickly pulled away several positions. At the same time, in the magic spear Urza convert again. Blast gun. The magic spear erupted with flaming flames, directly attacking Shiraishi's eyes. However, the attack seemed extremely fast in front of him, but in Shiraishi's eyes it was ridiculously slow. His fingers flicked away the flames and together with the swarms that were just a short distance away. The gun blades were shot together. Continuously changing attacks, it is better to be proficient in one weapon, and feinting moves are the most waste of energy. Boom! Obviously Shiraishi doesn't have time to play with children anymore. Even if he looks like an Urza, it's not a reason for Shiraishi's willful behavior. Boom! In a split second, Shiraishi attacked again. How can that be? Urza was a little panicked, but the fighting consciousness of fighting for many years made her react quickly, but even if she changed the sonic gun, it was already too late. Boom! Armed with a domineering fist, he punched the magic gun in Urza's hand, and the broken gun blade was like a crystal snowflake under the refraction of the sun. Yet Urza has absolutely no time to appreciate it. While smashing the gun blade, the pitch-black fist slammed into Urza, slamming all the way to the ground, drawing a trajectory of hundreds of meters on the island in the air, where it passed woods, rivers, boulders in an instant. It was completely ground into dust, and the huge impact was dissipated. Seeing that the flying sand of the wave came in like a wave, fairy tale and the others quickly pulled out the magic tools in their hands and lined up. Unleash your strongest magic against the aftermath of the explosion. In a panic, when Altair was also preparing to release the Arc of Time, he found that he was channeling the magic in his body no matter what. What's going on, my magic? Seeing Altair standing in a daze, Lucy immediately pulled him back, and just at this moment, the wave had already hit, and the terrifying air wave hit the magic released by Edila's fairy tale. In an instant, the gravel was submerged inside. After a long time, the smoke disappeared and there was still a little bit of sand in the air. Pushing away the boulder that was on the top of his head, Edila's fairy tale struggled out, looking at the scene in front of him that looked like a natural disaster, and a panic appeared on his face. 2.2 At this time, their gazes towards the figure in the sky have completely changed, especially when Lucy remembered what he had done before, and was so ashamed that he found a dog hole to turn in. In the sky, Shiraishi looked from a distance, and on the deep pit in the center, the mushroom cloud that shot straight into the clouds, a sword wave swept across, and the violent airflow washed away the smoke and dust, revealing the appearance below. In the center of the island, the mountain shattered and boulders fell, but there was no movement. However, just when everyone thought Urza was dead, Shiraishi shouted into the distance. I know you're fine, Urza, I've been merciful just now, that blow can't hurt your life at all. For a time, Lucy and the others stared blankly at the broken mountains and rivers in the distance. Is that a moment of mercy? Chapter 132. Amidst the rubble, there was a violent vibration, and Urza knelt on one knee on the ground, crimson scales surging on the skin of her body, and a heavy breath boiled outside her body. Daughter of the Dragon. Thousands of meters away, Mistoggen watched the battle from a distance. He didn't react much to Urza's changes. There were also giant dragons in this world. What is that? Lucy rubbed his eyes in disbelief, looked at Urza in the deep pit and said in surprise, what the hell is going on? Why does Urza actually possess magical powers? That's not magic, that's the blood of the dragon, which inherits the power of the blood of the giant dragon 5. At this moment, Mistoggen landed on the side of Lucy and started to release the triple magic mirror water to block the impact released by Urza. You are Prince Jalal. After returning to the Edala's world, Mistaghan no longer used a face towel to cover his face. After all, the reason why he covered up in a slant was to avoid Jalal, and this time he did not need to cover up again. 35. Mistaghan nodded in response, then turned his eyes away from the panicked Altair. Here, the medicine that liberates magic power at this time. In the sky, Shiraishi slowly landed in front of Urza, and the face change of Urza at this time has also ended. The dragon horns on her head, the crimson scales wrapped her arms, and the black lines climbed up her cheeks, turning into the shape of dragon lines. Seeing this, Shiraishi muttered to himself. Irene's blood! Bang! Urza suddenly burst out, and terrifying power erupted wantonly outside her body, smashing the surrounding rocks, and cracks like cobwebs appeared under her feet. Seeing that a more powerful force is about to explode, the magic power in the magic tool in the hands of Lucy and others has been exhausted in the first round of impact just now. Facing a new wave of magic, led by Mistaghan, Lucy and Edala's fairy tale began to panic and flee the battlefield. On the battlefield, Shiraishi watches Urza. Although he did not sense the magic in Urza, the dragon's breath became more and more dignified in her, as if giving up the source of magic and turning all the power into the development of the body. When the breath dissipated, the mutated appearance of Urza also stopped, clenched his fists, and looked at Shiraishi with sharp pupils. Who are you? Why are you hindering the royal army? I'll talk when you win. Shiraishi said lightly. Boom! The terrifying aura exploded out of Urza's body at the moment. One after another sonic boom sounded on his fist, and he jumped out. Then the fist covered with crimson dragon scales came directly. Bang! In the field of vision of the Edala's fairy tale who had fled, the blast created by the collision between the two hit the island below them. As the airflow hits the island one after another, it is constantly cracking. What's the matter? Is this still human? Lucy said in shock. Bang! The moment Urza's fist without any magic power slammed into Shiraishi's body, waves of air followed. Feeling the vibrations around him, Shiraishi blocked it with ease. Good power, but not enough. 35. However, Urza is not just like that. As time slowly passed, the crimson scales of the body became more and more bright red, and the strength and speed skyrocketed again. Turning into a streamer, Shiraishi is dazed and terrifying from all angles. Altair, who regained his magic power in the distance, did not run away, but stood on the arc of time to watch the battle between Urza and Shiraishi from a distance and was secretly alarmed. Would two people be able to do this with only physical strength? It's too terrifying. Boom boom boom. On the battlefield, countless shocks continued to hit Shiraishi, and Shiraishi, who was overwhelmed, held each pair. With the sound of stepping, Shiraishi stopped, and then an invisible wave suddenly spread out from Shiraishi's body. The speed was beyond human understanding, and the invisible wave instantly swept the entire island. Boom! The earth began to crack, and the island that was crumbling completely collapsed at this moment. Urza stopped, the invisible fluctuations spread out. Urza only felt a terrible force pouring into his mind, like a big mountain pressing down on him. What's the matter? Why do I feel the fear? 35. Urza's body trembled uncontrollably, and the raised fist slowly loosened under the trembling in his heart, and the scales on his body also retracted at this moment. Seeing this, Shiraishi smiled slightly. Domineering. For those who are not strong-willed, when faced with the domineering arrogance of the tyrant, they will instantly be unable to withstand the deterrence of the tyrannical arrogance, and they will faint and lose their combat effectiveness. Moreover, domineering is a large-scale attack. As long as it is within the attack range, even if there are tens of thousands of people, under the domineering look of the overlord, it may be destroyed in an instant. Although Urza has lost her combat power, being able to maintain consciousness is enough to show that her will in her heart is firm enough, but it is still not enough. What happened? Why did Urza give up? Outside the battlefield, Lucy looked at 520, Urza, and said, not only Lucy but also Grey, Natsu, and others could not clearly see the battle situation in front of them. That means that Edila's strongest demon team leader, lost to that man? In their past impressions, Edila's demon clan is almost invincible, and the strongest captain Urza in the demon clan is even more frightening. Most of the sorcerers guild in Edila's died at the hands of Urza in the demon squad. There were several sorcerer guilds who fought against Urza together, but they all died in battle. Urza has also become a monster in people's eyes. However, it is such a person who is easily crushed by another person, and it is still the kind that has no backhand. Shiraishi walked to the trembling man, his mind moved, and the domineering arrogance surrounding Urza was withdrawn, and this time Urza didn't do anything anymore. Who are you? Urza asked Shiraishi forcibly to stabilize his trembling mind. Shiraishi shook his head. Didn't your parents teach you to give your name before asking someone else's name? I don't have parents. 35 Urza said flatly. No parents? Shiraishi frowned. Chapter 133. Then where did your power come from? It makes no sense, the power just now was obviously the power of a giant dragon. It's something I was born with, Urza said stubbornly. Really? Obviously, the words of Urza did not convince Shiraishi that, in general, if you want to gain great power from innateness, unless you inherit the powerful genes of your parents from your bloodline, and use it to stimulate the hidden power in your bloodline. The ability Urza used before, first of all, the half-dragon transformation shown in battle, is obviously the power of the dragon, and there is also the existence of the dragon in Edila's, so Urza's power is only inherited from the parents of the dragon. But in Urza's mouth, it was obvious that he still lost his parents. But the world is already dead? Do you know your parents' names? I said I don't know, I really don't know. The successive inquiries made Urza a little impatient. I grew up alone. I have no parents. For a time, the atmosphere fell into an awkward situation. Do you really think so? Just as Shiraishi was in deep thought, Mistogin approached him from a distance, and at the same time offered Shiraishi a moment of antidote, but was rejected by Shiraishi. What do you mean by that? Shiraishi asked. Although there are the same people in the worlds of Edila's and Aslant, the situation of the large logarithm is opposite, so that Shiraishi can't judge the situation at this time. Although I don't know who Urza really is, I do know something about her origins. 99. Hearing the news about herself, Urza turned her head sharply, but when she saw Mistogin's face, there was a look of shock on her face. Who are you? Prince Jalal. Okay, it doesn't matter, and I'm not in the mood to mess around with you, take me to Urza. Shiraishi said in a deep voice that although he was surprised by the identity of Urza in this Edila's world, it did not make Shiraishi let go of what he really needed to do. Sir Shiraishi, if you want to rescue Urza and the others, maybe you can listen to it and compare it to you in this world. Me? Shiraishi's eyebrows twitched. Mistogin nodded and said, according to the data stored in the depths of the kingdom, in order to solve the problem of the depletion of Edila's, Urza's parents created a magic together before they died. After a pause, Mistogin spoke again. Transwarp magic, anima. And Urza's father is Shiraishi-sama's other you in this world, but the other you has long since passed away. What's the situation? Urza stared blankly at the conversation between the two, and after hearing Mistogin's words, the whole person suddenly fell into a sluggish state. His eyes were full of panic, and he looked at Shiraishi in disbelief. Father? Am I not an orphan? I don't believe. Edila's Fairy Tale Guild. In the guild that was swept away by the battle. Shiraishi picked up the glass that seemed to be intact, cleaned it, and with Kana's angry eyes, picked up a bottle of what seemed to be the most expensive whiskey from the wine rack behind him, and patted the dust away. He picked up the cork, poured it out, and handed it to the dazed Urza. In fact, it was not only her. Shiraishi was digesting the shocking news brought by Mist Ogden. According to Mist Ogden, the self in this world is a powerful blacksmith with magic tools, and Irene is the dragon slayer, and the two died shortly after creating the anima. The development process of anima is completely unknown, but the only thing that is known is that after the death of the two, the only bloodline Urza left was taken in by the kingdom of Edelas and became the captain of the kingdom's army and demon team. It's just. Shiraishi is still a little bit incomprehensible. After pouring himself a glass of wine, Urza asked in a low voice when he just handed it to his mouth. Are you really my father? No, I'm just the same person your father appeared in another world. Of course, if you want to call me that, I also mind. Shiraishi rubbed Urza's hair and said, not only fantasizing about how interesting it would be if two Urzas appeared in front of Irene at the same time. I don't want it. 99. Urza snorted, although her face was reluctant. She didn't pat Shiraishi's hand away, but sat on the chair obediently and turned her head. Urza understands that the man in front of him is indeed not his father, but for some reason, Urza always has some expectations in his heart, hoping that this time will pass slowly. Seeing the stubbornness of Urza, Shiraishi didn't say much, and turned his attention to Mist Ogden beside him. Then do you know how I and Irene in this world died? Hearing that, Urza also turned his head back to look at him. I don't know, there is no detailed record in the intelligence, because there was no publicity about the death that year, and the information about Shiraishi-sama and Irene-sama was also blocked. The entire kingdom, except for some members of the royal family, no one knows about the two of you. Existence 5. In this regard, Mist Ogden also suspected the cause of death of the two, but every time he investigated the depths, the clues were always suddenly disconnected, and finally ended without a problem. Mist Ogden's words also caused Urza to ponder, and she was also curious if her parents were so powerful and able to create the horror magic of anima. So how did they both die? And after that, there was a message in the kingdom, Li Hao Li, that there were rumors that Dragon Slayer kept disappearing. When Mist Ogden said this, he turned his attention to Urza. Urza was suddenly shocked, and his thoughts became more and more confused. Perhaps, everything can only be solved by seeing the King of Edelas, but before that, the magic of the anima needs to be lifted. After all, Urza may be inside. After drinking the wine in the glass, Shiraishi walked out towards the door. Altair followed in an instant. In this strange world, the only Shiraishi she could trust, even though it was sometimes too much. Go straight to the class. Mist Ogden got up and asked. Of course, why should you cover up when you have absolute strength? 35 Shiraishi said with a slightly upturned mouth. Hiding your strength? Why do you have to do it multiple times, just like the one that solved the devil's heart? Wouldn't it be easier to hit Huanglong directly? Chapter 134. Boom! A gust of wind surged under Shiraishi's feet. Altair followed closely, and the moment the two were about to set off, Urza jumped up and grabbed Shiraishi's back with both hands. I went too. I figured out the reason for it all. 35. At this time, Urza was no longer confused, and Shiraishi just smiled at her and turned his head away. Boom! The violent airflow belts around Shiraishi. Since you have upgraded your strength to the stage of a juggernaut, you have become more proficient in the control of sword chi. With the leap, you can make him leap into the sky in a short time. Although he cannot fly, it is enough. He saved and moved forward quickly. Ready! Bang! The 100-meter ground shattered under Shiraishi's foot. Shiraishi and Urza turned into a long figure and walked away. Seeing the people jumping between the islands, Altair immediately released magic and followed him. High in the air, the rapid airflow made Urza raise his arms, blocking the strong wind. Is this the Wizard of Aslant? What a terrifying power! Although he is reluctant to admit it, but the fact is in front of him, Urza has to believe in the strength of the other party. Magic? Probably. Shiraishi landed on the highest mountain on an island, launched leap again and smashed the top of the mountain to jump high in the sky, while 523 released a powerful sword energy to block the collision of the airflow. Benefiting from Shiraishi's blocking, Urza was able to lower his arms and look at Shiraishi with complicated eyes, feeling a little jealous of Aslant himself. What am I in that world? 35. The capital of Edalas. Is this the capital of Edalas? It looks pretty good. Shiraishi looked ahead and said. Well, after all, this city is the center of the entire Edalas kingdom and the most harmonious place in the entire kingdom. 5. Urza nodded and said. On that bustling street, countless people were walking back and forth, accompanied by cheering laughter, with smiles on their faces. Harmony? This is the residence of the royal family and nobles. The magic power of the entire Edalas world is gathered. I think this is the king who is trying to win people's hearts. If there were no magic crystals, this place would have been in chaos. Equivalent to Urza, Altair, who is accustomed to walking in the dark, can see the essence of this country more clearly. Urza opened his mouth and closed it again, silently, because Altair was right, because the magic of the whole world is gathered here, and this prosperity is brought about. Suddenly, Altair noticed a commotion in front of the square, crowded with people, unable to see what was going on inside. Come on, 35. Shiraishi took a step forward, and as he got closer, he gradually heard some voices clearly. Children of Edalas, our holy kingdom of Edalas has been crafted from animal with magic for 10 years. Let's sing together, laugh together, enjoy this boundless joy together, and welcome the magical age that brings us together. The people of Edalas. Just as the three of Shiraishi approached, the crowd burst into cheers enough to disperse clouds and smoke, and saw an old man with a crown on his head, holding a scepter, and a large beard, about 70 or 80 years old, standing on the tower. Above, the crowd is moving towards those shouting. And he was Mistogan's father, King Faust of Edalas. Go away! Shiraishi mercilessly pushed aside some of the people in front of him, and those who were pushed away were about to get angry, but seeing Urza beside Shiraishi silently swallowed the words he was about to say. Looks like you have a great reputation in Edalas. Seeing this, Altair teased Urza a little, and the other party rolled his eyes at him. Soon, the three of them saw the center of the square, which made the residents of the royal capital cheer. On the exhibition stand below Faust, a magic crystal like a hill is sitting there, shining brilliantly under the refraction of the sun. This is the magic power converted from Aslant's magnolia using AF***CK. Altair said in amazement, the magic crystal reserves in front of her have exceeded her imagination, and I am afraid that it will be used to generate dozens of magical energy. At this moment, suddenly, a few small sound and shadows landed from the sky, causing the crowd to burst into exclamations. As the distance approached, people could see their faces clearly. That is Transcendence. Messenger of God. The angel has landed. Looking at that appearance, it was exactly the same as the cat beside Natsu at the beginning. The cat's body, strange coat color, and a white wing on the back. In an instant, people in the entire square knelt down neatly on the ground, from the ministers of the kingdom down to the common people, and even Faust, who was the king, knelt down likewise. Moreover, when Urza, who was standing beside Shiraishi, was about to kneel down subconsciously, Shiraishi grabbed him with one hand, and at the same time showed a gloomy look on his face. What to do? Kneel down to the cat, my daughter will not be so shameful. Urza froze, there seemed to be a magic in Shiraishi's voice, and she couldn't help but obey him and straighten her body. A transcendent Nikiya who looks very similar to Blue Pegasus, holding a white scroll in his hand, said to Faust expressionlessly. We have brought the Queen's will. Please instruct the Queen. On the tower, a gloomy look appeared on Faust's face, but because he lowered his head, no one could see his expression at this time. Last night the Supreme Queen foretold that a catastrophe that would destroy the whole world would come to Aedelas, the magic would disappear from the world, and the end would come. 35. Everyone was shocked when they heard it, and immediately fell into a panic. If this sentence was replaced by other people, everyone was just a joke at the beginning. But this world-destroying language came from their most respected queen, who was also their god. There has never been a single error in God's prophecy, so this time, people are also convinced. At this moment, 3 figures stood at the same time in the kneeling crowd, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention, and the surrounding guards immediately rushed forward, but when they saw the figure of Urza, they suddenly at a loss. Seeing Urza's tangled face, Shiraishi sighed lightly. Whether it's Urza or Urza, it's still a little difficult for the kind-hearted people to think about their former comrades. It seems that there are some things that can only be done in person. Chapter 135. The voice fell. Boom boom boom. Cracks spread from under Shiraishi's feet, the ground began to crumble, and the abyss beneath the cracks was reaping the lives of the people of Aedelas like demons. For a time, the entire capital of the capital was shaking violently under the power released by Shiraishi, and cracks appeared in the large and small streets, as well as the mountain peaks. Immediately, the entire Aedelas people fell into a panic, leaving everything behind to escape from the capital. Demons, demons! Run ah! Help! Help, help me! Your Majesty, save us! The capital collapsed at this moment. Urza's face was full of shock, although she knew in the previous battle that the opponent did not use all her strength, but she had no idea that Shiraishi's strength would be so strong. In this regard, Altair is better, after all, since the first scene when Shiraishi confronts the magic spirit power, he already has a certain ability to bear it in his heart. To know that the original magic wizard power can easily destroy a country, a capital is considered, what a difficult thing. Just when Shiraishi started to do it, Mist Agan, who had barely arrived in the distance, suddenly panicked when he saw this scene, and immediately stepped forward and shouted. Sir Shiraishi! Calm down! Please stop first! However, Shiraishi condensed the white light and stepped down again, and everything that was 100 meters away from Shiraishi turned into gunpowder smoke under the impact. The guards poured in like a tide behind the square. But what they faced was the terrifying domineering overlord. 10 people. Thousands. 10,000 people. The ground was littered with the bodies of the guards, and Shiraishi took hundreds of lives with every step he took. Boom. The devil. He is the devil. Some of the guards can't hold on anymore. Just now, their comrades who were still standing alive are all dead, and his body is covered with the blood of his comrades, and his inner will has completely collapsed. In the sky, as the only transcendence in the Aedelas world for storing magic, Nikiya looks at Shiraishi, who is raging wildly below. There was a trace of panic in his heart. He didn't care about his noble blood and his disdain for human beings. He quickly released magic and desperately wanted to escape to the sky and return to their own kingdom, Extania. He believed that as long as he went back to where he was, and invited their greatest god, he would be able to eradicate this human being. On the tower, with this shaking, Faust fell, and at that moment, Shiraishi appeared in front of him. Say, F***ck is there. Just as Shiraishi stretched out his hand to grab Faust, suddenly, a large sword slashed towards Shiraishi's hand, followed by a burst of sparks. How is this possible? Why didn't you cut off your arm? The one who spoke was a transcender who was wearing armor and also had a pair of white wings behind him and a face shaped like a black panther. He held a dragon in his hand and looked at his trembling arm. But compared to the transcendent, his manifestation is more like a human being. This is another ability of the transcendent apart from the flying wings. If you want to develop this ability, you must go through terrifying training to barely maintain this state. Lily. In the sky, Urza stood on Altair's Arc of Time, watching the situation below. Panther Lily Edila's kingdom's second magic war troop leader, the strength is second only to Urza. However, at this moment, the domineering hand covering the armed color grabbed its neck in an instant, and no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't escape Shiraishi's palm. Whoa! Seeing the suffocation that spread from grabbing his neck, a flush of red rose to Panther Lily's face, struggling to cry out. No! Don't kill him! Father! Seeing this, Urza suddenly exclaimed. The screams spread instantly, and the people who were fleeing the capital and the members of the royal army almost stumbled and fell when they heard the words of Urza. What the hell? Father? We heard it right, the leader of the demon squad, the strongest daughter in the kingdom's army, calls that villain her father? What the hell is going on here? In fact, when he heard this sentence, Shiraishi was also taken aback, looked up at Urza, and after seeing the look in her eyes, he threw the panther force in his hand and fell into the distance. Inside the collapsed house. 0. Ask for flowers. In fact, even if Urza didn't say it, Shiraishi didn't intend to kill him. In the ruins, blood flowed down the black cat hair. Panther barely looked at the Urza in the sky and fainted instantly. At this time, Mist Ogden saw that Shiraishi was about to attack again, and immediately stopped in front of him and said, Sir Shiraishi, please stop as soon as possible. If you continue to talk nonsense, you will destroy the AF***CK buried deep in the ground. For a split second, Shiraishi's hand stopped, and it was clear that Mist Ogden had grasped the purpose Shiraishi needed. However, Mist Ogden, who stopped Shiraishi from continuing to destroy the capital, was not without friendly cheers. Jalal, Urza. You two have betrayed the kingdom. Faust obviously did not realize that he was being taken, and he roared in anger, Damn it, I should have killed you from the beginning. I just want to know the cause of my father's death. Urza didn't say anything from Faust, just plainly stated the purpose of her trip. Hearing this, Faust was suddenly startled, with a look of anger on his face. Quickly take them both together. But the magic that attacked Urza was defeated by Shiraishi with a wave of his hand, and at the same time released a web of hearts that covered the entire dynasty. Since Mist Ogden said just now that it will destroy AFCK, that means AFCK is in the capital. 35. The heart net covered down, and the panic, screams, and crying of the crowd poured into Shiraishi's mind in an instant. After sending out useless information, he finally found what Shiraishi wanted to find in the depths of the palace. So F***CK is there. After saying that, Shiraishi stepped out of the steps and headed towards the palace. Faust, who was on the side, was completely panicked. F***CK was the source of magic power for the entire Edilas. If he lost it, the entire Edilas would return to the era of depletion of magic power. An angry Faust roared at Shiraishi, Stop it! The royal army is coming to stop him. Noisy! You bastards! A cold light bloomed in Shiraishi's hands, and the aura of the world was awakened, and the world seemed to stand still at this moment. Chapter 136. Boom! Sword beams filled with destruction swept across the heavens and the earth, violent air currents slammed into the surroundings, countless buildings collapsed, and a canyon like an abyss ran through the entire royal capital. Under the collapsed house, countless people were crying, and the voice of despair was constantly ringing. Faust stared blankly at the broken royal capital in front of him, and a turbulent wave had already set off in his heart. Seeing that Shiraishi was about to strike again, Urza burst out, blocking him instantly. Don't do it anymore, the people of the kingdom are innocent. In response, Shiraishi shook his head. Innocent? I don't feel innocent about someone who delights themselves with another world's life. Edilas? It's a joke, regardless of the people who kill another world just for their own sake. What's the difference between this and the dragon race 400 years ago? May 27. Shiraishi doesn't believe in the fact that F***CK plunders the magic power of another world, and no one believes that, not to mention the civilians in the outside world. The kingdom army who is only carrying out the mission thinks that some people know it. But will they be concerned? No, I cannot. In some ways the people of Edelas are more damn it than the dragons. Ignoring the face of Urza, Shiraishi's blade slashed again. The sword has its own will, and Shiraishi admits that it may be occasionally selfish. But at the moment when he swung the blade, no one could shake his will, even his most beloved daughter. Crashing! The bearer is terrifyingly white, and the sword energy is cut out. Boom! 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 At the moment when the second force fell, the second abyss canyon also appeared. The entire island began to collapse, and countless boulders fell from the capital island where it was located to the island below, causing shocking turmoil. Help! 9. Help me! I don't want to die yet! Countless people fled in a panic, and even many people fell into cracks and abyss, and the death expanded again. Seeing this picture of hell on earth, Mistogin instantly made his scalp tingle, thinking that bringing Shiraishi over would be able to rescue Aslant and Change Island at the same time. But now Mistogin had no idea that Shiraishi would start the massacre directly. Sir Shiraishi, AF*CK is here. No, Mistogin pointed to the deepest palace in the palace, and if he didn't divert Shiraishi's anger, the whole Edelas would be finished. Hearing this, Shiraishi turned his gaze towards Mistogin and walked all the way to the depths of the palace. And at this moment, everyone present understood Shiraishi's purpose at this moment, AF*CK, the source of magic for the entire Edelas. At this time, not only Faust, but everyone panicked in an instant. The panic of losing their magic power filled their hearts, and the whole world could not accept that AF*CK fell into the hands of others. Quick! Quick! Hurry up and stop that man! Hughes! Panther's power! Hurry up, don't let him get close to AF*CK in the depths of the palace. Following Faust's order, everyone picked up their magic tools and put their heads on their heads at this moment, blocking Shiraishi's body. There is no way, as long as AF*CK is there, they can continuously absorb magic power from another world. Magic power is too important to them. Suddenly, at this moment, Nikiya, the transcender who returned to Extania in the sky, took nearly 1,000 transcenders and swooped down from the sky with a long sword in hand. A cataclysm that will destroy the whole world will come to Edelas. The magic will disappear from the world, and the end will come, as their god foretold. Although human beings have always been regarded as inferior races, in the face of a common enemy, the transcendents can only choose to resist together. Shiraishi's eyes became colder, and the terrifying power gradually spilled out of his body. It seems that some things still haven't made you understand what death is, self-righteous ants. 35. With Shiraishi as the center, a frigid cold air spreads out, covering an area of 100 meters in an instant. Mistogin, who was leading the way in front of Shiraishi, felt the world suddenly become cold. Boom! With a click, the space nodes on Shiraishi's side began to burst, and then the dense cracks like a spider web quickly spread. Draw the sword! An invisible air wave rushed up, and the terrifying power had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a long sword with a dark appearance and a gem inlaid on the blade. The blade was filled with a chill of despair, and Shiraishi grabbed the hilt and drew the sword. Everything seemed to be silent, and after a short time, Shiraishi's posture of drawing his sword moved. The momentum is rising, and the sword energy is vertical and horizontal. The heart-pounding suffocation was stronger than ever before, and in the sound of sword cries, a half-moon-shaped slash appeared between heaven and earth. The space trembled, and in an instant, the sword chi carried by the white drawing sword had already bombarded everything that was trying to block him. The sharp sword slashed, rippling, and the bright red blood along with it, and the white mist spewed out from the sky, and countless heads fell from it. And this only took 2 seconds. In the distance, those ordinary people had a look of horror on their faces. He killed the messenger of God. The situation in front of them was something they had never imagined, and that high-altitude existence actually died in an instant. There was no obstacle. Shiraishi continued to walk towards the depths of the palace with a cold snort, but there would always be one or two people who didn't have long eyes, who couldn't see the situation in front of him clearly, such as this ordinary person in front of him. Bang! Blood splattered. Idiot! Shiraishi glanced indifferently at the headless corpse under his feet, kicked it away, and moved toward the target again. CS 35. Urza's heart trembled, and his gaze towards Shiraishi also changed at this moment. In this short period of time, she also had a certain understanding of Shiraishi, but she did not expect that the father of this other world was actually holding the blade due to such a big change. It's like a different person. Altair didn't care about this, she was already used to Shiraishi's indifferent side. If Shiraishi didn't take action when facing the enemy, then it would be a real accident. Mistogin was also silent at the moment. Since Shiraishi swung the sword that smashed the capital, he was destined to be unable to stop him, but this may be a good thing. Edelas, a world that has lost itself for the sake of magic, is terminally ill, and perhaps it's time to push back on rebuilding. And just after Shiraishi left, 3 figures descended from the sky. Lucy? Natsu? Gajeel? Mistogin exclaimed in horror, why are you here? Natsu and Gajeel better understand, after all, they have Dragon Slayer magic within them, but how did Lucy do it? Chapter 137. You are Chi Grayan. Why are you here, aren't you already dead? Lucy, Natsu, and Gajeel looked at Mistogin in shock. After a while, after Mistogin explained and showed Lucy the 3 of them the guild badge, they believed that the Jalal in front of them was the last S-rank mage in the fairy tale guild. What about you? How did you get here? I don't know that after a ray of light hit me, I was put into the clock by Grandpa Horologium. When I came out, I appeared here. After that, I met Gajeel and Natsu, and the 2 of them couldn't use magic for some reason. Just when I saw the battle here, I was dragged by Natsu. 35. Lucy said helplessly. Fortunately, he could still use his magic power and successfully evaded the kingdom's army along the way, otherwise the 2 would have been arrested by this time. And just now Natsu said that he smelled a familiar smell, maybe it was the existence of his companions, and the 3 came together, so there was this scene in front of him. Don't talk too much, just take this 04 and you can use magic power. The moment Natsu and Gajeel took the pills, there was another wave of shaking from the broken ground under the 4 of them, and everyone quickly turned their attention to the direction where Shiraishi left. However, from the pictures seen by several people, it is clear that this time it was not caused by Shiraishi. In the depths of the kingdom, as the towering palace collapsed, smoke filled the air, green light emerged from the central ground, and a huge steel behemoth climbed out from the depths of the palace in the smoke. What is that? Is that a dragon? Natsu, who took the pill to restore his magic power, jumped to the side of the tower and looked at the roaring steel dragon from a distance. The body of steel and iron bones, under the irradiation of the sun, the silver-white steel shape emits bursts of dazzling cold light, and the volume is almost the same as the Igneel in his memory. The only difference is that this steel dragon has no wings, and the dragon without wings does something like a lizard. Daroma Anum. It still exists. Mistogin said with a shocked expression. What is this? Natsu said with some doubts. Daroma Anime is the language of Edelas, in other words, the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight who nearly destroyed Edelas still exists in this world. According to the information obtained by Mistogin, the Dragon Knight as a weapon of war needs to consume a lot of magic power. Because of the lack of magic power, it was finally destroyed by Faust as early as 20 years ago. But unexpectedly, it appeared again. Ha 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 ha. Faust's wild laughter suddenly came from the inside of the Dragon Knight. This is Edelas' supreme weapon, the Dragon Knight that can block and absorb magic. Urza, Aren't you curious why your parents died? Then let me tell you the truth. Urza looked at the high-altitude dragon knight in shock. I saw Faust continue to speak. After the two of them created AFCK, they actually rebelled against my will and refused to use AFCK, so I betrayed the whereabouts of the two of them to the Black Dragon King. After they and the Black Dragon perished together, they were captured by the Black Dragon King. I used AF*CK to absorb all their power, and fused the body of the Black Dragon King to create a Dragon Knight, which means that in the Dragon Knight, you are the power of your parents. How can that be? Urza's brain has lost the ability to direct his actions, and he stood there like a wood, staring at the steel dragon in front of him with two eyes. Do you really think that no one has discovered the blood of the dragon in your body? I just thought that in a few years, when the power in your body is fully mature, you can use the Dragon Knight to extract it. It seems that there is no time to wait. Faust walked towards Urza towards the manipulator Dragon Knight. Contribute your dragon blood to Aedelas now. Urza. Boom. The violent magic power covered the whole body of the Dragon Knight, and he opened his mouth fiercely, floating in front of him from the silver-white aperture, and a terrifying suction locked Urza's direction. However, just when Urza was dodging, he found that his legs were weak and fell to the ground in an instant. Seeing the Dragon Knight who was getting closer, he panicked. What's going on? What about my power? GGG. Power? You think you can resist the Dragon Knight loaded with AF*CK's power? Come here. Boom. The Dragon Knight burst into an air current to hit the palace, and at this moment, the airflow blew away the smoke, and in the ruins of the palace created by the steel giant dragon, a small side was slowly pulling out its blade towards the steel giant dragon. Boom! The silver-white power suddenly fell towards the Dragon Knight, and the turbulent airflow shook the surrounding world, and the Dragon Knight also smashed the palace with this force and flew out of the kilometer. Feeling the dissipation of the suction, Urza felt the power in his body regained again, and gently fell to the safe ground, looking at the black figure in front of him. Fire Dragon's Roar! Iron Dragon's Roar! At this moment, Natsu and Gajeel turned into tool men under the guidance of Mist-Ogden, and released Dragon Roar 527 roar towards the magic crystal that fell into the valley. Two roars hit the magic crystal mountain at the same time. However, just at the moment when people thought that the magic crystal would be turned into slag in the attack, they never thought that at that moment, the magic crystal mountain suddenly glowed with an extreme light. As the light disappeared, a group of people stood at the original location of the magic crystal. What's the matter? Urza saw the scene in front of him, and immediately reacted, but Aedelas, except for some high-level officials of the kingdom, knew about it, and most of the civilians were dazed. What's going on? The magic crystal becomes a human? President. Lucy rushed over when he saw the recovered ones. Great, you're all back to normal. Sure enough, Mist-Ogden was right. What the hell happened, and where is this? Makarov, who has just recovered, is a little confused and can't remember what happened before. Suddenly, the Dragon Knight who had just been knocked down by Shiraishi stood up again, and a huge gap appeared in front of his chest, but he quickly recovered again under the infusion of magic power. What is that? Makarov said with a shocked face. When he woke up and saw this ghost, is he still in a dream? In the ruins, the Shiraishi Dragon Knight's armor was restored, and his brows were furrowed. Chapter 138. I didn't expect that, no matter how strong you are, the Dragon Knight will be able to recover in a short period of time, and the victory will eventually belong to Aedelas. Although Shiraishi's destructive slash just now was frightening, the Dragon Knight with its own magic power can use magic power to recover in a short period of time, and the dragon's own recovery ability shortens the recovery time. But thanks to this guy, he actually transformed the corpse of Aknologia in the Aedelas world into a Dragon Knight. No wonder Shiraishi's sword just didn't cut it off. However, in the face of Legal Stan's words, Shiraishi chuckled and shook his head. After all, he was already dying, and he didn't bother to say more to this idiot at this time. Recovery? That would have to be faster than the blade in my hand. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky gradually came down, darkness randomly enveloped the whole world, and the heavy pressure turned into a big mountain pressing on everyone's heart. Shiraishi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a light flashed in his eyes, and a cold light emerged from his right palm, sending out waves of oscillating power, if the waves were slapping the whole world. His power has increased again. Squeeze the fear in your heart. Altair released ice-shaped magic to resist the impact of the air current, and he was shocked to see the collapsed world in front of him. No. You must leave as soon as possible, the whole empty island can't bear this force. Just as Altair was retreating, the fairy tales of Aslan who had just woken up also saw the scene in front of them, and they knew that the next battle was not something they could be involved in, so they kept evacuating under the command of the sober Makarov. Go to hell! Seeing the white power gradually rising, Faust naturally couldn't watch it, and immediately the controller Dragon Knight fell straight towards Shiraishi. The incomparably huge dragon claws attacked, and Shiraishi's figure appeared incomparably small in comparison, but at this moment Shiraishi moved. Bang! Under one sword, the white sword slash instantly cut off the Dragon Knight's giant claws, but the slash did not end, and the turbulent sword chi bombarded the Dragon Knight's body again. Faust, who was in the Dragon Knight's cab, was knocked out of the way, but after some shaking, he slowly stopped, and the dragon's claws recovered again under the infusion of magic power outside the body. Although I don't know what power you have, no matter what, there is only the possibility of being destroyed in front of the dragon. Dragon power, whether it is Aedelas or Aslant, is the most powerful destructive magic, which is why Faust desperately wants to get it. Controlling this power is equivalent to controlling the world. Before the kingdom of Aedelas was unified, Faust conquered the whole world with his Dragon Knight. As long as the obstacles in front of him are swept away, Faust can even conquer a start with the continuous magic of AF***CK. Dragon? I don't remember how many I killed. Shiraishi sneered. Swing the sword again, but this time the power is many times stronger than that of the Xian. Boom! Under the sword slash, a larger crack appeared in the Dragon Knight's chest, but in the face of this huge crack, the magic recovery was not as fast as before. Impossible! Faust was shocked, but in the next second, Shiraishi's second slash had already fallen. In an instant, a terrifying laser aurora erupted from the mouth of the Dragon Knight, trying to block Shiraishi's sword slash. However, at the moment when the two attacks came into contact, a terrifying explosion engulfed the entire capital. The overwhelmed island began to tilt at this moment, and the collapsed earth was sinking step by step. Under the action of gravity, dozens of boulders hit the island below the capital like meteors, if the end came. Even if the kingdom falls, as long as this Dragon Knight and F***CK are there, I can rebuild an empire, so I must defeat you. At the moment of getting AF***CK, Faust's ambition has completely engulfed all of him, and anyone who stands in his way will surely suffer the heaviest blow, even his own son must die. Bang! Hundreds of laser auroras were scattered towards Shiraishi, and the continuous attacks exploded on Shiraishi's side like fireworks at night. Boom! 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 At this moment, in less than 2 seconds of the explosion, Shiraishi had already rushed out of the fireworks and landed in front of the Dragon Knight intact. How is this possible? Why do you have nothing at all? 9. Faust stared blankly in front of him. It's over. Shiraishi glanced at the Dragon Knight indifferently, and this glance seemed to be able to see the desperate Faust in the cab through the layers of armor. Will. The white light floated, tearing apart the dense space cracks, and the space where Shiraishi was located became fragmented, turning into a chaotic zone where reality and nothingness coexisted. And the closest Dragon Knight under this force can't bear this force at all, the outer armor of the whole body is constantly twisting and breaking. At this moment, Faust was completely desperate. Seeing that Shiraishi's blade was about to fall, the humble voice of pleading for mercy suddenly came from the Dragon Knight's body. Stop! I admit defeat. **ck I don't want it. It's late, Shiraishi said flatly. The struck blade never looks back. Everything around seemed to slow down, and under Shiraishi's gaze, even the dust particles in the air seemed to become clear, floating slightly, slowing to an extreme. A sword swung out, a sword that seems to be an understatement, but contains extremely terrifying power, a sword that seems to be extremely slow, but, Li Liaozhao, can clearly see the sword light, the trajectory is like a meteor, incomparably clear in the dark. It seems to be stabbed straight out, but it seems to have a certain arc, which is not obvious. A gigantic silver thunder light shot up into the sky, smashing the sky and breaking clouds, and the mighty sword intent spread along with it. Everything. Extremely divine sword art. Blossom. The wool that had been dormant for thousands of years seemed to descend upon Shiraishi's body at this moment, and the rays of light fell, turning into 10 meteor blades, piercing the 100-mile world tour. Hundreds of islands, including the royal capital, turned into dust in this sword, and as the islands dissipated, the world seemed to become more empty again. Behind Shiraishi, those who escaped the disaster stared blankly at the world in front of them, the empty world. At that moment remorse emerged from the depths of their hearts. Chapter 139. Ding! Hunt acknowledges undead body for 10% experience. 35. Ding! Sword God Sodro's template, 60.37% has been unlocked. Current level, Sword Saint. Ding! Unlock relative level skills. Extreme Ghost Sword, Storm Style. Extreme Excalibur, Meteor Fall, 35. I didn't expect that Dragon Knight could bring me so much experience. Shiraishi said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. You must know that hunting dragons only gain 0.1% of the experience, and at most, it only reached 0.5%. Even the Dragon King only provided Shiraishi with 2% of the experience. It seems that even the Dragon Knight transformed from the undead of Akunarokia in the second world also possesses extremely terrifying combat power. Of course, this may be because of the fusion of myself and Irene in this world. In the sky, the leaping Shiraishi was released, and a gust of wind gushes out, jumping continuously on the surrounding boulders, and then slowly descending. The power to destroy the world, is this the juggernaut 400 years ago? 35. It was only at this moment that Makarov really saw the power of Shiraishi, against which he had absolutely no intention of resisting. 527. Is this too scary? This is really Father Urza. You must not provoke Urza in the future, it will kill people. Crumbling world. Excessive, why do you want me to restore what you destroyed? Why don't I bring you here? On the broken island, a reluctant Altair's hand burst out with a silver-white light, and under the action of the mysterious power of time, the countless boulders and sculptures around it were slowly recombining. Seeing this, Shiraishi stretched out his hand to release his armed domineering force and gently wanted to hold this power, but the moment Shiraishi held it, it quickly passed from his hand. Time is a very magical power. If you can cultivate this magic to the extreme, you may really be able to change the long river of time. Amidst the soaring rocks, Altair's delicate face was dripping with sweat due to the excessive use of magic power, but after hearing Shiraishi's words, a proud face appeared. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't choose this magic. With the power of time, the palace containing the super warp magic F***ck soon appeared in front of Shiraishi. At this moment, the exhausted Altair suddenly fell, and just as he was about to touch the ground, Shiraishi's figure instantly appeared beside her and supported Altair's delicate body. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and for some time, footsteps suddenly sounded behind the two of them. Cough, cough, did I come at the wrong time? 99. Mist Ogden covered his mouth with one hand and pretended to cough a few times. In an instant, Shiraishi thought Altair had collapsed, but a force that came from out of nowhere quickly escaped from Shiraishi's embrace and stood aside with a flushed face. Cough. Cough. Shiraishi also coughed a little embarrassedly before pushing open the door and stepping into the palace, and the two behind him immediately followed after seeing this. As the gates opened, 3 new guests were ushered into the palace, where only King Faust of Edelas could enter. At the moment when the 3 entered, the magic crystal embedded in the wall lit up, and a faint blue light illuminated everything in the palace. In front of Shiraishi is a bottomless huge pit, and in the center of the pit is a suspended stone road, and on the top of the stone road is suspended a huge central magic crystal. Simple things make for that dreaded magic, F***ck. And this is what was created by Shiraishi, the world blacksmith, and Irene Belzarian, the Crimson Dragon King. It's a strange feeling. The moment I felt walking in, the magic in my body kept shaking, as if it was about to leave my body. Altair said heavily, "EC. I feel it too." Shiraishi also felt this strange feeling, but unlike Altair, within the perception of the web of the heart and the sound of the breath of all things, an invisible force was absorbing the power of the world. This is AFCK's ability to plunder magic power, and this is only AFCK in a stopped state. If it is turned on, the power that erupts will be far greater than it is now. Mist Ogden stared straight ahead, his face tangled. If possible, he would also like to have magic power, the power to change the world, but magic power is too heavy for the Edelas people, and every use of magic power is a sin, which is why Mist Ogden opposed the use of F***ck reason. Now, as long as you turn F***ck around, you can change the status quo, and at the same time, you can open the world of returning to a slant, but the magic of the whole Edelas world will be gone too. 99. Shiraishi took Mist Ogden's words and continued. Well, in all the existence of magic, whatever it is will pass. Mist Ogden responded in a low voice. Mist Ogden, have you ever heard a word? What? Energy conservation. Shiraishi's eyes narrowed slightly. Magic power will neither be created out of thin air, nor will it disappear out of thin air. Every time a magic power is used, most of the magic power contained in it will return to nature, and the magician will absorb it back into the body again through breathing and other methods, and then release it again. This is the energy cycle. And the part that disappeared was transformed back into another existence. 35. Energy is only converted from one form to another, or transferred from one object to another, while the total amount of magic remains the same, which is Shiraishi's perception of magic. In the past, he also thought about improving his swordsmanship through magic, and specialized in magic power, but he gave up in the end, because a sword in his hand was enough to chase for a lifetime. So what do you mean? For some reason, Shiraishi's words seemed to spark Mist Ogden's hope. Shiraishi stepped out and stared at the huge central magic crystal at the top. For some reason, although the appearance was almost the same as the ordinary magic crystal, there was nothing special about it, but the perception conveyed in the heart net always brought him a hint of it. Weird feeling. Bang! Shiraishi stepped up and landed firmly on the magic crystal lamppost in mid-air. His armed color immediately covered his body, and he stretched out his hand to gently touch the central magic crystal. Boom! The terrifying wave instantly shook Shiraishi's arm. How can that be? Altair steadied himself and said in surprise, knowing that since he met Shiraishi, he had never seen anyone knocked back, but this seemingly ordinary magic crystal rushed out of Shiraishi's palm just the moment of contact. Where is it? What is hiding? Click! After Shiraishi touched it, a crack appeared on the outside of the magic crystal. Chapter 140. The shattered cracks spread around, and the speed of the tearing was gradually accelerating, and Shiraishi's inner perception became stronger, as if an unknown was about to be born. Boom! Suddenly, the hearts of several people present seemed to have suffered a heavy hammer, and they shook violently. Mist Ogden, what is this? With the opening of the crack, an extremely heavy magic force rushed towards Shiraishi, making Shiraishi's mind shock. Mist Ogden looked up. I don't know, it seems to be a device that smelts magic crystals. Magic crystal? I think it should be more than that. The power in front of him seems to concentrate the magic power of the entire world, surpassing the power of the Dragon King, as if carrying the will of the world, possessing self-consciousness and self-life. Interesting, Shiraishi's mouth curled slightly. Shiraishi guided the armed and domineering power in his body to gather it all at his fingertips, and at the same time guided the injection of white light. The two added together, and an extreme cold light appeared, gently touching the shattered place. Click! In the eyes of Voltaire and Mist Ogden, the central magic crystal trembled slightly, and then a crisp sound spread throughout the palace. The location where the crack originally appeared became more and more shattered. Shiraishi's eyes narrowed, and the cold light in his hand turned into a sharp sword to pierce the crack that was about to open. Along with the exploding central magic crystal, a bluish-white liquid spurted out, turning into raindrops and falling into the hollow below, and the heavy force that was pressing on everyone's heart disappeared. At this moment, Voltaire, who was one of the three possessing magical power, suddenly felt relieved, and said with a surprised expression, "The power that drew the magical power has disappeared." The water was slowly flowing out. After a while, when the liquid was exhausted, Shiraishi recovered all his strength and jumped from the cracked opening to the inside of the magic crystal. The moment Shiraishi stepped in, suddenly, in the center of the central magic crystal, a dazzling light shone all around, as he slowly approached. Shiraishi also saw the so-called light source clearly. Within that circle of light, the slightly curly blonde hair that fell straight to the ground from mid-air, that delicate face like an angel, was clinging to a few wet blonde hair, and the petite body floated in the air. A drop of blue-white liquid from red. If the body slid down gently and fell to the ground, the snow-white body also appeared in front of Shiraishi's eyes. Mavis. No, number 35. The first president of Fairy Tale, Mavis Vermilion. But judging from the current situation, the girl who appeared in front of Shiraishi should be Mavis Vermilion from the Edela's world. In an upside-down parallel world, with the existence of the same person, the character, ability, behavior, etc. may be very different. At least Shiraishi can't tell the difference between Edela's Mavis and the Mavis in the original book in his memory. However, with the appearance of Mavis, Shiraishi finally understands the reason why Edela's magic power is passing away, and also understands the reason why the world itself and Irene created AF***CK. If Shiraishi's inference is correct, the Mavis that carries the magic power of the Edela's world continues to absorb the original magic power of this world, and the magic power of the whole world becomes more and more depleted. In order to change the status quo, Edela's himself and Irene created AF***CK, in an attempt to satisfy the needs of Mavis through the power of another world. However, things backfired, and the outcome of things was always unpredictable, because the appearance of Faust changed everything, and this is the situation. However, if according to what Mist Ogden said before, AF***CK was reversed, and all the magic power possessed by Edela's would be returned to a slant from the original space channel. Then Mavis, which is the carrier of magic in the world, is very likely to become a magic factor in the air and integrate with nature as the magic passes. Try it. After some ideological struggle, Shiraishi took a deep breath and said aloud towards the outside of the central magic crystal. Mist Ogden hands on. Reverse F***CK. Mist Ogden was taken aback. Although he didn't know the situation, he still chose to believe in Shiraishi. He stretched out his 6 fingers and flew out from behind Mist Ogden at the same time as the magic wand, and the magic power surged, guiding AF***CK's activation. At this moment, after the clouds and fog over Edela's were affected by AF***CK, the dark clouds slowly condensed and reversed, forming a powerful black hole vortex. And with the emergence of the vortex, Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ground of the magic crystal under Shiraishi's feet, and then spread around, and the entire central magic crystal seemed to be about to shatter. "Zero, ask for flowers. What's wrong, what's going on?" Altair said in a panic. A white light appeared on her body, and at the same time she felt that her breathing became more and more difficult, as if she had been rejected by the world, and wanted to expel her back to her original world. Not only Altair, but those of Aslan's fairy tale who escaped from the capital, radiated white light from their bodies. "What is this? Why does our body glow?" Urza was a bit confused. After waking up from the magic crystal, too many unexpected things happened: unknown world, unknown people. Although after Mistoggen explained, Urza was still in a state of confusion. "That is, the world is repelling magic, and you who have magic in your body will return to the original. Point 0. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Urza, and everyone followed the voice and looked over. "Another Urza. I saw a person with silver-white armor, crimson hair, and the same face as Urza walked over not far away. It's true. Another Miss Urza in this world." Lucy said in surprise. You're me in this world. Yet. 35 Urza nodded in response, and at the same time looked at the other self, and couldn't help but feel a burst of envy in his heart. The same people, different lives. Why did they lose their parents since birth, while the other world has a happy life? For some reason, Urza always had the illusion that she looked at her in another world with a little envy, even jealousy, but it was more of a deep loneliness in her heart. Urza also experienced this feeling in the years when Shiraishi left. Fortunately, she was accompanied by her companions, so that she fell into it. The light covered Urza's whole body, and from just now, with the opening of **ck, the people of Edalas have fallen into a panic of losing their magic power. And those magic powers absorbed into Edalas by **ck will gradually have their original world. Seeing that the vortex in the sky landed on its own suction, Urza silently stretched out his hand towards Urza. Chapter 141. Inside **ck Palace. Outside the central magic crystal, the walls of the palace are constantly collapsing, the shining magic crystal is also shattered by the falling boulders, and darkness envelops the entire palace. As the pieces of magic crystals fell and dissipated, the light from the aperture became weaker and weaker, and the mavis floating in the air slowly fell. At the moment when the aperture dissipated, and appeared in front of the exposed mavis, Shiraishi released a white glow to roll it up. Click! That's when everything started to collapse, breaking through the central magic crystal, grabbing both Altair and Mistoggen and rushing out of the collapsed palace at the same time. As a gust of wind fell, Shiraishi released his leap and slowly landed on the island in the distance, but at the moment of landing, the Altair pendulum turned into a white glow and disappeared into the air. Has the May 30th started already? Suddenly, a heavy attraction suddenly landed on Shiraishi, but it wasn't Shiraishi and was wrapped in white on Mavis in his arms, but Shiraishi didn't resist, just locked Mavis and floated to the sky with her. Shiraishi, who was floating in the air, looked down and saw Mistoggen standing there silently, watching him fly towards the sky. Mistoggen, remember what I said to you just now, 99. Mistoggen, who had thought that Shiraishi would just leave, was also stunned and stood there blankly. The magic factor exists in the atmosphere. There is a reason why you lost your magic power, but the magic power will not disappear completely. Maybe the magic power will appear again after a long time. Although I'm not sure how long it will take, there is still hope in the end. Try to adapt to this life, don't always think about dying every day, but there is still a long way to go in life. Sir Shiraishi. Mistoggen was startled. Just when he was about to ask why he knew what he was thinking, Shiraishi had disappeared with Mavis. Why does Shiraishi-sama know this, and will magic really come back one day? In the vortex, Shiraishi controlled the wind to shuttle smoothly in the vortex, watching Mavis in his arms and thinking silently. The reason why Shiraishi told Mist Ogden that the magic power will not be exhausted is because with this Mavis, as the source of Edila's magic power in the world, as long as the huge magic power obtained by absorbing the world is extracted from her body, Edila's will soon return to its original magical world. However, Mavis has been taken away by Shiraishi, so the quickest way is lost, but in contrast, after the magic power is exhausted, the new power will replace the old existence. Nothing is absolute. When things reach the extreme, they will eventually usher in change, but this time has exceeded Shiraishi's understanding of magic. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, etc., these are unknown, and this can only be done. Rely on them to explore on their own. Suspended in a vast, dark, chaotic space in the cracks, Edila's is like a mountain-shaped planet surrounded by a massive atmosphere. The most surprising thing is that Shiraishi is in front of the world of Aslant that he is going to return to. It has the same shape as Edila's. A curious sight. 99. Shiraishi said slowly, as a parallel world of Aslant, the existence of Edila's itself is a puzzle of blows. Maybe Shiraishi will come back to this world in the future. At this moment, Mavis, who was sleeping in his arms, slowly woke up, opening his hazy sleepy eyes to look at everything around him. The next second, a white light shone in front of the two of them, and the entire space seemed to sway a bit. At the end of the vortex, the dark space exuded a circle of ripples like water lines, forming a looming door of light. Then disappeared into the vortex. Aslant, the continent of Ishgar. Magnolia. The entire town has disappeared due to AF*CK, leaving behind a huge clearing, a dark cloud floating over Magnolia. Suddenly, a circle of light burst out, and the dark clouds began to surging to form a vortex, and a terrifying light descended from the sky, fearing to illuminate the whole world. Boom! And when this power disappeared, the entire town also appeared where it should have appeared, and those people who were sucked into AF*CK also stood sluggishly on the street watching the world in front of them. We're back. Lucy stood in front of the guild gate, looking at the world in front of him and said blankly. Probably, I'm not dreaming this time. Gray is also in the same state. Should I punch you? Natsu said cheaply. Stinky boy. Do you want to fight? What's wrong? Looking at these lively children, Makarov also sighed softly. Although this encounter was sudden, it was fortunate that no one was injured. This is, where? Suddenly, a little girl's voice came from a distance in the commotion, and the fighting stopped completely. All eyes looked in the direction from which the voice came. Only in a corner not far away, a little girl who looked like an angel was standing there, but they seemed to have seen the black robe on her body, and they suddenly couldn't remember it for a while. What a lovely girl! However, that cute appearance could not help but make many wretched uncles brighten their eyes. Just when the uncles in the fairy tale guild were about to take a step forward, a figure immediately stood in front of them. What do you want? Shiraishi said indifferently. Nothing, nothing. In an instant, the uncle in the fairy tale guild slowly retreated like a mouse seeing a cat. Father, who is she? In the fairy tale crowd, Urza looked strangely at the little girl who was wearing her father's clothes and was no more than 13 years old and 2.2 years old. At this time, she couldn't help thinking wildly. Mavis. 35. As the source of magic in the Edila's world, perhaps Mavis cannot be called life, but the embodiment of magic. Mavis who just woke up from a deep sleep is like a blank piece of paper in terms of consciousness, and he doesn't even know the meaning of his name. And Mavis is the name Shiraishi gave her. When Shiraishi and Urza were discussing Mavis, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him, but this familiar voice should have come from Urza standing in front of Shiraishi, but it came from behind Shiraishi. And the moment Shiraishi turned around, he was stunned. Are you following? Chapter 142. What's the matter, is she? Shiraishi looked surprised. If it weren't for the same face, the same long hair, if it weren't for the difference in what she was wearing, Shiraishi really couldn't tell the difference between the two. Just when Shiraishi looked surprised, Urza took Urza's arm with one hand and brought it to Shiraishi, and said with a smile on his face. After leaving Edila's, I invited her over. Unlike Urza, who has not suffered so much since childhood, has a more cheerful personality. On the other hand, Urza of Edila's, who suffered heavy suffering in the same year, has a low personality after all. Seeing Shiraishi's frightened expression, Urza was just about to explain when a hand had reached the top of her head, and when she looked up, she saw the rough palm with a trace of calluses stroking her hair. No need to explain, since you want to come here, if you don't mind. Would you like to meet Irene together? I think she will be pleasantly surprised to know that she has more in her daughter. Shiraishi said softly, looking at Urza with soft eyes, holding him in his arms. Although she is the child of Shiraishi and Irene in another world, since she has called herself a father, she has become her own daughter. Shiraishi has no reason to reject her own daughter. Shiraishi's words are like a small stone thrown into the calm lake of Urza, causing ripples. Unconsciously, those crystal-clear eyes slowly slid down from the corner of Urza, and the eyes were covered with a thin layer of water mist. How long? Originally, as Faust's subordinate, if he were a murder tool, he would usually serve him, but this was just to track down his dead parents, to find the footprints of his parents, to understand their past, and to know why they wanted to abandon yourself. Day after day, year after year, she never felt tenderness, but only such a cold weapon. After hearing Shiraishi's last words, the tears seemed to be unstoppable at this moment, and she shivered and hugged Shiraishi tightly in front of her. Seeing this, the corners of Shiraishi's mouth were slightly raised, and he patted his back lightly, until a few minutes later, Urza was gently lifted from Shiraishi's arms. At this time, Urza had a bright smile on his face, although tears were still falling. "Thank you, father." Urza, who was holding a bewildered Mavis behind him, watched. Shiraishi hugged himself in another world, although he was very happy, but looking at the situation in front of him, as if his father had been separated, he couldn't help but eat a little. Taste. However, Urza is not the only Shiraishi who is really angry. Altair in the distance is also unhappy. She is completely used by Shiraishi as a coolie when she travels between the two worlds. Wait. I'll make you look good together. Victorian Town. After Shiraishi and Altair left, Mirti had been restless, looking at the little girl walking in front of her. Anna held her head and said with a little pain. "Little Mirti, just sit back and relax, nothing dangerous will happen with Shiraishi. It's because I'm with him that I worry about Mom." Ulu. In a hurry, Mirti blurted out the words and almost called Altair a mother. Although he had already called Altair his mother in his heart, because Altair didn't like to call him that, Mirti changed his name to Altair. Beside Mirti, Irene was sitting elegantly on the sofa, enjoying the little maid preparing cakes for her, agreeing to Mirti who complained about Shiraishi. She is also full of dissatisfaction with Shiraishi's behavior. After many years, she returned with 2 children, one of whom is only 13 years old. No way. Although I don't know what Shiraishi is doing now, Irene is determined to take care of Shiraishi. If it goes on like this, who knows how many sisters he will bring to him. For a time, Irene once again exudes the momentum of being a queen. Can't help but make Anna and Mirti look sideways. At this moment, suddenly, the heavy door at the door made a creaking sound, and then it was pushed open, only to see Shiraishi stepping back, followed by 4 figures behind him. For a split second, the queen, who was originally determined to take care of Shiraishi, was about to take action after seeing the scene in front of her, but when Ellie saw Urza, the anger in my heart suddenly stopped, along with Anna and Mirti. What's going on? Not to mention the blonde little girl with the same head as Mirti behind Shiraishi. Why are there two uses standing beside Shiraishi? And why did one of them look at this Irene with tears in his eyes? What the hell is going on? I'll be here, Irene. Shiraishi, who had long expected the scene to appear, was not surprised. He smiled and hit Irene as usual, stretched his waist, and snatched away the pastry made by the little maid in front of Mirti. Shiraishi this? Suddenly, just when Irene wanted to ask about Shiraishi's situation, the tearful Urza rushed into Irene's arms. 530's tender feeling made Urza's tears well up again. Urza? No, no. As the Crimson Dragon King, Irene, who has a strong sense of smell, quickly distinguishes that the person in front of her is not her daughter, and instantly breaks free from Urza. However, seeing the confused Irene, Urza's heart skipped a beat, a sad expression appeared, and tears seemed to flow out again. What's the matter? Don't cry, child. Looking at Urza crying in her arms, Irene, who is the queen, also understood most of it at this time, and gently hugged the back that Urza was stroking, helping her to wipe her tears. She gave Shiraishi a warning look, and then sat down on the sofa with Urza in her arms. Her Majesty's meaning was obvious. She was making calculations at night, but seeing Shiraishi's half-smiley expression, Irene turned her head with a blushing face. Me and me, A&D. Sissy. However, just when Shiraishi was complacent, Anna grabbed Shiraishi's weakest waist and twisted her hand. Shiraishi, who was caught off guard for a while, took a breath of cold air. Seeing Shiraishi's embarrassed expression, Urza, who was still crying, burst out laughing. After a while, Urza's tears dried, and beside her, Irene gently stroked her daughter's red hair with her hands. Chapter 143. After solving the Urza problem, Shiraishi turned his attention to Mavis, the source of magic in the Edala's world. At this time, Mavis was sitting on the sofa, eating only the dessert prepared by the little maid. Every time he took a sip, a smile appeared on his face, and at the same time, he shook his little feet, which was particularly cute. It was completely impossible to see that she had the strength to make the whole world tremble. Shiraishi needs Mavis to master a super magic, and this magic needs to have a huge magic power, comparable to the magic power of the whole world. That is one of the three super magic of fairy tale, the strongest defensive magic, fairy ball. A barrier that even Acknowledge, which can devour all magic, cannot break through. In the future, Shiraishi believes that he will meet Acknowledge one day, even though he controls more than half of the sword god Sodros. But Shiraishi still couldn't guarantee that he would be able to completely kill the opponent on the day of the decisive battle. After all, Acknowledge, who had escaped from the gap of time, had control over space and time, plus 400 years of precipitation. Although Shiraishi believes in himself, he also has to reserve his back. This is why Shiraishi wanted to take Mavis away in the first place, mainly because of the powerful magic in her body, which is the same as Mavis in a slant where Shiraishi was. One has endless magic power because of the curse, and the other is the magic power that devours the whole world, and Acknowledge, who wants to block time and space, must do this. So Eslander's Mavis fits that perfectly. As for the magic book about Fairy Ball, in Shiraishi's memory, it should be hidden in the underground library of Fairy Tale. At that time, if he wants to obtain this magic, he also asks for Urza's help. After all, the book is left to eat ashes. As for Fairy Tale's superiority over the three super magic, Lumen Star and Hui are also the heart of the fairy, although the eternal magic sounds fascinating, but it is useless to Shiraishi. I don't know if she has been asleep for a long time, but Mavis has an amazing appetite at this time. As long as the cakes handed to her by the little maid, she is always willing to come. Then, did I eat too much? Seeing Shiraishi looking at him all the time, Mavis subconsciously stopped the movements in his hands, tilted his head and said, "It's okay, you continue, it's not enough." Shiraishi chuckled, getting the promise. Mavis nodded with a cute smile on his face. However, Shiraishi soon regretted what he had promised. It didn't take long for Shiraishi to see the little maid's face embarrassed with a shocked expression, and saw her pointing at the empty kitchen. I'm afraid that's what she looks like, and even mice don't bother to care. What did I bring back? Shiraishi sighed on his back, and although he brought Mavis back by surprise, he didn't realize how big the other party's appetite was. Is it because of mana intake? In Edila's Mavis is the nutrient that has been living in the F***ck to absorb the magic power, devouring all the magic power of Edila's. After coming to a slant, this state has not changed. At least Shiraishi carefully observed the induction from the heart network and carefully observed that the magic factor was ingested into Mavis's body, but the lack of F***ck with the help of the ingestion, the rate of ingestion is drastically slowed down. So Mavis turned his thirst for magic into a craving for food, but how could a little magic in food satisfy Mavis? So the situation in front of him appeared. More. While Shiraishi was thinking, Mavis, who did not continue to get the food, stuck close to Shiraishi and looked at him with those pitiful little eyes. Shiraishi sighed silently, took her small hand and walked towards Irene's room. At this time, it is estimated that only Irene's magic power can satisfy her, but it should not last long. After all, after adapting to this world, Mavis should still be able to devour the magic of this world by his own power. In this era full of magic, there is no need for Shiraishi to worry about the possibility that the magic will be exhausted. And in front of Shiraishi is the magic book of how to take the ball of fairy from Makarov. But if the old man Makarov dared not agree, he can't blame Shiraishi for directly robbing him. What? Father, do you want to go to fairy tale? Urza was surprised when she heard that Shiraishi was going to the fairy tale guild. In her mind, she had never seen Shiraishi go to the fairy tale guild since Shiraishi sent her to fairy tale. In this regard, she once complained in front of Shiraishi that he did not care about her daughter at all, but Shiraishi actually brought it up, which surprised her. Well, where do I need to go? Don't worry, this thing is not very important to your guild. After considering Urza's feelings for the fairy tale guild, Shiraishi thought about it and added an explanation. After all, he still has to maintain his tall image in front of his daughter. However, fairy ball is indeed as Shiraishi said, although this magic is very important to fairy tale, but almost no one can control it except the first-generation President Mavis, so it was forgotten until it was found by Lucy a few years later. The book that records the ball of the fairy, this dusty magic can only be revealed. So instead of blowing dust under the fairy tale guild, borrow it and use it. Magnolia, fairy tale. In that calm sky, the clouds floated. Suddenly, a figure swept across the sky, broke through the clouds and then fell slowly. Shiraishi hugged Li Hao, Mavis's small body, and leaped in the air, towards fairy tale. Go ahead. Have fun. Higher. Higher. Boom. The high-altitude wind and waves hit the bodies of the two of them. Mavis, who was still immature, was very excited to see this scene. The delicate body that was not yet settled was constantly twisting in Shiraishi's arms, always touching Shiraishi. Something that shouldn't be, and even almost fell to the ground with one foot. This kind of pain is really hard. Shiraishi can only respond with a wry smile, but fortunately, the town of Victoria is not very far from Magnolia, and this pain will soon end. Boom. Boom. After stepping twice in a row, Shiraishi saw the town of Magnolia behind a few hills. What's the matter? 5. Shiraishi with Mavis controlled the airflow and slowly landed on the top of the hill not far from Magnolia to watch the scene in front of him. Chapter 144. Look around. Over the entire town of Magnolia, in the cloud, there are hundreds of magic spheres suspended, and the inner core of each magic sphere flashes with a powerful lightning force, all of which contain terrifying magic power. But not only that, through perception, Shiraishi felt that there seemed to be an invisible wall in front of Magnolia tightly wrapped. Interesting. Cathedral of Cardia. Bam! Crack! One after another thunder and lightning surged around Laxus's body. His fierce eyes stared at Natsu and Gajeel who were standing in front of him, his face gradually twisted, his palms reversed, and a large amount of lightning was released. The ground caused boulders to burst. Fall for me! You bastards! Dragon Slayer Profound Truth, Ming Yulei. Boom! Thunderbolt, as a power that is extremely difficult to control in the natural elements, is the thunderbolt known for its ferocity, which quickly transformed into a violent thunder gun under the control of Laxus. The turbulent thunder and lightning ran through everything. Seeing this, Gajeel and Natsu looked solemn, although they didn't want to admit that if it was one-on-one, they would have been solved by Laxus soon, and it was impossible to survive until now. Superior. As soon as the words fell, Natsu engage 530 Lu burst out. The turbulent force collided violently with Laxus' thunder gun, and the explosive force impacted the surrounding of the church. Damn it! Long ago, Laxus, who had released Shenming Thunder, had consumed most of his magic power. Facing the attack of the two, Laxus was gradually forced into a desperate situation. The thunder gun shot out violent force, and the unpredictable attack made Natsu and the two suddenly startled, and quickly moved to the sides to dodge. It's all over. At this moment, Laxus was completely irritated by these two people, and a terrifying airflow hit the surrounding from Laxus' feet. The palms folded together, slowly released, and in the palms, a ball of light that excites terrifying power was condensed. In an instant, with the appearance of the ball of light, the clouds above Cardia Cathedral were smashed by this oscillating magic power, and in the next second, a giant magic circle that shone through was shrouded. This is President's super magic. Are you crazy? Laxus! Natsu shouted angrily. It may not be clear to Gajeel, who has just joined, but Natsu, who has lived in fairy tales since he was a child, soon saw, usse, the magic used by Laxus. Not only Natsu alone, but also the other fairy tale companions who were watching the battle behind him also saw it. Fairy law. In everyone's eyes, it was thought that only the guild leader Makarov could use the magic, one of the three magics of fairy tale. At this time, Shiraishi arrived with Mavis with the breakthrough technique, and sat at the top of the building outside the church with Mavis' body in his arms and witnessed this scene. And at this moment, the magic in Laxus's hands has already bloomed. Bastards! Disappear for me! Laxus roared angrily, put his hands together, and shattered the ball of light. The dazzling magic power instantly enveloped everyone. Ong! Above the sky, the huge magic circle floating in mid-air slowly rotated, and a thunderous roar erupted. The golden light completely covered everything, and a beam of terrifying light descended on the entire town of Magnolia, and all sight disappeared at this moment. The dazzling light gradually subsided and normal vision was restored, but the result was obviously a real surprise. Not to mention Natsu and others who were closest to Laxus, even the residents of the small town, even the tiny grains of sand under their feet, only rolled slightly and then stopped. In this regard, Shiraishi was speechless for a while, just like Laxus's grand and shocking appearance just now, but the result was so unexpected. Shiraishi even thought at one point that the guy was acting, and almost actually tricked himself into it. Inside the church, reality was like a slap in the face, taking pictures of Laxus' face. After releasing the magic, he had exhausted all the magic power, forcibly supported the fallen body and looked up, only to see that Natsu and Gajeel, who should have fallen in the distance, were still standing there intact. Laxus looked shocked. What's the matter, why didn't you guys fall? Why? Taking a few steps back, he couldn't accept this fact, and everyone in fairy tale was stunned. They had seen Makarov used super magic to solve the darkness. However, when the light of the Holy Spirit disappeared, nothing happened, which was really surprising. Laxus, it's almost over. At the gate of the palace, Makarov walked in slowly and said to Laxus, who lost his eyes. The law of the goblin is the magic that judges others from the bottom of your heart, and you have never regarded them as an enemy from beginning to end, and the law of the goblin cannot be activated. Fairy's law itself is an extremely powerful magic, which requires the caster to have a firm inner will. People who are not strong in their hearts use this magic to consume their own magic power in vain. Obviously, Laxus is still too immature. Because of this, Makarov has been watching the reason why he didn't make a move. If this magic was replaced by Hades and released just now, it is absolutely impossible for Makarov to maintain the calmness he is now. Hearing this, everyone in Fairy Tale looked at each other in dismay, and they were also stimulated by the old man's words, that Laxus, who usually has no one else in the guild, never regarded them as enemies. Everyone's hearts were suddenly turbulent. After a while, Laxus, who was the loser, slowly closed his eyes and accepted the reality, and then walked out of the church silently, just when everyone had finished and was about to return to the guild. Two figures suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Sir Shiraishi, why did you come here? And the people beside you? When he saw the figure, Makarov was stunned for a moment, and then he recognized Shiraishi, but when he turned his attention to the elf-like twin-tailed girl in Shiraishi's arms, he stood straight on the spot. First generation. Makarov couldn't believe his eyes, but no matter how long he rubbed his eyes with his hands, the girl was still there, like a bolt from the blue. This. How is this possible? Shiraishi, who had long expected this to happen, smiled lightly. Makarov, I think I might need your help with something. Slowly, although Makarov hadn't recovered from the shock, he had begun to slowly digest this amazing picture in his heart. Chapter 145. Mavis Vermilion. One of the founders of the Fairy Tale Guild, and also the first-generation president, led Fairy Tale through the war years smoothly. Even the name Makarov was taken for him by the first generation after he shot, but from the moment Makarov was born, the girl who named him was never seen, even when the father who was a companion passed away, never saw her return. Until one day, when he replaced Prejudice's second-generation president and became the third-generation president, he thought that there would be a grand ceremony waiting for him, but he was taken to the bottom of the secret room by Prejudice and pointed to the inside of the secret room. Sealed in the forbidden magic crystal, telling him that the girl in the crystal is the first-generation president of Fairy Tale. Makarov only saw the face of Mavis at that moment, and it was kept as a secret passed down by the presidents of the past generations, and no one has ever known it. But, what happened to this girl who was leaning against Shiraishi's arms and staring at her? Brother, who is he? Why does he keep looking at me like this? Seeing Makarov staring at him, Mavis turned his head into Shiraishi's arms in fear, avoiding Makarov's sight. Shiraishi smiled lightly, put his hand on Mavis's little head, and stroked it gently, soothing Mavis's unease. Mavis, who woke up from AF***CK, also gradually adapted to the environment here within a few days of coming to Aslant. Under the guidance of Irene, Anna, and others, he also taught Mavis a lot of things. Just being timid when seeing outsiders can't be changed. Don't get me wrong, Makarov, she is Mavis from Edelas, I brought it back from Edelas, don't recognize her. Is that so? Even so, Makarov was inevitably shocked to see someone who looked exactly like his own first-generation president. In fact, Makarov learned about Edelas from Mistoggan very early, and also knew that Urza brought back another self from that world, but Makarov did not expect that even Mavis was brought here. It's time to go back to the previous question. Speaking of Edelas, I think I saved you all, Makarov. Seeing Shiraishi showing a calm smile, although he said nothing, Makarov always felt that something was wrong. Yes, Shiraishi-sama, I am very sorry for not being able to thank you in the future after that. On behalf of Fairy Tale, I would like to express my sincere thanks to you. We will remember this kindness. 35. Following Shiraishi's words, Makarov answered quickly. Shiraishi frowned, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good guy, as expected of an old fried dough stick that has lived for more than 80 years, he immediately left everything behind. Grateful? What do you use it for? For food? If you say Makarov, forget it, and change to a more beautiful girl, Shiraishi doesn't mind. As for love, Shiraishi smiled again and said, thanks are unnecessary, and now there is one thing that allows you to repay the favor, and it is very easy. What's the matter? Makarov asked cautiously, but did not agree directly. Shiraishi rubbed Mavis's hair and said, it's her, I need you to teach her a magic. A magic you have long forgotten. 55. Long forgotten magic? Makarov frowned, although he didn't know what Shiraishi wanted, but by his own instinct, Makarov just wanted to open his mouth and dragged it again. Suddenly, a cold light flashed from Shiraishi's eyes, a terrifying aura locked on him, and cold sweat instantly posed from Makarov's back and slowly flowed down the old back. Strange, is the weather very hot? Why does the old man actually flow, woo woo woo? Natsu looked at the thick nerve, and Makarov said with sweat on his forehead. However, the moment he said this, Lucy quickly covered his mouth with his hand. However, seeing Natsu break free, Gray instantly froze Natsu's mouth. Idiot, be quiet and die. Gray growled at Natsu in a low voice. For a while, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Even the most stupid people knew that something was wrong with Makarov now, and for Makarov, the 10 wizard saints, to have such a reaction, only Shiraishi stood in front of them. 0. Ask for flowers. What, now that Urza isn't there, who can stop him? Lucy was a little desperate. If Urza was always there, he would definitely be able to stop the opponent, but Shiraishi, who had the foresight, left Urza from the beginning, and did not give Makarov the slightest retreat. As for resistance? This thought stayed in everyone's mind for a few seconds before being slapped with a slap. They still haven't forgotten the sword that they made in Edelas, and now there must be no slag left. Just as Scud Max was about to run out to bring Urza back to the rescue, Makarov laughed, and Shiraishi laughed at the same time. Only in contrast to Shiraishi's soft laughter, Makarov smiled a little reluctantly. 0. This? What's the matter? From the tense picture just now, it has become so harmonious again, and the change of the plot makes it impossible to turn around for a while. That's it, let's go, Makarov. 35. After saying this, Makarov took Shiraishi and Mavis out of the church door, leaving a bewildered fairy tale crowd. What the hell happened? On the street where people came and went to the fairy tale guild, Makarov looked at the road ahead with a bitter expression, and every step he took was extremely heavy. Okay, Makarov, walk fast, not to die. 9. Shiraishi, who was holding the weak Mavis, glanced at the dying Makarov, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Maybe the little guys just now didn't understand the adult world, but Shiraishi was very aware of Makarov's sudden psychological change. Don't look at Shiraishi's seemingly light-hearted words just now, but in fact, it was just a step for Makarov to go down. It's just that this old guy is completely unprofessional and wants to make it clear, so Shiraishi can only ask him to go down the steps himself. Hey! Makarov sighed silently and looked at Shiraishi like a grievance woman. If he hadn't considered that he couldn't defeat Shiraishi, Makarov would never have compromised so easily. But when it happened, Makarov could only walk down the step knife that Shiraishi had prepared for him. Chapter 146. Fairy Tale Underground Library. Immediately pushed open the door leading to the underground, Shiraishi held Mavis and walked down this passage leading to the underground. Because the light inside is so dim, the end is almost invisible. Makarov gently touched a certain mechanism on the wall, and the magic crystal hanging on the wall also flashed, illuminating the entire passage. After walking for 2 or 3 minutes, they came to a heavy door, pushed open the door, and the three walked in together. This huge underground room has a circular design. The whole room is like a huge cylinder. There are rows of bookshelves around the room, and these bookshelves are stacked like a house. On the meter-high ceiling, I don't know how many books are placed, 533. Books, books, books. Countless books are densely arranged in the huge room, surrounded by a few magic crystals that don't seem to go out, constantly illuminating, providing a bright light to this huge room. Usually, only Levi will come down, and Jalal, who occasionally consults materials, and the rest will rarely come down, and because of laxus, almost no one will come down in the entire underground library at this time, which means that only the library is empty now. No one. Books. Lots and lots of books. Seeing these books, Mavis, whose eyes seemed to be glowing with stars, immediately jumped out of Shiraishi's arms and shoved into the stack of books in front of him. In response, Shiraishi just smiled without paying too much attention, turned his head to look at Makarov, and smiled lightly. Hey! Seeing this, Makarov sighed silently again. As for the number of times, he has completely lost his memory. Over there. Although he is not sure why Shiraishi wants to get the fairy ball, but fortunately he has no idea about the fairy heart, which Makarov considers to be a fortune in misfortune. Following the direction Makarov pointed, Shiraishi walked to the 10-meter-high bookshelf filled with books. From a purely quantitative point of view, there were probably tens of thousands of books on this bookshelf. Moreover, from the word magic engraved on the edge of the wooden frame, we know that there are books about magic written on it, which also contains the magic book that records the fairy ball. This old slick. Seeing this, Makarov didn't point out the location of the book again. It would take several days for Shiraishi to rummage through it, or he couldn't possibly remind himself if he took it out himself. For Makarov's old slick behavior, Shiraishi just smiled lightly, but he didn't push him further. Anyway, it was enough for him at this point. Walking to the front of the bookshelf, Shiraishi slowly closed his eyes. See the color. Activate. Ong. Invisible magic shrouded the entire bookshelf, perceiving every layer of books, projecting them into Shiraishi's spiritual world, looking for the book that recorded the fairy ball. 2 seconds later, Shiraishi raised his mouth slightly, opened his eyes, and jumped up. 7 meters above the bookshelf, he pulled out a book with a fairy tale seal on the cover from among the rows of books. How do you do it? Makarov asked in shock. He didn't even open his eyes to search, but within a few seconds, he was able to find the fairy ball in the pile of books on the internet. Such an ability is too terrifying. Whether it's observation or his own strength, Shiraishi's power is beyond what Makarov can imagine. In the end, Shiraishi and Mavis took the fairy ball in Makarov's unwilling eyes, and at the same time, some magic books were used to pass the time for Mavis. After returning to the town of Victoria, Shiraishi and Mavis stood outside the room in the empty courtyard, ready to try their newfound magic, while Altair and Mirti watched. Let's start. Shiraishi said softly, and at the same time Mavis blinked his green eyes innocently, glanced at Shiraishi, and the light beneath his feet shone. The surging magic power is surging in the body of Mavis like the sea, and the ground under his feet is constantly breaking. At this moment, in front of this absolute magic power, no one will think that Mavis is just a child. What happened, that boy? Although Shiraishi had already reminded Altair from the beginning, when he saw it, he was still shocked by the magic of Mavis. Altair can no longer describe the power released by Mavis in words, the endless magical abyss, as if people will sink into it at a glance. Not only she, but also Irene and Anna were also shocked by this magic power. I don't know, they thought that Aknologia had invaded, and rushed out of the castle in panic, but when they saw Shiraishi next to Mavis, they felt relieved. Walking back, after they saw Shiraishi, thinking that it should be all right. The light continued to shine on the whole town, and at this moment, a golden ball of light floated under Shiraishi's feet and quickly enveloped Shiraishi. Shiraishi looked up, and even if he didn't release his knowledge, he could clearly perceive the powerful magic released by Mavis. This is unleashing a domineering aura of armament. Shiraishi slowly stretched out his finger towards the aperture, the golden light reverberated, and the fingertips with the power to sever the magic did not appear to be broken at the touch of a screen at this time. The golden light slowly melted before the domineering armament, and after a period of time, Shiraishi completely escaped from the fairy ball. After supporting for so long in front of the power of breaking the devil, it seems that this power is as powerful as I imagined. This is the first time that Shiraishi has spent so much time facing magic, and with the powerful 2.2 skill of breaking magic, I am afraid that it will only take longer to swap out acknowledge. Half a minute later, the light emitted by the fairy ball gradually dissipated, and at the same time, Altair and Mirti slowly calmed down, but at this moment, the eyes of the two of them turned towards Mavis, at least in Shiraishi's eyes. That's right. Reward. 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 Mavis walked and danced in front of Shiraishi, excitedly asking Shiraishi for credit. What do you want? A book? A cake? Shiraishi lowered his head and gently picked her up. In addition to eating, Mavis likes to read books most of the time, and a large part of the books are related to magic, which is very similar to Aslan's Mavis. Chapter 147. However, just when Shiraishi thought Mavis would say the book or cake she wanted, the soft fingers wrapped around Shiraishi's neck. That seductive cherry mouth was aimed directly at Shiraishi's cheek. Forehead? Under Altair's contemptuous gaze, Shiraishi felt embarrassed to touch his cheek, but just when Shiraishi was about to turn around and want to say something to Mavis, I saw Mavis smiling maliciously, and said in a deep voice, Brother Shiraishi, I saw that night you and Irene's sister. Shiraishi looked puzzled, what did you see? However, just when Shiraishi didn't realize anything, Altair and Mirti were already flushed, gave Shiraishi a vicious look, and walked out of the garden, leaving Shiraishi blank. That night? Which night? Shiraishi frowned. A sudden question that Shiraishi didn't remember for a while. 04 You asked my sister to help you do that kind of thing. Mavis hummed twice, then under Shiraishi's wide eyes, he suddenly kissed Shiraishi's lips, showing a successful expression on his face. Smile. At this time, Shiraishi also remembered the night that Mavis said, after all, it was not a few days back from Edila's, and the only thing that really impressed Mavis was the fight between Shiraishi and Irene a few days ago. Shiraishi bent down, pulled Mavis's young face with both hands, and said with a dangerous smile, by the way, when did you start, Woohoo! Mavis, whose face was elongated, even spoke intermittently and begged for mercy in a vague tone, Brother Shiraishi, I didn't do it on purpose, it's all because you guys are too loud, so I'll go over. Well, this time it was Shiraishi's turn to blush, and he understood why Altair had that look just now. After a long time, it turned out that the problem was in himself. No, it seems that the house will be refurbished in the future, especially the sound insulation, but even after doing so, Shiraishi has no idea. After all, with the strength of Mavis, almost no one can get her. Seeing the pitiful appearance of Mavis, Shiraishi rubbed her little face hard, and just released his pliers. His index and middle fingers flicked her forehead again, and scolded with a smile, this is the only time, I won't do this next time. 35. Although Mavis's move was indeed beyond his expectations, but he accepted it calmly. After all, he brought her back from Edila's. Shiraishi didn't have feelings for her, and he couldn't be as pure as between siblings. Shiraishi agrees to let this little girl raised since childhood marry, but God may not agree. Eat the cake. Eat the cake. 35. Back in the room, Mavis danced and ran towards the food on the table. Go! However, after a while, Shiraishi regretted it again. It didn't take long for the little maid to repurchase the food. Except for the raw food, the other food was perfectly emptied by Mavis. The next day, Shiraishi took Mavis for training again. Although the previous fairy ball had been able to pose a sufficient threat to himself, Shiraishi was still not enough to see it. However, at this moment, while Shiraishi was training Mavis, Altair and Mirti walked slowly towards him with heavy faces. Sir Shiraishi, I have something to tell you. Altair took a deep breath and continued, the devil has revived, and President Hades, who was killed by you, has acted again. Hearing this, Shiraishi didn't stop practicing with Mavis, but just asked. Where did you find out? The subordinate guild that was originally under the control of Grimoire Heart has heard that they have frequently appeared in the vicinity of the island outside the Harjan harbor recently, and I don't know what they are searching for. Altair lowered his head and said, and his body was shaking slightly. He originally thought that if Hades and others died, she would be completely free from the darkness. However, the reality did not let her go. For Altair, who was once in the dark, he knew that in the fate of those traitors, Hades was resurrected, so it was absolutely impossible to let go of the people who indirectly killed them. Altair was already in terror, unable to extricate himself, but at this moment, Shiraishi spoke. Don't worry, since they dare to come, then I don't mind killing him again, you can stay with me and practice time magic. Resurrection? Probably the garbage left by Zeref is causing trouble again. It can be resurrected in the true sense. In Shiraishi's memory, no one has ever been able to do it. Even Zeref, the ancestor of the Black Mage, failed to do it, and even violated the taboo and was planted with a curse called contradiction, let alone them. In Shiraishi's view, it is estimated that he used dark magic to summon the dead souls again, and the strength is impossible to break through. Although the words seemed random in Shiraishi's eyes, they fell into Altair's ears like light that bloomed her from the darkness. For the first time, Altair felt that Shiraishi was not as damn it as he imagined. Time passed slowly, and after getting Shiraishi's promise, Altair gradually let go of his heart and stayed at Shiraishi's house with Mirti. Except for the occasional tofu and fights by Shiraishi, his life was calmed down again. 533. Even so, the darkness never disappeared. Thousands of miles away, above the ocean in the distance, a magic spaceship is floating in the clouds in the dark night. A coat of arms is engraved on the periphery of this magic spaceship, which is thought to be mainly black. If Altair were standing here at this moment, he could immediately recognize that it was exactly the same magic ship with the demon heart destroyed by Shiraishi. It's just that the engraved coat of arms has changed from the devil's heart to another guild's coat of arms. On the deck of the spaceship, there was a twist of darkness, and a beautiful woman with an off-the-shoulder skirt with a purple base and black stripes, a pair of long legs covered with seductive black silk, and a pair of horns on her head walked out. Hades, I think you won't disappoint Lord Hades this time. In the darkness, a figure stood up from the high seat in the center of the splint, and slowly walked out of the darkness. Through the moonlight, an old man who was also full of scars appeared. And he was Hades, who was killed by Shiraishi with a sword. After Hades walked out, 5 figures appeared nervously, and they were also 5 of the 7 kin of purgatory who died at the hands of Shiraishi. Sila, tell Gear, don't underestimate Shiraishi, whoever underestimates his opponent never ends well. Chapter 148. Report your words to Lord Pluto, but on the contrary, you should know that if you can't do it, your life will be taken back by Lord Pluto at any time. As soon as the voice fell, Sila, who was shrouded in darkness, had disappeared into the darkness. Seeing Sila leave, Hades condensed for a moment, then slowly said, Azuma, have you heard about Altair and Mirti's whereabouts now? The original intelligence was almost in charge of Altair, but due to her betrayal, Hades has been handed over to Azuma to manage and replaced Altair as the head of the seven kin of purgatory. My subordinates have received the news. On the boat, Azuma walked up to Hades, who was completely different from what he looked like before, with dark eyes, a hideous face, and a huge deformed horn in his original hair, and he had completely transformed into a demon. According to the information from the subordinate guild, Altair and Mirti are staying at Shiraishi's house where they were killed. 55. The traitor Altair. If I meet him, I will absolutely rip her alive. And the intruder of damn it, actually makes me feel the fear of death. On the side, Zhang Krou, who was the first to die in Shiraishi's hands, had already risen from the black flames in his hands, and the pitch-black pupils were completely covered by darkness. At the same time, behind Zhang Krou, Rusty Rose and Kane are the same. As for Caprico, who was freed after being cut off by Shiraishi, he has flown back, but the key has long been lost. Hades bowed his head in thought after hearing Azuma's report. As for Altair, he wanted to kill the traitor himself, but after a battle with Shiraishi before, he lost the three major forces of Altair, Mirti and Caprico. However, after the resurrection of them, their strength has been greatly improved after the transformation of the core of hell, which also brings enough confidence to Zhang Krou and others. Hades, however, was not obsessed with it. After his death, he also learned the horror of Shiraishi. This monster who survived 400 years ago has completely subverted his imagination in terms of strength. If he wants to defeat him, he needs to become a monster himself. So as an undead, he once again accepted the transformation of the core of hell to become a real demon. While gaining powerful power, he was also subject to the control of Gear, the underworld king, but for revenge in Hades, he could only do the same. President, there is another piece of news to report to this subordinate. At this moment, Azuma spoke up again and pulled back Hades, who was in deep thought. What's the matter? 35. About the location of the sleeping black mage Ziref. Azuma whispered. What? The faces of the seven kin of purgatory who heard this sentence were filled with surprise. There? Hades asked in a deep voice. Although he looked unhappy on the surface, it was not difficult to see the shock and surprise in his heart from the trembling voice. For many years, since he left, Fairy Tail has been searching for the magic abyss for more than half a century. He has always looked forward to the day when he can see Ziref, the ancestor of the search for the black mage, and truly stare at the magic abyss, opening the era of great magic. But at the moment Hades died at the hands of Shiraishi, the news about Ziref was also not known, until now finally there is news of Ziref. Kingdom of Fiori Southwest Island Country, Stella. 35. Azuma said with a stern face, it is said that in the Fiori royal family, a man stole a magic tool called Dragon Cry left in ancient times, and fled to Stella to prepare for the recovery of Ziref. They all thought that Ziref was in a state of slumber and existed in a certain corner of the world, so they would control the magic spaceship to search all over the world. Dragon Cry? Resurrection. Hades was startled. Not only that, but Shiraishi is also preparing to go to the kingdom of Stella, and even sent Altair to Stella to inquire about the news. He was a little skeptical at first, but when he heard that even Shiraishi was planning to go, the truth of the matter increased a bit. After a moment of contemplation, Hades ordered, Azuma, you continue to observe Shiraishi's actions, the others. Hades turned his head and said thoughtfully. Go. Go to Stella. Yes. Seeing Hades make a decision, Azuma flashed a light in his eyes, and then stepped back, where no one noticed. A faint blue light bloomed in the hand, and the body gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared on the board. Moments later, when Azuma reappeared, it was already in the basement below the castle where Shiraishi lived. In the dank underground, Azuma pushed open the door and looked at Shiraishi, who was in the dark ahead and a scarred, unknown monster already lying on the ground. Solved. Shiraishi didn't turn his head, just looked at the monster under his feet. Well, that old guy really believed it. A ray of light shone, and Azuma, who was standing in front of Shiraishi, had transformed into Altair. With a look of lingering fear on his face, he took a deep breath, trying to suppress his inner excitement. After learning about the action of the demon heart, Altair was also in action. After determining the location, Shiraishi shot and killed it together, thinking that he had captured Azuma's prey, and the half-dead monster in front of him was its Azuma. It's amazing, I didn't expect the power of time to be able to do this. Altair kept stroking her chest, and when she faced the demon Hades just now, her heart was about to jump out and even a little excited. That's just a glimpse of time, you haven't really seen the real time. Shiraishi chuckled. In fact, he, Li Hao, doesn't understand about time, and the person who really taught Altair is Irene, who gave up the ring after getting the magic book of Fairy Ball. Shiraishi remembers that there is a time-freezing magic in the Fairy Ball, and the time pause can be reflected in the original book by Natsu and others evading acknowledges attack through time freezing. Considering that Altair also uses time magic, Shiraishi asked Irene to parse it from the magic book by stripping and hand it over to Altair. Otherwise, Altair, who relies solely on transformation magic and time acceleration, will definitely be discovered in front of Hades, so he uses the freeze in time to block Altair's surroundings, isolating all breath observation. In this regard, Shiraishi has to admire Zeref. In the entire fairy tale world, the only person who can be recognized by Shiraishi, if it is not for his own mental illness, perhaps he can really climb to the peak of untouched magic. Chapter 149. But that old guy is really stupid. Even if he becomes a demon and his strength increases, as long as he mentions Zeref, his IQ plummets. Shiraishi said with a smile. Just talking about this, Altair still didn't understand why Shiraishi did this. With his strength, he could kill them with one sword again. Why did it take so much effort to guide them to such a distant island? Who said I was going to deceive them? Shiraishi chuckled, maybe Zeref is really there? What? 35. Altair and Shiraishi's Azuma exclaimed at the same time. Seeing this, Shiraishi frowned at him and kicked out again. After seeing the green blood spurting out, he slowly fainted. As for Azuma, Shiraishi did not intend to kill him immediately, but only intended to temporarily imprison him first, and then it would be useful later, but it was not the time yet. Well, it's time for you to go back, don't make that old guy suspicious. Seeing that Altair's body changed again and Azuma disappeared from Shiraishi's field of vision, Shiraishi immediately walked out of the basement. Sunset, moonrise. As the light disappeared, the magic crystal hanging on the wall also lit up, illuminating the entire study. Is it going to leave after a few days? During this period, Altair and Shiraishi acted one after another. Until today, the discussion was too long, which caught Irene's attention. Coupled with the lack of Shiraishi's company during this period, her lady queen was obviously a little dissatisfied. On the side, Anna, who heard this sentence, raised her head from the book at the same time, and turned her eyes to Shiraishi, and in her heart Shiraishi accompanied them a lot. What's wrong? Angry? I'll give you a massage. Shiraishi leaned down and squatted on the angry Irene, put the jade-like calf gently on his body, kneaded and massaged repeatedly. I have to say that although Irene has given birth to children for more than 10 years, her body is not as bloated as that of an ordinary mother, but has become more and more plump as time passes. She was white and delicate, like carved ivory and jade, the collar faded slightly, revealing a half-trimmed neck, plus a little light makeup. The light outlined her half-face in the dark, like a beautiful woman. Seeing the man she loves see her stunned face, Irene couldn't help but secretly rejoice. If it wasn't for Shiraishi's been sticking with other women recently, Irene wouldn't be dressed up, so she was looking at Shiraishi's appearance. It didn't make her spend so much effort in vain. How is that possible? I'm just dealing with you. But even so, Irene still maintains the restraint that she should have as a queen, so it is not so much to say that she is born, but it is this kind of natural temperament that makes Shiraishi deeply fascinated. Yes, yes, yes. On the other side, little Mirti covers her ears with a pillow. Mirti didn't expect her to avoid loneliness, but Shiraishi didn't. With Altair's company in the past, Mirti could barely endure, and it was a big deal to let Altair help him. However, at the moment, without Altair, Mirti couldn't get used to it for a while, and the tender eyes were gradually turning black. Why are you okay? Do you have any idea? Hurry up and teach me. Just when Mirti was in pain, he saw Mavis, a peer of the same age, still sitting in a chair and reading books as if nothing had happened in such an environment, and hurriedly called for help. Is it painful? I feel them happy. Mavis, who doesn't understand embarrassment at all, doesn't think like Mirti, and his mood naturally calms down a lot. Mirti, 66, 99. Ha! 5. Mavis yawned and got up from Mirti's side in bare pajamas, and she opened her sleepy eyes unsuspectingly. Pand Aaron have become sperm. Suddenly, a face with dark circles appeared beside him, and Mavis immediately exclaimed. Mirti. After an embarrassing farce, Mirti, dressed neatly and with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, walked out the door, followed by an apologetic Mavis. At this moment, Shiraishi also came out of the other room. When walking down the second floor, he saw Mirti's big dark circles and asked with a smile, What? Didn't you sleep well? Don't worry about it. Mirti gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry about it. 35 then turned around and left, but after a few steps, he obediently returned to the same path. With those red eyes he turned to Shiraishi and asked, Where's my mother? Where did you take her and when will she come back? Just seeing the appearance of Urza and Irene of Edelas getting together, Mirti is envious even if they are not related by blood, so when facing Altair, Mirti no longer hides himself. In addition, there are a lot of things in the end, so let it go. You asked me to say I'm going to say it. Shiraishi rubbed Mirti's hair and went downstairs directly, joking, an immature brat. Shiraishi didn't need to explain too much. UBD. Seeing Shiraishi's perfunctory appearance, Mirti couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. Seeing that considering the strength of the opponent, the clenched fist was loosened, and he gave up silently. Chapter 150. Stella Kingdom. On that vast ocean, on an island filled with starlight, there is an ore that continuously absorbs starlight, and its interior contains a lot of magic power, and this ore is called star aluminum, and the sale of star aluminum has also become a pillar of Stella industry. As a remote and independent country on the island, there are very few outsiders who will come here through the Long Island except for the trading of star aluminum. All the people in this country can be said to live a carefree life. Is this the ore that absorbs starlight? Shiraishi was walking in the forest full of ore. He stretched out the star aluminum, which is known for its hardness. In his hand, it was like tofu. The ore inspires a huge magic power and exudes the ultimate, starlight. In the next second, a large group of guards suddenly appeared behind Shiraishi, holding swords and guns at Shiraishi's head, and scolded fiercely. Stop! Put down the star aluminum in your hand. It belongs to the kingdom of Stella. Seeing this, the corners of Shiraishi's mouth twitched slightly. Oh? What if I let it go? Boom! The terrifying overlord's domineering arrogance, Shiraishi spread out instantly, under the powerful coercion, it fell on the guards' hearts and shattered their consciousness. At this time, the overlord was domineering like a sickle, reaping their lives. With the passage of time, Shiraishi's control of the domineering arrogance of the king is no longer as simple as he thought, as long as he uses force to shock people, and it is perfectly unlocked with the eagle-eyed Mihawk template. The domineering of the king has also been raised to another level in an instant. The realm of the tyrant. In the world of pirates, the territory of the tyrant. Also known as listening to the voice of all things, is a powerful ability that can only be opened after the overlord's domineering is truly awakened and fully exploded. Under the influence of this power, Shiraishi with this ability can integrate into the surrounding nature, communicate with all things in nature, and get the allegiance of all things, and even change the natural laws of the surrounding world. Although Shiraishi has reached this level, he has a whole body of power and does not know how to use it at all. It is different from swordsmanship. There is no eagle eye to guide the basic swordsmanship, and many levels still need to be developed by yourself. Just a moment ago, the shocking heartbreaker was just one developed by Shiraishi. After eliminating the guards, Shiraishi turned his attention to the star aluminum in his hand, feeling the magic flow in the ore. A few seconds later, Shiraishi slowly raised his head to look at this, the bright starry sky after the dusk. Under the light of this starlight, the ore in Shiraishi's hand exudes a faint starlight at this moment. Not only that, the surrounding star aluminum ore all emits a burst of dazzling colored light, and the entire forest is like a fairyland on earth at this moment. However, under the dreamlike scene, there is a chilling crisis hidden. So that's the case. Is it possible to continuously ingest starlight and convert it into magic power? No wonder such precious resources are sold by them. There is a special spar on this island. This spar will absorb starlight and convert it into star aluminum. But there are limits in the world. Except for human beings, few things can surpass their own limits. The same is true of star aluminum. Its capacity is very limited. Just like a water ball filled with water, if the water is too much, the load will be more, and there is a danger of bursting. And if this star aluminum that contains a lot of magic power continues to absorb, the explosion power produced by a fist-sized star aluminum is no less than that of ordinary magicians. Although it looks ordinary, if you look at it, this star aluminum that spreads all over the Stella Kingdom, if all explodes, the world will be completely destroyed at the moment of the explosion. There is no hope at all. Who? Feeling the wave from behind, Shiraishi put down the stone in his hand and turned to look. Urza? The moment he turned around, Shiraishi saw the crimson figure for the first time, his pupils shrunk, and the whole person suddenly froze in place. Urza, Natsu, Gray, and Lucy, the blue kitten that accompanies them. Father? Why are you here? The group of them accepted the S-level mission of the Kingdom of Fiori and came to recapture the stolen dragon cry, just as they were preparing to formulate an invasion plan. Suddenly seeing the guards surging here, Urza and the others rushed over to find out, but they didn't expect that just after they arrived, they saw the corpses lying on the ground, already familiar figures. However, just after Shiraishi was about to explain something, at this moment, another group of people dared to come here at high speed. 0. Ask for flowers. That is. As the distance continued to get closer, several people quickly saw the figure of the comer. They were wearing dark armor, and the helmet with the eyes exposed was emitting a scarlet light. At this time, there was a large group of knights. The guards are constantly daring to come here. This is the army of the Kingdom of Stella. The magic power on the blade in Urza's hand was constantly surging, staring straight ahead. Is it because my father killed the guard just now? Hey! This is the smell of dragons. Why is there a smell of dragons on this group of guards? Natsu twitched his nose a few times, realizing that something was wrong with the guard. Urza, I have something else to do, I'll go first, you should be able to solve this little trouble. Shiraishi still has a general understanding of Urza's strength. Although these guys have used methods to strengthen the soldiers, the difficulty of Shiraishi's mission will trip Urza. Release leaping, and Shiraishi has already jumped out into the sky. Father! Seeing that Shiraishi left without a word, Urza had many more questions to ask, and immediately asked, but at this moment, Shiraishi had disappeared from her field of vision. Urza, deal with the enemy first. Fire Dragon's roar. Seeing his companions fighting hard, Urza had no choice but to stay behind to solve the trouble Shiraishi left them. Oh my god, it was Urza's father who made the noise, why should we wipe his a? Lucy said angrily. Okay. Hurry up. Ice shape, floor. Grey is also helpless. Night. Just as Urza and the others were fighting the enemy, Shiraishi entered the capital of the Kingdom of Stella. The crystal-colored royal capital stood on the top of the mountains in the Great Plain in the distance. It seems that Li's country is quite aesthetic. However, just as Shiraishi took a few steps, he was soon spotted by the guards. So fast! As soon as the words fell, 3 figures appeared out of thin air, surrounding Shiraishi with the inner sword. Chapter 151. Interesting. The combination of 2 men and 1 woman surrounded Shiraishi in the center in a triangular shape, and the corners of Shiraishi's mouth were slightly raised. Judging from the eyes they looked at the white, it was obvious that they had regarded themselves as intruders. Standing at the forefront of Shiraishi at this time is a tall woman with dark skin and a cute rabbit ear, wearing dark black armor and leggings made of star aluminum. The other is a muscular middle-aged man with strange lines on his body, and the last thin young man sitting on a star aluminum ball. According to the information Altair submitted to him, they should be Swan, Dole, and I can't remember them in the end. Anyway, for Shiraishi, there is no need to remember the names of those who will fall sooner or later. Dong dong dong. Just as the 4 faced off, another large group of troops 533 came, and these people looked exactly the same as the guards Shiraishi encountered before. The smell of dragons is stronger. It seems that these are finished products, and the ones outside are only half-finished products. Shiraishi stared deeply at the army. The details of the army in front of him are stronger than the guards outside the city. From the appearance of the armor alone, it seems that standing in front of Shiraishi is not an army, just like a small dragon. And in the perception of Shiraishi's heart network, they did not sense their emotional fluctuations at all. The news came after the alarm came from the star aluminum mine outside the city just now. I think those people have been killed by you? Outsiders. 35. Standing directly in front of Shiraishi, the dark-skinned woman named Swan took a step forward and questioned him. Her height, which was nearly 2 meters higher than many men, and her fierce expression were replaced by a person. I'm afraid I've already been frightened by the scene in front of me. Shiraishi smiled lightly, and at this moment, before Shiraishi could speak, the thin young man standing behind Shiraishi spoke first. What nonsense are you talking to him? Grab it and torture him, don't you know everything? We Samsung have never lost. Capri. Be careful. Seeing the thin young man rushing out, Swan was too late to stop him. Seeing this, Shiraishi sneered, since you are in a hurry to die, let you die first. 35. In a sneer, a white light floated on Shiraishi's fingertips, pointing at the slender man who was charging, and a sharp white blade spurted out. The blood spurted out, and the blood mist swept across the sky in an instant. In the stunned eyes of the other 2-3 stars, the emaciated young man had already collapsed in a pool of blood. How can that be? At the moment of the white beheading, those soldiers in jet black armor flew over, and the terrifying crowd jumped high in the sky, completely covering Shiraishi's vision. And at this moment, Shiraishi held the dragon slaying in his hand, the white light floated, and the suffocating power floated on the dark sword body. Shock! Boom! Shiraishi said softly, and suddenly, the blade in his hand stabbed straight into the ground, and a terrifying power also erupted, and an invisible force surged out. The violent power was poured into the depths of the ground, and for a time, the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters was randomly torn apart, and at the same time, the soldiers who were trying to approach him were shattered. How is this possible? Swan and Dole's eyes were full of shock, and they were able to clean up the soldiers in an instant with just one blow. This kind of strength is completely unimaginable. Seeing Shiraishi pull out his blade and turn his gaze to them, the terrifying pressure just now injected into the hearts of the two of them, and the desire to survive forced them to flee here, but they dared not move at all in the face of Shiraishi's pressure. Since you have chosen to be my enemy, then I naturally can't let you go. Killing everything is Shiraishi's consistent creed. In the face of the enemy, whether strong or weak, right or wrong, as long as he chooses to be his own enemy, Shiraishi will not be able to let the other party survive. Die. With a condensed gaze, sword energy rushed out. Boom. In the next instant, the violent airflow surged out, covering the vision of the two of them, and they were instantly submerged in it before they had time to resist. The smoke screen filled the sky. After a while, when the smoke dissipated, Shiraishi kicked the broken armor remaining on the ground, felt the power slowly disappear, and continued to walk forward. The power of the dragon is interesting. I haven't slaughtered a dragon for a long time. I've almost forgotten the excitement at the beginning, but I can remember it soon after I think about it. Following Shiraishi's moving figure, the scene in front of him was reflected on the magic crystal ball in the hands of a middle-aged man of about 35 years old with a full chin and beard in Stella's palace. I didn't expect that the kingdom of Fiori would act so fast after stealing the dragon cry at the beginning. No, after all, there is no time left to act quickly. A heavy expression suddenly appeared on his face, and he was Zaxiu, the man who stole dragon cry from Kingdom of Fiori. Someone dispatched out to transform soldiers. In any case, you must buy me time, no matter what the cost. Zaxiu turned around and said to the surrounding reformed soldiers, and at the same time he walked towards the top of the palace, and he was completely lost in madness in those dark eyes. At the same time, Shiraishi, who was inspired to leap, exploded at a rapid speed and crossed several obstacles to enter the palace. And just as White successfully broke through, on the castle in the depths of the palace, a force of Peng Bai in the sky formed a beam of light rushing towards the clouds. An extremely terrifying magic power bloomed, and not only Shiraishi, but also Urza and others who had solved the transformation of the soldiers outside the city also observed this resentment magic. Oops, Dragon May Cry has been released. Urza's face sank. When she accepted the mission, she had already learned about the dragon cry from King Doma. It was a magic wand that accumulated the resentment of countless dragons. In this regard, Urza and others were required to be in good condition. Bring dragon cry. From the point of view of resentment of magic power, their mission has failed at this time, but considering the danger of dragon cry, Urza immediately moved towards the source of magic power. Boom! On the spire of the palace, Zhaxiu, who obtained Dragon Weep, held Dragon Weep aloft, and terrifying magic power wrapped around his body, while standing opposite him was a ferocious brown-haired girl with a gloomy face. Zaxiu, you betrayed me. Sanya, the confidant of the King Animus of the Stella Kingdom, and also the childhood sweetheart of the king. However, at this time, Sanya, exuding the same aura that Zhaxiu released, looked straight at Zhaxiu who was holding Dragon Cry and said with fierce eyes. Hearing this, Zaxiu smiled sinisterly. Betrayal, what kind of betrayal? I just follow my own desires, what's the matter is betrayal? Chapter 152. Sanya, do you really consider yourself a king? Zaxiu smiled disdainfully. Sanya, no. It should be called the Animus. Although Sanya seems to be a person in front of her, in fact, it is the King Stella Animus who controls her spiritual power, and there are two souls residing in her body. Animus. Or should it be called the Crystal Dragon Animus? As a member of the dragon family 400 years ago, this one originally lived on one side and ruled over human beings. As one of the sacrifices, Sunya was killed by Aknologia who came without notice when it was about to enjoy human beings. At the same time hunting almost all the companions present. However, at that time, the Animus did not die directly at the dying moment, but in order to avoid Aknologia, and to regain his freedom, he was thrown into the body of the sacrificial Sanya. Relying on the long lifespan of the dragon family, Sunya has spent a long time to obtain a long life. However, in the long years, Sunya's soul has already collapsed, and she regards the A04 Nimbus in her body as her companion, but in fact she is too. Both occupy the same body. Dragon Cry is a highly compressed energy crystal. As long as it is released, it can burst out the magic power that is hundreds of times higher than that of the magic wizard. I will raise those Fioris who expelled me to the ground. Only hand. Dragon Cry gathers the infinite resentment of the dragon family, and possesses extremely strong magic power itself, which is why both Animus and Zaxiu are eager to obtain it. Zaxiu, who held the dragon cry high, kept releasing his magic power. Tens of thousands of magic circles floated above the kingdom of Fiori. The terrifying magic power shocked the kingdom with a population of 17 million. However, at this moment, Zhaxiu, who was holding the scepter, suddenly changed his face, his body was shaking violently, and the magic power in the air was gradually losing control. Zaxiu looked at his body in panic, and found that under the highly concentrated magic power, his body was constantly dissipating, and at the same time, his consciousness was gradually blurring. What happened? Why is my body like this? Zaxiu said angrily. Seeing this, Animus couldn't help sneering. This is a foolish fellow, is it really a power that an ordinary human can control? No no no. Zaxiu was stunned. In order to take revenge, in order to own Long Yi, he chose to betray. Originally, Animus used the position of Minister of State of the Kingdom of Stella to entrust Zaxiu to steal the Kingdom of Fiori to steal Dragon Cry, but when he saw Dragon Cry, he had the idea of revenge, so he had the scene in front of him. With Zaxiu's screams, the magic power continued to erode his fragile body, until it was completely swallowed up and disappeared into nothingness. When losing the controller's scepter, the explosive magic power disappeared, and it suddenly fell from the air to the ground, making a crisp sound. The Animus suppressed Sanya's consciousness, and the manipulator moved her body slowly forward, reaching out to hold the dragon cry. Boom! The disappeared beam of light reappeared, and a force that was far more terrifying than before burst out under the control of Animus, and a violent airflow oscillated out. Under the impact of magic power, the tower underfoot was constantly breaking, collapsing, and shattering, and the sky filled with starlight in an instant was covered by heavy dark clouds in the next second. 400 years. Acknowledge. I'm finally free from the human body. As the resentment of the dragon race continued to be injected into his soul, the face of the Animus became more and more distorted, and the color of madness emerged spontaneously. No more liberty can be taken from me. It's been waiting too long for this day, unlike Igneel they. After entering the body of Natsu and others of the Dragon Slayer who are highly compatible with himself and are also of the same attribute, Igneel can completely escape by his own strength. Before the Animus died, only they ate the remaining offerings, the dying maiden Sanya. At that time, Sunya was just an ordinary little girl who didn't know how to do magic. At the same time, she was not compatible with her own soul, so that the Animus could not escape from her body until now. And to help the Animus get freedom, only those dragons of the kingdom of Fiori who were killed by Acknowledge, the dragon cry gathered by resentment, the powerful magic power is enough to restore to the peak of the past. At this moment, Shiraishi jumped up one step, climbed to the castle, and looked at the girl with a hideous face in the beam of light in front of him. It seems that the dragon that survived from Acknowledge 4 years ago is you, but your strength is still a little weak. Who are you? You know who I am. The Animus turned his head and stared at Shiraishi with cold light. I know, why don't I know, I'm here to kill you, of course I know, but from what I see now, your strength really disappoints me, no wonder you were trapped in a girl's body after being killed by Acknowledge. 400 years. Originally, Shiraishi thought that the Animus, who devoured the resentment power of the dragon family, would bring some surprises, but from the current situation, there was no expectation in his imagination. Humans will pay for the words you speak. Boom! Shiraishi's words obviously angered the animus completely, and his face became darker and darker. When the dragon cry in his hand was completely absorbed, the animus crushed it with one hand and injected it into his body. You will be my first sacrifice. As the animus let out the last human roar with the help of Sanya, the hurricane that erupted would hit the blast, and the entire castle collapsed instantly. In the smoke, a dazzling starlight bloomed in Sanya's body. Within the light, a giant claw covered with blue dragon scales stretched out, followed by a giant blue and silver dragon full of crystals struggling out. Now, what? At this moment, Urza and the others were completely stunned when they saw the collapse of the castle and the dragon flying in the sky. Except Urza and Natsu, this was the first time everyone saw a real dragon. In the air, Sanya's body fell out of function. Seeing this, Urza released the celestial wheel armor and jumped, holding it in his arms, and quickly escaped from the ruins, but was found by the animus. One after another, let me die. 35. Boom! The mountain-like dragon claws descended from the sky, and Urza was shocked. At this moment, she was willing to be hit at the moment. With a flash, Shiraishi had appeared in front of Urza. Do you want to die if you shoot at my daughter? Chapter 153. The last afterglow of the setting sun has long been obscured by the darkness, and the stars are dotted on the night sky. Under the giant claws, Shiraishi's icy eyes stared at the animus through the gaps in the dragon's claws. Originally, he wanted to play with this very few giant dragons. Since it was eager to die, Shiraishi could only fulfill it. Urza, step back. 35. Hearing this, Urza and Sanya jumped continuously in the air, hurried past Natsu and the others who were thousands of meters away, and looked up at the giant dragon that was facing off against his father. I didn't expect that there are still dragons alive from 400 years ago to the present. Urza also knew about the existence of the Eclipse Gate, but she never thought that there was such a giant dragon in this country. The strength of this dragon is no longer ours to fight, let's leave it to my father to solve it. Thinking of this, when Urza and Natsu were about to take Sanya away together, the battle in the sky had already begun. The terrifying air current that covered the dragon claw bearer of this starlight again burst towards Shiraishi. Will! Flames shot everywhere, and in the explosion, Shiraishi under the giant claws blocked the animus attack with his sword in his backhand. During the confrontation, the ground under Shiraishi's feet cracked, and countless densely packed paths spread to the surroundings. With the impact of the animus air current, the ground instantly sank. Let me die for all human beings, kill you, and I will reshape the peak of the dragon family. The dazzling starlight descended, and the entire king's capital was constantly shaking, but at this moment, the arm of the animus was slightly trembling, and in an instant, it was lifted up and flew into the air. In the deep hole, Shiraishi, dressed in black, looked at the animus in the air and sneered, "Dragon race? It's ridiculous, the races that have been forgotten by history are still trying to turn over, isn't the Dragon King festival 400 years ago enough to wake you up?" 39. Dragon King Festival, who are you? Animus was shocked. People of your age. 55. With the blade of the finger, the sword energy floated around Shiraishi, and the shocking power instantly covered the entire battlefield. Contemporary, sword-wielding, human body can block my blow, are you Shiraishi in the original human race? Animus' eyes sank. Although 400 years before the dragons invaded the continent of Ishgar, before the war started, he heard the news that Shiraishi and Aknologia, two humans, slaughtered the dragons. However, on the eve of the war, it died at the hands of Aknologia. Although the animus, who was resurrected through Sanya, heard about the last battle of the Dragon King Festival, Shiraishi and Aknologia disappeared together. After that, Aknologia reappeared, but it was already there. Without Shiraishi's trace, the animus never saw Shiraishi. It's just that the animus didn't expect it, who had just recovered its freedom, to immediately encounter such a ruthless man who could fight against Acknowledge head-on. At this time, it looked at Shiraishi, and it had already made no secret of its substantial fear. "What do you say?" Leaping. Shiraishi jumped up, already looking at the animus. That terrifying aura, and the eyes that made him dare not look at each other, made the animus more firm in his inner thoughts. A Bai Lian slipped from top to bottom, followed by a deafening roar, breaking the silence of the night. Let the entire capital, and even the world, be able to hear this roar. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling silver-white light, like a tree root hidden in the ground, tore the ground and pulled it up. Bang! Silver light drowned the dragon body of the animus. The whole earth was shaking. Urza and the others, who were closest to the fierce battle, only felt the strong wind blowing like a knife, so that they couldn't open their eyes at all, and they quickly blocked their eyes with their hands. When the silver-white light disappeared, the ground showed a ravine that was 3 or 4 kilometers long and 1,000 meters deep. Although they had watched it several times, Natsu and others were still shocked by the collapsed scene in front of them. Damn it! Don't underestimate the dragon family. The roar of the crystal dragon. In the white glow, an extremely powerful blue light ray shot towards Shiraishi rapidly. Shoo, tear it up! Shiraishi swung his sword to cut off the oncoming roar. At the same time, the white light on the other side dissipated, and the figure of Animus reappeared in the abyss, and in front of it there was a broken crystal wall column, and behind the crystal, the outer scales of Animus' body were already broken. Very strong defense. You can block my sword before reaching the Dragon King. It seems that your strength is already approaching the Dragon King, but that's all you can do. As soon as the voice fell, the white light floated, and Shiraishi's sword-wielding momentum erupted again. An amazing sword light bloomed on the blade, and the whole person was like a shooting star that shot straight down at the Animus. Shut up! The Animus crystal-covered dragon tail swung and flew away, meeting Shiraishi's slash. Will. Once again, the sword fell, with the rupture of the dragon's tail and the explosion of the crystal, blood erupted from the cross-section, turning into a mist of blood in the sky. The era of dragons ended as early as 400 years ago. The dragons, as travelers in history, have disappeared into the long river of history, and you also cannot escape this fate. Shiraishi ignored the splashing blood, and saw the Animus in front of him swept out again, and the sharp sword light impact fell. Roar! Right at this moment, in the bottomless abyss, an angry and emotional shout suddenly sounded, and it was also an unwilling roar. Animus is unwilling. Unwilling to sink into darkness again. Star Owl. Boom. In the countless magic circles scattered in the sky, all the magic power that destroyed the kingdom of Fiori turned around and poured into the body of the Animus, Li Hoseo, and the light flashed. Dragon Clan. Never perish. 99. Under the magic of Dragon Cry, the resentment of the dragons erupted in the Animus, and the violent and chaotic power drove the Animus into madness. The Animus incited the dragon's wings to rush towards Shiraishi, and the air and magic power from all directions poured into the body of the Animus, and gathered into a huge magic ball in front of him. Phantom Sword Dance. Seeing this, Shiraishi's body moved slightly, and a sword light floated in front of him. In the blink of an eye, 57 sword cuts were struck at the same time, and a white-silver dragon penetrated the magic of the Animus. Boom! The shocking impact turned into a shock, and countless buildings and trees were instantly crushed into smoke and dissipated. A dazzling silver-white beam of light soared into the sky and penetrated the sky in an instant. This is an unparalleled blow, a blow that cannot be avoided. The roar of the explosion spread all over the world in an instant. Chapter 154. The astonishing slash continued for a long time, running through the capital, and spreading over 2,000 meters across the sea. The power gradually weakened, began to shrink slowly, and finally completely dissipated between the heavens and the earth. In an unknown mountain range, at the top of the mountains, a giant dragon with a pair of dark wings and a deep sword mark on its chest sits crossed here. Feeling the power that shook the world, lifted the huge dragon head towards the distant world, a power that made it feel familiar and unfamiliar, a power that he could never forget in his life. All of a sudden, if the giant drum-like dragon's eye opens instantly, it will burst into an unprecedented light. It is anger, resentment, and also expectation. Roar! Accompanied by the roar, the mountain under his feet collapsed, terrifying power erupted outside his body, and space cracks appeared around him. Shiraishi! You're still alive! I knew you could never die, it's time to continue that battle. 35. As long as he thinks of the master of this power, the scar that has been left on his chest for 400 years seems to be aching at this moment. And far away on a certain island in the kingdom of Fiori, on that island stood a towering tree. The dense canopy of trees almost obscures the entire island. And this is the holy land of fairy tale, the seclusion place of the first-generation President Mavis, Sirius Island. In a certain corner of the island, a teenager with short black hair, 537 grey eyes, wearing black clothes, and a long white cloth tied from his shoulders to his waist is sitting under a tree, his eyes slightly closed, and time seems to be quiet at this moment. But at this moment, feeling the power from afar, the boy's eyes suddenly opened. A dark curse overflowed from his body because of emotional fluctuations, all the surrounding plants began to wither, and the vitality was completely deprived by the curse. Is it time? 99. Stella Kingdom. Rumble. After the sword glow disappeared, the smoke that filled the ruins of the royal capital gradually dissipated. At this moment, the animus fell from the sky, the huge body stared at the dark shadow in the distance at the moment of falling, and reached out to touch the unreachable figure. However, as long as it was less than a few meters away, the dragon body gradually began to disintegrate and shatter. Shiraishi. 9. When the dragon roared behind him, the animus body finally dissipated into the air, silent in endless death. Ding! Hunt Crystal Dragon Animus, gain 7.5% experience. 39. Ding! Sword God Sodero's Template, EC, 67.87% unlocked. Current level, Sword Saint. Seeing this, Shiraishi smiled slightly. It seems that there is no need to come here in vain. I didn't expect that the crystal dragon that gathers the resentment of the dragon family can provide a 7.5% unlocking progress, and those who are about to come should be able to unlock it to 70% to day 5. At this time, Urza and the others saw that after the battle was over, they slowly walked towards Shiraishi's position. Sanya, who was rescued by Urza, opened his eyes at this moment. Sanya walked forward, facing the direction in which the animus dissipated, silently closed her eyes, and unconsciously, tears were gently falling from the corners of her eyes. For 400 years, I thought we could continue to live safely, but in the end you were still drowned in the hatred of the year. At the moment when the animus took control of herself, Sonia had remembered all the past stories, but at this moment she had lost the animus. In silence, Shiraishi spoke. Do you want to avenge it? No, that's enough, it's time for all hatred to end. Sanya shook her head lightly and walked towards the ruined palace. This is the kingdom she built with the animus. Where is her son? The people are waiting for her. The death of animus spread instantly, and the entire kingdom of Stella was thrown into chaos. However, Shiraishi was no longer concerned with this. At this time, there were other things waiting for him, waiting for someone to come. After finishing the mission, Urza, Natsu and others said goodbye to Shiraishi and prepared to return to the kingdom of Fiori because they needed to report on the mission. Calculating the time, Altair, who wanted to make an appointment with Shiraishi, should be about the same. Shiraishi waited silently, leaning against the wall of the alley after sending off Urza, who was not far away. At this time, because the surrounding civilians were panicking and had not yet emerged from the shadows of last night, everyone was discussing the future and what to do. At this moment, Shiraishi felt a wave of fluctuations in the sky, looked up, and saw that above the clouds, a black shadow slowly emerged from the clouds. With the appearance of the black magic spaceship, those who suffered a disaster were like birds of a feather, panicked again in an instant, and kept fleeing towards the surroundings. Looks like they can't hold back. Just as Shiraishi spoke, a beautiful figure came out beside her, which contrasted sharply with the surrounding ruins, but from the look in her eyes, she seemed to be looking for something. The corners of Shiraishi's mouth were slightly raised, and when the figure was walking through the street in front of him, he quickly grabbed it and grabbed it. Seeing that the opponent was about to make a move, Shiraishi immediately spoke up. "It's me." 99. The familiar voice made the person in his arms gradually give up his resistance and turned his head to see Shiraishi taking a breath. "They have come. I see, the game has started now." Shiraishi smiled. In this regard, Altair sighed silently, mourned Hades and others silently, released the transformation magic, walked out beside Shiraishi, and mixed into the crowd. At this time, Cain, one of the seven kin of purgatory, looked at the ruins of the royal capital from afar on the deck of the magic ship that had reached the kingdom of Stella. What's going on? There seems to be a battle here." A sentence instantly attracted several other people in the seven kin of purgatory to the edge of the spaceship, including Azuma, who was disguised by Altair. "Look at the world below and feel the breath remaining in the air. What the hell happened here before I came?" Rustyros's eyes narrowed. The scene in front of them impacted everyone's eyes, and the world burst out. The shattered capital, the absolutely terrifying battle before they reach the end. "President. Found Zeref." However, at this moment, Rusty Rose suddenly saw a black-haired teenager in the escaping crowd. Although there was some panic on his face, it was not difficult to see that it was the Zeref described by Hades. Boom! Hades, who had been deep in the darkness, couldn't sit still and walked to the edge to look at the ruins below. Zerf. Seeing the appearance in front of him who he has been looking for many years, even Hades, who has lived for 100 years, suddenly felt a wave of emotions at this moment. Chapter 155. Hands on, get ready to take Zeref away. In order to build the great magical world, Hades searched for nearly half the world. At this moment, nothing can stop him with Zeref. With an order, several other people on the deck could not wait, and instructed the soldiers on the spacecraft to fly down below. As the magic spaceship descended, those Stella names who had already accepted the disaster became more and more panic at this moment, screaming and fleeing towards the surroundings. For a time, the entire king's capital became more and more chaotic, and at this time, Zeref in the deep crowd also pretended to be panic at this moment, and fled with the others. Be careful, Zeref is still in a deep sleep, losing his memory and power as a black mage, but if he is resisted, under special circumstances, I allow you to directly take it away by force. 99. After the magic spaceship landed, Hades ordered. Yes. With the dispatch of the seven kin of purgatory, all the magic soldiers on the magic spaceship are getting out of the spaceship. The reborn Hades no longer needs the support of the devil's heart, so there is no need for anyone to stay behind the spaceship. Ha 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 ha. Leave it to me. Boom. As soon as he stepped off the battleship, Zhang Crow, whose body was full of black flames, rushed out desperately, and everyone who stood in front of him was completely burned out by the black flames on his body. It looks like the legendary black wizard Zeref. Zhang Crow laughed wildly, slammed into the blocking crowd, and walked directly towards Zeref, but strange things happened, and every time he was about to catch the moment, it was always the same. Damn it! Stop! Repeated misses have made Zhang Crow, who is extremely volatile, angry, and the black flames in his hands have risen in his hands. The Wrath of Vulcan. 35. Boom! A large number of black flames erupted, turned into a vortex of terrifying flames, and attacked Zeref, but the same situation happened again. At the moment when it was about to touch, the flames instantly disappeared from the air. How can that be? Zhang Crow growled in shock. That's the power of time. The seasoned Hades immediately noticed the change in Zeref's body, and the flame contact at Zhang Crow accelerated the passage of black flame time, so that Zhang Crow's magic power disappeared. However, he was not surprised that Zeref used time magic. After all, Zeref, who controls all the lost magic in the world, knows how to use time magic is normal. Just this feeling always makes Hades feel a little uneasy. It is reasonable to say that Zeref has fallen into contemplation why he can still release magic. Is this instinctive self-protection? But in order to get Zeref Hades, it comes down to that. Brunos, Rusty Rose, Kane, Azuma, you all do it together. Where's Azuma? 95. Looking around, I saw that Azuma kept walking in the direction of the brow, completely ignoring Hades' orders. What's the matter? Azuma, where are you going? At this time, everyone found out that something was wrong with Azuma. Seeing this, Hades frowned, and the unease in his heart became stronger at this moment. Just when he was about to burst out his power and return to the magic spaceship, a familiar but not familiar figure appeared in Azuma. Beside. Come on, why do you want to leave? Suddenly, a slash has already fallen. When the cold light gathers a little, the power of destroying the world is like a terrifying tsunami, and it falls instantly with thunder. Boom! With the sound of breaking the sky, the magic spaceship was already turned to ashes in the white light, and the terrifying airflow shook, feeling the vibration behind them. Those who were chasing Zeref stopped and looked behind them. Shiraishi. 35. Hades' face sank, and even a fool knew that he had been fooled. You betrayed me. Hades said solemnly, looking at Azuma beside Shiraishi. I don't understand. Hades doesn't understand why even Azuma has to betray himself, to know that he also died at the hands of Shiraishi at the beginning, and why he did such a thing after having also experienced the transformation of demons. Azuma? I think President Hades, are you mistaken? At this moment, Azuma chuckled lightly, a white light flashed on his body, and after the next second, the original Azuma figure had disappeared, replaced by the appearance of Altair. At the same time, Zeref, who was chased by Zhang Crow just now, also had a burst of light on his body, which also transformed into Altair's figure. 0, ask for flowers. 2 twos, 2 Altairs. Kane exclaimed suddenly. In all eyes, the 2 Altairs merged at this moment, walking beside Shiraishi with a smile on their faces. You seem surprised. Missing body. It seems that Azuma has been solved by you guys. Hades closed his eyes silently. At this time he already understood everything that the other party had set a trap for him early on, what Zeref's news was just a scam to lure them over. No wonder he felt the power of time from Zeref just now, it turned out that it was the magic released by Altair. Okay, let's end Rory's chatter. Shiraishi walked out slowly with his sword in hand, and now he has less than 3% of his experience left to unlock it. He doesn't know if they provide enough experience for him, but he will know the answer soon. Seeing Shiraishi approaching step by step, the image of Shiraishi's death at the hands of Shiraishi reappeared in everyone's minds. When they saw each other again, even those who had been transformed couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Go ahead, we have become undead and demons. After death, we can still be resurrected through the core of hell, and now my strength is different from before, so I don't need to be afraid of him. Hades reminded, and immediately put those who fell into the panicked people pulled back to reality. In an instant, dark auras emanated from Hades and the others, with hideous expressions. Really? Then let me see if you can be resurrected. Shiraishi's eyes burst into a terrifying light, an array of white light in the depths of his eyes was like a sword, which could penetrate the void and approach, a terrifying sight. The breath suddenly burst out, smashing the ground and shooting straight out. Boom! So fast! Seeing Shiraishi turning into a ray of light and rushing towards him, Hades was instantly shocked, his pupils shrank sharply, and when he was about to release his magic power to block Shiraishi's figure, he was already approached by the other party. Dark sword! And just as the blade was about to be shot down, Rusty Rose, who was closest to Hades, immediately shot, using the embodied magic to transform a big sword, bombarding Shiraishi's blade, and a terrifying wave erupted. Boom! Knife. Chapter 156. In Rusty Rose's confident eyes, Shiraishi's blade slammed into the dark sword, and a wave of terror emanated from the collision. Pfft! 35. The good times didn't last long. Shiraishi held the Dragon Slayer and directly cut off the great sword that Rusty Rose had magically transformed into, and blood spurted out of Rusty Rose's hand. A burst of exclamation sounded. Rusty Rose quickly stretched out his left hand and turned it into a shield to block it. Seeing that the golden shield immediately blocked it, Hades immediately retreated into the distance. Shiraishi, do you really think we were beaten ruthlessly by you like last time? Zhang Crow, Blue Note, let's go together. Hades tore off the blindfold on his face and opened his right eye full of dark power. The endless magic power turned into substantial smoke and overflowed from Hades' body. As soon as he came up, Hades opened the eyes of the devil, because he knew that Shiraishi's strength would not be easily defeated by 04 just because he became a devil. Repeat. And Rusty Rose, who barely blocked Shiraishi's blow, retreated to a distance with his injured right arm and was unable to participate in the battle. It seems that you can actually block my blow. It seems that you have become a lot stronger? In mid-air, Shiraishi raised the blade again, and the white light floated on the pitch-black blade. Before Shiraishi could make a move, Hades hurriedly cast a powerful magic and threw it towards Shiraishi. Amaterasu hundreds of styles. 39. In an instant, Shiraishi was surrounded by a sevenfold spell formation, and unlike the last time, this Amaterasu 100 forms clearly had several layers of dark power. As Hades burst out, the magic circle produced an extremely huge explosion. Knowing that this blow could not cause much damage, Zhang Crow, who was not wasting it, immediately sucked all the flames generated by the explosion into his body, revealing a sinister smile. Shiraishi, who was at the center of the explosion, smiled coldly as he watched the flames disappear. It seems that Pluto is generous and gave you such a powerful strength. But even if he himself is here, it's useless. Extreme, Excalibur, slash. With Shiraishi's heart pounding, the blade that he held high in his hand suddenly fell, the endless sword slash collapsed, and the huge sword chi, accompanied by a rapid and fierce momentum, attacked Hades and others. Get out of the way, President. If you are cut off, you will never be able to recover. Rusty Rose, who was standing in the distance, shouted hurriedly. Seeing the ferocious sword chi, Hades knew that he couldn't escape, and quickly cast the most powerful magic. Demons burst out from the objects around Hades. The executioner of heaven, heavenly punishment. This is the forbidden magic in the Book of Seraph. Any item with magic power around the caster can create a powerful magic power through this forbidden magic. Looking at the unavoidable sword energy and a group of blue demons summoned by Hades, Zhang Crow and Blue Note behind Hades also contributed their strongest combat power. The Fire God's Supper. Super Gravity Ball. 35. A pair of black flaming mastiffs broke free from Zhang Crow's hands, biting away at Shiraishi's sword energy. Blue Note's strongest move is to concentrate the gravity infinitely a little, gravitationally collapse to form a black hole, swallow everything, and no matter or radiation can escape the gravitational field generated, even light can't escape. Looking at the slightly changed magic of several people, Ursha shook her head and looked at Hades and the others in disappointment. How could such a slightly strengthened magic be able to match Shiraishi, who could easily make powerful moves? The collision came as expected, but the result was completely different. The sword energy emitted by Shiraishi was like chopping melons and vegetables, destroying all the magic and demons created by Hades and others. Devour it! Because of this collision, the chaotic Stella Kingdom directly destroyed most of the king's city. From the beginning of the king's city, the huge pothole announced the power of magic. Looking into the distance along the pothole, a huge ravine resolutely appeared in the sky. In front of him, and looking towards the horizon, in the dissipated dust, Hades and the others had completely turned into a blood mist that filled the entire space. I said, next time I won't let you run away. 35. Looking at the blood mist on the horizon, Shiraishi muttered to himself. Without the help of the arm and others, Shiraishi killed the remaining 2 Rusty Rose and Kane Hikaru in an instant. Finally, the long-lost voice appeared again. Ding! Hunt Hades, get 1% experience. Ding! Hunt Zhang Crow, gain 0.5% experience. 35. Ding! Hunt Blue Note, get 0.5% experience. Ding! Hunt Kane Hikaru, gain 0.5% experience. Ding! Hunt Rusty Rose, get 0.5% experience. Ding! Sword God Sodero's template has been unlocked 70.87%. Current level, Sword God. Ding! You successfully stepped into the path of the Sword God, unlocked the runaway, and obtained a physique-boosting pill. 55. A series of prompts sounded in his mind. Shiraishi held the red physique pill in his hand, put 537 into his mouth without hesitation, and swallowed it. Before Shiraishi was ready, a huge force poured into his body, causing Shiraishi to burst into blue veins in an instant. Ah! Shiraishi let out a series of screams, his body trembled violently at this time, his upper body clothes burst in an instant, and his whole body was slowly torn apart at a speed visible to the naked eye, shedding a lot of scarlet blood. Once again brought to such physical torture, Shiraishi clenched his teeth tightly, and a heavy low growl came from his throat. The city of Stella in Noda was almost empty, and the only person watching Shiraishi was Ursha. Ursha looked at Shiraishi, who was completely out of control at this time, with shock written all over her face, wondering where the pain came from. Faced with this unsuspecting Shiraishi, who could end his life at will, Ursha had no way to force her to do anything at this time. Instead, she gently stroked this rare and fragile strong man, and slowly froze herself and Shiraishi in one place. Inside the huge ice cube. After Shiraishi's long agony and wailing, his skin and muscles slowly recovered, but the satisfaction of recovering his body, after adding the ice cubes, produced a strange feeling, which made Shiraishi feel restless. Stand up! Chapter 157. When Shiraishi opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning, and the noise of people streaming made Shiraishi frown. Looking around, Shiraishi realized that he was in a huge block of ice, picked up his arms, and slowly sat up. Arm? This is... While murmuring, Shiraishi looked at the source of the arm. It was a woman lying on top of him without a word. Shiraishi slapped his forehead hard, sighed slightly, and was about to put on his clothes when a faint moan rang out. He turned his head and looked at Ursha with his eyes closed beside him. With his slightly twitching eyelids, he could see that Ursha had woken up. Shiraishi understood that she just didn't dare to face such a situation, and that's why there was that slight moan. Slowly Shiraishi put on the clothes scattered all over the floor, looking at Urutia, who had wrapped Feng's full body. Shiraishi gently woke her up. Seeing her pretending to be sleepy, Shiraishi couldn't help showing a smile. After breaking the huge ice block, the two appeared in the ruins of Stella King City, causing a burst of exclamations. My God, there was someone in the ice cube. Is there a sealed person inside such a huge ice block? Then, isn't it very dangerous to run out now? Why does it look like the two of them are a little disheveled? Could it be Shiraishi didn't pay any attention to the gestures of the people around him, and picked up the dragon slash on the ground at will, but Ursha blushed a little, and tidied up her clothes with both hands. Unable to bear the surrounding atmosphere, the two of them left here in unison, and just as they were about to leave, the entire calm sky became violent again. An extremely powerful aura roared from a distance, and the warm sun in the early morning was rendered somewhat cold by this strong aura. Shiraishi raised his head and stared solemnly at the sky in the distance. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the distance, which was constantly magnifying. "Ursha, what's the matter?" Looking at Shiraishi, who suddenly became dignified, Ursha was very at a loss. After all, there were people around with strange eyes, so leaving at this time was the best choice. "A dark aura is approaching, extremely powerful, and familiar to me. I guess he should be here, Black Feather of the End." After hurriedly sending Ursha away, Shiraishi stood on a hillside, squinting slightly, waiting for his arrival. It didn't take long for the shadow to appear completely, and a huge black dragon appeared on the horizon of the King Stella city, once again triggering the screams of human beings in the ruins. Looking at Shiraishi standing tall in the distance, Acknowledge let out a deafening roar as it approached. "I hope you won't let me down." 99. A terrifying aura quietly emerged, the whole earth began to shake, and a dark purple energy storm slowly appeared in his mouth. Boom! The huge roar fell, and flew straight in the direction of Shiraishi. The trees along the way rose up in an instant, and the King Stella was once again devastated. Those who did not have time to escape civilians, mostly with this magic dissipated away. On the hillside, Shiraishi, who was waiting, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the approaching roaring magic. A white light gradually appeared in his hand, instantly covering the body of the dragon-slaying sword, and a white phantom instantly appeared. Ri Ghost Swordsmanship. 35. With a loud roar in his heart, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand suddenly waved several sword lights, and in an unbelievable situation, the roaring magic was directly washed away. At this time, the huge black shadow shrank rapidly until it landed on the small mound of loose soil, and the black shadow had become the size of a human being. In Stella King City, the few civilians who survived looked at the scene in front of them and almost lost their voices. The dragon turned into a human? The human actually blocked the dragon's magic? The world is crazy. This is Acknowledge. 35. For a time, the only humans left in the ruins were all crying in despair. "Long time no see, Black Dragon Acknowledge." Shiraishi stood in a peerless position with the dragon slayer in hand, looking at Acknowledge, who was not far away, and said indifferently. The vast white sword chi kept falling from the dragon slaying in Shiraishi's hands, making Shiraishi look a little immortal. "Hey! You didn't let me down. You have made great progress after so long. I thought that apart from him, there is no human being that I can regard as an opponent in this world, but now it seems that you still have this aptitude." Acknowledge said with a slightly sinister smile. Looking at Acknowledge, who seemed to be educating his younger generation, Shiraishi lightly raised his dragon-slaying sword, pointed at him, and said coldly. "You think I am your opponent, but I don't think you can match me, but it's just a slightly stronger monster." Although Shiraishi was slightly surprised by the appearance of Acknowledge, he also thought that the black dragon would not be swallowed by the original space-time crack so easily, and it was inevitable to escape. But looking at the deep sword mark on Acknowledge's chest, Shiraishi naturally had some great confidence. Listening to Shiraishi's arrogant words, Acknowledge said with a chuckle, "The crack swept me away, and it allowed you to survive until now, but it seems that you don't know how powerful it is, so let's continue the way we were back then. Let's fight. Unless you can be like him, you can have the curse of immortality. Otherwise, today, you will definitely die in my hands." In Acknowledge's eyes, after so many years of growth, he has already surpassed the number of times he was in the past, and the only shame is the sword mark on his chest, so Acknowledge will kill the person in front of him at all costs. A crazy look appeared on Acknowledge's face, his body was shaking violently, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded, and a crackling sound came out of Acknowledge's body, the bones split apart, and his figure suddenly rose a lot, and the whole body was also dyed black. With the surging of magic power, Acknowledge's hands turned into sharp dragon claws, flashing with bursts of cold light. His chest was gradually covered with black dragon scales, until a pair of black wings grew behind him, and then he opened his wings and let out a loud roar, and the dark magic gushed out from his body, oscillating like ripples. Chapter 158. At this moment, Acknowledge didn't have the slightest child's play, and instantly showed its strongest form. The giant-like Acknowledge lowered the huge dragon head and looked at Shiraishi on the hillside with contempt. The dragon's wings suddenly fanned, and at the same time as the storm was set off, the dragon's mouth opened, and a strong breath of death was rapidly brewing. Roar! With a loud roar, a dragon's breath suddenly descended, and with a violent breath, it roared towards Shiraishi, and the land along the way seemed to have been chipped away, revealing the sky full of mud. Seeing the power that made ordinary people desperate, Shiraishi grabbed the hilt of the sword and jumped up suddenly, a sharp sword intent suddenly emanating. He raised the dragon slaying in his hand above his head, and a white sword energy suddenly emerged, covering the entire sword body. Break the air! A loud boom sounded, and a huge white crescent moon flew out, slamming into Acknowledge's dragon breath. As if after a fierce collision, it didn't take long for Duankong Slash to split the dragon's breath and fly towards Acknowledge more quickly. Acknowledge, who had already experienced 540 times, hurriedly dodged sideways, but Shiraishi felt the pride of Shiraishi while dodging, and an indescribable anger suddenly burst into flames. Quickly flapping his wings, Acknowledge gave up his powerful dragon breath, lit up his sharp dragon claws, and grabbed towards Shiraishi's chest. A huge dragon claw with dark magic, like a hurricane, flashed before Shiraishi. Shiraishi was amazed by the rapid increase in speed. He had no time to avoid him. He held the hilt tightly, and quickly raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and slammed into it the moment the dragon claws fell. After a choking sound, Shiraishi flew upside down with great strength, and his blood was tumbling. The body that has been strengthened many times is still incomparable with the body of the dragon family. The dragon body that can crush people into flesh in the moment of collision is really extraordinary. Shiraishi, who couldn't keep up with the reaction, tightly held the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, closed his eyes very quickly, and then opened them. Hard net! An invisible force instantly enveloped the surrounding space within a kilometer range, and all the bells and whistles made it appear bright and incomparably clear. Not daring to relax at all, looking at Acknowledge who was slowly flapping his wings in the distance, Shiraishi waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and fierce sword energy galloped out one after another. Phantom sword dance! Countless rays of light and shadows converged into a white giant net, whizzing away one after another. Flapping its wings at extreme speed, Acknowledge spun sideways, dodging the fierce attack in various ways. But dozens of sword chi finally gave Shiraishi a sigh of relief, and several of them directly cut off Acknowledge's scales, creating a column of blood. Seeing such a situation, Acknowledge gave Shiraishi a cold look, and slowly spread out her wings. Magical power emerged from the jet-black dragon claws, turning into a dark sphere, the center of which was like a whirlwind, constantly spinning and pulling, a powerful attraction. Sucked away the ruins, boulders, and trees of the surrounding Stella King city, forming a huge dark vortex, and even the sky began to become cloudy because of this power. Thanks to you, I created this trick after escaping from that crack. The vortex of destruction. The huge suction force sucked everything in the surroundings, like a black hole, which could never be filled. Gradually, Shiraishi felt the increasing suction and pulling force, and tried to move backwards, only to find that the breath of silence had spread throughout the space, and all objects could not escape. No matter how fast Shiraishi is, it can only slow down the inhalation time. Seeing that there was no effect, Shiraishi couldn't help but panic a little. This was the first time in a long time that he felt such a sense of danger and powerlessness. Phantom Sword Dance. Draw the Knife. Extreme, Divine Sword Art, Blossom. While striving to retreat, Shiraishi frantically waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, one after another fierce sword energy, accompanied by a strong attraction, galloped towards the black ball and acknowledges hand like the speed of light, leaving only a fragment of light. Shadow, like a white ribbon. But all the aura seemed to be covered up by the huge black vortex, and Shiraishi was completely swallowed up by the vortex with a few sword chi, without even hurting acknowledges fur behind the vortex. Any changes in these sword chi still spread a huge suction force. Don't waste your efforts, my vortex of extinction, no magic can destroy it, all magic is just its nourishment. Seeing such a situation, coupled with acknowledges sneering words, Shiraishi's face turned bleak in an instant. The swordsmanship, which has always been able to break through magic, has no effect at all at this moment. Coupled with acknowledges mocking expression, Shiraishi couldn't help but tighten his grip. Gritting his teeth, he grimaced. I don't believe how long your magic power can last. Such a huge magic power should consume a lot of magic power. When you have no magic power, you will be the fish to be slaughtered. Shiraishi, who knew that he couldn't break this magic, tried his best to counteract the huge suction force, trying his best to delay the time, hoping for the time when acknowledges magic power was insufficient. Oh! Although I can't directly use this magic to destroy an empire, it's not a problem for a small royal city, and I have sucked the flesh and blood of so many dragon kings, and the magic power is enough to destroy everything within the entire royal city. Items, including you. After speaking, a faint, dark smile appeared on the corner of Acknowledge's mouth, which disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Shiraishi didn't notice it. Afterwards, the Acknowledge dragon claws suddenly squeezed together again, and the suction force soared again. At this time, the entire royal city was beyond recognition, and even the earth was sucked out of a big hole. The sudden increase in the suction force caused Shiraishi to be pulled dozens of meters suddenly, but Shiraishi, who reacted quickly, stopped his body, and at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Call out! An air-breaking sound resounded abruptly. I saw a black shadow heading towards Acknowledge's vortex, flying at a very high speed, as if he lost his focus. Seeing the sudden appearance of the black shadow, Shiraishi was a little dazed, because at this time there shouldn't be anything flying at this speed again. Most of them have long since become waste products in the vortex. After all, the only ones that have not been sucked out for so long are the land and grey sand. Shiraishi squinted his eyes suspiciously, and then suddenly dilated his pupils. Chapter 159. Ursha. A surprised exclamation sounded, and Shiraishi's entire thought was short-circuited, and he clearly watched Ursha go away, but he suddenly appeared here for some unknown reason. At this time, Shiraishi was at a loss for himself, so Ursha would definitely not be able to protect her by himself, which made Shiraishi a little sad. But seeing Ursha flying towards the vortex at high speed, Shiraishi rushed up and grabbed her straight foot suddenly, and as a result, Shiraishi got closer to the dark vortex in Acknowledge's hand. After finally stabilizing the figure of the two, Shiraishi fixed his eyes on Urtia. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. When he saw it, blood flowed out of his nose immediately. With this suction force, it was like drawing blood. The pump generally rushes blood out. Grabbing Ursha with her legs straight, the white skirt at this time has been completely pulled upside down by the hurricane, which is equivalent to a static state. Shiraishi is lying on Ursha's skirt, and the chun is full of light. Ursha, hurry up and stabilize your body. Shiraishi, who slapped himself hard, wiped his nose, and suppressed the blood, shouted hurriedly. The wind and sand slapped Shiraishi and Ursha's bodies constantly, Probably because the howling of the wind was too loud, Ursha was always in a semi-conscious state, which made Shiraishi anxious. Hehe, it seems that there are some unexpected gains, Shiraishi. As a strong person, it is really disappointing to be swayed by these feelings. I advise you to release her quickly, otherwise it will only aggravate the death of both of you. The time is not worth the loss? Oh. But if you let go now, although she will turn into powder and you won't be able to survive, at least it will allow you to survive for a while longer, won't it? Acknowledge just looked at the reality in front of her and smiled slightly mockingly. Shiraishi did not respond to Acknowledge, and continued to call out Ursha's name. Although the two have known each other for a long time, Shiraishi also knows that she is a very good human being. Moreover, not long ago, Shiraishi also put Ursha on the spot. This is discarded. After an unknown amount of time, under Shiraishi's shout and Acknowledge's mockery, Ursha finally regained her sanity and screamed when she saw the maelstrom that was close at hand. Ursha, you're finally awake. Gradually pulling her back, Shiraishi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you here? Didn't I let you go? Shiraishi then asked softly. I was watching a huge magical collision here, so I just looked back, how could I know? Seeing Ursha muttering with her head down and her cheeks flushed, Shiraishi sighed softly. Forget it, it's all here, and it's useless to say it. By the way, try attacking the vortex in Acknowledge's hand with lost magic, or see if the ice shape magic can freeze it, otherwise this huge vortex, sooner or later it will crush us both. Seeing Shiraishi for the first time with a flustered and excited expression, Ursha looked at the huge vortex in front of her, and couldn't help but get serious. Her hands quickly fiddled with shapes, and one by one magic suddenly flew out of Ursha's hand. The ice modeling magic that originally rushed towards Acknowledge and the vortex itself was forcibly sucked into the huge black hole vortex when it was close to the vortex, and disappeared. And the lost magic, whether it is attacking or restoring, cannot resist Acknowledge's vortex of destruction. Seeing the black hole whirlpool that did not weaken in the slightest, Shiraishi calmed down unexpectedly, and slowly focused on the skills he had just acquired, and a stream of detailed information was instantly fed back. Ding! Unlock new ability, Rampage, current level, Phase 1. Rampage, Berserker's signature skill is Sodros who became the sword god. In order to increase the power of swordsmanship, he can forcibly increase the power of subsequent sword moves by 50%. Slowly relaxing, Shiraishi froze slightly in place, finally acquiring new skills, but the current Acknowledge cannot be hit by sword moves at all. Any sword move that flies over will be sucked in by the huge vortex, and then dissipated. Up in the air. 0. Ask for flowers. Thinking about it, suddenly Shiraishi's eyes lit up, looking at the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, nodded secretly, then looked at Ursha and said. Ursha, we can't sit still anymore, I'm going to fight to the death. If it doesn't work, or if there is an accident, I hope you have a chance. Help me with a word for Irene and Anna, just say. I Shiraishi, sorry for them. You are also ready, I will create opportunities for you, run away from here as soon as you have the opportunity. Acknowledge will definitely not have the energy to chase you, you have to seize the opportunity. After speaking, Shiraishi held the dragon-slaying sword tightly, and a loud shout suddenly sounded. The labor and management are fighting with you. 0. Senbai's sword energy gradually filled the body of the dragon-slaying sword. After Shiraishi took a deep breath, he ignored the huge suction force and rushed towards Acknowledge. Phantom Sword Dance. Dozens of sword lights from the Phantom Sword Dance opened the way for Shiraishi. Following the sword light, Shiraishi also stared at the huge vortex, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand once again appeared as the sword chi of Senbai condensed and did not disperse, and all converged on the tip of the sword. Just as Shiraishi's body approached the whirlpool, he suddenly shouted, "Run away, draw sword!" Afterwards, the dragon-slaying sword in Shiraishi's hand slashed straight at the whirlpool of world destruction. All magic and sword energy can be sucked into the vortex, so Shiraishi took the risk, controlled the dragon sword, and hit the vortex of destruction through powerful physical attacks. This is the only idea Shiraishi can think of to destroy this magic. Boom! With a huge explosion, the vortex of world destruction in Acknowledge's hands was finally destroyed by Shiraishi's blow, and the powerful hurricane slowly stopped. Come down! Just when Shiraishi was about to burst into a triumphant smile, the corner of Acknowledge's mouth showed an evil smile. Another huge dragon claw was quietly pierced. I knew you would find your shortcomings sooner or later, but I've been waiting for your moment. Haha. 39 Knives. Chapter 160. Acknowledge has long known that Shiraishi will recklessly slash at melee. After all, the two have fought once before, and Acknowledge still knows Shiraishi's fighting style. Moreover, Acknowledge had given Shiraishi a reminder, intentionally or unintentionally, and just waited for the moment Shiraishi got close, and launched a surprise attack. And things happened just as Acknowledge expected. Shiraishi rushed forward suddenly, breaking the vortex of destruction. The moment it was just broken, Acknowledge smiled happily, and in Shiraishi's shocked eyes, Acknowledge's other dragon claw suddenly attacked Shiraishi's chest. The huge and sharp dragon claws, covered with a layer of dark magic, appeared in the blink of an eye in front of Shiraishi, who had just slashed and broke the whirlwind of destruction. The dragon claws in his eyes gradually enlarged. Shiraishi, who was unable to adjust his body defense for a while, watched the dragon claws pierce in front of his eyes, sharp enough to easily pierce the dragon's claws. With a touch of magic power, Shiraishi knew that with his human body, it was impossible to stop this. Once the dragon's claws touched him, his entire body would be pierced in an instant. At the moment of facing death, many pictures flashed in Lin Xiao's mind, the mental journey along the way. Irene, Anna, and Urza, each and every one of them is unwilling to give up. The strong unwillingness caused Shiraishi to let out a scream of despair, holding the hand of the dragon-slaying sword and twitching back vigorously. Run away! Extreme, Excalibur, slash. 39. The enhanced divine swordsmanship exudes terrifying power, and the dark sky that was clearly covered by the sand and stones in the sky, at this time, seems to be a little brighter because of the strong sword energy. The dragon sword seemed to have turned into light at this time, and the sword energy was like a huge divine weapon, slashing towards Acknowledge fiercely. Boom! With a loud noise, Shiraishi opened his eyes that had been closed in despair, and a shocked expression slowly filled his face. Looking at the incomparably huge Acknowledge that was split and dropped, Shiraishi couldn't help frowning, and said in disbelief. Hey? Did Acknowledge run out of water? Shiraishi was surprised when he looked at his unscathed body. After all, Acknowledge's blow just now would obviously penetrate Shiraishi's body first, and his desperate blow was just to give Acknowledge a little trouble at the last moment, so that Ursha can find a way to escape. But the current situation is completely the opposite, making Shiraishi a little confused, regretting that he didn't open his eyes just now and missed this strange scene. Although Shiraishi didn't know why it ended like this, but soon, this absurd idea was rejected by Shiraishi. After all, the blood in the sky and the right arm of the fallen dragon interpret the misery of Acknowledge. No one can be that stupid, right? Soon Shiraishi thought of the only change in the entire battlefield. After all, there was nothing left in the entire royal city, only Shiraishi, Acknowledge, and Ursha, so it must be related to Ursha. Shiraishi turned his head slowly, and saw Ursha behind him, panting heavily, standing there dumbfounded, looking at his hands, his face full of wonder. At this time, Acknowledge seemed to have just recovered, with a dazed look on her face. She was about to pierce Shiraishi just now, but suddenly the scene changed, and she was knocked down here. The shaved right arm and the huge amount of mana consumed caused Acknowledge to let out a resentful dragon roar. She fixed her eyes on Shiraishi, who was flying with a dragon sword in the distance. Acknowledge waved regretfully. The wings, with their broken body, quickly escaped. After all, without the powerful magic power, even the body was severely injured, and if he stayed, he would never be able to walk, so Acknowledge could only run away without looking back. Ursha? What just happened? Hearing the sound of Acknowledge flying away, Shiraishi relaxed and walked towards Ursha with his tired body supported. At this moment, Ursha gradually recovered, looked at Shiraishi blankly, and said in surprise. Just now. I seem to have used the time freeze just now, the real freeze time. 35. Ursha was completely at a loss, which made Shiraishi burst out laughing, and the nervous fighting mentality suddenly became relaxed and happy. What is a real time freeze? Before, it only affected the surrounding environment, so as to achieve time confusion, not freezing, but just now, I saw Acknowledge almost stabbed into your chest, somehow, as if there was a force that instantly made Acknowledge's entire body range frozen. Although it is only a short second, but this is the magic that I have tried countless times without success. Ursha was as happy as a child just learning to walk and an ordinary human being suddenly learning magic, dancing and eagerly telling Shiraishi about her achievements. No wonder I felt a little strange just now. I thought it was because of the fear of Acknowledge in my heart, but I didn't expect it to be because of your magic. However, if you hadn't stopped his time, I'm afraid I would have been in this attack just now. Down dead. 99. 1 second, for ordinary people, may be the blink of an eye, but for Shiraishi and the others, 1 second at a critical moment can decide their fate. It's just a pity, I didn't take this rare opportunity to cut off his dragon head with one sword, but only cut off his right arm. Shiraishi felt a little pity for 2.2, but he was very happy to be able to cut off his arm. After all, Shiraishi didn't have the opportunity to think about what to do when it was temporary, and even with Acknowledge like this, because he lost a day of his arm, I'm afraid he will do it again in the future. If you meet it, you will be relieved a lot, right? Suddenly, Shiraishi, who was in a relaxed mood, fell down like this. Ursha, who was fast-eyed and quick-handed, quickly reached out to catch Shiraishi and carefully placed him on the ground. The entire kingdom of Stella has been destroyed by 2 people, and the current kingdom of Stella Island has basically become a huge empty island. Now on top of a certain rock, looking at the island in front of me that was like a mountain and turned into a basin like a pit, Ursha couldn't help but admire the crazy destructive power of the two. Chapter 161. Hey? What happened here? Ursha, who was about to pick up Shiraishi and leave Stella, suddenly heard a soft voice with a firmness, and immediately looked over. I saw a slender woman with green hair standing on the ruins of the kingdom of Stella, which had become a plain. She was wounded by that strange armor, and with her beast-like hands and feet, her whole body was full of ferocity. Breath. Demon? Ursha asked suspiciously, and watched her vigilantly. Glancing at Ursha coldly, she said lightly. Where's Hades? How did the demon hearts disappear? Are you the only traitor? As she spoke, her eyes were filled with uncontrollable killing intent, and the lavender cloak behind her was gradually floated in the air by the fierce breath. Before she could continue to exude momentum, another figure suddenly appeared behind her, and said with a slightly respectful commitment. Lord Kyoka. The entire island of Stella has been completely destroyed, and no trace of Hades 04 has been found. Dark purple hair, shawl down, 2 huge horns on her head, all of which show her identity as a demon, her crystal clear skin, plus those 2 long legs with jet black stockings, a few pieces on her body. Cloth-like clothes make people look alluring. 3 charming people appeared at the same time. Although they all belonged to the Dark Guild, the atmosphere on the field was particularly strange. It turned out to be the head of Tartaros 9 Demon Gates goddess of the slave planet Lord Kyoka. And the creator of the demon story, goddess of the chill moon Sela. Did you come here for Zeref? But I'm sorry to tell you that Zeref is not here, it's just fake news. goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, is one of the members of the Dark Guild Tartaros. 9 Demon Gates, has the ability to strengthen spells and turn his hands into weapons, is the leader of the 9 Demon Gates, and as a demon in the Ziref book, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka's ability is naturally extremely powerful. Liang Tianyu Sila, also a member of the 9 Demon Gates of the Dark Guild Tartaros, has great respect for Kyoka, the leader of the 9 Demon Gates, has an extremely powerful spell command, and can freely control objects and humans, but not very manipulate the dead with ease. And as long as it is someone who has been ordered, she can perform remote manipulation at any time. As a demon in Ziref's book, Sila is the only one who likes reading stories very much, but she also dislikes stories made up by humans so much that she often writes stories about demons by herself, so she is called the creator of demon stories. Seeing the two appear, Ursha couldn't help but get nervous, and quickly changed the subject. After all, the two people in front of them belong to Tartaros, one of the 3 major dark guilds. As one of the 3 major union guilds of the Balam Alliance, Tartaros members use spells that are different from magic, and can even be said to be enhanced. Magic, the general wizard, is very difficult to resist. Conjuration is the ability used by the demons created by Ziref. It is not the same as the magic system. The power of conjuration is generally great. Although Tartaros are all the demons of the abandoned book of Ziref, as the creator, the demons of Tartaros are very respectful to Ziref, because Ziref wants to die to free himself, so all the demons try their best to think to kill Ziref, so as to help him fulfill his wish. But for the demons, this kind of thinking is too difficult. All their attack methods are accustomed to the hand of Ziref, so how can they easily kill Ziref? Therefore, the demons of Tartaros all plan to resurrect one of the biggest. The trump card is also the strongest demon in the book of Ziref, and, known as the Demon of Flame. At this time, Kyoka on the side said lightly, "It seems that you have betrayed so thoroughly, there is only one comatose guy left, and you haven't done anything to him." Perhaps feeling Ursha's nervousness, Kyoka immediately spoke cold words aggressively. And this sentence also made Ursha confused. Yes, back then, I wanted to sneak attack on Shiraishi many times, but now there are only 2 people, but I can't do it myself? And not long ago, Shiraishi was so painful that his whole body was torn apart. With him, and also because I'm not a person who takes advantage of others. Shaking her head lightly, Ursha made an excuse for herself. Although she said these words, Ursha secretly moved Shiraishi behind her like a hen guarding her cub. Is that so? Then since that's the case, this bad guy, let me do it. Sila, who was standing behind Kyoka, stood up and said with an evil smile. As the creator of demon stories who do not like kindness, Sila never cared about them. After all, the human beings in front of him were extremely powerful human beings described by Mardgir, the president of Tartaros, and he had already called Pluto hundreds of years ago. The man beheaded by Mardgir. So when it was easy to solve this trouble, Sila didn't hesitate at all. No. His life is mine, and I can only kill him. Slowly placing Shiraishi behind her, Ursha said coldly. After finishing speaking, a faint crystal ball appeared immediately around Ursha, and a faint frost also appeared around it, like a pair of natural snow-white armor. Hearing what Ursha said, and the expression of preparing to fight, Sila narrowed her eyes and looked at Ursha coldly. Crack, click. Suddenly, a sound like glass shattering came out. Sila couldn't help frowning slightly, but Ursha at this moment was suddenly startled, looking at the faint ice helmet around him. There were many dense cracks on it. Ursha sucked in a breath. She didn't even know when she launched the attack. If it wasn't for the magic she learned recently, she might have been caught. Sila was also surprised at this time, and the lotus step moved slightly, and said lightly. I didn't expect that a sorcerer with such unbearable magic power could block my command spell, it really makes me a little incredible. However, if you can stop it, I don't believe that the human who fell to the ground can be resisted. Chapter 162. Looking at Sela with an evil smile, Ursha's heart tightened, and she hurriedly moved towards Shiraishi's body, pounced on him, and hugged him tightly to her chest. After a while, the frightened Ursha gradually opened her tightly closed eyes, gradually eased her frown, and looked at Shiraishi, who was not in any abnormal state, finally sighed lightly and slowly climbed up. Just when she just got up and wanted to say something, she suddenly heard a slight moan from a man next to her. So Ursha turned to look at Shiraishi, who was beside him, and saw Shiraishi with his eyes closed. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and his closed eyelids were shaking slightly. Shiraishi? What are you doing? Feeling that Shiraishi had woken up, but her eyes were closed and motionless, Ursha asked strangely. In the distance, Sela and Kyoka also took up fighting postures. After all, Hades told them that Shiraishi was not easy. Cough cough. I didn't do anything, just... I don't know why, it seems to have a scent. Shiraishi sniffed his nose lightly and smiled faintly. After saying that, ignoring Ursha, whose head was bowed and her face filled with embarrassment, Shiraishi slowly stood up, looked at the demon in front of him, and said with a smile. The people of Tartaros? You came quite fast, but it's over here, go back to where you should be. 35. When my entanglement with Hades is resolved, I'll deal with you guys. Although there are a bunch of experience points in front of them, but after all, there are only 2. If you just kill them like this, in case Tartaros can't find them, it will outweigh the gains. Besides, he has just fought for so long, and the consumption is huge, and he doesn't want to fight anymore. Wouldn't it be more beautiful to lie down on Ursha's chest to rest and rest? Although Shiraishi thought so, but Kyoka, who is the leader of the 9 demon gates, doesn't think so. Since he finally came across it, and Shiraishi, who seemed to be just weak and comatose, just woke up, this is definitely the best time to clean up. Shiraishi's unexpected timing, after all, in Tartaros, no one wanted to, and the wish for resurrection end came to nothing. The original plan was foolproof, but after hearing about Shiraishi, Hades thought that Shiraishi was the biggest accident. Lord Pluto, you won't hold me accountable for destroying his entanglements. Besides, people from Tartaros came to this kingdom of Stella not long ago, and have never appeared again, so I must have something to do with you? 35. And they are also my 9 demon gates, so this is also your entanglement with us, how can it be so easily dismissed? With uncontrollable killing intent in his eyes, Kyoka pouted his deep purple lips slightly, looking extra evil. Hehe, worthy of being the most manly Kyoka in Tartaros, I appreciate this crazy fighting spirit, but the few trash fish you mentioned have already died under my sword, including the Pluto whom you worship. Mardgeir once died at my hands, are you sure you can fight me? I didn't expect that the famous dragon killer Shiraishi also knew the name of the little girl, but, looking at the situation around you and the way you were lying unconscious on the ground just now, I'm afraid you can't show that kind of majestic strength? And when you say let me go, I'm afraid you want us to let you live. 5. Looking at Shiraishi's obviously weak body, Kyoka smiled coldly and sneered in a sullen manner. And as the head of Tartaro's 9 demon gates, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, the strength is not far from Hades. The powerful strength, coupled with the backing of the nucleus of hell, makes Kyoka more confident. Of course I know, let alone you, even your master, Zeref, I am very familiar with, and of course, there is also the strongest demon of flame and, your nominal president, I also know. As for Pluto Mardgeir, and you, but it's just a defective product made by Zeref, and at most Pluto Mardgeir can see it. 35. Shiraishi looked at the demon Kyoka who possessed the temperament of a queen in front of him, and said cheerfully, but Kyoka seemed to be irritated by Shiraishi all of a sudden. Defective product? This is what you humans can say? Don't you think that your life is in our hands at any time now, and you dare to judge Lord Hades wantonly? It's ridiculous. I will let you know what a demon is, and I will also let you know that in hundreds of years, our demons have already surpassed you. I am a strengthening demon, and my power is constantly increasing every minute and every second. Increase, how can you humans be comparable? Kyoka looked at Shiraishi and said with a bit of gritted teeth, her pale blue pupils flashing with endless anger. Before Shiraishi could continue to say anything, Kyoka let out a low growl and rushed towards Shiraishi frantically, with sharp claws glowing with dark purple light, stabbing towards Shiraishi's neck. And Sela, who was accepted, also looked at Kyoka respectfully, without any intention of stepping forward. Looking at Kyoka, who was suddenly angry, Shiraishi shrugged indifferently, picked up the dragon-slaying sword next to him, and waved it out lightly. Draw the sword and slash! With a loud shout in his heart, the dragon-slaying sword suddenly swung out. The majestic sword chi turned into a white light, rolled up and galloped away in a gust of wind. Ding, ding ding! Like a sound of steel colliding, the sword chi hit Kyoka's changing claws, and in an instant, the steel-like claws were cut off in unison and fell to the ground, making such a sound as they collided with each other. However, Shiraishi, who was obviously consuming a lot of energy, was panting again, holding the dragon sword in his hand, supporting his body. Shiraishi, what's wrong with you? You, how good is Li? Rutaya hurried up and hugged Shiraishi's shoulders, for fear that he would fall and disturb him. You'd better rest and rest, you just drove Aknowledge away, and this is left to me. Shiraishi hurriedly stopped Rutaya, who was about to come forward, and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Who am I? How can I be defeated so easily? Don't worry, I'm just a little tired, and I can't be defeated by the two of them. Now. When Kyoka heard Ursha's words, she couldn't help but look shocked, and stared blankly at Sela, who was also dull. Ah, Akuno, Lokia. That is the same level as my Lord Ziref, or even a stronger top creature. He actually drove it away. Gritting her teeth hard, Kyoka nodded to Sela and said. Then it seems that he is already at the end of the game. If he misses this time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to have another chance, Sela. Let's go together. Chapter 163. After the two looked at each other, they nodded slightly and looked at Shiraishi again, with unstoppable killing intent in their eyes. In an instant, the aura of the two exploded at the same time, uncharacteristically abandoning the proud body and turning into the body of a demon with the evil book of Seraph. The powerful breath kept surging, as if every second is strengthening. Sela has strong magical fluctuations, her aura seems to have become several times stronger, her scattered hair flutters around with the magical fluctuations, and her orange eyes make people forget her original graceful body. Posture. Kyoka changed his body, his arm directly turned into a huge hook, with a sharp cold light, the solace of his feet also turned into huge beast hind claws, and the whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of white feather-like armor. Seeing the sudden change of the two, Shiraishi said lightly while propping up his body. Ah, did you use the strongest form of demonization as soon as you came up? It seems that my kindness has indeed made you swell. Seeing Kyoka and Sela in their strongest demon forms, Shiraishi, who was so weak, did not dare to underestimate the enemy. After all, they were all demons in the Book of Seraph, and ordinary S-rank mages were no match for them. Shiraishi gradually raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. Just as he was about to deal with the two galloping and 543 coming, Ursha suddenly rushed out and blocked Shiraishi, using her lost time magic and ice shape. Magic resisted both of them. Seeing this desperate woman, Shiraishi felt sour in her heart. In this crisis, she was able to block herself with her body, which proved that she had strong feelings for Shiraishi. Ursha in front of her, with the strengthening of time magic, is not able to fight against Kyoka and Sela, but she can still hold the two of them in a deal. Just like this, after a few minutes, Kyoka took the lead and gradually stopped. Sela and Ursha also noticed Kyoka's movements and stopped. Ursha? In Grimoire Heart, even if you have some strength, the others are just like ants. You used to be a member of the Dark Union, and now I am goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, the leader of Tartaro's 9 demon gates. The representative Tartaros advises you to join our union directly. You are a good candidate for a demon. Feeling the strange effect of Ursha's magic, Kyoka seems to be a little talented. Although there are many people with ice magic in the 9 demon gates, EC, this lost time magic can always produce some unexpected effects. Ice magic, so Kyoka naturally has some thoughts about pulling Ursha into Tartaros. Hearing Kyoka's words, Ursha quietly turned around and glanced at Shiraishi. From Ursha's eyes, Shiraishi seemed to understand something, and immediately took a deep breath, raised the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and said, "She doesn't belong to any guild now, it only belongs to me, so, everything, first ask the sword in my hand." After finishing speaking, the armed domineering atmosphere was immediately turned on, and a majestic and powerful domineering aura came from the surface, making both Kyoka and Sela in the form of demons feel an unprecedented fear. "Hehe, I have to say that your aura is truly unprecedented, but with your current broken body, you can only use this aura to scare people, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, as if to prove how powerful his destructive power was, Sela immediately released a huge shock wave, and white light spurted out, looking like a small sun, violently coming towards Shiraishi. At this time, Ursha, who was still standing not far in front of Shiraishi, immediately flew forward, intending to strike at the moment. After all, in her opinion, Shiraishi had already consumed a lot of money and should be somewhat injured. Have a finger in the pie. Just after Ursha hit Sela's blow, a loud shout came out. Immediately afterwards, Kyoka's hand released a strong electric current, hitting Ursha's waist with lightning speed. The powerful impact caused Ursha to fly backwards due to the impact, and was firmly caught by Shiraishi behind and placed on the open space next to her. "Ha, don't think it's great to be able to block my casual attacks. If you didn't see your ability, do you think you could withstand my attacks a few times?" Shiraishi looked at the disdainful Kyoka and the slightly embarrassed Ursha, calmly placed Ursha, picked up the dragon-slaying sword, looked at Kyoka angrily and said, "My people, you dare to touch it, it seems that I shouldn't have let you go before. Come on, you two, let me see what the failures created by Zeref are capable." As soon as the words fell, Kyoka and Sela also showed evil smiles. For a time, the gravel that had been destroyed by Acknowledge floated into the air one after another, and there was a feeling of breaking free from gravity. With Sela waving his hand, all the stones floating in the air turned into extremely sharp drill bits, like bullets moving towards Shiraishi galloped away. Kyoka on the side was not to be outdone, his sharp fingers suddenly turned into super long whips like living creatures, dozens of whips in the air like a cobweb, closely following the stones, slamming towards Shiraishi. Seeing such a dense air of magic, Shiraishi let out a faint sigh of relief, and a trace of white sword energy gradually emerged from the body of the battle dragon sword, and a dark tide surged. Breakthrough. Phantom sword dance. The sharp sound of the sword suddenly remembered, the blade with the phantom cut off the void. Clang. After a crisp sound, Shiraishi suddenly waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, but it didn't stop, and then tens of thousands of streamers flew out, and Shiraishi's sword became faster and faster. The long swords attacked one after another, and the interval between Shiraishi's sword swings became shorter and shorter, as if a heavy rain fell, instantly severing the cobweb-like magic from Sela and Kyoka in the air. For a moment, the rebel exuded bursts of smoke, and Shiraishi, who was outside the smoke, stood indifferently and proudly. At this moment, a figure approaching the extreme rushed out from the smoke, and there was a faint flash of cold light. I saw Kyoka's bone-like claws rushing straight towards Shiraishi's head. In the face of the sudden appearance of Kyoka, Shiraishi was also surprised. At the same time, he took a step forward and suddenly shot a crescent slash towards Kyoka. Kyoka's pupils shrank sharply, and saw that the crescent slash turned into a sword energy of several meters, and slammed into Kyoka, who was turned into a sharp claw, roaring away in the distance. Chapter 164. The sky was covered with mist, and this powerful destructive force made both Ursha and Sela stunned. Although Sela is not suitable for melee combat, looking at this situation, Sela certainly will not be idle, and without hesitation, he will immediately release a large white light, like rain. As one of the main methods of demons, magic power has never been heard that it can be depleted like magic, so Sela also harassed Shiraishi with magic as much as possible. On the other hand, in Shiraishi's side, in the case of the voice of all things, Shiraishi naturally knew the situation of Kyoka in the smoke, and while waiting quietly, he frowned slightly as he watched Sela's continuous casting spells. In the smoke, Shiraishi dodged Sela's spell to the left and right, and moved towards her quickly. After all, Sela's command spell was useless to him, so once he got close, Shiraishi could make Sela lose his combat effectiveness. In the smoke, Shiraishi suddenly burst out, the faint sword intent gradually converged from the end of the dragon-slaying sword, and quickly gathered into a ball of light, and then Shiraishi slammed the dragon-slaying sword in his hand upwards, and his heart burst out. Draw the sword. 35. The clever sword energy was instantly smashed into a half-moon shape, and the terrifying aura gradually emanated. Shiraishi, who was approaching, suddenly drew his sword, a cold light flashed suddenly, and the crescent-like sword energy gradually enlarged in Sela's terrifying eyes. Bah! A crisp voice came out, and I saw that Sela, who was still full of fear, gradually broke open on top of his concave body, and the blood couldn't stop staying, and the demon's body finally couldn't bear it anymore. Bang! With a bang, he fell backwards. Gradually, the sky became bright again, and Ursha, who was not far away, was still sitting on the ground like ruins. Looking at the three people in the smoke, two fell to the ground, one stood proudly with a long sword, and it was this standing back that made Ursha smile faintly. Ursha, who hurried over, came to Shiraishi's side and asked with concern. Shiraishi, are you all right? With an indifferent smile, Shiraishi looked at Ursha and said, of course, how could these two demons be my opponents? Smiling, Shiraishi glanced around at the two of them, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, so he put aside Ursha's hand that was supporting him, turned his head, and walked towards the middle. Seeing this, Kyoka, who was lying on the ground, almost dying, kneeling in front of him, Shiraishi subconsciously surged with a strong killing intent. It's not because the hands of demons are stained with human blood. After all, Shiraishi also has a lot of human blood in his hands. But just now Kyoka suddenly attacked Ursha, the woman who was willing to stand in front of him in times of crisis. Seeing this action, Shiraishi was naturally angry. However, Kyoka still stared at Shiraishi in disbelief, because Kyoka really thought about it before, the gap between himself and Shiraishi must be not small, but Ursha didn't even think that he was so weak. Shiraishi, how could there be such a terrifying attack power? The two people's rain-like attacks were easily blocked by Shiraishi, and Kyoka himself was seriously injured. Although my heart is full of impeachment, Kyoka, as the leader of the 9 demon gates, has a good psychological endurance. After all, even the nominal leader of Tartaros was killed by Shiraishi once, so this failure is not unacceptable. Yes, it's just that Shiraishi, who is so weak, can't kill him, so it's a bit regretful and helpless. Hee. It seems that I underestimate you. Sela and Lord Pluto told me before that you are powerful, but I don't believe it. Now I believe that your strength is indeed possible, and I am afraid that you have surpassed Lord Pluto. But we, the President of Tartaros, will surely let you know what it means to be truly powerful. That's not the end, you know, but the end that can destroy this continent. When our plan succeeds, an end is born, it will definitely be your doom. Looking at Kyoka's disdainful tone and expression, Bai smiled lightly and responded lightly. I am looking forward. Then as you who defeated us, the dragon killer Shiraishi, what can you do? Kill me? Ha! Kyoka looked at Shiraishi and asked coldly, the corners of her mouth still revealing a hint of secret joy. Expect. It's a pity that Shiraishi already knew what Kyoka was thinking. After a slight smile, Shiraishi said lightly. Don't worry, I will kill you. Although I can't do anything about you this time, once I find your location, you without the core of hell are just a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered. After finishing speaking, Shiraishi ignored Kyoka, let her lie on the ground panting heavily, and slowly walked towards Liang Tianyu Sila, leaving only Kyoka lying on the ground with a shocked face. It seems that he knows a lot about our Tartaros. No wonder Lord Hades cares so much. Sighing lightly, Kyoka said helplessly, unconsciously, she felt as if she shouldn't do this. At this time, Shiraishi walked slowly in front of Sila, slowly leaned over, looked at Sila with a broken stomach, a little unbearable and wanted to touch it with his hands, but gradually withdrew his hands. Looking at Sila's sluggish 543 face, Shiraishi said, I haven't seen you for so many years, I didn't expect you to dare to shoot at me, it seems that you also have a lot of confidence. However, this time, I can give you a chance. If you take me to find Mardgear, then I promise to let you go, how about that? Sila looked at Lin Xiao and slowly propped up his upper body with his hands. The blood-stained upper body trembled strangely twice, causing Shiraishi's eyes to straighten in shock. Sila wiped the blood from his mouth, bearing blood-red teeth, and sneered. Although I know that you know the core of hell, but you are talking about this, are you thinking of letting me go when you destroy Tartaros in the future? Shiraishi nodded lightly, and Sila continued. Although I believe that your strength can do it, it is absolutely impossible for me, as a demon in the Book of Seraph, and as a member of Tartaros, so you should give up this idea. After speaking, Sila turned her head away as if angrily. Shiraishi got up gradually, looked at the two of them, and said quietly, I don't want to dirty my sword, you can do it yourself. At the moment when the two of them had just learned about their own lives, Shiraishi finally couldn't hold it any longer and fell down. Chapter 165. When he opened his eyes again, Shiraishi was already lying on the bed. He sat up and looked at the brightly colored, clean, and beautiful room. Shiraishi couldn't help showing a soothing smile. He smelled the fragrance, and Shiraishi knew that, this is exactly Irene's room. Squeak! Suddenly there was a sound from the door of the room, and a figure gradually opened the door. Shiraishi looked at the slender figure who was about to enter, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and hurriedly lay down. Probably looking at Shiraishi who had not yet woken up, the person who had just entered, gently closed the door, crept into Shiraishi's side, gently helped Shiraishi tidy up the slightly messy quilt, and then touched Shiraishi's smooth and clean quilt. Forehead. Then a crisp sound of running water sounded. Shiraishi felt that the quilt he had just changed had been gently opened halfway, and the majestic chest was stroked. Just when Shiraishi felt strange, he suddenly felt a rush. The aroma was getting closer and closer, and soon it was in front of him. Shiraishi suddenly pouted, choked, and kissed him. With a proud smile, Shiraishi slowly opened his eyes, but what came into view was a blonde woman, Irene's little maid. The muddy appearance of the blushing little maid made people feel even more loving. Sir Shiraishi, so you've woken up, and I'm going to wipe your body. Suddenly thinking of something, the little maid lowered her head even more shyly. Don't go any further, it's almost buried in Xiong. Shiraishi looked at his naked upper body, just about to say something, but as if he remembered something, then he lifted the quilt to a corner, and when he saw the naked lower body, he opened his mouth in surprise. Then Shiraishi turned his head gradually, revealing a sinister smile, winking and looking at the little maid blushing. How about we continue to wipe our bodies? Seeing Shiraishi rushing towards him with his teeth and claws, the little maid hurriedly ducked back, which surprised Shiraishi. The little maid standing not far away looked at Shiraishi, who was sitting on the bed, and said slowly, "Sir Shiraishi, you should get up quickly, how bad it is to be seen like this. Also, now you should go outside and see, while you were in a coma, a lot of things happened." The little maid had a serious expression on her face. Shiraishi could not help but gradually fade away the somewhat mean expression, and asked the little maid in doubt. "Have I been in a coma for a long time? And even if I'm in a coma, what else can make you panic like this? Although I can't remember exactly how long I was in a coma, it shouldn't be because of this that something big happened, right? What's more, Irene can't be bullied by anyone, and Shiraishi doesn't believe that something big can happen." The little maid looked at Shiraishi, who was full of disbelief, and said helplessly, "Of course, sir, you have been in a coma for a whole month. Lord Irene once invited a therapist. I heard what it was called. Bo. Lusika, the healing magic is very powerful anyway, and Olushia was easily healed by her. However, she said, because your consumption is too large, you are already severely overloaded, and your body is overwhelmed and you are in a coma, and she can't do anything about it. Furthermore, we have also heard that the island of Stella Kingdom that you went to has been completely destroyed, and now there is no land there, and it has been submerged by the sea. Is this all you're doing?" This is not surprising to Shiraishi. After all, when Shiraishi fought Aknowledge, the entire island was still in ruins, and it was only a matter of time before it was submerged. However, being in a coma for a month was quite surprising to Shiraishi. After all, it was a bit too long. However, it is not surprising that Shiraishi fought Kyoka and Sela for a long time after the battle with Aknowledge was too exhausting. Slowly lifting the quilt and putting on a set of hurried clothes, Shiraishi continued to ask the little maid why she was flustered. "This is a long story, what else happened?" The little maid helped Shiraishi tidy up his clothes, then dragged him out and said while walking. "I don't know the specifics, but I heard that something happened to Miss Elsa's union, so Queen Irene has already rushed over, so I am here to take care of you." Shiraishi listened to what the little maid said, and hurriedly headed towards the fairy tale union. Fairy tale union. Shiraishi opened the door and strode in, followed by the little maid. The originally lively union seemed a little too quiet at this time. Inside the union, Irene and Anna were seen standing in the most conspicuous positions. Looked coldly at the people in front of her. Seeing Shiraishi suddenly come in, the cold faces of Irene and Anna standing in the middle thawed slightly, and they hurriedly walked towards Shiraishi. "Irene, what's wrong? What happened?" Seeing the gentleness of the slightly majestic Irene when she saw her, Shiraishi hurried over to hug her and asked repeatedly. Anna on the side replied obediently, "It's Urza, she doesn't know how to think about it now." 0. Hearing Anna's words, Shiraishi was stunned for a moment, unable to think of anything that could put Urza in danger. At this time, Irene in Shiraishi's arms broke free from the embrace. Just a few days ago, Urza followed Makarov and the others to the holy place of their union, saying that it was the test site for S-rank mages, and then they never came. Furthermore, there are rumors over there recently that a dragon roar was heard, and the powerful breath of Qi, Li Mahao, accompanied it, which also made people panic in the surrounding cities, and now Olushia and Mirti they went to look for it, because they knew the location of the island, and after calculating the time, it was almost time for them to come back. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Shiraishi learned that all the powerful members of the Union have already gone to that island, which is Sirius Island, and the rest are basically mediocre in terms of magic. So I couldn't go with Mirti and Olushia. The waiting time is always difficult. Irene and the others were already a little scared at this time, and they couldn't stop walking back and forth, and Shiraishi could only comfort them softly. I don't know how long it took, the door of the union was opened again, and two beautiful figures finally appeared in the eyes of everyone's expectations. How is it, any news? Olosia. Chapter 166. It was Olosia and Mirti who came. They pushed open the door of the union. From the fine sweat on their foreheads, it could be seen how anxious they were just now. Seeing the two who appeared, Irene hurried over and asked eagerly. Where are Urza and the others? Olosia, who had just come in, gasped slightly, and was about to say something when her eyes moved slightly, and she fixed her eyes on Shiraishi, who was standing next to Anna behind Irene, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of her mouth for a moment. After all, seeing Shiraishi, who had been in a coma for a month, wake up, of course, was a little happy from the heart, but this emotion was quickly hidden by Olosia, and after a few coughs, her color turned slightly. However, this little detail couldn't escape Irene's eyes, her eyes turned slightly, and she stood proudly without changing her face. I went all the way to the so-called Sirius Island, but I didn't see an island nearby. I followed this Hades to Sirius Island before, so I definitely won't remember the location wrong, and this time, it's like the kingdom of Stella, the whole island has disappeared. This news directly caused the entire fairy tale union to blow up the pot 543, and the entire union hall continued to discuss. Some suspected that Olosia had gone to the wrong place, and some wailed. After all, the people who went to Heavenly Wolf Island this time were the most top-notch wizards in the entire labor union, and there were many voices in the labor union who doubted that those who had gone here would not be able to return. At this time, a more unfortunate news came from Olosia's mouth. There, I didn't find Urza's breath, not even a little bit, but I also really felt a powerful breath. Is it Acknowledge? Shiraishi said before Olosia could finish speaking. Shiraishi's words made the union fall silent again, and then a gasping voice came to mind. Who is Acknowledge? That is the only giant dragon left in this world that I learned from the president, and it is the giant dragon that has wiped out all the dragon races. Even Shiraishi, who is known as the dragon killer in front of him, may have his original reputation. Moreover, as the most powerful wizard in the guild, Arts Clive, once only met the Black Dragon, and then gave up the mission for 100 years. It can be seen that the power of Acknowledge is not something that people in the guild can resist. As soon as Shiraishi finished speaking, Irene on the side also exclaimed, she had also met Acknowledge, and she was under his command, and had no power to fight back, and if Urza also encountered him. Irene hardly dared imagine. Why would he go there, that Urza? Seeing Irene, who was a little sad, Shiraishi and Anna hurried up to help her and comforted her softly. Irene, don't worry, Urza will be fine, trust me. And Acknowledge has actually been injured by me, and he can't kill all the mages in this fairy tale union sanctuary. Irene looked at Shiraishi's firm eyes in a firm tone. For some reason, she seemed to believe in Shiraishi, and also believed that Urza would come back safely. Irene, now, what should we do? Looking at Irene's reliant eyes, Shiraishi smiled slightly. Irene, who was usually calm and arrogant, seemed to have completely turned into an ordinary person without human resources because of Urza's affairs. You go back first, I'll go to that Sirius Island and take a look, then, when you come back, there will be results. Shiraishi nodded as he spoke and motioned for the little maid to help Irene back. Irene, who almost lost her ability to think, nodded dumbly, and followed Anna and the little maid out, in the fairy tale union in a daze. After watching Irene leave, Shiraishi turned to look at Olosia. Come on, come with me again? I want to see what happened. Ursha nodded slightly and walked forward. Just when Shiraishi was about to hold Ursha, a pair of small hands separated the two. What are you doing? What do you want to do to my mother, to Ulu? I warn you, I will never let you hurt Ulu. With timid words and words of warning, Mirti knew that her warning was useless, but she still stood in front of Ursha without hesitation, staring firmly at Shiraishi in front of her. Mirti's action made Shiraishi see the scene in Stella Kingdom, where Ursha ignored the demon's warning and stood in front of him, and sighed in his heart. After rubbing Mirti's hair, he smiled and said, "I want to go again with your mother Ulu, but I don't know the location, so I can only find her. As for you, go back and play with Mavis." 5. Before he finished speaking, he heard Mirti humming. "Humph, who knows if you want to do this, UBD, I won't allow you to bully Ulu." When Shiraishi couldn't help smiling bitterly, Ulu comforted Mirti softly, and Shiraishi just stood by and waited quietly. Sure enough, Mirti still listened to Ursha very much. After 3 or 2 sentences, Mirti no longer bothered, and with a reluctance in his eyes, he obediently backed away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Shiraishi a stern look, although he didn't know where her courage came from. "This brat, does he still love you?" As soon as he came out, Shiraishi joked angrily. Ursha rolled her eyes. "I raised her like a mother, of course she loves me. You think you are the same, you know that I can repair the damage you caused." 99. Shiraishi was helpless. I didn't expect Ursha to keep it in her heart. Just as she was about to say something, Ursha quickly changed the subject. "Okay, let's not talk about that. In fact, I was in the guild just now. I haven't finished talking yet. The familiar breath I mentioned is actually not Acknowledge, but there is indeed his breath nearby. The rumors are indeed true." Shiraishi frowned slightly. "Acknowledge has already cut off my arm, but it recovered so quickly, and went to attack Sirius Island again. Sure enough, the dragon's physical fitness is powerful. But if I'm not mistaken, the familiar aura you mentioned, apart from Acknowledge, is probably the only seraph the grimoire heart has been looking for." Chapter 167. On the vast sea, a small boat is floating, moving slowly, with 2 people sitting on the boat, a man and a woman, but the strange thing is that no one is pushing the boat, but the boat is moving by itself. "How far is it, Ursha?" Shiraishi asked softly as he stood up and looked at the vast sea. This endless sea, drifting for a long time, made Shiraishi unable to stand it. Seeing that Shiraishi was a little irritable, Ursha also slowly stood up and said softly, "We'll be there soon, but we were all on Hades' spaceship before, and now the speed is a little slow. Sirius Island is the sanctuary of Fairy Tale's Guild, the cemetery of Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale, and the battlefield where Fairy Tale once annihilated the Dark Guild Grimoire Heart, but now Grimoire Heart has been killed by Shiraishi." After floating on the sea like this for an unknown time, Shiraishi suddenly felt a powerful magic power ahead, which is the kind of magic that is comparable to that of a giant dragon. In an instant, Shiraishi's eyes radiated a ray of light. "It's here, what a powerful magic!" 99. Several powerful auras are swaying around this space, which is particularly eye-catching, so Shiraishi discovered it immediately: the Black Dragon Acknowledge, the Black Magician Seraph, and the founder of Fairy Tale, Mavis. "Ursha, yes, that's it. In the past, Sirius Island had powerful magic power, so it was generally difficult to find it. If it wasn't for President Hades to bring us here, we would never have found a small island in this vast sea. But now the whole island is gone, and the members of Fairy Tale have no breath at all. I don't know about Urza and the others." Ursha thought in her heart that there was only the aura of Acknowledge and Zeref around the entire Sirius Island, but there was no aura of the members of the Fairy Tale Guild, so there were only 2 possibilities: either they never came, or they were completely obliterated. So could not help but be a little worried. Although Ursha doesn't have any friendship or affection with Urza, but for some reason, anxiety arises in her heart involuntarily. "Don't worry, they'll be fine." "However, why are you so worried? Is it because of me? Are you worried about Urza?" Shiraishi joked with a wicked smile. With a flash of blush on her face, Ursha rolled her eyes. "You stop dreaming, I'm worried about Grey, after all, he is also my mother's disciple, so should I call me senior sister. Angrily glanced at Urartia, Shiraishi turned around, stood on the bow, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing the domineering look and the sound of the breath of all things, his eyes did not disappear. The dark world when I opened it suddenly became clear, and everything around it seemed to be breathing clearly to Shiraishi. The power of perception is like tentacles, gradually extending from Shiraishi's body to all directions, and everything around him is under Shiraishi's grasp. Ursha didn't know what Shiraishi was doing, but she just stood behind Shiraishi and watched Shiraishi quietly. Not long after, Shiraishi suddenly opened his eyes suddenly, let out a light breath, and gradually lowered his head and said, "Under this deep sea." Surprised, Ursha hurriedly stuck her head out of the hull and looked down, but it was impossible to see with her eyes. After staring at Ursha, who didn't see anything for a long time, she simply used ice magic to create a floor and stood directly on top of the ice cubes on the sea, looking around. With the search just now, Shiraishi clearly noticed the underwater depths of this sea area, and noticed an island with a very special appearance. The overall shape is really like a giant wolf, mighty and domineering. However, this place happens to be the long-term resting place of Mavis Vermilion, the first president of Fairy Tale. She was buried on the island at the same time as her will and her tomb. 2 in 1, and his tombstone Shanghai hides 2 super magic Fairy Shining and Fairy Planet. This is also the test venue for the Fairy Tale S-Class Wizard Promotion Competition, and Urza, who had already become an S-Class Wizard, came here this time as an examiner, but he didn't expect to encounter a black demon. The 2 super bosses, Zeref and Black Dragon Acknowledge. 0. Ask for flowers. Looking at the spherical halo surrounding the island, Shiraishi knew that this was Mavis Vermilion's absolute defensive magic fairy ball, and even Acknowledge had a super magic that she couldn't do anything about. On the island inside the ball of light, there were scattered pieces, and Shiraishi also clearly saw the people of the Fairy Tale Union lying on the ground, all motionless. Without exception, they all fell into a coma. Looking at Urza, Shiraishi, who was in front of her, took a deep breath and called out to Ursha, asking her to use this area for a while to make room for herself. Although she didn't know what Shiraishi was going to do, Ursha obediently took the boat and retreated for a distance. Seeing that she was still standing quietly on the ice block she created, Ursha was full of doubts. At this time, Shiraishi took out the dragon-slaying sword from his waist, and the strong aura gathered crazily, and the white sword energy continued to drift out. Ursha looked like a bright moon. Feeling that it was almost there, Shiraishi held the moon-like dragon-slaying sword in his hand and slowly walked to the edge of the ice layer. Looking at the blue sea, he took a deep breath, leaped suddenly, and flew into the air. When it reached a height of several dozen meters, Shiraishi suddenly shouted, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand suddenly slashed downward. Run away! 35. Extreme, Excalibur, Slash. The violent force flew out to the sea in an instant, and the hurricane slapped the sea fiercely. Boom! The sound that shook the sky suddenly erupted and swept the heaven and earth. The originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent, and the waves kept rolling. The entire sea surface was also slashed by Shiraishi's sword, and it was divided. At the position where the sword light was cut, the currents rushed out to the surroundings, and the whole was like a sky stream on the bottom of the sea. The Sword. Chapter 168. Urartia, who was not far away, was stunned by this scene. She slashed the sea with a sword. This was beyond Urartia's understanding, but just as she was surprised, a tsunami-like wave came violently towards her face. Like a giant screen, blocking the sky. Using the lost time magic, Ursha walked through the wall made of seawater with difficulty. The seawater all over her body penetrated her clothes, and the thin clothes were tightly attached to her body, setting off her bulging figure. However, before Ursha had time to take care of her clothes, she saw Shiraishi's sword energy in front of her, still splitting the sea in this area, and there was still no sea water under the deep seabed, revealing a strange creature that had not seen the sun for a long time. Stone and coral. Hey? That's Sirius Island. As the deeper and deeper sea May 47 revealed its true face, Ursha could vaguely see a Sirius Island surrounded by a ball of light. Boom! At this moment, the sword energy slammed into the ball of light fiercely, and the bottom of the sea vibrated with powerful energy fluctuations again, and even the surrounding fish and shrimps were shaken to death. The huge shock caused bursts of water mist, scattered in all directions, covering the entire seabed in this area. The fierce sword energy slammed on the magic energy cover, but it only caused waves of tiny ripples. Other than that, it didn't have the slightest effect. With a gloomy expression on his face, he looked at the sturdy magic energy shroud, and the waves of ripples that spread under the collision. Shiraishi knew that there was still a long way to go before destroying the magic energy shroud. BD. Shiraishi turned his head and glanced at the water that was about to return to its original state, and cursed in a low voice. I don't believe I can't break you, UBD. His breathing gradually intensified, Shiraishi's eyes were red, and he held the dragon-slaying sword tightly. He smashed the dragon-slaying sword in his hand against the incomparably sturdy magic energy shield. Boom! 99. With the fall of Shiraishi's dragon-slaying sword, a huge sound suddenly rang out in the collision. Shiraishi narrowed his eyes and stared at the small crack the size of a slap with a stunned face. In a few breaths, it only spread like a table. The size of the crack will never spread. Impossible. In front of the energy shield, Shiraishi also stared blankly at the tiny crack and roared in exasperation. However, without waiting for Shiraishi to think about it, the stunnedness lasted for a moment, and Shiraishi, who was stunned with the dragon sword in his hand, felt a powerful recoil suddenly hit him, and immediately slashed the sword in front of him. Hi, Shiraishi, with his sword, was recoiled by this force. Ursha, who was still on the sea at this time, looked at the mist on the bottom of the sea, and suddenly a figure burst out, and she quickly stepped forward to resist it with ice modeling magic. Taking Shiraishi slowly back to the ship, not long after, the sea that was split by Shiraishi gradually recovered, and the Sirius Island, which was covered with magical energy, fell silent again at the bottom of the sea. Shiraishi, how is it, can you be rescued? Ursha asked softly, looking at Shiraishi, who had a depressed face. Sighing slightly, Shiraishi shook his head slowly, motioning Ursha to leave the sea first. Just when Ursha used magic to drive the boat away, Shiraishi said indifferently, Urza and the others are all in that wrapped Sirius Island without consciousness or any movement, they are all dizzy or sealed, silent. Down. And the magic energy shield on the periphery of Sirius Island should be one of the three magics of fairy tale, the legendary super magic, absolute defense magic, fairy ball. As the only defensive magic of the three super magic, the defensive power of the fairy ball is quite high, otherwise, Acknowledge can be destroyed at any time by relying on a small island like Sirius Island. And it was precisely because Acknowledge discovered Ziref, the ancestor of the Black Mage, that he, who had not fully recovered to his best state, sent out a devastating power directly in the air, wanting to directly destroy the island where Ziref was located. Destroy directly. It is precisely because of this that Mavis's missing body launched this super magic to protect the top members of Fairy Tail, and sank everyone together with Sirius Island to the bottom of the sea. After all, no matter how good the defense is, it can't stand the endless destruction, so disappearing in front of Acknowledge is the best choice. The Ball of the Fairy? The legendary super magic? Even your destructive power can't do anything about it. It's officially unbelievable. It's really powerful. Hearing Shiraishi's words, Aolushia couldn't bear it. Live exclaimed. However, this level of magic definitely needs a huge amount of magic power as support, right? This is what the little guys in Fairy Tail can do? Even their guild leader, I have never heard of such a thing. A huge magical power, right? Ursha asked with some doubts. After all, this kind of super high-level magic must require a lot of magic power. It is impossible to complete it with a few people in fairy tale. Therefore, she is even a little worried that it will not be done. It would be someone else who sealed the holy land of fairy tale, Sirius Island, in the seabed in order to eliminate the evidence. In fact, Ursha even has a goal in mind. After all, a super magic genius from hundreds of years ago to the present, Zeref is also on this island, and there is a powerful presence around him. Shiraishi nodded slightly and said sternly, yes, that is to use huge magic power to create a protective sphere, and it also has the absolute defense function that can protect everything within the range of 2.2, but it also has the ability to protect all the time in the sphere. Freeze side effects. However, it was not any one of the fairy tale who came to Sirius Island this time, but the former fairy tale founder, the other world we went to Edela's last time, who brought this magic. The little lowly that came back. Mavis, 9. And Mavis' tomb is on this small island, so it is definitely Mavis' super will that used the magic power contained in Sirius Island to launch this super magic. But after the test I just tested, even my full blow was not enough to cause damage to it. Then, although Urza and the others are temporarily frozen here, at least they are completely safe, so we can go back. 35. Chapter 169. Magnolia Town. Shiraishi and Ursha had just returned to the town, and the rest of Fairy Tale came to inquire quickly. After all, it was about the main force of a trade union. If there were no elites like them, then just by the name of Fairy Tale, they would be punished if they went out. The other mages were bullied by the guild, so everyone is very concerned about whether they can come back safely. Sirius Island has indeed disappeared, and everyone in Fairy Tale, including Urza, has no breath left, even a little bit, and the rumored dragon breath does exist. As for what happened, it's up to you. I don't know. Ursha shrugged, looking at everyone in Fairy Tale. After speaking, Ursha and Shiraishi quietly left the noisy crowd and let them argue endlessly. After leaving the crowd, Shiraishi walked straight to the house. After all, there was still a worried Irene at home. As he was walking, he suddenly collapsed next to Shiraishi. Hey? Touching porcelain? I didn't touch you in 04, but I have surveillance, you. After thinking about it, this is not the corrupted society he lived in before. Shiraishi quickly stopped his words, slowly got down, and turned the man around gently. With simple facial features and a faint expression on his face, the person in front of him obviously has a past that can go through many vicissitudes. Just as Shiraishi called him softly, a small milk voice came. Ekli! Ekli! A feathered chick suddenly sprung out from the crowd, waving its little wings, and kept shouting the name of Eclair. Suddenly, seeing the girl lying next to Shiraishi, the chick hurriedly flew over. That's right, it flew over, shouting Akalia's name in the vastness, and the little chick was so anxious that he cried a little. And Shiraishi, who helped the woman named Eclair up, looked at the indifferent woman in front of him, frowning involuntarily. A questioning cry in his heart. Eclair? Phoenix's Maiko. The weak Eclair looked at Shiro who was helping her up, smiled back, gently picked up the little chick, and was about to turn around and leave. Looking at the crowd gathered at the gate of the town, he shook his head slightly, turned his head and walked to the other side. Ekria. Just as Ekria was about to leave, Shiraishi suddenly called out softly, stopped her, and bluntly invited her to be a guest at home. Ursha, who was beside him, was naturally dazed, unable to figure out why such a strange ordinary person, but Shiraishi seemed a little interested. This is obviously an ordinary person, why are you so passionate about people? Ursha wondered. And Eclair, who had just turned her head and pulled him at Shiraishi's call, didn't seem to care about Ursha's words. She still turned around, glanced at Ursha coldly, and said to Shiraishi. I want to ask for the address, but I can't remember where I'm going. Claire rested her head in her palms, looking annoyed. Don't worry, I have a demon, a fortune teller at home, she should be able to help you remember where you want to go. Feeling the kindness coming from Shiraishi, Claire thought for a while, then agreed, and kept walking forward behind Shiraishi and Ursha. After a while, the three returned to the house, and before entering the door, Mirti rushed over, hugged Ursha's arm, and looked at Shiraishi with scrutiny. You don't really have anything to do with it, do you? Who is she? Shiraishi was stunned by the sudden question from Mirti. Shiraishi didn't know what she meant, but only after asking back, did Irene and Anna vaguely see the difference between Ursha and Shiraishi. With an uneasy mood, Shiraishi gradually walked towards the inside. After a while, Irene, who knew that Shiraishi was back, also came out, and happened to meet Shiraishi and Ulu. You're back? Urza and the others. Holding a glimmer of hope, Irene asked cautiously, but there was a hint of helplessness in Ha's words. After Shiraishi talked about the situation of Sirius Island, he comforted softly, don't worry, Urza is fine, but he was protected by the first-generation President Mavis, that is, the little girl who was brought back from another world. 55. Although Urza is already a priced S-rank magician, out of motherly love, Irene is still very worried about her comfort, even if there is no life-threatening place like this now. After listening to Shiraishi's remarks, Irene nodded, then looked at Claire who was beside Shiraishi and said helplessly. Every time you go out you bring back a woman, and if Urza and Mavis from Edelas hadn't already gone back, we'd be a women's shelter. Looking back, Shiraishi realized that every time he brought back a woman, the first time was Anna, the second time was Ursha and Mirti, the third time was Mavis and Urza of Edelas, plus this it's no wonder that Irene is so helpless once Akaria. 547 coughed twice, and Shiraishi said a little embarrassedly, I met her on the side of the road this time, because she was a little weak, and it was also related to very important things, so I brought her back. Another stray girl. Mirti, who was beside him, quipped with a bloody tongue. Shiraishi rolled his eyes, squinted at Mirti, and looked at Ursha, who also seemed unhappy next to him, with a headache. Although Hanjian is the most troublesome, but this time, Claire is really not what they think, but according to Irene, it seems that she will not let go if she brings back one, so. With a sigh of relief, Shiraishi ordered others to cook some noodles for Claire. After taking her to the restaurant, he reluctantly returned to Irene's room. In the room, Irene, Anna, Ursha were all there, and even Mirti was spewing blood and tongue at Shiraishi in a funny way. As soon as she was seated, Anna took the lead and asked. I heard that you brought back another woman, do you really want to sing every night like an emperor? Helplessly holding his forehead, Shiraishi sighed, where do you want to go? She is really just the one I met on the roadside, Ursha can testify, besides, am I such a person? 39. Yes. Chapter 170. Several people shouted in unison, among them Mirti, the little girl, was the loudest, causing Shiraishi to roll his eyes and smile bitterly. In desperation, Shiraishi had to speak seriously. Let's put it this way, in fact, I know that she is a person, she is like us, she is a person 400 years ago, but the difference is that people have lived for 400 years, and we have lived for 400 years. At this moment, the little maid came to inform that Claire had finished her meal and wanted to see Shiraishi, so they had to give up temporarily and go out together to meet this person from 400 years ago. Hello, I'm Claire, it's Meng Meng, and I can't remember where I came from, but you said you knew where and what I wanted to go, right? Claire looked at Shiraishi with a smile, and said with a warm expression. Except for Shiraishi, several people felt that Akaya's slight disgust was even visible in her eyes, because when she looked at several people, her complexion changed slightly and her eyes lightly swept away. As for this kind of thing, a woman's natural perception is superior to that of ordinary people, but because of her affection, she didn't have the embarrassment to say it directly, but her face changed slightly, and she looked at Echolaya with some displeasure. Cough cough. Yes, Claire, my name is Shiraishi, we actually have a servant, and I did go to ask you about it just now. At present, I only know your destination, which should be the depths of the Bayontari forest. There is an important thing waiting for you to uncover. 39. Shiraishi pretended to have asked the servant master, talking nonsense in a serious manner, listening to Irene and a few people stunned. However, on the contrary, when Claire heard the Bayontari forest, her face was suddenly startled, and she shouted with excitement. Yes, I remembered, I was going deep in the Bayontari forest, thank you, Shiraishi, but I think we have to go, because I'm not used to staying here. Go, Misty. Gently picked up the little chick named Meng Meng, and Claire immediately planned to leave. The little girl Mirti on the side couldn't help it, she stood up and looked at Ekria and yelled angrily, we kindly took in you and gave you food, but you still look like you dislike us, thanks to Shiraishi, the big one. Rare kind of bad guy. Claire turned her head back lightly, looked at Mirti who was full of resentment, and said coldly, even if I don't eat, it doesn't matter to me. Although this sentence sounds a bit unpleasant, the little maid on the side is quite aggrieved, and in her heart, she feels that Claire should be despising the food she made, so she said this. Just as mist flashed in the eyes of the little maid, Meng Meng, who heard what Echolaya said, hurriedly flew up and stopped between everyone and Echolaya. Echolaya, how can you say that to someone? The slightly guarding and reprimanding voice made Irene and the others frown, but Shiraishi smiled quietly beside him. I'm sorry. Meng Meng looked at the little maid and Mirti, bowed her head slightly, and sincerely apologized. Afterwards, he sighed slightly, and said in a bleak way, Echolaya has always been like this, since I picked her up, she has been so outspoken and very bad at communication, but she is a good person, but she is not good at communication. She's good at interacting with people, and she doesn't dislike you, it's because he doesn't like human mages. Talking. Claire said a little impatiently. After all, it was her own business, and she didn't want others to know too much. Looking at Claire who was still cold, Irene and the others also understood what Meng Meng meant, and nodded slightly in relief. But Mirti, who had a different focus, exclaimed again, you picked her up? It's the other way around. Meng Meng pouted helplessly and said, that's what happened. No wonder she treats Shiraishi differently, I thought. Ursha said with a slightly flushed cheek. Of course Shiraishi knew the meaning of Ursha's words, so he held his forehead helplessly, thinking to himself, no wonder they all thought they were someone like that just now. Otherwise, you'd better stay here first. After we understand it clearly, wouldn't it be better to set off with you? After all, Shiraishi wants to help you so much. Maybe it's because of the same experience. Ursha, who was abandoned by her mother since childhood, looked at the poor Echolaya, and couldn't help feeling pity in her heart, and she kept her voice out. Looking at Claire who was a little overwhelmed, Anna, who was beside him, moved slowly, stood in front of everyone, and said with a smile, well, it seems that Meng Meng is right, Claire is really not good at it, how about dating? But since it was Shiraishi who decided to help, then you should stay and treat this place as home, and each of us as family. Family. Claire's heart trembled, and the memory deep in her mind suddenly became clearer. She seemed to see a slightly old figure, waving and smiling at her in the forest, that rough big hand, warm hug, reliable chest. The face of a strange man suddenly came to her mind, and for some reason, Claire, I suddenly felt sad, and tears welled up in my eyes uncontrollably. As expected of the celestial spirit wizard with the highest affinity, a few simple words can make the deserted Claire open her heart. Shiraishi lightly gave Anna a thumbs-up copy. Under the persuasion of Anna and Ursha, Ekria decided to stay here temporarily, until her memory was clear and the time was right, before going to Bayontari Forest, Lilis, a small neighboring country to the north of Fiori, in the Principality of Bello Nica. The Palace of King Barrow Nica. His Royal Highness, the fairy tale guild in the Kingdom of Fiori next to our country has indeed fallen. It is said that all the elite members were killed by the dragon, so the two guilds of the Kingdom of Fiori, Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord, it can already be said to be perished. A guard officer half knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Oh? Is it? It seems that everything is moving towards good wishes." Prince Kirim of the Principality of Bello Nica grinned excitedly. "However, the Kingdom of Fiori is still strong. If the Phoenix Stone can be found, then I will not be afraid of any country. I can even gain immortality, what a fascinating power." Chapter 171. His Royal Highness. The guard hesitated for a moment, and then said slowly, "I was still in Magnolia Town and found a mysterious woman who looks very similar to the man in the legend." But after speaking, the guard hurriedly shook his head and scolded himself for being confused. That legendary person was handed down when the duchy was established 400 years ago, how could it be possible to live to this day? A click. The guard raised his head in surprise, and found that Kirim had already crushed the wine glass in his hand, and looked at him with his eyes fixed, and he didn't even know that blood was stabbed in his palm. Kirim's face flushed, and he looked at the guard excitedly, and said, "Are you sure, you really saw that person? Even if it's just very similar." Kirim's eyes were full of light, and the violent aura gradually radiated out, staring at the guard, his eyes like a wolf, making people shudder. The guard was stunned by Kirim's appearance, and he immediately reacted. It seems that this legendary woman is very important to His Royal Highness. Not daring to neglect at all, the guard immediately said, "My subordinate is certain, when I saw her, she was still weak and had no magic power on her body, but later I saw that several people took her with her. Go, one of them has some huge magic power, so I didn't keep up." After confirming the information, Kirim trembled with excitement, and roared wildly in his heart, as if he had seen the scene of his own domination and immortality. Slightly restraining his hideous face, Kirim thought for a moment, and ordered, "Although Fiori's strength has plummeted now, it is still not suitable for us to go to Fiori to have a conflict, but they are different, to bring in those loyal dogs that barked for me." After a while, the guard walked in with a man with short cyan hair, and then backed out by himself. This cyan short-haired man is the most powerful wizards' union in the Principality of Bello Nica, the president of the Ruby Union, DIST. After watching DIST come in, Kirim said impatiently, "DIST, I have a task for you to complete now, but the other party is not our country, so it will be somewhat risky, but if you can go well finished, I can give you 400 million gold, EC, as a reward, and the national celebration will be handed over to your union to protect it soon." 400 million gold is not a small amount. Most people are probably stunned to hear this number. However, as DIST, who has been working for Prince Kirim for a long time, of course, he is relatively calm. After taking a deep breath, Hades calmed down. Asked, "I don't know how His Royal Highness wants my Ruby Guild to serve." Kirim tilted slightly and smiled, "It's very simple, now, in the Magnolia Town of the Kingdom of Fiori, a woman has appeared, and I don't want to be angry, so I hope you can bring her back to me, but she is by my side. There should be a high-level magician, you have to decide, but at least, bring me a gem from her body." Saying that, Kirim raised the red stone in his hand. It was a broken stone. From the fracture, it should be a round gem. "Phoenix stone!" Deist exclaimed. Obviously, as the national treasure of the Principality of Bello Nica, the Phoenix stone, DIST has heard of it, so he recognized it at a glance, but if you think about it carefully, why else would the prince spend 400 million gold on it? Please do it yourself. With a twinkle in his eyes, DIST gradually raised his darkened eyes, looked directly at the Phoenix stone, agreed to Kiram's request, and walked out quietly. The town of Magnolia, Shiraishi's home. Claire settled down with peace of mind. Gradually, she seemed to have really found the feeling of family. Ursha and Mirti treated her like sisters, and in Claire's heart, Anna was like a gentle mother. Take care of her. And Shiraishi is studying by himself, how to get the true blood of the phoenix, and try not to hurt Claire as much as possible, but for a long time, there is no progress. The only person who has little contact with Ekria is Irene. After all, Urza's affairs have hit Irene quite a lot, although Shiraishi has repeatedly assured that Urza will be fine. However, when I heard that Irene was the queen of Dragonov, the pro-dragon kingdom 400 years ago, Claire slowly accepted it. In people 400 years ago, Akreia certainly admired Irene very much. Suddenly one day, Mirti ran back from the outside and shouted, "There's something wrong with the Fairy Tale Guild." Although everyone didn't have a very close relationship with Fairy Tale, after all, it was the guild that Urza used to be in, and they would still pay more or less attention, so they all cast a questioning look at Mirti. Mirti took a sip of water and continued, "Recently, there is a guild called Ghost of Twilight who often finds trouble with the Fairy Tale Guild. Although Ghost of Twilight is an unknown small guild, Fairy Tale now, wizards basically it's over, there are only a few people left, and the Fairy Tale Guild really owes a lot of money to that little guild, so it can only swallow it. 35. Mirti's words made everyone choked for a while. After all, they really owed money to each other, and it was inevitable to find trouble. Sighing slightly, Shiraishi said, "Let me go and have a look. Although I owe money, the Fairy Tale Guild can't just go away. I owe money, just pay it back." Helplessly walking towards the Fairy Tale Guild, Ursha and Mirti, who were watching the fun behind them, followed closely, and the two of them who were like sisters, Claire and Meng Meng also followed. In this small town of Magnolia, the name of Shiraishi's sword saint is mostly heard, so it is natural and effortless to help Fairy Tale to temporarily and peacefully solve the Ghost of Dusk. On the way back, Claire, who had seen Shiraishi's fame for the first time, was naturally surprised that someone without any magical power would make a group of magicians bow their heads. "I didn't expect that you are the swordsman from before. Although I have never been out before, I have heard of your reputation. In our place, it almost became a belief, no wonder Irene will be your wife." 35. Just as everyone was relaxing and laughing, a few cold lights suddenly flashed and flew towards Shiraishi and the others. Chapter 172. Shiraishi, who was fast-eyed and quick-witted, immediately pushed the group away and escaped in a thrilling way. Ding! 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 Several crisp voices sounded. Looking at the shiny short dagger on the ground, Shiraishi frowned and glanced attentively. And Ursha, who only reacted at this time, was also taken aback and asked solemnly, "What's the matter? Could it be that the group of people who are twilight ghosts are not convinced?" No one would have imagined that in broad daylight, someone would attack directly. The only thing Ursha can think of is that the people who got married, that is, the group of twilight ghosts who just sent off. Thinking about the way Shiraishi just drove away the twilight ghosts, Ursha also thinks that only they can do it. Come for revenge. But soon, she rejected the idea, because on the other side of the river not far away, there were 3 people standing there, looking straight at this side, and one of them was smoking a big cigarette with a machine gun. The Ruby Guild. Dist. Why are you here? Are you going to provoke a war between the 2 countries? Or are you going to violate the law of the Senate? Ursha, a former member of parliament, suddenly recognized several people. Inconceivable, exclaimed. After all, these people are also the top S-rank mages in the Ruby Guild. Ursha is of course shocked, and this is the kingdom of Fiori, and as the most famous guild in the Principality of Belonica, how could the Ruby Guild suddenly appear here? At this time, the man who was at the front of the 3 Ruby Guilds on the opposite side looked at Ursha lightly and said, so it's the former senator, Ursha. But I heard that you have already betrayed the council. I don't know if we can count as meritorious service for the new council now. A big man with a cigar and a machine gun looked at Ursha casually, and smiled evilly. Such a beautiful figure, can't be wasted. Grab her and bind her tightly, I don't want to. How is it, how is it? Ha ha ha. After speaking, they laughed wildly. After all, in their opinion, Ursha's magic power is stronger among them, and the three of them don't need to be afraid of her at all, so Kanan deliberately angered Ursha. However, what they didn't expect was that Ursha was indifferent, but Shiraishi's eyes gradually sharpened. Today, you will die to make up for your ignorance. After speaking, a circle of snow-white ice crystals gradually appeared around Ursha's body, which looked extraordinarily strange. Kanan, Kodanita, do it! Dist shouted sharply after seeing a little bit of ice emerge around Ursha. In an instant, a lot of bombs were fired from XLR's machine gun, and they shot at Ursha's face very quickly. Just when a few people thought Ursha was going to use magic to resist, and hurriedly changed positions, Shiraishi on the side stood up lightly, waved the dragon sword in his hand lightly, and a few rays of light hit the bomb head-on, and the ruby pierced it. In the astonished eyes of several people in the guild, they gradually disappeared. Looking at the majestic Shiraishi, Dist frowned, and before he had time to think, his fingers quickly waved in the air. Suddenly Shiraishi's side, Mirti and the others scattered with Dist's fingers. Only Ursha's time magic and ice modeling magic, the faint arc that appeared, blocked Dist, and Shiraishi, like nothing else, stood in front, looking at the few people in the Ruby Guild lightly. The Ruby Guild? Dist, very good magic, can control the air at will. However, with the three of you, if you want to grab something in my hands, I'm afraid it's still a long way off. Although it is strange why Shiraishi is not affected, but as a strong man for many years, the chairman of the Ruby Guild, Dist is not a big bluff. After all, this world also has all kinds of unimaginable rare magic, so it is normal for it to fail occasionally. After all, there is an unaffected Ursha next to him. He's just an ordinary person without any magical fluctuations. With a sword, he really treats himself as a man. Although I don't know how you blocked Xanon's magic bombs, but we can do more than that. Ursha, are you ready to face death? Protect the little white face in front of you. 35. 0. Ask for flowers. For Dist, only Ursha, a former strongman, a member of parliament, was a threat to this action, so he kept staring at Ursha intently. After speaking, Dist activated magic instantly. His magic was able to manipulate the air and make it bombard the enemy in various forms. It was a very powerful magic. And after a brief hesitation, Kanan and Kodanita made their move. Gun magic, magic cannon. Magic dress up. Their goal is only the red gem, and the attack of the three of Dist even enveloped Ekalia, and the three people of Ekalia's life and death are indifferent at all. 0. Humph. Ice magic, get rid of it for me. Kodanita licked her lips coquettishly, a strange light flashed in her eyes. In addition to dressing magic, she was best at disarming magic, which was able to hold the magic of the magician of the type, and transformation type was cleared, and with a wave of his hand, the ice crystal armor floating around Ursha dissipated. However, they have a clear division of labor, and they will not attack the same target at the same time. Kodanita directly rushed to Mirti and Akaya, who had just been knocked to the ground by Dist. Ursha handed it over to Kanan and Dist to deal with. Kanan's artillery bombardment continued, and Ursha at this time was equivalent to no defense. Once bombarded continuously, it was very likely that they would be killed like this. Thinking of this, a ferocious killing intent appeared on Kanan's face, and the rate of fire of the magic cannon surged again. Boom! 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 A huge explosion occurred, and countless dirt was lifted into the sky. The smoke and dust filled the sky, and the shadows were full of shadows. Cannon's magic cannon continued to fire powerful magic bullets. The surrounding buildings were also shattered. "Come on!" Shouting loudly. Just when the big man thought that Ursha and Shiraishi were dead and laughed wildly, a figure gradually emerged from the smoke, and a cold light reflected from the sharp sword in his hand. "Is it enough?" Knife. Chapter 173. How so? Looking at Shiraishi, who was unscathed, Kanan was shocked, knowing that his magic bomb was equivalent to an S-rank mage's attack, and after Coordinata eliminated Ursha's magic, he was still able to the appearance of intact, which cannot help but surprise people. "Boy, there are 2 brushes. I'll see how many times you can block it." Suddenly, there were several more machine guns floating in the air behind the XLR, and the firelight continued to scatter. Shiraishi smiled coldly, raised the knife in his hand, and quickly swung it in the air. The dense sword energy seemed to be woven into a cobweb. After cutting through the flames in the air, he quickly flew towards the cannon behind him. "Go!" Looking at the sky full of sword energy, Deist naturally would not be idle, and the air magic continued to fly towards the cobweb composed of sword 550 air in the air, pushing it aside. Under the terrifying gaze of XLR, the sword gas spider web burst open next to XLR, and there were deep cracks on the hard ground, which made them pay more attention to Shiraishi. At this time, Ursha was also relieved from the weakness of dispelling the magic. Shiraishi gave her a light look, and motioned Ursha to help Ekalaya and Mirti. Although dispelling the magic is very incomprehensible, she can only dispel the attached magic and receive the magic after all. Like the magic that is sent out in time, Coordinata still has no way to dispel it, otherwise she would be invincible long ago. Ursha, who understood her, nodded and withdrew slowly. She was still very relieved about Shiraishi's strength, so she joined Mirti without any scruples to deal with Coordinata, who possessed strange magic. Dress up as a wizard. For Ursha and Mirti, Coordinata should not be a threat anymore, so Shiraishi was relieved a lot, with a faint smile on his face, watching Dist smiled silently. "Hey? Even my sword energy can be removed, very strange magic." He raised his brows slightly, and Shiraishi glanced at Dist admiringly, then jumped up suddenly, and lifted the dragon-slaying sword in his hand with a dignified expression. In front of him, the faint white sword energy slowly gathered. "I see how much you can move." Phantom sword dance. Ling Lai's sword sound suddenly sounded, and the blade with a phantom slashed through the air. Clang! In the blink of an eye, Shiraishi swung out several swords, one after another. Sword light accompanied by white phantoms continuously cut through the sky, and the sharp sword sound, from small to big, from nothing to existence. The continuous long sword attack is like a rainstorm, and in an instant, dozens of lights and shadows appear in the air. Feeling the powerful sword light in the air, Dist took a deep breath. He never expected that the person in front of him, who had no magic power fluctuations, could emit such a powerful sword energy. The air magic continued to surge, and a huge transparent palm appeared in the sky, slapped directly into the sky, blocking the entire Deist side. Call out! Several consecutive air-breaking sounds sounded, and the huge palm in the air did not move the sword chi away like before. Dozens of sword chi directly penetrated the palm with the momentum of thunder, and slashed heavily on Cannon. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and Cannon twitched and fell down. Shiraishi smiled faintly, and was about to kill the Ruby Guild's president, Dist, when he suddenly exclaimed. It was Mirti's cry, and Shiraishi immediately turned his head and ran to the source of the sound. He didn't even care about Dist, who was also running to the source of the sound behind him. As soon as he arrived here, Shiraishi saw Ursha struggling to resist the bombardment of Coordinata and another 2 people wearing black robes and masks. Shiraishi was furious, picked up the dragon-slaying sword, and rushed straight up. The sword in his hand slammed a few times, mixed with strong whines, and the sword stabbed straight like the two of them. Boom! Just as Shiraishi rushed in front of Ursha, the sword's edge with a fierce sword energy directly cut a deep mark on the street. His brows were slightly wrinkled, such a swift sword was actually dodged by the two of them who were fighting. Just when he was about to kill them again, he heard Dist suddenly shout, "There are still strong enemies, retreat first." As if they had already calculated it, the three of them split up and ran to the sidewalk in the middle of the street, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just as the three of Ruby and the three scattered and fled, a huge eye appeared 100 meters above the battle site. The huge eyeball kept rolling, and it looked quite infiltrating. Looking at the three fleeing, Ursha reluctantly wanted to pursue her victory, but was stopped by Shiraishi who was standing beside her. "Why don't you chase? They hurt Mirti!" Ursha yelled angrily. Mirti, who was brought up by Ursha since she was a child, naturally has good emotions. Basically, she is regarded as a mother and daughter. Looking at Mirti who was injured, Ursha was naturally very angry and wanted to kill him directly. "Go up for revenge. Because we want to protect them." Shiraishi comforted softly while looking at Ursha, who was a little angry. "It's easy to kill them, but because this is the town where Urza lives, I will cause a lot of casualties, and you know how the kingdom of Stella disappeared. Furthermore, if we catch up and leave the injured Mirti and Eclair who can't magic, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? After all, the black-robed masked man just now is a kind of shadow magic, and he can be ignorant at any time. The unexpected raid is back." Ursha recalled the black-robed wizard who suddenly appeared just now, and instantly injured Mirti, sighed suddenly, and hurriedly looked at Mirti 2.2. Akaria and Ursha, who were on the side, helped Mirti back to the residence. At this time, Irene was already waiting at the door. "What's going on?" "I just found out that there was a fight in the town, and I released the reconnaissance magic, and I have already escaped," Irene asked with a solemn expression. At this time, Mirti, whose thigh was injured on the side, slowly raised his head and said softly, "Their target should be Akaraya. After we separated, I kept staring at Akaraya, and I was also trying to block the blackness that suddenly appeared. The man in the mask was injured when he attacked Eclair." Hearing Mirti's words, Shiraishi shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Looks like there is no delay in the matter of Eclair." Chapter 174. No one had expected the sudden attack of the Ruby Guild. Although the Kanan, who was the point of fire, was killed by Shiraishi, the masked man in the black robe was still there, so, they will definitely be back again. But after all, the people of the Ruby Union are always in the dark, and Shiraishi and others are in the light, so they have always become the passive party. As the passive existence of Shiraishi, they can't always protect Eclair. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Shiraishi decided to go directly to the depths of the Bayontari forest to find the answer Eclair had always wanted. After a brief discussion, Shiraishi decided to set out with Irene and Akaraya. As for Ursha, she stayed and took care of Mirti. Anna knew that she might become a burden without the celestial spirit key, so she also stayed with the little maid. Shiraishi and Irene took Akli and his little pet Momo out of the gate, and headed straight for the depths of the Bayontari forest. In a hidden room in the small town of Magnolia, there are two people sitting opposite each other. One of them has a strange crimson mist floating in his hand. The two of them stared at the fog kept surging, and gradually, a female figure gradually emerged, full of ancient clothes, antique accessories and the sparkling red gem on the chest. Eclair. In other words, in the Principality of Baronica, a person who has been secretly circulated for a long time, a person who is said to have the blood of the phoenix. Why is the image getting dimmer? One of them, Cordelia exclaimed. These two are Dist and Cordelia of the Ruby Guild, and this fog is the treasure given to them by Kirim. Mixed with the breath of phoenix, as long as she touches the place where Eclair appeared before, her figure will be revealed in the mist. The figure of Ekria in the fog became more and more bleak, as if it was about to dissipate, which made Cordelia a little surprised. After all, it was because of this treasure that few people found Ekria so easily. And now, Cordelia feels, isn't this thing broken? However, this task contains 400 million gold, and no one wants to let it go. Even if a cannon has died. Dist, who was on the side, calmly and gently put away the fog, and looked at Cordelia and responded lightly. This means that her breath is getting less and less, and what we are detecting now is just the breath left before. If you guessed correctly, she may have left this town. At this moment, a man in a black robe and a strange mask suddenly appeared from the shadows, glanced at Dist indifferently, and said softly. The woman has left this town, along with the man with the sword, and a woman with very powerful magic. The strength of this woman's magical power is the strongest one we have ever encountered, no one, compared with the former member of the Congress, Ursha, at least 3 times stronger than Ursha. It seems that our mission will not be so easy this time. Sighing lightly, Dist decided to chase after him. After all, this was a task that Kiram had specifically assigned to him. If he just went back like this, he might not be able to make a difference. Moreover, in Dist's gloomy eyes, it seemed that there are other purposes, and naturally they will not just give up. The 3 simply packed up and quietly left the town of Magnolia, galloping in the direction of Shiraishi and the others. Tartaros. Inside the huge Pluto beast, Pluto Mardgear held a magic book in one hand, while looking at a few strange-looking people in front of him, his indifferent faces revealed an air of indifference. Kyoka, do you know how serious the consequences you brought to Tartaros this time of your own actions? 35. In front of Pluto Mardgear, goddess of the slave planet Kyoka and goddess of the chill moon Sela were so pale that it was hard to see the extreme, and the people behind them were also silent. The tasks that originally required you to perform are now all stranded, and the original Stella Kingdom matter, just leave it to those newborn demons. I only need to understand the approximate strength of Shiraishi, rather than let you waste the meaningless time. Or, you think, you're better than me, don't you? Saying that, Pluto Mardgear suddenly turned his head and shouted sharply. As soon as the words fell, countless thorns pierced out from the ground, and in an instant, they tightly bound the limbs of goddess of the slave planet Kyoka, the head of the mighty 9 demon gates, and pulled them into the air. The thorns that pulled Kyoka into the air were also covered with countless large and small spikes, which instantly pierced into Kyoka's skin, causing Kyoka to howl fiercely. As the principal, Kyoka, of course, has no excuse, and can only quietly allow Hades to punish. His eyes moved slightly, and the Hades Mardgear gradually looked towards Sela. A chill flashed in his pale eyes, and the whole person instantly burst into a terrifying aura that made people feel strong killing intent and abyss-like despair. If Kyoka doesn't know, then I have explained it to you carefully, but you still did the same thing as Kyoka. How should I punish you? Pluto's words made Sela feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar, and knelt down on the ground shivering, not daring to speak. Turning around silently, Pluto commanded. Since this time, there is news from your eyes and ears, then, this time, the task related to the true blood of the phoenix will be handed over to you. Choose a few people to go with you. This time, no matter who you encounter, you must give it to me. Bring back the phoenix true blood and phoenix stone, you know. In the stern voice, Sela seemed to see hope, and quickly stood up, bowed to Hades and agreed, then turned his head and stepped back. He let go of Kyoka, who was tied to the thorns, and Pluto walked away step by step. Looking at the sunset in the distance, Mardgear's mouth showed a playful smile. A human master with a sword again. Shiraishi, is that you again? Let's see. Chapter 175. On a moving train. Shiraishi and Irene sat in their seats, looking at Claire and Menman who were staring out the window in a daze. You really have spent 400 years alone like this? Irene let out a faint voice of doubt. Although Irene, who has been transformed into a dragon, can live for 400 years, but Eclair has no friends and only has a chick to accompany her, so these 400 years should be quite difficult. Eclair, who was staring blankly out the window, heard Irene's voice, turned her head leisurely, and replied calmly. I don't remember how I spent these times, but I still remember the Dragon Queen of the Dragonov Kingdom, Irene. It's just that we've always admired sorcery and the Phoenix, so we have nothing to do with the outside world past. This is also the reason why Eclair doesn't like mages. Meng Meng on the side flapped her wings and said. Frowning and glancing at Meng Meng aside, Irene looked back at Eclair. If you don't know magic, then Meng Meng is also a product of magic, and is also endowed with thoughts. What's going on? Probably thinking that Eclair is the little girl that Shiraishi brought back from the roadside, Irene's alert mind always wants to figure out everything. As the originator of additional magic, the addition of personality and thought, Irene, of course, still understands it. She can see at a glance that it is an inanimate species, but through magic, a simple thought is attached to it. That's it. Irene's question caused Akli to keep shaking her head in pain, and she kept mumbling I don't know, I don't know. Shiraishi, who was on the side, hurried out to smooth things out. Okay, Irene, when we get to that place, I believe all the puzzles will be solved. Next, without a word, a few people quickly arrived at a remote town, which is already the terminal station that the train can reach, because if we go further, it is the Bayonteri forest where Eclair is going. The Bayonteri forest is a fairly old virgin forest. It is located on the northwestern border of the Kingdom of Fiori, on the border with the Principality of Bello and Ica. It is a very old and mysterious forest. Different from other forests, there are all kinds of ferocious monsters entrenched there all year round, and there are many people who stumble into it and never come out again every year. Even ordinary magicians cannot guarantee that they will be able to escape. According to rumors, even ordinary S-rank mages would not dare to enter the depths of the forest alone. After all, the steady stream of huge beasts was enough to consume S-rank mages to death inside. Because it was already night, the three of them also planned to rest for a night before leaving tomorrow morning. Soon, a few people found a suitable hotel. However, due to the need to take care of Eclair, who does not know magic, so Shiraishi can only live in one room alone. Irene and Akli live together, which makes Shiraishi regret not bringing Ursha together. After taking a leisurely shower, Shiraishi lay on the bed thinking about life, while Irene next door also finished taking a shower, wrapped in a bath towel, sitting beside the bed, looking at the magic book in her hand from the fairy tale library. Not long after, Eclair walked into the bathroom slowly, probably because Irene was not familiar with her, so she always had a bit of a twisted look. The sound of running water kept coming from the bathroom, everything seemed so normal. Meng Meng also wandered in peace. Suddenly, Irene frowned, turned her head sharply, and looked at the bathroom where Eclair was. Dark breath? Magic. Suddenly wanting to understand something, Irene put down the magic book in her hand, picked up the antler wand on the side, and pointed to the bathroom suddenly. Additional. Gale. 99. The violent hurricane emanated from the antler wand in Irene's hand, and the room was instantly filled with a messy hurricane. The sound blew out a lot of things in the room. What? In the bathroom, Akli's terrified scream suddenly sounded. At this moment, Shiraishi, who was next door, was also suddenly startled, and instantly rushed to the door and ran to Irene's side. What's wrong? Seeing Irene holding the wand earnestly, Shiraishi couldn't help but wonder. 0. Ask for flowers. There is a strong dark atmosphere, just attached to the bathroom window. It should be the group of people in the small town of Magnolia. Ekalia was inside just now, so I simply drove the other party away. It seems that they are still not giving up. Is Ekalia so important? Irene is a little helpless. If the other party has been like this, preparing to attack all the time. How annoying it would be. Seeing the unscathed Eclair, who came out of the bathroom in shock, Shiraishi sighed, and finally decided that this night, a few people will sleep together. However, Shiraishi was a little more worried. After this accident, there was no change in the whole night, and he woke up in bed the next morning safe and sound. After a simple breakfast, a few people set foot on the road to the Bayontei forest again. Akalaya, do you know the exact location? Sitting on the ground, Meng Meng asked, looking at the huge forest in front of her. The vast and boundless forest is like a curtain, covering the ground. The lush green stretches for at least hundreds of miles, and the end of the forest cannot even be seen. Looking for a person in such a huge forest, just thinking about it, it is incredible. Probably. Eclair said uncertainly. This forest seems to have some vague impressions in Eclair's mind, as if she should be familiar with it, but the impression is too vague, like a faint thread wrapped around her body. It can be touched, but it doesn't matter no matter what. Unclear. Meng Meng felt a little helpless. It seemed that Eclair had suffered from amnesia again, and she couldn't count on her. Looks like we can only take a chance. No, just follow me. Irene, who was beside him, suddenly said, and then walked straight in one direction. Along the way, countless huge monsters have been driven away, but fortunately, for Shiraishi and Irene, these are just some monsters that can be solved easily. Not long after, a few people saw a giant net-like space with a faint red light. Knife. Chapter 176. It was a huge box that faintly revealed a faint red light. Some monsters in the forest, once approached, would turn around and leave in fear. With a look of amazement, several people gradually stepped into this forbidden area of monsters, in the red net box. Hey? How do you know about this place? Have you been here before? Meng Meng flapped her wings and asked Irene in surprise. Meng Meng and Eclair were very curious about Irene's familiar appearance. Glancing at the surrounding red nets, Irene did not explain too much, but walked directly towards the house in the center. Along the way, it was full of dilapidated houses, and even the surrounding walls were almost completely collapsed. The huge stones that were used as paths were also covered with moss, and some vegetation grew randomly in the houses. On the beam, if it weren't for 553, one could vaguely see the half-corroded window. I couldn't believe it, this was a house. Eclair seemed to be wandering carelessly in front of her, and Shiraishi couldn't help but think of the time she was almost attacked at the hotel. Irene, do you still feel the dark aura from before? Shiraishi, who was suddenly vigilant, asked casually. Irene stopped, walked side by side with Shiraishi, and replied with a slight smile. Of course there are, and there are a lot of them. I really don't know what is so attractive about this girl. It can make this group of people keep up. However, there should be more than one group of people, because there is still some distance between them. After hearing this, Shiraishi frowned and was about to step forward to stop Eclair, but was pulled back by Irene. Look at your anxious look, who do you think she is from you if you don't know? Irene pouted slightly. How could it be? We met Ekalaya on the road, and this Aloshia saw it too. She just wanted to help her because she was pitiful, and besides, how could you not want this kind of free experience? 35 Shiraishi spread his hands and said. Although I don't know what Shiraishi said about the experience of giving away, but the first half of this sentence directly made Irene roll her eyes. You are too embarrassed to mention Aloshia, but I can also see the various things between Aloshia and you can forget what you promised us at the beginning. Irene, who has come here, can naturally see a lot from the usual. Shiraishi and Ursha's little actions are not easy to ask, so they have not talked about it. This time, I just mentioned another one, which made Irene feel close. The woman who lived, Eclair, couldn't help but think of Ursha. Facing Irene's questioning, Shiraishi paused and said with a slightly serious face, Ursha's story is a long story, but I have never had that kind of thought about Eclair. Maybe, wait until you know. After all the reasons, you will understand why I want to help her. Let's go after it first, lest those ruby guilds get entangled with Eclair again. Don't worry, a few of them seem to know that our strength is good, and they have no idea of getting close at all. It is estimated that they will not appear until the group behind them arrives. Irene smiled and said. Soon, the two of them caught up with Eclair's footsteps, only to see her pacing here slowly, her eyes constantly observing the surroundings, her expression slowly mixed with a trace of sadness and panic. This is the place I always think of, it's here. 35. Eclair's heart suddenly tightened, and she said in a slightly trembling voice. This place made her feel inexplicably familiar, as if that was the answer she had been looking for, but was afraid to know. After being in a trance for a while, Eclair took a deep breath, followed her intuition, and walked firmly to one of the dilapidated houses. After groping for a while, she actually found a switch that opened a stone door hidden behind the stone wall. A touch of surprise suddenly appeared on Eclair's calm face, and she couldn't wait to push the door and enter. Shiraishi, who was behind her, let out a faint sigh. Shiraishi, who had known the truth for a long time, knew very well what a cruel answer awaited Eclair. Shiraishi and Irene walked slowly into the secret room, only to see that the place was full of dust, and every step of the way could hear loose stones shaking. The desktop, the broken bottles and jars are unobstructed. Eclair stepped slowly, looking at everything here seriously. At last she stopped at the desk, reached out and stroked a yellowed portrait on the wall. The content of the painting is still vaguely recognizable. It is a family of three smiling under the tree, but the faces of the father and mother have fallen off, and the appearance cannot be seen. Only the little girl among them maintains a relatively complete color, which can barely be seen. Her face. This is me when I was a kid. Looking at the familiar face, Eclair couldn't help but be surprised. At this moment, on the messy desk, a blue light radiated from the crystal ball in front of Eclair, which startled her. Eclair! An old figure was reflected from the crystal ball and appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that it was just a magic phantom, Eclair eased her mood and looked at the phantom in the crystal ball again. Eclair, if you see this image, it means, as expected, this place has also been searched. I have heard from the survivors of the fire village. I'm so happy that everything is fine. But when I think of your fate. Ahem, ahem. The eyes of the phantom old man are full of sadness, and his face is also filled with obvious pain. 2.2 Eclair, the years I spent with you were the happiest time in my life. But the village of fire needs you as a witch very much, and I also shoulder the mission of dispelling the magic of the Phoenix Stone. The village of fire that was familiar with the Phoenix has disappeared. Once the Phoenix is released again, I am afraid it will be a huge disaster. Just as Eclair looked at the crystal ball seriously, Irene, who was behind her, frowned and said softly to Shiraishi. Phoenix. I heard about it 400 years ago, but I have never seen it. I heard that it is a species comparable to a giant dragon. I didn't expect it to be sealed in stone by humans. Could it be that the group of people outside pursued this place with perseverance in order to break the seal of the Phoenix? Chapter 177. After softly humming, Shiraishi chuckled and said, Actually, the Phoenix is far from what they know, and they still insist on being released. Besides, even if it is really released, if you want to implement any plan based on this, it is still not enough. Shiraishi, who was slightly disdainful and playful with a smile, made Irene look puzzled. If that's the case, why do you stop them from robbing that stone, and help this Eclair for no reason? Urza's matter hasn't been resolved yet, you still have such thoughts. Irene looked at Shiraishi with some displeasure. Although Shiraishi had told her before that Urza was only sealed by Sirius Island, and absolutely no one could destroy it, she still always misses Urza anyway. Taking Irene into his arms, Shiraishi comforted softly, "It's because of this that I let you come out and relax. There's no need to worry about Urza. If you miss her, you can ask Urza from Edalas to come and play." 04. As for Éclair, she has also spent 400 years of lonely and miserable years alone. Since she has encountered it, help her free her. Besides, I also want to see this phoenix that is comparable to a giant dragon. 5. Remove magic? A sudden exclamation interrupted Shiraishi and Irene's whispers. At this time, Akaria held the stone in her chest and looked at the figure scattered from the crystal ball in disbelief. "Yes, Éclair, my poor child. 35. I know that this drop of the true blood of the phoenix has brought you a lot of trouble, and it has also forcibly given you more responsibilities, but this is the fate of our fire clan. As your father, I want to help you get rid of it, so I have been concentrating on this dispelling magic, and I have completed it now, but I am afraid I have no chance to use it, because I know that this body of mine, I'm afraid I won't wait for the day when you come to me with a stone. And you also don't know magic, I'm afraid it's difficult to relieve you, I'm sorry for you, Éclair." Canid was still talking, but Éclair and the others didn't notice that cracks had begun to appear on the crystal ball. It turns out that Mr. Calendar has already. Meng Meng covered his mouth, as if surprised by Calendar's death. "I wish you from the bottom of my heart, I hope you can at least meet an excellent partner." The image of 35 Canid stretches out her hand toward Ekalia trembling, Ekalia's eyes tremble, as if thinking of something, she pursed her lips and stared at Calendar. Calendar, as if trying to save something, stretched hard towards Éclair. "Father." Éclair instinctively stretched out her hand, but her hand couldn't even touch her father's image, and the recording crystal ball cracked open. At this time, there was no sound in the room, and tears fell silently. Éclair covered her cheeks with her hands, slumped on the ground weakly, choked in a low voice, and there was helplessness and sadness around her. Meng Meng hurriedly flew into her arms, hugged Ekalia tightly, and tried her best to give Ekalia some warmth. Shiraishi stepped forward, squatted down slowly, looked at Éclair who was crying, and patted Éclair lightly on the back. "Calendar also hopes that you can live well. And you have not had a partner for so long, except Meng Meng, but now, you have our group of partners, and Calendar will be very happy." 99. At this time, Irene also came over and slowly helped Ekalia up. "I know why Shiraishi wants to help you so much. If I don't have Shiraishi, I'm afraid I'll live a life like yours?" Perhaps remembering the experience in Dragonov, Irene couldn't help but sigh. If Shiraishi really didn't appear, then the betrayal of the kingdom and the hatred of Aknologia, I'm afraid that even if I didn't die, I would have lived a life like a steel. At night, by the burning campfire. Under the watchful eyes of Shiraishi and Irene, Éclair danced on the grass, just like the sacrificial dance she danced when she was a witch in the village of fire. The fiery red satin is like a dancing flame in the dance, blazing vigorously, but it is not as violent as the flame, and some are just quiet and serene. The crystal clear moonlight shines through the gaps between the trees, reflecting bright beams of light, shining on her, like the brightest neon on the stage, as if the heaven and the earth are adding color to her dance. By the campfire, Shiraishi and Irene smiled knowingly and applauded Éclair. "I've looked for it, and there's no dispelling magic that Carlin said in that secret room, and I had a glimmer of hope that it could help her." Irene inadvertently turned her head to look at Shiraishi and said, "This place has been searched for a long time, maybe someone who once lived here has taken the magic book out. However, I don't think that dispelling the magic can really save Ekalia, because what caused her to survive for 400 years is that drop of real phoenix blood, an existence that can make people immortal. And once the blood of the phoenix is taken out, I am afraid that Éclair will be wiped out in an instant. After all, she is 557, 400 years old, and there is no magic on her body." Shiraishi spoke to himself, but inadvertently, seeing Irene's sad expression, his open mouth paused. Thinking of Urza's situation, and looking at the appearance of Calendar and Eclair today, Irene probably felt something, and the rare maternal love and sympathy overflowed. With a chuckle, Shiraishi suddenly changed his voice and said, "Actually, we don't need to be burdened, because if we didn't show up, she might have been there long ago and we can only say, try our best to help her. Maybe, the dispelling magic is in the Duchy of Balo and Ica, after all, the other half of the Phoenix Stone is in their hands." "Baro and Ica? Those who attacked you last time were from the Principality of Belo and Ica, right?" Frowning slightly, Irene said indifferently. Shiraishi smiled and spread his hands. "That's the most powerful guild in their country, but it's just some relatively strong trash. Last time in the town, I didn't want to go too far. Since they came, we'll also stop by Balo. Check out the Principality of Nika." Suddenly, the two people who were talking turned their heads in unison and looked aside. Irene's lips parted slightly and said coldly, "They are here." Chapter 178. It was still that strong dark aura that passed through the red grid on the periphery while the two were talking. Like a plague, it spread throughout the entire space in an instant. The two stopped Eclair, who was dancing, and the three of them sat casually beside the bonfire and waited quietly. It didn't take long for a few figures to approach sneakily. Probably watching a few people casually looking in their direction and waiting, knowing that their whereabouts were exposed, they walked out a little blatantly. "Hey! The woman behind you is the fugitive that we have wanted for a long time in the Principality of Belo and Ica. If you don't want to cause trouble, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you are fighting against our country." The woman among the three, Kodanita, pointed the long sword in her hand at Shiraishi and Irene, threatening righteously. Although I don't know how strong Irene is, in the small town of Malia, Shiraishi alone has already made it impossible for Ruby and a few people to start. Then, with a woman who seems to be equally powerful, they are also worried about the task of robbing the gem. Could not be completed successfully. At this time, Dist, who seemed to be singing with a red and white face, came out, looked at Shiraishi and said with a little sincerity, "I am the chief guild of the Principality of Baro and Ica, the president of the Ruby Guild, Dist, you good. 35. Maybe we were a little reckless before, but the lady behind you is indeed the person wanted by our principality." Suddenly, the style of painting changed, and Dist continued, "But, as far as I know, the principality wanted her only because of the necklace around her neck, because it was a treasure passed down from generation to generation by Belo and Ica. If you just want to keep your friends safe, we can also trade, you sell us the necklace. This will also save you a lot of trouble, what do you think?" Out of the understanding of Shiraishi's strength, Dist chose the safest trading method to obtain the Phoenix Stone, so on the surface, he is very sincere, with a humble smile and considerate words. If it is someone else, I am afraid I have been moved by this condition. But for Shiraishi, he understands all of Dist's purposes, so what Dist does, in Shiraishi's view, is just a clown's performance. However, in order to tease him further, Shiraishi readily agreed to him. "Okay, how about 400 million gold?" With a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, Shiraishi casually said the price that ordinary people can't even imagine. 400 million gold, in the eyes of others, may be an exorbitant price, and it is only a deliberately unwilling to sell it, but Dist is quite sensitive to this number, because Prince Kiram asked him to snatch the price of the Phoenix Stone. It is also 400 million gold. "How do you know?" Dist said in surprise. Although he didn't make it clear what he knew, Shiraishi didn't go around with him, and said bluntly, "What? I can't bear to pay such a huge sum of money? I know no less than you about the Phoenix Stone, so you put away the hypocrisy. Let's face it, although your strength is not very good, but it is still okay to play with you reluctantly." Hearing Shiraishi's words, Dist's face instantly became extremely ugly, and he no longer concealed it, and immediately ordered, he handed it over to me, you two go deal with those two women. Remember to rob me of the stone. Return. After finishing speaking, Chase and Codanita rushed towards Irene and Eclair, while Dist kept waving his arms, and air magic rushed towards Shiraishi. Irene, let's play with them first, don't worry, I think it will be more exciting with the appearance of the group behind. 35. With a chuckle, Shiraishi drew out the dragon-slaying sword and danced at will, splitting the magic of Dist. For Irene, who has already been transformed into a dragon, this kind of battle is simply not worth mentioning, but Irene also understands what Shiraishi said, but simply resisted, and did not send out much counterattack. Only Eclair and Meng Meng were dodging in panic behind them, not knowing how to face this kind of high-level magic confrontation. At this time, not far from the battlefield, a group of people with strange shapes were moving towards Shiraishi. The one who took the lead was a woman with an extremely Zingan body, with a huge horn like a bull on her head. There was a hint of worry in the cold expression. This breath. It's not good news to meet him again. After the worried voice came out, a rude voice came from behind him, who? Even Sela is afraid of it. We demons, when have we ever been afraid of humans? No matter who it is, in front of us Tartaro's 5 people, it is very fragile. I will make everything into art, explosive art. Arrogant words kept coming, but their self-confidence did not make Sela look worried, but they had to obey the orders of Hades, so they could only bite the bullet and move forward. Could it be the one who beat Kyoka and you back to the core of hell? A man with a long staff and a skull face said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the arrogant Tartaro's people stopped chattering and looked at Sela, trying to get an answer from there. Sela nodded lightly and said softly, I'm afraid this mission will be very difficult, but the order of Lord Hades, everyone must remember clearly, the Phoenix True Blood and the Phoenix Stone are the most important, even if you die, bring it back to dress up too. Otherwise, Lord Pluto's plan will be put on hold, and everyone will have a hard time. The atmosphere gradually became heavier. Although I don't know how powerful the man Sela is talking about, everyone can imagine that the person who can beat Sela and Kyoka back to the core of hell can also make Lord Hades. Those who are very afraid, I am afraid that even if 5 people join forces, they cannot gain an advantage at will. The originally domineering people, after knowing the situation, moved forward slowly with a little alertness. Is that the human master you said? It doesn't look very good. It's inseparable from so many wizards. Shiraishi, who was fighting with a few people from the Ruby Guild, suddenly heard an arrogant voice and a slightly mocking smile, breaking the darkness. Looking at the sudden appearance of several people, Ruby and several people quickly gathered together, and the 3 parties stood on one foot. Resurrected? Sela. End, Tartaros. Chapter 179. It's really you. Sela had already seen Shiraishi 3 times. After seeing Shiraishi, his expression darkened immediately. There was a huge gap between the two. Sela understood that the task given by Lord Hades this time was probably not complete. It seems that we still have fate. Sela. My conditions are still valid, this time you have to think about it carefully. And you should know that just a few of you are not my opponents at all, so don't think about any other countermeasures, but I didn't expect that you Tartaros would also come to snatch the Phoenix Stone. Is this the plan that Kyoka said? Before, when he was in the kingdom of Stella, Kyoka said that Pluto seemed to have some plan. At that time, Shiraishi only thought that Pluto wanted to resurrect Edn, but this time, the people of Tartaros suddenly appeared here. There are some unforeseen plans. However, compared to his own strength, Shiraishi is still very confident, so when he talked about the Hades plan, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he regarded this as a very funny joke. 560. And Shiraishi's contemptuous smile seemed to despise Hades' plan, which made those few people who didn't know Shiraishi's Tartaros furious. From Sila's appearance, they knew that they might not really be Shiraishi's opponents, but Pluto had a very high position in their hearts, and of course Shiraishi was not allowed to ridicule like this. The name of Lord Hades cannot be insulted. Let's talk about this legend of the same era as my lord. Black Archbishop Keys said coldly after hitting the ground with the staff in his hand. I can't wait. A cyan-colored, burly demon with 4 arms and 8 octopus-like black feet grinned wickedly. He is one of the 9 demon gates in Tartaros, the boy Che Ezel, who possesses the magic sword spell. Immediately after Ezel's voice, his 4 arms instantly turned into 4 giant sharp blades, and the rest of his body also showed a steel-like luster, and he frantically danced the sharp blades towards Shiraishi. 5 swords in the world, Animaru. EC, a cross-shaped slash quickly flew forward, and the flickering strong white light illuminated the dark night. With the attitude of taking a look at Shiraishi's strength, the others did not step forward at this time. Anyway, there is a person who likes to fight for merit very much, so why not do it? As for the 3 members of the Ruby Union, they were very surprised after the arrival of Tartaros. After all, from the words, it is not difficult to hear that the people of Tartaros are also here to snatch the Phoenix Stone. One more competitor makes the task more difficult. A little bit, but the name of the devil made a few people dare not go forward and quietly watched the 2 sides fight. Tartaros, the head of the 3 dark guilds, the people in it are all composed of demons from the Book of Seraph. They are all extremely powerful legendary existences, but why do they seem to be so afraid of this human being? Dist, who was calmly watching the battle, said something strange to himself. In his opinion, even if he is the same as the demon in strength, but after all, there are 6 Tartaros demons, under attack, I am afraid it is difficult for even himself to resist, not to mention this human who can only attack. Shaking his head gently, he continued to look at the 2 people in the field with some puzzlement. Seeing Kiri Ezel, the boy who rushed forward without saying a word, Shiraishi gave him a contemptuous look and sneered, since you are in a hurry to die, then let you go back to your old lair first. Without saying a word, Shiraishi directly grabbed the dragon-slaying sword, and in the blink of an eye, a white light floated on the tip of the sword, swaying the boy Kiri Ezel, who was rushing straight in, and a sharp white blade shot out. Blood spurted out, and the blood mist from the sky was instantly sprinkled. In the eyes of the other Tartaros demons, the boy Che Ezel was split into 2. How can that be? A desperate choking sound came from the mouth of the boy Che Ezel on the side of his body, and then he fell heavily to the ground. There was no life. At this moment, even Keys, who had shouted to meet Shiraishi for a while, was stunned. After all, Kiri Ezel, the boy in slash mode, not only turned his arms into sharp blades, but also strengthened his body's defense and attack. But even in this state, the boy Che Ezel was still hit by Shiraishi's sword, splitting his attack and splitting the person in 2. They didn't even see when it happened, how powerful it is to do it. When you think about it, with such a fast speed and powerful strength, it's no wonder that Sila, after learning that it was Shiraishi, there has always been that resentment look. Sila, do you want to try again this time and kill me? You can get on together. Shiraishi said with a smile on his face, slightly hooking his fingers. At this moment, suddenly, there was a loud noise behind him. Shiraishi turned his head to look, and saw that Irene was holding her antler wand pointing forward, and there was a man lying there. Dist. 99. The one who was knocked to the ground was Dist from the Ruby Guild. At this moment, he was holding a necklace in his hand, his face full of disbelief. Seeing Shiraishi slashing the boy Che Ezel to death with a sword, Dist knew that he was in trouble. The former Shiraishi had really been playing with him all the time. No wonder people in Tartaros felt this fear. Knowing that it was impossible for him and others to take the Phoenix Stone head-on, Dist could only think of other ways, and when Shiraishi and Tartaros were fighting, it was the best time, and no one would pay attention to Ekria behind him. So he sneaked over, intending to touch the phoenix stone. But what he didn't expect was that not only Shiraishi had hidden his strength, but even the woman who was with him had extraordinary strength, and could knock him out in an instant. Fortunately, it lived up to expectations, and the phoenix stone was directly caught by the air magic. "Are you looking for death?" Shiraishi looked at Dist who attacked Ekria and said coldly. Just as he was about to slash at Dist with his sword, Irene, who had just picked up the sad phoenix stone that was lying on the ground after the phoenix stone was snatched away, called out to Irene. "Leave it to me." Chapter 180. The bleak eclair in her eyes made Irene look even more distressed. Irene could deeply understand the feeling of losing a very important sustenance. Moreover, this kind of forcible snatch is also what Irene dislikes the most. Just like the original Dragonov kingdom, even with the support of the Dragon clan, it has never attacked other countries. The resentment in her heart was getting bigger and bigger. Irene coldly looked at Dist, who had just stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The magic power in his body spurted out instantly. The huge power enveloped Irene, against the backdrop of the dark night. Next, Irene is like a ruthless bloodthirsty beast. "Save him, he's still useful, Irene." Watching Irene and Dist stand opposite each other, Shiraishi, who stood by to watch the battle, roared softly. Although Irene didn't know what Shiraishi was doing, she nodded lightly. The three members of the Ruby Guild attacked under the watchful eyes of Shiraishi, Akiraya, and Tartaros. Although it was 1 against 3, Shiraishi knew that this was not a big problem for Irene. And why is Tartaros watching from the side? Because there is a bright sword standing beside them, and beside the sword is Shiraishi, who is holding the sword hilt at will. A cold light flashed for a while, arousing everyone's attention, and all three of Ruby's shot, rushing towards the Irene who was standing quietly in place. That cold light was exactly the killer in the dark. The attack from Chase, and the countless daggers formed a fishing net in the air, rushing towards Irene. Claire and Meng Meng, who were watching the battle, looked at this situation, their faces paled, and their mouths screamed in horror. "Zero, be careful!" Unexpectedly, until the end, the dagger was already in front of him, and Irene did not respond, so frightened that both Claire and Meng Meng covered their eyes and dared not look directly. Ding! 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 A clear voice recalled that Claire carefully removed her hands that were blocking her eyes, and looked at the sharp daggers neatly placed on the ground behind Irene through her fingers. She was stunned. Of course, not only Claire, but even Chase was very surprised. After all, the previous fight with Irene made them feel that Irene was just an ordinary female wizard, but at that moment, no one was knowing what happened. The sharp blade he issued was actually changed by an unknown force. This can surprise a few people in Ruby. "Come on, this woman, it's not easy," Dist said in a deep voice. The three looked at each other and nodded slightly. Chase immediately melted into the darkness, hid his figure, and sneered softly, representing his entire killing intent. Kodinita also immediately used the same transformation magic as Urza. The dark golden armor and spear looked extremely defensive and offensive. Coupled with the appearance of Kodinita's cold storage, it also looked extremely mighty. Dist is different. Like Irene, he released the powerful magic in his body. The invisible breeze blew the cloak behind him. With a slight jump, Dist stepped back several dozen meters away. And at the time of stepping back, Dist's palm clenched violently and whispered softly, "Air sonic boom." An invisible air magic ball gradually solidified by Irene's side. As soon as it took shape, it burst open. It didn't do much damage, but the powerful deafening sound of the sonic boom could interfere with normal judgment. The huge humming sound made everyone have a headache, and they quickly covered their ears, otherwise they might become deaf. Of course, the people here are only two ordinary people, Ekalaya and Meng Meng, the others' people of course ignore this magic directly. After all, they can often hear such huge explosions in the fights of mages, and they have long been immune. It was also at this moment that the Ruby Union, who had cooperated for many years, naturally understood it. Kodanita held a spear and swung towards Irene. At the same time, Shay, who was hidden in the dark, gradually emerged from behind Irene, like a sandwich cookie. In the same way, the two stabbed Irene one after the other. Clang! The sound of the collision of weapons reminded, Kodaneta and Chase fixed their eyes and saw that their weapons had actually collided, and Irene, who was still in the center just now, is no longer there. 0. Ask for flowers. Hey! In heaven! Shiraishi said to the two of Ruby with a chuckle. The two looked up in astonishment, only to see Irene holding a wand, standing silently in the air, looking down at them. Suddenly, there was a wave of magic from the antler wand in Irene's hand. Lava burst. Above the ground, at the feet of Kodanita and Chase, a large amount of flames suddenly emerged, and at the moment when the two of them felt that something was wrong, the fire blazing, and the sound of explosion suddenly remembered. Boom! Like a huge bomb, a hole was directly blown out on the ground, and the two people who were still in the center just now stood on both sides in embarrassed clothes. 0. The same is dressing magic. I don't want to kill you, wrap the ribbon. Irene, who was floating in the air, flashed a trace of sadness in her eyes, looked at Kodanita and said. Then strips of white ribbons appeared out of thin air, binding Kodanita in the blink of an eye. However, with the small movement of Kodanita's hand, Irene's ribbon magic was lifted directly. At the same time, Kodanita hurriedly backed away, and Chase gradually disappeared into the darkness. Irene frowned and didn't understand how her magician was lifted. Just as she was about to catch up, a huge transparent fist suddenly attacked. Irene, who has the body of a giant dragon, didn't panic, just raised her arm and blocked it abruptly. The powerful air magic made a huge popping sound in the air, but what was surprising was that after the collision, everyone looked at Irene in mid-air, and she didn't move at all, as if it was just blocking a raindrop. The seemingly powerful air magic didn't even hurt Irene's fur, which shocked Dist and the others. The three of them went up together, and they could be easily resolved by her. The magic of several people had no effect on her. Even the last powerful magic of Dist was easily blocked by her, and she did not even feel the magic fluctuation. Arrive! Dist looked stunned and whispered softly, in mid-air, can you block my magic without moving at all? Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Knife!